Hello. Karibuni sana. Poleni. I think I've drilled for around 10 minutes. Yeah, today is an early start. Sababu mambo ni mengi, muda ndio mchache. Yes. Today things are many, time ndio kidogo. So karibuni sana katika kikao chetu siku ya leo. I'm quite in a sunny place, but you'll understand me. So karibuni katika kituo chetu. Again, it is at Jiro Maora Talk Room. Nitakuhimiza kwa heshima kama hujatu subscribe, una subscribe sisi, and you also like the video. Leo we are continuing with the ripples ama shockwaves. Kuna kitu inaitangwa shockwaves. What are shockwaves? Shockwaves ni watu wanaongeaje kuhusu ile salamu ama ile mustakabali wa kufanya kazi pamoja wa Ruto na Raila. What are the shockwaves? Unajua hata baada ya mtetemeko wa ardhi kuna kuanga na mtetemeko wa kwanza na mtetemeko wa pili. We call them primary waves na secondary waves. So saa zingine secondary wave inakuanga kubwa kuliko primary wave. So ndio tunataka kujiuliza Wakenya walipokeaje? Wakenya walipokeaje mambo ya Ruto na Raila? Wakenya walipokeaje? How did they take it? Nimefuatilia reactions, although kwangu mimi mwenyewe I am not amused, but nimefuatilia reaction ya kwamba Wakenya were unconcerned and were unmoved by Raila na Ruto. In fact, kulingana na ile reaction nimesikia kutoka, isipokuwa tu kwa wale tu wa Kenya kidogo ambao wanafikiria wanaweza kuwa wakiangalia Raila kama mkereketo wa siasa ama kama Ruto kama jamaa ambaye anapiga kabisa, lakini baadhi ya Wakenya wengi na Wakenya walio wengi wanasema hiyo ni mambo ya wanaume wawili wakipanga mambo yao, na Wakenya wengi wanasema hawa watu sio Kenya walikuwa wanapangia. Hiyo script walituandikia hapo ati mambo 8 muhimu ama ni mambo 10 muhimu ya kufuatiwa. Ile wakati walikuwa wanafanya hayo makubaliano, ilikuwa tu ni mambo ya kutuficha macho ili tufikirie hao watu wanafikiria mambo yetu, lakini sasa hiyo wanafikiria mambo yao. Wacha kwanza nikaribishe wanaoendelea kuingia katika kikao. Ukiingia unapiga salamu hapo. Shoshurusi kama kawaida. Shimariam, karibu sana. Unasema mutani impeach. Leo sijachelewa sana, sio kama jana. Wacha niarifu watu, unajua saa zingine kuna wengine lazima uarifu hapa na simu uko on, so that they can understand, they can get what is happening. Yeah, so karibuni wote. Nashukuru. Thank you for your involvement here. Yes, Ann Karenzi. Wow. Guys, kama kawaida umeingia hapa. Leo tunaangalia the aftershocks ya Bwana Ruto na Bwana Raila kushikana. Wakenya wanasemaji hiyo kitu iko na effect gani? Na pia kesho maybe kuwapitishia kidogo Shoshuruse, pia kijana Musafi ameniambia atakuja kesho hapa katika kituo chetu also to continue with the same dialogue. So wale ambao mnajua kijana Musafi, he will grace our show tomorrow for 1 hour before the usual discussion goes. So muendelee kuarifu marafiki zenyu ya kwamba we are making the show very juicy so that you can be able to hear different opinion. Pia nikipata nafasi ya kuleta watu tajika Kenya, wale ambao wanafikiria vizuri tutawaleta hapa. Ni vile saa zingine we don't want to engage everybody because pia we have so many elected leaders who are not thinking right. So hatutaki tuwalete watu wa kuwachosha hapa. So once we get hao viongozi ambao wako tayari kuongea na Wakenya na wanafikiria vile Wanjiku wanafikiria, tutawaleta. Guys wananiambia kitu, Njiro Mwaura starts late and leaves early. Not today, Njiro. Leo niko hapa ndio unaona, leo nimeamua kuwapea ile inaitangwa early show kabisa. Ili msichoke. Nataka leo by saa 5 muende mulale. Saa 5 ya usiku time ya Kenya. So at least nikiwagonga masaa 3 hapa, I think hiyo nitakuwa nimefanya wajibu wangu kama Mkenya mzalendo. So akina Ann, wale mnakujaga mmechelewa, leo mtakuja kuona repeat show. I'm sorry. But ni sawa, lakini kama utaweza kupatana na kikao tukiwa hapa tutaongea. So nashukuru sana. Naona Bitirongo pia ameingia. Leo tumekuja hapa kutoa Raila nguo. Sio nguo ile yake ya kawaida, ni ile nguo. In fact, kuna kitu inatembea mtandaoni and I want to talk to you. Kuna mtu amesema, and I tend to agree with that person because history is an informer. Guys, you know that. History is an informer. Nataka kuwasomea hapa. This is what intellectual people are saying. Ama wale watu wakanganuzi wa maneno wanasema hivi. Raila akishikana na wewe umeisha. This is what happened. In fact, kuna mtu anasema Raila ni mtu ya kusindikiza. Ukisikia Raila amekuja pande yako, you are serving your final days anywhere. So Njiro umeamua kukua Maumau Field Marshal Njiro. No, not for bad, is because I'm an enthusiast of long hair, so don't worry about that. Mimi upenda nywele refu because I believe beauty and neatness comes in all forms. Haimaanishi sababu ati wewe uko na nywele kubwa uko neat. So I don't know who designed that kukua being neat is having short hair. You can be neat in whichever form. So we come in different shape. Wale wako na nywele ndogo kama akina Ngashu, their neatness iko hivyo. Wengine wetu ambao tuko na nywele mrefu, our neatness iko hivyo. So Bwana Ngashu, even long hair is neatness. So msiingilie watu kama sisi ambao tunapenda kulea ile nywele kubwa. We do it because we are following some sonic order. Ile ambaye alikuwa ameambiwa na Mungu, wewe hapana kata nywele yako. So hata sisi hatutakata. We want to experience what Samson experienced in the land of the living. Haya, wacha niwasomee story ya na Innocent, karibu. This one is courtesy of you and I agree with you as our professor. Mkanganuzi, I agree with you what you are saying here. Na nataka kuwasomea. Njiro, wewe kipu, acha mambo mingi. Nataka kuambia hapa, Raila ni mtu ya kusindikiza mtu. Ukisikia Raila amekuja pande yako, unawekwa kwa jeneza. So ile jeneza Ruto amekuwa akiwekwa na majenzi. Sasa Raila ndiye amekuja kumweka vizuri. Hebu msikilize hii. Moi handshake with Raila marked his last term in office. So Moi akasalimua na Raila akaenda. 202 si anaenda. I think alisalimua hapo 2000. Kibaki akasalimiwa 2007. 2012 ndio huyo ameenda. Uhuru alisalimiwa na Raila 2018. Ndio huyo ameenda. Ruto amesalimiwa na Raila first term, hata yeye anaenda. Inakuanga hivyo. So a handshake has always marked the last term of a president in Kenya. A handshake has marked the last term. That is an intellectual trying to tell us that we need to be very happy of what happened yesterday. Raila ameenda kusindikiza Ruto. So guys, pole, najua ulikuwa unaniambia hawa watu watashikana wakuwe viongozi. Kuna vile hii kitu yao haiweki steam, is not steaming up. Yeah. So Kiprira anasema Njiro Rastaman, Porthand, wetu endelea tu kunigonga tu, but you know the truth. Just take Ruto and Raila double. The way they are, everyone gets bought. No, I want to tell you, I think Kenyans will remember what they have gone through under Ruto. Kenya will eat money, yes, but I don't see how Kenyans will forget what Ruto has done to them. I know Kenyans will be responsible in the ballot paper. Guys, I know Kenyans will be responsible in the ballot paper. It is hard, saa zingine tunasemanga, saa zingine kuna wale tu wa Kenya kidogo watalizwa na hiyo pombe hiyo asubuhi, hiyo asubuhi ya kura. So wacha nione vile guys wananiambia. Njiro Mwaura does not qualify as a zombie. Anyway, asanteni. So karibuni. Karibuni katika kituo. Leo tunataka kuchangamua His Highness the Conman. Na mukitaka kujua huyu jamani kama ameisha steam. Can you imagine the days when even Kenyan news used to run Mr. Raila Odinga as the enigma na mtu ambaye amefanya? Siku hizi hata he has no news. Mumeona zile picha zimekuwa kwa mitandao, wacha keep niweke zako sababu wewe ndio umekuwa ukitusumbua. You have been sending us. Hii nimetumiwa na Innocent. Ndio hiyo. Ruto na Raila hapo. Na Raila anaonekana akiwa amebeba pesa mingi na ujumbe hapo ni harakisha, we have only 2 years to do this. Tuko na miaka 2 kufanya hii job bro. Sasa ni kutokeza, ni kama sasa mahindi mumeweka pale chini mnabeba mkipeleka sasa kwa granary. We have only 2 years to do this. Ndio huyo. So ukisikia Raila ameungana na wewe, you are serving your last term. So and we should be happy of that. Ruto is serving his last term. Mumeona zile memes zimekuwa, we have been having so many memes Ubuntu anataka kuingia. Ni kama Ubuntu hataki kunipea time na nitawapea link ili muingie kwa kituo, ni kama mko na mambo inawasumbua. Tunatakanga kwanza commentator. I want at least you ramble like for around 20 minutes alafu sasa mtu akuje, but ni sawa, ingia tu. I don't need to ramble, you can come and ramble on my behalf. Guys sana na usiniachirie sana, sio kwa vibaya. Good, karibuni sana, karibuni. Kituo ndicho hicho tumefungua leo ili mkuje muongee, mkuje mtuambie unasikilia vizuri ukiwa wapi. Unajua every time Raila does handshake, it's a good momentous occasion for Kenya. Bwana Kip, unafurahia ukiwa wapi? Mkereketo wako amesalamiana. Pia nataka kuwaundia pia kipindi ya kukuja kuongea story ya hiyo mrembo yenu mnafuatilia sana. Nimemuona hata akidance sana kwa mazishi ya Wafula Chebukati. And I don't know why she had to be seen that time. Huyo mrembo yenu mnaita sijui Wanja Nyarari. Because that one will be one of the confusion agent in Mount Kenya region. Huyo msichana mkimsikiliza mumeisha. That is what they do. Wanawatafutianga kare kanakaa kembamba, nyororo, yellow as a confusion agent. We call them confusion agent in politics. We have them everywhere in the world. Sasa kuna kitu nataka kuambia. Kenya kuna maprophets wa ukweli. Do you remember that guy? Do you remember hiyo picha ilitokezea lini? Hello? Mnakumbuka story ya huyo jamba? Mnakumbuka huyo? Somebody predicted this.
Hello?
Go ahead, Ubuntu.
Yeah, hello baba. Ujambo? Hello?
Yes, endelea. Nimekupea nafasi ongea. Can you react to the biggest handshake in eastern and the south of Limpopo River?
Pardon?
Nakwambia, can you react to the biggest handshake in the western hemisphere? Ama it is in the southern hemisphere. Can you react about the biggest handshake?
No, I'm against about the issue of this handshake, and I don't know about it, and I don't know. For example, this guy. I'm sorry. This grandfather Raila Odinga, and what is just happened, and for example, Sifuna. Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes, nakusikia. Go ahead. Ni vile nimemute so that I can give you an opportunity.
Sifuna, the guy is so down, and then there's an issue. I don't know because and you can I have people in on the ground. Sifuna, because the guy was given that speech to read about it, and to make it to us, this guy, this Masai, this guy, this shetani huyu alipigana huyu Masai huyo. So Sifuna, he had to read about this speech, but between leo na kesho, something like that. I'm sorry to tell you that in fact, I don't know how to explain about for YouTube, ABCD, something like that. So Sifuna yuko pale. So the guy was forced to read in fact, he was not forced. Yeah, even akasoma. But the truth about the story, Sifuna yuko pale. And if you can take my go back, Sifuna one day said the uncle from Sifuna alikuwa politician, and then the uncle from Sifuna said, I quote my words, and that's what Sifuna said. The uncle, he told him, if you want to succeed in your politics, you have to be this and this and this. You can go to YouTube or internet, doesn't lie. And then Sifuna one day, I think it was about 1.5 years ago, Sifuna said, my uncle told me this and this and this, A, B, C, that. And that's why Sifuna amebaki evil. And that, the uncle from Sifuna, walipigana vita na Moi. And then the uncle from Sifuna told Sifuna, if you want to succeed in your politics, you have to be A, B, C, D. Mujombaka Sifuna. And that's why I think this boy, or this young man Sifuna, akona hiyo kitu. Unaelewa? Hello?
Ubuntu, let me get in a
yes.
little bit.
And that's what Sifuna, jana alikuwa hivyo, but you could see his body language.
Okay, kidogo. Ubuntu, 1 minute.
Yes, uncle.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Uliona Sifuna akisema the other day, hata Raila asupport Ruto anaenda kuanguka. Na then Sifuna ako pale anakuwa yeye ndiye kama yeye ndiye mratibu mkuu katika hiyo mahusiano ama hiyo harusi ya jana. So does that mean that Sifuna is not a serious human being? Kwa nini anaongea na mdomo alafu anakuja kuongea na mdomo mwingine? Ama ni kusurutishwa?
No, let me tell you, uncle. Okay, I'm sorry, uncle. Okay, let me tell you. Anajua cha anafanya. Let me tell you, there's some things I cannot export about. So Sifuna anajua ni hivi. Let me tell you, and I can tell you for free, uncle. Let me tell you, just keep my words. Let us take about 6 months, 8 months, or 1 year to come before election inakuja. Utabaki umeshangaa. Sifuna huyo kijana na Sifuna huyo. Sitaki kusema zaidi hapo. Believe me. Mtabaki umeshangaa. Yesterday you just saw his body language. And this boy or this guy, for me I just said this boy because ni kama age I'm strong or underage. I can tell you the truth will come out. Sifuna said it last 6 months ago. Go to history of Sifuna's uncle who was a politician. Alifanya nini Moi? Moi alifanya namna gani? alishuka chini kwa miguu. And then Sifuna said, I quote it, the uncle told Sifuna, ukitaka mwanasiasa hivi na hivi na hivi, simamia watu hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, you can go in YouTube. YouTube doesn't lie. So me mambo mami sasa kuongea, it depends so much because I'm one of these people from I come from Sifuna side. So wacha tuone vitakuwa.
Okay, ni sawa.
Raila ashafuna but Sifuna, what happened yesterday? The guy, you could see the both language, but yeah, but the issue is what Sifuna said. Okay, he has to go down. Doesn't matter of the father. Amepata fash like Raila. Yeah, the guy has to be there. Akunya makucha yake. Yes, but the truth is, what Raila has done is not so. But Sifuna, I can tell you for free, my son. Let's
Yeah,
what
good,
I
good,
see.
good. Kidogo Buntu Sasa kwa kusema ukweli, Raila has participated in 5 serious handshakes.
Yes.
Let me say again. Raila has participated in 5 serious handshakes.
Yes.
Na kila mtu Raila amesalimia ni mtu ambaye alipinga.
Yes.
Does it mean that ya kwamba kazi ya Raila Odinga kazi yake ni kushtua aitwe? Is that how he has built his politics, that he doesn't want to be serious, he doesn't want responsibility, kazi yake tu ni let me mount an opposition, niitwe pale kwa meza? Is that what he is? Or nini kila saa Raila feels that he is the man who should go and handshake people? Ni vile nimpenda amani sana, ni vile anapenda Kenya sana, ama why does Raila like handshakes?
No, this man doesn't live. This man, okay. I'm sorry. Let me jump about. For example, you know what? Raila is a Sudanese. Sudan. Raila told us the grand they come from Sudan. Ruto, the parent grand from Sudan. So Kenya is being ruled with Sudan. And then, you know what? Yeah, these are survivors from Sudan. From Sudan. So right now, I'm talking to you, my brother. Kenya, we are under Sudan. Keep my words. No, okay, we've been here, Mutambei, blah 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 blah. So, about your channel. Right now, Kenya is under Sudan. Okay, let me know. Ruto, go background. Ruto is Sudanese. History from Ruto to Sudan. Raila, yeah, and then there is Sudanese. Raila himself confessed something. Okay, when he was being interviewed, something they say, okay, yeah, my grand they come from Sudan. Understand? And then what's happening right now? Who are these people in Kenya? This Sudan, they want to overtake South from Sudan. So Kenya is under Sudan. Hello?
Ubuntu kidogo, hebu nirainishe kitu hapa tafadhali. Nataka tu kuambia watu, so please friends, ladies and gentlemen, let's allow Ubuntu to air out her mind. I understand her.
Yes.
She stammers a little bit, so musifikirie ni kama ati anaongea akivutilia. She stammers a little bit. That is why I'm also patient to listen to her.
I'm stammering.
Yeah, explain your point. Go ahead. So please, wale wameandika hizo comment mbaya tafadhali, please remove them. It's not fair.
So the issue here is Raila. I think that's about 1-2 months ago, where Raila he declared that the grant they come from Sudan. Okay. On them, so the history from Raila the way Raila always tell campaigning this issue, blah blah, this and this is in Kenyan, and then Raila always tell he always tell Kenyans that the grant they come from the Luya from Wanga, Nadia. No. And then later Raila told the Kenyans that the grant that's from Sudan. He confessed that everything is in YouTube. That's one. Secondly, Raila told us, oh my God, it's so painful. Raila confessed that, oh my God, I can't say about it. So Raila told us, okay, is from the grant, they come from Sudan. So that the issue is here. Raila from Sudan, and then Raila also, okay, Ruto, the also from Sudan. Ruto, Raila from Sudan. So that's why they have to fight our back. And then the last issue is about these people, from Sudan. How, whatever they're right now in Kenya. This one they were in Kenya about 2-3 weeks ago.
Ubuntu
Yeah.
Let me help people to understand what you are saying. What yes. Ubuntu is saying that there is an association of people who have come from Sudan. So Ubuntu is trying to
exactly. Whatever this one.
Na ndio unaona hata Ruto anajaribu kusaidia wale watu ya Sudan, wale wa vita. So that is what Ubuntu is saying. Mimi namuelewa sana. So please allow Ubuntu to stammer for now. That's how she speaks. Please go ahead.
And that is what these people that Ruto they were in which part of if you can help me, please. They were there. This they want to overtake Sudanese. How do I'm sorry.
Let me explain what you are saying.
Yes.
What you are saying is people who have their originality from Sudan are coming together. Ni watu ya Sudan wanakuja pamoja. So pia Sudan inataka
so they were here. They want to overtake to fight against this Sudan ABCD, something like that.
I agree with you. So
yes.
Ubuntu, relax kidogo. Let me shape it up. Just tutulia tu kidogo around there for around 5-10 minutes. I will bring
thank you.
Yeah, let me shape it up. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Na nitakumute kidogo. I will bring you back. Na,
okay, thank you.
Na yule mtu anataka kukuja kwa kikao aingie. So let's be tolerant. Nimesikiliza Ubuntu. Ubuntu was speaking in terms of she is saying there is a coalition from Sudan which is now being formed. I don't know if everybody who claims he has his originality from Sudan is going to become part of it or preview of it, if we say that. So what Ubuntu is saying, Ubuntu anasema wale watu walitoka Sudan, maybe Ruto people, Raila people, the RSF, wale Sudan wanapigana huko, hiyo consortium wameshikana kama consortium. And they feel now they can take over governments in Kenya, governments in Sudan. So it's a coalition of people from Sudan and people from Kenya. Some, not everybody. So that is what Ubuntu was trying to explain, that this thing is being hatched from Sudan, and they are looking for their friends and their relatives who they think they also have their originality from Sudan. So that is the real. So I think, and maybe Ubuntu is trying to qualify the dialogue in Nigeria. Maybe Guys Corner, you can also correct us on that. You can also correct us that it looks now there could form an association of Nilots versus the others. So, like in Kenya, we say we have 3 groups. We have the Bantus, which mostly consists of the people migrated from Congo. That's what Ubuntu was trying to explain here. Kikuyus, Ruyas, all those people. There is the Nilots. Maybe that's how they wanted this coalition to form. I don't know. But I hope it doesn't form in that direction. I hope we can form a coalition of good versus bad. But now it looks now they want Bantus to stand against Nilots and the Kushites, because I can see even Somalis, though some of the Kushites are also not buying to that agenda, because nimesikia pahali kama Mandera ni kama wanakataa Mandera, and yeah, like part of Mandera people are not comfortable. So hata kama tunasema Kushites are being hoodwinked by people like huyu jamaa anaitwaje, Duare Kushite, even if Duare is pretending to be the spokesman of Kushite, ni kama tunasikia Mandera inaleta shinda. Mandera, I don't know, yeah, Mandera is bringing issue. Mandera inakaa ngumu. So I don't know Mandera in that form, how if they will still gravitate towards Ruto. Mandera is a bit liberal, hata kama ni Kushite. I always gauge Mandera as more resonating with reasoning more than Wajir or Garissa. So Mandera could be a region to watch, and we should not lose hope with Mandera. Actually, Mandera could come to our side. Yeah, Mandera could come to our side. So I don't think Ruto will manage. And then at the end of the day, even some of these people who we are saying that Ruto is trying to form an association with, including even the people from rural region, that association can only work if life in Kenya becomes good. If under both the association of Ruto and Raila Odinga, which I don't think it will happen, because Raila ni mtu ya kusindikiza, take that one as a key. Raila ni mtu ya kusindikiza. Ukiona Raila amekuja pande yako, you are collapsing. You are serving your last days. Hoping that, I think Raila is just there to Hamas as much as he can, maybe to try and force some projects in the Nyanza area. So I think he is just there for some benefits of his region and for some personal benefit. But I don't think Raila Odinga is there for Kenya. So those 10-point agendas, Ruto cannot observe them. So that one is the pretense of what, politicians present personal interest as national interest. Remember that. That is the principle of politics, especially mapuagu kama hawa wawili. So we have an easy road ahead because hawa watu wameanzia kushikana. Waovu. Karibu sana Eve Mwangi. You're one of the people we really wait for here. Karibu sana. So the truth of the matter here is that yes, Steve Mutumba anasema Mandela 2013 voted TNA 96%. Yeah, so that is one thing which we need to understand. Even as we are talking of Kushites, ama watu wanakuanga na nywele nyepesi, sio kama yangu, wale wako na nywele nyepesi. The truth of the matter is, not everybody will buy into this Nairot Kushite association. Not everybody will buy into that. Najua kama kuna mtu ako na nywele nyepesi anatufuata hapa, sijui kama hivi uko kwa hiyo mrengo. That is the issue. Guys corner, we need to interrogate that, because now kama leo, by the way, pia nimesikiliza mazishi ya Bwana Chebukati pale, where I was seeing huyo mrembo yenyu mnafuatilia sana, Nyarari alikuwa anapiga dance vibaya sana, alikuwa anapiga dance hapo na limousine, and I don't know the reason why people are now taking her as the most sensitive. Yeah, Yosef anakuja. That is the narrative which is being brewed, like it will be Bantus versus others. We have to be clear about that. And I don't want the Kenyan narrative to boil into that. I want the narrative to be good versus bad. Are you doing the right thing? Because once we allow this narrative to be Bantus versus Nairot Kushites, we are now validating Ruto. We are trying to say kuna watu bado wanataka Ruto. That is the problem of that narrative. Whereas we know that Ruto has massive rejection everywhere. Massive, not small. Ruto has massive rejection everywhere. Yes, I agree. by population, Bantus in Kenya are 60%. Maybe kuna mtu ajui hivyo. Wacha sasa ni watangazie hizo namba sasa, although nitawatengenezea presentation serious sana about demographic representation of Kenya, although I didn't want to go, but I want to make for you. But I don't want us to take the narrative that Bantus are the majority still. But the problem of Bantus is Bantus are a bit segregated. Bantus are not located in the same area in Kenya. And some of the Bantus have also been assimilated by depending with where they are. So some Bantus have been assimilated by either Nilotes or Kushites, depending with where they are. I think Wakamba ndio Wakamba wale wamepakana na Garissa pale ndio they have not been assimilated. Inakaa Kikamba ni Kong. But we have some Luyas who have been assimilated, especially near the borders. Places kama Emuhaya, you can meet some mix there. The Kurias, there is some assimilation. I even heard that the Abasubas used to be Bantus, but they are no longer. I don't know, maybe Bwana Belvas, you can confirm that to me, ili nisidanganye watu hapa. So 60% of Kenya is Bantus. But the question which we are asking is this: if the political pundits or the people who are trying to drive this narrative, can we say that if Bantus have to coalesce, Bantus have one unifying agenda to form a government of their own? But kuna kitu najiuliza, kweli mahitaji ya watu imeikuwa whether you are Bantu or a Nilote. Now that one would also be another question to ask. Does it mean that simply because you are Bantu, your issues are different with the issues of a Nilote or with the issues of a Kushite? That is why that narrative could be dangerous. Because it's like we are trying to say Bantus have their own problems, Nilotes have their own problems. Unless we say, if we want to funnel that narrative, unless we say this, guys, and you need to listen to this, unless we say this, we are claiming that we are now saying Bantus and Nilotes, they start crashing. We want them to crash now. We now want an enmity of Nilotes and Bantus. Unless we claim that. But it will not be an issue of ideology. Because ideologies are not regional. Ideologies are always national. So kama tunataka kucheza Bantus versus Nilotes stroke Kushites, we have just said that we have abandoned the war of ideology. Because I believe there is even a Nilote who believes that Ruto is not a good man. There is a Kushite who believes Ruto is not a good man. And we need those people into our side. So that narrative of Bantus versus the rest, and that is what Ruto is trying to paint. You will even see them trying to rebuild their famous Kamatusa. They will rebuild it for the purpose of galvanizing the Raja Rift Valley. You will see them rebuilding those associations. I hope that is not the script. I hope I am wrong. But so far, 60% of what is outside there, it looks like people want to connect. That's why unasikia watu wakisema hawa ni mandugu zetu, hawa ni nini. We have to upscale our game a little bit. Kisis are also Bantus. I don't know if Kisis will want to join their fellow Bantus. It's a question I want people to tell me. Will Kisis join their fellow Bantus? Nasikianga Penny Nyagaka akikuja hapa kwa show akituambia wao ni wale Bantus ambao walichokea kwa barabara, wao hawakufuata wengine. So is that association going to work? Hallelujah is going to work with Bantus because they also Bantus. Those are questions we need to ask ourselves if we want to associate according to how we speak. It's a wrong narrative. I wish we can build a narrative of Kenya versus Ruto. To me, that is the most probable and better narrative. That narrative, there is a guy who used to be called the president who was outwitted in Gambia, Yaya Jammeh. Yaya Jammeh. Yaya Jammeh. He tried to build that coalition of people who talk the same languages in Gambia. And because in Gambia, the dominating narrative was simple. It was Gambia versus Yaya Jammeh, I mean. Yule jamaa alitorokanga na pesa. That narrative always works. If in Kenya today, we want to exterminate Ruto from point of insemination, kama tunataka kumalizana na Ruto, let's turn the narrative to be Kenya versus Ruto. Hiyo tutashinda haraka sana, because now that one everybody will be in it. Let me the narrative be Kenya versus Ruto, or any person trying to enable Ruto. Kenya versus Ruto and Raila. That's a very good narrative. But in narrative ingine ya Bantus versus Nairots, we are trying to say Ruto has a constituency. Ruto has a starting point. We cannot use that narrative. Anyway, pia kuna mtu anasema Masai. Yeah, Masai are, I think they are Nairots, and Masais look divided. I think Masais cannot, I don't think over 50% of Masais can support Ruto. I believe most of Masais will still shift on Ruto's opposition. Wacha nione vile watu wanasema. Ruto is a warmonger. That is Joseph Beidas. Na Joseph Beidas as Belfast alikushuku the other day. Unajua natakanga kuleta hizi vitu as we talk here. Nani Belfast alisema the other day ati wewe ni NIS. Buto hiyo lugha tujue. Tafadhali, and if you feel you can subscribe our channel, do it. And like the video too, so that we can keep growing. We believe we leave you, we give you one of the best news you can hear in the Republic of Kenya. Let me hear what guys is saying. Jiro Mwaura, we have to move from that low, the belt tribalism. I agree. We should vote a fit person for the job. I agree. A metropolitan or cosmopolitan person. So you are talking of we get somebody from Nairobi or Nakuru. Those are the places where we can get cosmopolitan people. And I want you to explain to me, when you talk of cosmopolitan in Kenyan concept, what do you mean? Because everybody in Kenya belongs to a certain tribe. Wewe ni Mumijikenda, Mugiriama, Mudigo, Mukamba, Mukikuyu, Mujaluo, Mumasai, Muogiek. You come from somewhere. So, Guide Corner, I want you to guide me more on that. Na resilient tumenyamaza sana. Najua ushamaliza breakfast yako saa hii. Hakuna vile unaweza kula breakfast for 3 hours. The narrative should not be entertained. Joseph amekataa. Guys Corner. Esther Masha. Hiyo ni salamu. Steve Mutombo anasema kitu. Remember Masai can fight Kikuyu. Nyokafi show she was one. Okay. I think Masai is there. Okay. Naona Ayaga amekuja. You want to come and fight that narrative? Ayaga very good, because I know umekuja kutuambia stories za mkereketwa aliyeisha kisiasa. Mkereketwa, Your Highness Raila Odinga tunamuita as aliyeisha kisiasa. He no longer convinces the critical population of Kenya. And I didn't know that in this life somebody would design his own death. I always thought that kama ni kumalizwa, kama ni kuisha, unapangiangwa kumalizwa, ujipangiangi kujimaliza. I didn't know that Raila Odinga can plan his own decimation. But tutafanya nini? Na sasa mtu ameamua kujiweka kamba. Si mnaruhusu tu akuni. Na kupea nafasi sahihi bwana Ayaga, because I know you want to decode for us that Kenya we are too mixed. Tumechanganya sana, ni ukweli, na tumewana pia. That's why sometimes this narrative of tribalism do not hold water, because you actually end up humiliating your own people. As you think unaumiza Wakikuyu mumewana na wao, so unaumiza watu wenyu. So there's ideas of whereby we want to hurt each other because of small narratives in the name of tribalism or in the name of regroupings which do not make sense. I wish we could work on evil versus good. Is this man okay? Is this man good? Is this man thinking right? We would be better. Guys, kuna anasema kitu Njiro, what I mean by metropolitan or cosmopolitan, Cosmo, na isikue nile cosmos ya Urusi, Gashu, unajua kule wanaitanga cosmopolitan, from the planet. I mean someone who accommodates all Kenyans. I'm yet to see that Kenyan. Guys, I'm yet to see that Kenyan. I don't think that Kenyan is available in the corridors of power at the moment. Mutombo anasema kitu, tuko na shamba Rombo Roitoktok. Iko na alligators was bought before I was born. Masai hao ni good friends. Good. Anyway, we can associate. That is what you mean, Bwana Mutumbu. We can associate. Eric, don't smoothen us with Raila, the conman today. Na hope leo Ayaga ujakuja na ile tunaitanga AI mic. I hope today you will make people to understand you. I want you to help us understand. Why did your Mukereketwa choose a fifth handshake? Was it necessary? Is it helping Kenya? Did you like it? Karibu. Ayaga, you better speak. Ama ulikuwa umekuja kwa kituo tu kulala? Ayaga, you know, nimesema hivyo because that is what I always say what the comment section say.
Kiasi takuja.
Okay, ni sawa. I will be here, I will be waiting for you. Ukikuwa ready, just unmute and speak on. Yeah, good. Thank you. I really appreciate. Leo ni ile siku ya kuskin na watu, kutoa ngozi. Skinning means kutoa ngozi. We have Mr. Ruto. And I think that association of Ruto and Raila Odinga is validating the recent statement ya Gachagua. And I know Gachagua will still inject tomorrow. I will wait to see what he will speak about. When Gachagua said that today, kuna picha ingine nimetumiwa hapa. Sitaki kuoneshana picha kama hizo, lakini mtaniruhusu leo niwaoneshe. Nataka niwaoneshe nipi. So life support. Life support ya Bwana Ruto siku ya leo ni Bwana Raila Odinga. There is somebody who sent a photo. Wacha nione kama ni Kipurira ninitumia. Kipurira ndiye ana I think sio Kipurira. Stella, don't worry. We have millions of Kenyans who can do it. Don't worry, the opposition will form. Stella, I know it looks crazy, but we will do it. We will do it. There will be a consortium of basic reasoning people. Kuna kitu najaribu kuwatafutia hapa. Pia naona Mbea amenitumia hiyo MOU. Sitaki kusoma hiyo MOU ya Raila because that's a fake thing. I don't want to read. Kipril ndiye huyu. Kumbe mambo ndio hayo. Mambo ndio hayo. Mambo ndio hayo. Mambo. Keep your first lady ashabebwa bana. You Azimio first lady ndiye huyo.
Hapana wewe, huyo ni Mluya bana.
That is your Azimio first lady. Natafuta kuna picha mlikuwa mmetutumia ya Kasongo sio hiyo. Nikipata nitacheza. Okay, keep karibu kabla ya tulete Ayaga sababu Ayaga amesema apewe time. But what I was trying to explain here is that your association ya Bantu versus Nairot. Do you think that's a serious dialogue or is a dangerous dialogue? I see it as a dangerous dialogue because it is trying to validate who Ruto has a constituency. I disagree with that narrative. What about you, Kipril?
already saw this happening, and he mentioned that to Sankok. You know who Sankok is? This was before this thing of the public being aware of the cooperation between Ruto and Raila. This the public. Si tukuwa najua hii kitu inakuja as quickly as possible. So he went to Masai land. He went to a small church and met Masai leaders, and he was talking about uh, an elotic union. It's not accident that your people are saying that. It's actually a plan that Ruto wants to implement an elotic um, alliance, and you've got to understand Ruto thrives in what do you call it? He thrives in hate. If there's no hate, there's nothing he fights for, because he doesn't fight like your story about the border mama mboga na hustler, whatever it was. It wasn't down to perpetuate the assistance of these people. It was about the hate of the rich versus the poor. Do you know what I'm saying? The bottom-up economy was actually not from a genuine part. We're going to tax the rich, the salaried, to bring the money down to the ground. But it was not that. It was to bring the money down to his pockets. So now that he's got this alliance between Kalenjins and Luos, hate is going to, there's going to be, of course, he's going to wage hate. He still thinks that Mulima can be swayed. Nasikia our village fool went to Kiambu the other day to spew some nonsense. So
na
nafikiri
kutumia
ako na
watu
kahope
na kutumia watu kama Wanja Nyarari. Nitaonyesha picha huyo mama. Those are the people they are using, and some scandalous people in Mount Kenya. Go ahead.
So it is hate. There's nothing. Now it was class wars. Now it's tribal wars. And Ruto has been telling you guys for a long time he hates Kikuyus. He just loves the crowd. That's all. He just loves the kumera kumera. The fact that you people vote. I'm gonna use that you people because it's true. Your community does vote compared to Raila's community. Kalenjins, yeah, we do vote, but not. Tumekuwa kwa serikali all the time. The only time we missed being in government was Kibaki's regime, but even then there was still some hiccups from the Moi regime that did not go. Because any good leader knows, even if it was a bad regime, you don't kick everybody out. Trust me, Trump has not kicked out all Biden people. You know that. Biden definitely not kick out all.
Of course, you kick out the critical people, the people who determine the administration agenda.
Exactly.
Those are the people you kick out. Go ahead.
But you don't kick everybody out. And it's the same with Obama. But this guy came and alifagia kila mtu bana. Wow. There were some people from Moi regime that Uhuru, Kibaki, and all these people used that actually helped, even with corruption, helped run the country to know that no matter what, we cannot leave our people suffering. You know what I mean? The rigging machine, eti Raila community does not vote. Now that it's true, now if that is true, you've asked yourself why keep. Yeah, Ellie, it's because elections are not fair. Njero and I are not. Let me explain to you earlier. Right now, Raila should be my president. He still is. It's who I chose. I made a bad decision to even my party leader to support him but that was my choice. It's who I chose. And man, huyu mtu ataniharibia vibe bana. Let him go. Let him just
wacha
go.
aongee kidogo ili tusikie, we need to hear the reaction, sababu jana ilikuwa siku yao komezo. Unajua unakumbuka bwana Kipril, maybe I want to ili nilete Ayaga. We started with Tinga, Kamezo na Jogoo. Hiyo ikaisha. Hiyo ilikuwa msimu ikaisha. Kuna mkale ametokezea, nilichezea watu jana hapa. There is a mkale, wacha niwaekee yeye. Mkale alisema yeye ndiye alitumwa pesa ya Raila. Sijui kama mmesikia huyo mkale. Anasema yeye ndiye alitumwa pesa ya Raila. Mimi ndiye nilitumwa pesa ya Raila in the year 2000, the pesa na mangunia. Nitatafuta yeye na nitawaekea. It's a sad story. Ayaga, talk about the conman today. Ayaga, can you mute and speak? Unmute and speak, please. Ama leo unakuja kutuchezea. Ayaga, you said to be given a moment. Ayaga. Ubesha yuko serious leo. Go ahead. Are you there?
I don't know what's happening.
No, Ayaga is not serious. He was here, akaenda tena. So once he is ready ataongea. Maybe I hope
nasikizanga alafu atakuja na bombshells.
I hope he is trying to make the AI mic more AI. I hope that's what. Go ahead. So kuna kitu janijibu. So hii narrative ya Bantus versus Nilotes and Kushites, do you think it can be bought in Kenya? Do you think Kenyans can buy that narrative?
Yes.
Huh?
Ayaga's bought into it. Ayaga's definitely bought into it. He'll come and tell us this. Let me just quote exactly what he's going to tell us. We will make you love him. We will make you vote. You chose him, and we will make you love him. That's what he's going to say. So you can imagine an educated person like Ayaga speaking like that. Sembuse watu huko chini. People are buying this narrative.
Ayaga is one of buying.
If you see the people who are swimming in KICC fountains, the dancing, the joy, nobody's thinking for themselves. It's a sad day for Kenya. So like Ayaga is saying, they are going to make us love him. And there's going to be a unity between Kalenjins and Luos and Masais, and against the Bantus, the Luyas, the Kikuyus, Merus, Embus, Mbere, Thara, all of you. The forgotten people of the coast, we're going to ignore them. They already know that the Kushites always come after the elections. They will join after. So it's sad. It's sad. It's very sad that we will be made by Ayaga's community to love Ruto. Walituambia hivyo. They'll make us love him because we chose him. That is what he's going to tell the Kikuyus. You chose him, and you have to pay for it. You have to be taught a lesson to vote right. It's a revenge thing, and it's miserable. It's bad.
And can that narrative work while still things are not working? Kenyans can remember abductions. Kenyans can remember devastation of the economy. Kenyans can remember the pride of Ruto. Kenya can discover.
If the top man is shaking hands with the person that killed his people, what do you think?
Do you want to say that Raila Odinga is a representation of majority of Kenyans who will still shake the heads of their killer?
Yes. I'll give you a narrative, Jero. We were pretty upset that our election was stolen in 2017. Yet, me and you warmed up to the handshake, didn't we?
At that time, because our minds were not
There's no
open.
because.
Hmm?
It's not because
We
were
thought that the guy was working for us. The guy was trying to stabilize Kenya. Kumbe, we were just being fooled.
And that is what his people think.
No, but for now, I think majority of people have abandoned that ideology. I don't think the handshake is no longer should even have 20% support by population in Kenya. Do you want to tell me that there are people who are jubilating?
Not everybody thinks like you. Not everybody thinks like you. That is one thing you have to.
Okay, keep watching the police. Do you want to tell me that kuna mtu in his right mind and senses thinks that Raila venye wameshikana na Ruto mkombozi amefika? Do you want to tell me that they are Kenyans who think that?
Yes. Yes, there are. People don't think like you in general.
Ebu pause kidogo. Wacha tu ebu tusikie.
Ayaga will explain to you that he thinks like that too. Yeah.
I need to hear that dialogue. So Ayaga, can you tell us how happy you are of the handshake? Na usianzie kutumia hapa.
Unanipata ama unisikii?
No, leo mic yako inakaa sawa, uanzie kuweka AI.
Oh. But shida bado niko kwa makelele kidogo, ndio nilikuwa nataka nimalize.
No, makelele ina shida, you can still speak and you have been accused that unakujanga kama Francis. Pia your accusation you need to clear the air. Kuna watu wanasema Eric Ayaga ndiye Francis bado. Is it true?
Ati?
Eric Ayaga na Francis are one and the same person. Is it true?
Hapana. I will never use somebody else's name. My name remains Eric Ayaga. Don't use those two. Yeah. So about I came in because whatever you are discussing is very dangerous. I don't think that is politics. The politics you are discussing should be discussed in Kenya today. The Bantus against the Nylon. That's very dangerous. It is very bad. In fact, you should ban that thing. You should even not ask a question about it. Because the question will be, the Bantu Kenyatta who was in power for 15 years, what did he do to the other Bantus in Kisi, in Western Kenya? Nothing. And Kibaki came over. How did he allocate revenue for other Bantus? Zero. They have nothing to smile about, including the Merus and the Emu. Even if you say the Gema itself, the Gema that is part of Kenya, the part of Gema, it's the EM, that far the most. And that's why when the Kamba disappeared from Gema, I hope they're coming back with their mind open. But if they go back blindly, they will still suffer like the Merus and the Emu. So that policy we should not have at this time of age. And what we need to discuss is Kenya, the policies of an individual. That's when we can have even a Masai, or even an Ogiek, or even somebody from the coast. The Boni, the people who are staying in Boni become a president. The people from the communities that even are not known, even Muindi can be president. They were given citizenship of this country. They are now officially citizens. Yeah, and they become the people. They can run for president. So I think that is a very dangerous gimmick. Let us avoid it. Let us not go there, because in reality, the Bada Bantus, when they were enjoying power, they forgot that they may need to use their fellow Bantus before. Even the Nilo, Moi has been in power for 24 years. What has he done for the other Nylon that can make us smile about? We say, Moi was in power for 24 years. He was a Nylon, yes. So what was it? I think we need to debate that. We need to discuss Kenya and people of Kenya and the policies we need to take. Number two, I want to debunk this theory of people are saying Sudan story. When people are learning their history, it is not a bad thing. even the Central Kenya people, the Mount Kenya, they can trace their history back to Central Congo. That's where all Bantus came from. I think that is the dispersal point. The reason that you people are not looking back to your history doesn't make you the owners of this republic. We the bank, in fact, we are not tracing our back history back to Sudan. We are tracing our history back to Egypt. For your information, we were displaced by the Arabs when they came, the Mamluki. You remember the kingdom of Mamluki? That's where we discussed, and we moved southward. And that's the journey, that's the route of Nile. And that's why if you look at the mummies that are being removed from those pyramids, they look like us. They don't look like those Arabs. They are black people, tall and black people like us. Not like the Arabs who are now claiming to that their grandfathers or forefathers built those pyramids. No, those people came here the other day after the fall of, that place has been conquered since it was conquered first by the Babylonian Empire. You remember, it is in the Bible, the book of Daniel. For those who need to read from the Daniel chapter number 3, it was conquered by the Babylon, again conquered by the Greeks, and after Greek, there was a kingdom called the Roman kingdom. Roman is the fourth. There is the third one. No, it is the Babylon. Then the Cyrus, where the Cyrus the Great comes from. Then comes the Greek, and after Greek, the Roman. After Romans, the people who displaced us there are Arabs, because they were forcing us to be Muslims, and we don't follow other people's culture and beliefs. So we move southward. So that is our route. If we read into history, we don't offend anybody, and that is the truth. Same, you people, your forefathers should and need to educate you people where you came from. Doesn't mean we are forming alliance of Sudan people. That is very wrong, and we need to rest that. The topic today was, yeah.
No, kidogo, you utaingia kwa topic, but our big question today is what took Raila to Ruto? Like, what are the positive reasons, without talking about history ya kuunganisha Kenya, because that statement is very vague. Kuunganisha. Are Kenyans divided? Ili tunasema all the time kuunganisha. What does kuunganisha mean?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is where I was coming to. Thank you. I want to tell you this one. The politics have so little constant, and I want you people to get this and get it properly. Any other thing you discuss out of this is emotion, and emotion is not there in politics. Politics have two constant: betrayal and unity. If William Ruto's spirit and Raila Odinga's spirit actually meet somewhere along the road, so be it. Their interests have emerged. They are working together. What is wrong? You are asking me the reasons why Raila went to Ruto, or Ruto went to Raila. You want the reasons why they are working together, and you are not giving me the reasons why they should not work. If you have 4 or 6 reasons why you feel Raila Odinga should not join Ruto, give me those reasons. Yeah, just tell me. Table number 1, it is number 2, it is this. Number 3, it is this. Number 4, it is this. And number 3, it is that. Let us not just be the people who oppose to everything without giving a solution to that thing. Tell me the reason why, number 1, Raila ought not to join Ruto is 1, 2, 3. And also I will tell you that in politics, interest matters than any other thing. And betrayal. If Kenyan people betrayed Raila 3 times or 4 times or 5 times, it is time for Raila Odinga to betray them. And I don't think that is, if you join politics, one person will be betrayed. And if you look around and you don't see the person who will be betrayed, then it is you. That's how politics work. That's how politics work, and politics will not change. Uh, where are these people? Yes. Now, that's the fact. I think wako na shida ya mtandao kidogo. I think ako na shida ya net. Ako na shida ya net. And the guy who has just joined also have. So I think you need to tell me the reasons why you feel that I, as so and so, Raila needs not to join Ruto because of that and that and that. And I will tell you the reasons why Raila is working with Ruto. If Raila's interest was to go to AU, look around who supports it. William Ruto. Raila Odinga also went back, life down the history in 2007, and Ruto supported him. You see, Ruto as not an enemy. You know the problem in Kenya with politics as enemies. We want to have politics as enemies. They are not enemies. Those people work together. I think you people should read the book. Should read the book of Lindsay, the former pressman of Moi. He said these people are political cousins. If you go to work or to work with them, you are the odd one out. You are the one who will be betrayed. In fact, the cousin, Musalia Mudavadi, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Kalonzo Musyoka, even Rigathi, those are political cousins. You are like a who? You are like, he said, it's as if you are going with a dog to the forest to hunt wolves and wild dogs and hyenas and lions and cheetahs. Remember, a dog is a cat, and these things are cousins. So wewe ukienda kwa msituni ujue uko na umbwa atakugeuka anytime. They can change their mind and join their cousins, which is lion, which is leopard, which is push, which is cats, the cat family, yeah, and turn against you. That's where we are as Kenyans. Every time these politicians have problems, they will come together. Even Rigathi Gachagua will work with Ruto. If you think you will cry in the future, that you will be betrayed, better you cry now. So when we meet in the future, you'll be strong. You'll be strong. But the fact remains one thing. For now, the politicians and every election, I think, there is what we call the political realignment. And this realignment, and that's why ile siku nilikuwa nasema siasa ni kama football match. You can see a player playing in Manchester today. Tomorrow, the same player is playing for Man City. That player is playing for Arsenal. So let us not bring all these emotion things. You want me to be so emotional, yeah? To be emotional, to help you cry. My friend, learn to develop, be mature politically, and understand the politicians are not working in your interest as a citizen. They will never work for you. Even Makarua, Kalonzo, Musyoka, the refugees, they are not working for you. They are working for themselves and their family and the few people in their it's not you. If you think those people are working for you, I'm telling you, you will be here crying, kneeling down. That's why I always want people don't go to those man, because anytime you go there, it is you who will suffer and the rest will be enjoying their life. In fact, their kids are abroad and are here fighting for Kenya. And this kid will be here and be the director. and you tell me, okay, you know that, you know this, Raila has not betrayed you. Nobody Raila Odinga has betrayed. And anybody who Raila feels like Raila Odinga has betrayed you, give me the reason why you feel Raila Odinga has betrayed you. Raila Odinga was not made to work for you, to fight for you forever in his life. The answer is no. Even God doesn't do that. Hata Biblia inasema Mungu anasaidia yule mtu anajisaidia. Ukianza kukaa hapa, utaki kufanya kazi, utaki kutembea, utaki kufanya nini, utakufa in the same place. Na utaenda tu huko mbinguni na bado utakutana na the same one. So I'm telling you people, Baba haja betray anybody. Baba ako na supporters wake. If the supporters accept his decision, the always people who are supposed to Baba should not advise him. In politics, in my brother, Napoleon Bonaparte once said, never advise your enemy. If you feel Raila Odinga is your enemy, don't advise Raila Odinga on how to choose his political side. You can just join the best side you feel like you want to be part of, and then that will work in best interest of you.
Yeah, I'm back. Ni kama I'm back. Sijui kama mnanipata. Yeah, I'm back. Hata mimi nimejikuta nje, I don't know why. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry for that. Am I audible now? Yeah, can everyone get me? Please let me know. Oh, Stella, sorry. What happened? I just found myself out. Sikujua ni kwa nini. So it's something beyond me. Hata mimi yeah, I looked at my internet. My internet was okay. I just found myself outside. Sijui ni kwa nini, but I'm really sorry for that. Naona Stella. Stella is a little bit getting angry. So it's something beyond me. Please. No, nimekuta tu niko nje, so poleni for that. So wale ambao mlikuwa mnafanya presentation, you can return. I didn't want, in fact, today is on a weekend, so I don't have I don't think I came to start and then I do what has happened. So that is something beyond me. So poleni. Tafadhali. So we were still discussing about Raila Odinga and the aftermath of the shocks which have happened after he has joined Ruto. Nimesikiliza Ayaga from the periphery, and I have come to understand that Ayaga is still not convinced, and Ayaga is not convinced in terms of. I think he still follows his maniac. I don't know why. He has said that the narrative about Nilots and Bantus is dangerous, but the same narrative is being funneled by the government. That is what they are telling people. So it's like speaking on one mouth. Actually, that narrative is not from Mulima or from our people. That narrative is from the president. So, yeah. Okay, Ayaga, go ahead. I need to change the location. Okay, Ayaga, go ahead. I just want to change the location. Is okay.
Okay, kwani shida iko wapi? Tunajipata tu tumetupwa kwa tuko nje wote.
No, nilijikuta nimeenda nje. I'm changing location. You can speak in like 2 minutes. I will be in my right location. No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, wacha mimi pia nimalize kitu 1 minute.
Okay, Nisa, no problem. So you can finish. I can wait. So that's why I was trying to say we need to decode that handshake, and we we ask ourselves, is it beneficial? And I wanted to hear that from Ayaga. Nakipu litoroka. So wacha nikutumia link kuingia. So wacha nione vile comment section inasema, kwani Njiro ulikuwa umebebwa? No, saa zingine hizi vitu zinakataa kufanya. Zinakataa kufanya. Okay, ni sawa, is okay. Yeah, I wanted us to decode like hii kitu, where is it going? So let's ask ourselves, where is it going? So mimi kulingana vile naona it is the old tale. I don't think you can survive 5 times. So wacha niingize public participation. Okay, public participation, karibu. What do you think? Hebu ongea story hii handshake kidogo.
Asante Njiro, habari ya masiku mingi. Nimekuwa na hii mwaka kweli. Happy New Year.
Wewe umenitoroka kabisa na kuonanga kona zingine hadi nikashindwa. Kwani utaki kukuja ku grace the occasion katika issue yetu?
Unajua mimi hata sikujua ati mmekuja huku. It's just one time nilikuja, sijui hata nilipata aje.
Tunakuanga hapa mbaya sana. We are here. Tunaenda kwa Stone PK. We have our friendly channels where we keep on going. But karibu.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'm very disappointed. There's nothing more I can say. I'm extremely disappointed na nasikia nikiwa shocked nikisikia ati kuna watu wenye wanafikiria ati this is something which is for which can, first of all, which can even work. Manze, hata kama ni kukua delusional, there is no way it can work. And Baba has not gone there. Nowadays hata nasikia vibaya kumuita Baba, lakini wacha tu nimuite juu because of the past sentimental value, but sahi pali ametufikisha. So baba tu ako hapo looking for marupurupu ya retirement yenye anaenda kuachia wajukuu na watoto yake. That's all, because ukisikia hizo vitu zilisomwa hapo as the main pointers or the main issues, there is nothing there which can be implemented by this guy. Nothing. Not even one thing there which can be implemented by this guy. Na sasa unajua, as Kenyans we are tired of being gaslit. No, this is gaslighting. Mtu anakuja, ukienda maandamano anakuua, then the same person is coming to talk about it like they are not the ones who are involved. We are going to compensate you. We are going to compensate you. We are going to allow you to be going on the road to picket, enda maandamano without being harmed. And those of you who died, sijui nini na nini. Who? Are we talking about Kasongo ama we are talking about somebody else? Unajua hii kubeba ufala ndio watu walibeba ufala wakapigia huyu jamaa kura akaingia kwa kiti. And now, as if you have not understood his modus operandi to corrupt everybody na kuingiza kila mtu kwa box, ndio sasa mwache kukua a deterrent, or mwache kukua a barrier. So akiona wewe umekuwa barrier between him and his looting spree, anakununua. So alianza kununua parliament. No, alianza kununua watu Azimio. Azimio as members of parliament and senators and whatever. Akaanza na kununua hao, akakuja kwa Senate, akanunua, akatoka hapo, sasa akafika venye aliona Gen Z sasa wameenda overboard, akanunua ODM. Sasa ndo huyo amejaribu kupeleka baba AUC, imeshindikana. Sasa ni amuingize kwa box so that anyamaze, asiaiongea tena. And you are actually thinking that this can work? You're actually thinking this is something which can work? The guy has no intention of making any of these things work, because if any of these things which they're talking about work, that will stand between him and the money that he wants to get. So there's no way. If at all he wanted to work on those things, he didn't need to sign an MOU with ODM about NADCO. He could have implemented even by himself. He had the capacity to implement. He didn't need an MOU. So kujaribu kunyamazisha baba is not now what you should be looking at as now we will get what we want as citizens. We can't. Even the way he was just addressing, since when Raila amekuwa prime minister, sasa siku hizi anaitwa prime minister. Hata sio former prime minister, anaitwa prime minister sasa.
Public participation, hebu nikuulize swali hapo. Hiyo story ya hata rais mwenyewe wa nchi kukiuka itifadhi, you are trying to sweet talk somebody in the name ya kumuita prime minister, and then like, are Kenyans not shocked or worried about that? Every time when you want somebody ama they want to convince Raila Odinga, wanampea hiyo majina matamu, wanampea podium close to your president. The only difference ni bendera ya UDA inatolewa, wanaweka bendera yake. Is that something which which is not supposed to worry Kenya? Mbona kwa nini mtu wakati anaongeleshwa ndio anapewa hiyo majina kubwa, the prime minister, hiyo wakati mwingine anaitwa tapeli?
Mimi hata ninashindwa. When si prime minister stories zilishanga na huko 2008 huko ndio alikuanga prime minister. That's the last time he was a prime minister. Venye hiyo ilifika 2013, he was no longer a prime minister since 2013. That is over 10 years ago. So hii story sasa ya kwanza kumuita prime minister, in any case they can still decide if they want to give him a seat, but I believe if there's going to be a prime minister post, lazima iende kwa referendum. Wezi mpea tu kiti, and that's what he was fighting for in BBI. But my whole point is not even ati venye wanashinda wakimuita. My whole point is this, that Ruto has no, ukiangalia hizo vitu zenye wamesaini MOU, there's no way Ruto can be having any kind of intentions of fulfilling any of those any of those mentioned agreements, because there's a reason why I'm saying that. The reason is because if he implements those things, that's taking money out of his pocket. By him not implementing those things, he's making sure that he can be able to access them. He can be able to access the loot, you know, he can be able to access the public funds. And that's what he wants. Because once he starts, let's just use this issue of picketing. So once he starts now allowing people to go on the street, so if he does anything, wasikia pesa imeibwa, waende kwa street, ama kama venye wamesema kesho they are going to occupy hiyo church
Aki,
ya
I hope people occupy. Hiyo nini Jesus winner. I hope people occupy. Naomba tu hiyo kitu ikuwe successful. I hope.
so hiyo kanisa ya huyo jamaa you see now, like when he went to give the money there na akawa promise atawapea 5 acres of KDF land which is near there, and then akawa promise atawapea. You see now, under democratic kind of an environment is whereby you can be able, utaona hata tear gas itakuwa huko kesho if watatuma askari mapema. So the thing is, it's not in his best interest for people to picket, because he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows what he's doing is not something which is even moral, you know, it's wrong on all, because how can you just give out public land? Kwani tumerudi ile siku ya Moi yenye Moi alikuwa anapeanga watu ma title deed ya public toilet, unaenda unabomoa public toilet ndio sasa uchukue hiyo nini, ama unaenda Uhuru Park unachukua. There is rules and laws. It doesn't mean because you're the president now you can just give out KDF land. Kwani ni KDF land ni shamba yako personal ama? So shamba yote yenye iko Kenya sahi ni yake personal. Ama it belongs to the office of the president, so he can dish out the, you know, this kind of behaviors which we are seeing now is just a replica of what Moi used to do, whereby kama wewe ni rafiki yake na unamsaidia kupata votes, unamsaidia in one way or the other one, ama kama anataka kukunyamazisha anakupea shamba so of which sio shamba yake, anakupea public land so nani anataka kuturudisha huko? Whereas according to the constitution you cannot just wake up in the morning and decide that unapeana shamba. The land is not belonging to office of the president, neither is it belonging to you as an individual. So there is no way you are supposed to give out. In fact, I'm going to consult further on this issue because I need to understand on what grounds is he giving out that shamba. Unawezaje peana shamba ya army aje sasa 5 acres atujue ni president na huyu ni rafiki yako, so chukua enda ujenge kanisa yako huko. I mean, the things which are going on here, they're just trying to retrogress us back to enzi za Moi. And because of that, that is why I'm telling you, whatever they signed in that MOU is not in the best interest of Ruto, and it is not implementable. If at all he's to follow his agenda the way he wants.
Yes, public participation. Kuna kitu najaribu kujiuliza. You saw how people died during the maandamano ya Raila Odinga and even the attack of Raila Odinga. So, was that the best thing which Raila Odinga could do for those people who died in his political agenda? Did he include them? Like, did the people deserve to die? Because watu wamekufa sana courtesy of Raila Odinga political episodes.
Yeah, Njiro, let me tell you, all of us were deceived by this guy, because at the beginning, when he was you know, trying to get Moi out of the seat, tulimwona as a hero and as a selfless person who is a patriot and who wants Kenya to have the best. But the reality is that this guy, he's always, even those things that he was doing back then, he was doing it for his own benefit. Ndio Moi atoke na yeye ingie. Nona, he was always doing everything he did. But now, because we saw him, we came from that era where we saw him doing all these things, and he became our hero, and we are thinking that he's doing this because, yeah. But you see now, after if you just look at him, by the way, progressively he has always been fighting for himself. That's what it is. But then he makes you feel like, I'm fighting for you. When I get in the office, I'm going to sort out all your issues. So come and die for me on the street, Ama. Come and do whatever it is that I want you to do and risk your life so that I can get the seat. But me, I always ask this: when Raila had an office of prime minister, what did he really achieve for the people? Because his performance would have been very good, if at all. That's the kind of a person he is. Raila was an MP for Kibra or Kibera for a good 20 plus years. What did he do for them? Nothing. Okay. So that's where we are. Now we know the truth, that all of us, we were duped. We thought that this guy has our best interest at heart, while the whole time alikuwa anafikiria tu yeye tumbo yake, ama his own, how he can benefit himself. So it's unfortunate that a lot of people had to die because of that, and he has been riding on those deaths. Like, for example, I remember the time for BBI, when they had the handshake with Uhuru, and there was a conference they had in, I think it was Bomas, about BBI. And there was a gentleman who his baby died during one of the post-election. And the guy was told to stand up and, and talk. And I was like, isn't this really a mockery that now you have had a handshake with the person who you are saying stole the elections? Then the people who suffered because of that, Baby Pendo, the father for Baby Pendo, to come there and say that, it's okay and everything is fine now. How is everything fine now that you have gone to shake hands? It's just like the irony of, like, today they were together in the funeral of Chebukati, Raila and Ruto. Now you can imagine if at all Chebukati could wake up from his casket to come and see the two people who are making his life hell. Now they have joined hands. So that's the same way you would expect the father for Baby Pendo to feel akiona hao watu wameshake hands, na mimi mtoto wangu alipigwa na she was clobbered, a 6 months baby was clobbered because of you two. Now here you are, you have forgotten about me, forgotten about all the people who were victimized because of this battle between you two. Now you have come together. So that's what has been happening. And the same thing, although he's not the one who instigated Gen Z, but he rode on it to be able to benefit. And this was now the final coffin, the final nail on the coffin, to show us that what kind of a person Raila really is. He's a kind of a person who he's always, forget about when he looks like an agitator. It is really just a way of him getting what he wants. That's what it has been. But for us, we've been blinded, we've been blinded. We've been seeing this guy like he's our savior, he will do it. But thank God, in this period between 2022 up to 2027, we have now seen the true colors of who this man is. He has come out clearly to show us that he doesn't give a damn about us. All what he cares about is his own well-being, his own stomach, and the country can as well go to hell. And let me tell you, the way we are going in this country, we are going to hell in a basket. Today, when the funeral for Chebukati was going on, after that, the governor at Mbeya, while he was leaving, he was attacked by goons in his own constituency, in his own county. He was attacked by goons, which were hired, I don't know who hired them, but it's being said it's the area MP. Hapo ndio tumefika sasa, whereby even a
I
governor.
think public participation. I think they needed to do that because they want to show him that he has no support and a way of humiliation. I think that thing was done purposefully.
What I'm asking is this, Njiro, is it like because you are a governor, okay, whether you are a governor or whatever else, can't you have a divergent view? You are supposed to just think what Ruto thinks, because that's where the problem started from Atembea. Natembeya is a very good governor. He performs well.
No,
In the ranking, was among
in Kenya,
the top.
in Kenya, you cannot have
Among
your
the
own.
top.
I'm sorry.
So the issue is this. So I cannot be able. So we want to go back to an era of like Moi, whereby if you talk anything that is divergent from what Moi wants, so you are going to have it rough. That's where we are going. We are going back to, isn't it? You can't speak your mind. You cannot oppose. Like now, he was opposing this issue of not vetting people getting ID. In fact, he was very cool. I listened to his speech. He only talked about your issue na issue ya farmers, mbolea iende chini na pricing ya sugar cane, if they can get more than what they are getting. Hizo vitu sasa, hizo ni vitu sasa za kupigwa mawe
na public participation. The same time Natembeya alisema tani moja ya miwa, sijui alisema ni tani moja ama I think kuna kitu alisema, sijui ama ni tani moja ni ngiri moja ya miwa.
Alisema tani moja ya sugar cane is going for 1,000.
Yeah, alafu na akasema the same person I think anaenda kwa duka kununua sukari 400. So there is something he said which was you cannot relate the two, and actually that is a big
issue. Out of that packet of sugar, the maize farmer is getting only 10 bob. That's what he said. He's getting only 10 shillings out of that packet yenye natoka hiyo 400, anapata 10 bob peke yake. So you were saying, what can the president do about that so that the farmer also gets something substantial?
So now you understand the reason why the man had to be booed. That is why he was booed, because that reasoning cannot be allowed to be with a man who is under Ruto cycles. They cannot allow it. So that's why they had to boo him, because alikuwa anajaribu kuelevusha watu. It's like this person is the government is trying to eat and corrupt, and then kuna mtu anakuja hapa kuambia watu hakuna kitu mnatengeneza, because unajua hiyo rhetoric ya ukisikiliza Natembeya hata unaweza enda kungoa miwa. Do you know that?
But why shouldn't you? If at all it's not profitable. Na unaona, by the way, let me tell you, Trans Nzoia watu walikuwa na farm, majority almost everybody ilikuwa mahindi. Saizi they are moving away from mahindi because mahindi imefika 3,000 a bag. Na ukiangalia bei ya fertilizer yenye unatumia to get that, it's totally, I mean, farming now has become unsustainable.
Nakwambia sasa, Natembeya, history will treat him right. Anyway, public participation, hold kidogo. Unajua saa zingine tukiona watu wapi wakikuja, we also want them to inject, because maybe sijui Father Dario, do you want to inject ama unataka kwanza ufike? Sababu nakuona ni kama uko kwa barabara. Unataka kuongea ama tunyamaze?
Wacha nifike kwanza alafu nitaongea.
Okay, ni sawa. Wewe endelea, wewe kaa hapo. Unajua saa zingine we need to hear that. So public participation, let me ask you a question and then maybe nilete Ayaga. Ayaga, are you still in the studio? Ayaga, are you still there? Ama ulilala? Anyway, public participation hii ni yako. So can you try now to tell me now Ruto and Raila, they are in the same basket. Now define for me their electoral cycle up to 2027. Do you think now they have because Ruto wished so much to have Raila Odinga, do you think now Ruto is now complete and now he can now go to 2027 na ile msukumo alikuwa anafikiria ako nayo? Do you think now he is up to task now kumenyana na sisi?
You see, the other people who are on the opposite side, they are disorganized. They are not united. We don't even know who is who here and what is happening, because we just see, like when Martha Karua was launching her party there, we saw Akina Morara, but Akina Omtata, for example, was not there. The other person is who, Matiang'i. Up to now, and we are in 2025. There is no real formation which we can say now this is a formidable formation. No. But these people, all what they'll be doing is just, maybe there'll be a little bit of development in Nyanza and these other areas where like kina Marsabit, hizo areas zenye maybe they are quite underdeveloped. You might see a little bit of, but the more, you know, what will be happening more is looting. Looting is what will be happening now at a very grand scale, because now, before it used to be that if that looting starts happening, Raila anatoka, anaanza kusema pesa inaibwa. Now he's also the part of that wizi. So hiyo atanyamaza tu na anyamazishe watu yake, because watu yake, no matter what, they always listen to him and they always take the same position that he usually takes. So they'll just follow him. You know, it's like the Pied Piper. Whichever direction he take, they'll just follow him blindly. After all, walikuwa anamfuata kama hapa Kibra, what was he doing for them? Totally nothing. Hakuna development hata moja alikuwa anawafanyia, and they were following him with a cult kind of, you know, cult kind of following. So how wataingizwa tu box? That's an issue. Wataingizwa tu kwa box wenye wako the whole of the, you know, Nyanza. But now, unfortunately for us, the things which will be going on, like borrowing, like looting, we don't now have a very strong voice which could speak against those things. And I know that is one of the reasons why this has happened, because sasa ni ile tukubali tu tukule pamoja. Unaona? Let's just agree that all of us were politicians, all of us, we wanted to have an opportunity to eat. So now we don't be disturbed when we are eating. So let's incorporate our other politicians wakuje tukule pamoja. That's all. It's just that simple. Mukuje tukule pamoja na mnyamaze, mwache kusumbua. And the same issue is what nani alikuwa anasema, Natembea alikuwa anasema that, you know, us guys, we are being taken for granted. We need to unite so that we can be able to come to the table, to the bargaining table as well. So that's where we are as a country. Very unfortunate, but hapo ndio tumefika. So I to be very honest, 2027, me, I don't know, because by the way, it's not far, because unajua Kenya
Okay, public participation kidogo so you think the opposition to Ruto will not form, because that's even ndio nimekuelewa ni kama unasema our people are disorganized. Don't you think they can organize and connect as a need of necessity after seeing the problems which Kenyans have, even if they don't have people to assemble them? You don't see that?
Okay, you see, the problem is this, unajua 2026 ikishaanza, that's actually, we've already started now. Serious campaigns will start in 2026. So the people who we are thinking now will be the other group. Even the people who are there, who has that clout out of those people, who really has that clout?
But public participation, clout is artificial. You can clout usually come. Wakenya wakielewa ya kwamba you are for them, even if you don't have that clout, it can come. So you don't need to have it now, but Wakenya wakiona, yes, this guy seems as if he is looking into the right direction. He has those principles of leadership. Kenyans can gravitate towards that direction. Why do you still feel that the opposition to Ruto cannot form and attract people? Why do you think so?
You know, the thing is, all these people who you are seeing in Jiro, all these people you are seeing on the forefront, wako na watu yao. Naona. So, like now when we are talking about Waluya, kuna Weta kuna watu yake, Madividia kuna. So it's not like they don't already, they have quite a chunk of people, a good chunk of people. So sisi on this other end, we might be maybe more than them, more than what they have, but they have their people. So the problem is, sisi on this other hand, we need a very strong uniting factor. We need a very strong, you know, uniting factor mwenye ata to like now, if it's not somebody from Mount Kenya, maybe it's somebody who is not from Mount Kenya, how will we then convince the people from Mount Kenya to vote for that person who is not from Mount Kenya? It will be a bit tricky. So it may end up being that
I think public participation, hata watu wa Mlima, you can convince them, because I think the rallying call is Ruto is destructive and Ruto is destroying the economy. There is an opinion poll, sijui kama umeiona, whereby even a mosquito is performing better than Ruto. So do you want to tell me that watu wa Mlima, I think the rallying call for Mlima is not to produce a leader, is to get Ruto out of power. Don't you think that narrative can sell there? Because Ruto is equals to problem. And to me, I think that one would be a better rallying call instead of watu wa Mlima kujaribu kutafuta mtu wa kusimama na wao. Anyway, public participation, you can make your 2 minutes conclusion kidogo, ili tulete Julia on board, alafu tulete Ayaga, so that we can keep the dialogue in a cycle. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Njira, and welcome to Julia. Yeah, so unajua hizo divisions za tribe Njiro zinakuanga, and they are significant. In Kenya, they are significant. And then also the thing is, sijaona huyo uniting factor. Sijaona that uniting factor who will be able to transcend our tribal inclinations so far, unless kama tatokelezea hapo mbele. But so far, nikiangalia the people who are there, Kalonzo sioni, hata huyo Mtata sioni, Karua sioni. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not seeing any formidable opponent there who will come up and everyone to support them. Kama ni Karua sasa kila mtu amsupport, Mtata amsupport, all these other people, Kalonzo and Azimio people, I don't see that person among them. So there's a good chance that your opposition inaweza end up divide kura, and once they have divided the kura, that's the guy will be home and dry by 7 a.m. in the morning. Thank you.
Julia, can you react to that?
Yes. Yesterday I was talking to somebody. Siku hizi nimekuwa nikiongea na watu wenye, unajua kuna watu tu hawapendi siasa. From here, there's a general feeling that is somebody from the mountain. There's a general feeling that the mountain can support somebody from outside the mountain size. And the general feeling is that this is another general feeling that Gachagua, though we have a lot of bad things to say about Gachagua, there's a general feeling that Gachagua is uniting the mountain. So wherever Gachagua you take the mountain, hapo ndio wataenda. If Gachagua, it will be the kingmaker this time. Whether we like him or we don't like him, he'll be the kingmaker. Mimi kama ni mtu, I never thought I would be talking about Gachagua like this at this time. And I never thought kuna siku itafika nianze kusema ati kwamba Gachagua kuna kitu mzuri anaweza fanya.
Julia, hata nashangaa venye unaongea story ya Gachagua na ulimi katiki na venye umempiga hapa.
I never thought, Njiru, that itakufika siku I will be saying Gachagua can do this for us, or can do that. But can you believe, I just want to admit, unajua kuna vitu yenye sasa lazima ukubali hata kama utaki kusema. Gachagua will be the kingmaker this time. Now, why am I saying this? Did anybody ever think you'd see Gachagua and Mother Karua in the same table? Njiru, wewe niambie tu kweli.
Mimi sijaifikiria. Julia, let me tell you, you see, and that's why I want public participation to have some hope. All these political formations which is trying to form, hata kama watu wanaona wanasema ni nani start, hakuna pali wanaenda. The truth of the matter is it is something which you could not predict. Even in the worst of the worst situation, hakuna vile ningesema Gachagua na Martha Karua wataketi pamoja.
Ati wanapanga kitu, ati they are discussing.
And they seem so amiable on that situation. Yes, it can happen. So na sasa kuna kitu kingine, maybe vile public participation anasema, do we need people with big names so that our formation looks good?
Already we have people with big names. Why? Let me ask you. You people, not even the mountain. Have you seen the reaction of Kenyans towards Gachagua? Yani people wanasema wanagojea, even the Gen Z. You people make sure you are in TikTok, muone Gen Z. Wanasemaka tunagojea speech ya Munyoro Leo lazima Wamunyoro aseme atuambie kitu. Atuambie, do you know the Gen Z is cheering Wamunyoro? Gen Z yenye hata wao walikuwa wanachoka nao, watu wamechoka with all these politicians wa kitambo. Why? Juu kuna kitu huwezi tukataa, you just have to call a spade whether you like it or not. So Gachagua will be the kingmaker. And I was so surprised to hear that people are coalescing around Fred Matiang'i mwenye hata just nataka kuwa president. So one thing is clear, there's one candidate who has come out mwenye is being coalesced around Fred Matiang'i. That is one. Another group that is coming up is group ya Gachagua na Martha Karua. So we only need these people to unite behind one candidate outside the mountain. In fact, public participation, let me assure you, the next president will not be from the mountain. And the mountain will vote overwhelmingly to punish Ruto. Will vote overwhelmingly for that candidate to punish. Nia ya mountain saa hii ya watu wa mlima ni kuadhibu Ruto. Sasa hata kama mosquito itasimama ishinde, wataipigia kura. That is hiyo ndio ni ya mlima saa hii. So if Gachagua is talking like, and nimesikiza Gachagua mara mingi. Gachagua amesema agenda number 1 ni kutoa Ruto. Hiyo ndio agenda. Anything that will be workable kutoa Ruto, that is the agenda. So Gachagua is not, I think he's not very dumb to start saying pieni kura. I don't think so. Anajua tu what will happen. Gachagua is, we used to underrate him. Let me tell you, I think we were too naive to be calling Gachagua mjinga.
Julia Bukidogo. I can't imagine that you're almost becoming a disciple of Gachagua.
Why not? Me, I'm even seeing that we were too naive to say Gachagua ni mjinga. You know, that was a very naive statement.
Ni kama yani umeanzia kugravitate kama soil erosion pande yake. Kweli.
We were too naive to say that Gachagua, tulikuwa tunasema hapa, huyu mjinga Gachagua kila saa akifungua mdomo shareholder. That used to annoy me so much. You said me a shareholder. And nilikuwa nashangaa, this man he can't change, he can't learn. That shareholder word is nasty and annoying.
Julia, can you imagine ungefikiria kuna siku itafika unaanzia kusema Gachagua you are the savior. Raila kwenda huko.
I'm saying that because he's the only one right now who is daring Ruto. Who is daring to tell Ruto anything. Na ni kama kuna siku anaweza fanyia Gachagua right now. Now, so let me say this, and I hope Gachagua you know, Gachagua is also the kind that you cannot trust. Let me say, unfortunately, I also want to agree that he's the kind that you that anaweza pigwa simu usiku. But before apigwe simu usiku, let us applaud his efforts. Before the, you know, the other day Father Danderas aliyosema kitu, and I want to agree with Father Danderas. Let us stop jumping kama Wakorino before the drum beats. You know, Wakorino wanarukanga before the drum beats. Like now analyzing, akinunuliwa, akirudi kwa government, akifanya nini, bado hajanunuliwa. So because hajanunuliwa, wacha mimi hata mimi nikwame hapo niseme hajanunuliwa. So and because hajanunuliwa, then I continue waiting to see what he'll do now. Okay, so Gachagua will be the kingmaker. I want to tell public politicians, Gachagua will be the kingmaker right now, and the president will not come from Mount Kenya region unless it is Martha Karua. The only person right now mwenye Mount Kenya region inaweza toa kabisa ni Martha Karua, but Martha Karua will be in that government. I can promise you, in a very senior position, because right now Martha Karua is one of the people that is emerging that Kenyans trust most. Anyone anaweza muamini. Chenye alisema 5 years ago, what does that mean? Martha Karua will say the same thing 10 years from now.
Julia, even in Nyanza, can they trust Martha Karua? Is that you mean? She is universally reliable to everybody? Is that what you mean?
Okay, Nyanza people, it's not they can trust her, but they hate her for one reason, that she's going to be the person who will deny them power. She'll be one of the people. So it is not trust. They will dislike her because she'll be one of the people that will deny them power and will mess what they are thinking, that power inakuja kwao. Lakini kwa roho yao, if they search, they know they can trust her. So for the kingmaker, Gachagua atakuwa kingmaker. Now, what I don't know is what Gachagua and Akina Kalonzo and team will do, and Mother Karua and team are planning. But I know there is a general feeling of people gravitating around friend Matiang'i. And na umesikia Gachagua akisema mara mingi, sisi tunaongea mpaka na kina Matiang'i, because you've seen Senator Onyonka was in a meeting with Gachagua, Mother Karua and Kalonzo. You see, and even I was surprised to see Jimmy Wanjege. That one has surprised me too. But you see, you think those people, unajua, we talk like these people are also idiots, like they live somewhere in the sky and they don't know what's happening in the ground. They are not idiots. They know what's happening in the ground. Yeah, si wajinga vile, wanajua vile kunaenda. Na once bitten, twice shy, they know what divide and rule can do. That one they learned in 1997 when, not like 1992, when Kibaki and Matiba shared votes. So they know what divide and rule can do. And they know that divide and rule itarudisha tu Kasongo. So hiyo watazuia sana. Sahi watu wamechukishwa na Kasongo na watafanya liwalo liwe kumtoa. And that includes uniting to back someone away from the mountain. That's what I want to tell public participation. That one I have confidence in. The only thing I don't have confidence in is whether uchaguzi utaibiwa. That is one now. My questions are, how will they deal with that? Because of course, Ruto right now is planning to steal the election. So that is my take. Do you allow me to say one more thing? Yesterday I saw some celebrations when Raila Odinga was talking about all that stuff, and that the feeling from maybe Nyanza, not Nyanza, I don't want to say Nyanza, the feeling from Raila supporters is like tumekuwa nje ya serikali kwa muda mrefu, ni wakati wetu sasa, na they are also feeling ati kwamba bado mnataka Raila amewapigania na hamkumpigia kura, sasa ni wakati wenyu wa kuumia. So this is my conclusion about that now ninagojea sikuongea naongea vibaya, that this Raila fanatics, I hope they will start enjoying what the Kikus have been enjoying when they had 3 presidents, and I hope they will start enjoying. I hope they will not go through what Kenyans are going through. I hope they won't have to pay school fee for their children. I hope they won't have to go through the hard economic times. I hope that SHA will work for Raila fanatics.
Julia, stop that, please.
No, I'm just trying to say the reality. No, I'm just saying, sometimes watu waambie ukweli. I hope that SHA will work for them.
No, watakuwa na kasha yao kama ujui. They will not be having the main SHA. Ruto will go out to their kasha kao kale katakuwa kanafanya kazi. So kasha yao watu wengine katakuwa kanafanya, kasha ya watu ya Raila katakuwa kanafanya.
And I hope kama school fee itapunguzwa, ikiseme kama wewe ni mfuasi wa Raila Odinga, unapeleka mtoto shule bure, watoto kama waka university wanapelekwa bure. I hope that. Kwa sababu unajua people, this thing of ati mtu yetu, hata this thing of shareholder ni Gachagua, it doesn't make sense. Because whether we have 10 cabinet secretaries or we don't have, mimi bado nangana kulipia watoto wangu fee. Bado nangana kutafuta pesa. You don't know how much we have to pay a lot of fee in Kenya. So me having 3 presidents never helped me as a person, and I didn't feel it. I didn't feel the impact. So hata saa hizi ukiniambia ati wakikuwa atasema tunataka mtu yetu, for what? We have learned from experience. It has not helped us. We have learned from experience, haijatusaidia. Sasa tunataka sasa we support somebody not because ni mtu wetu, but we support them because we feel they qualify to lead Kenya, and they are revolutionary. They will transform Kenya. That is what we have learned. So mimi it's okay watu wa celebrate Njiru, because maybe unajua saa zingine ukiexperience kitu ndio una learn. It is an opportunity for them to learn that things don't change. Now finally I saw some Karim man saying ati sijui 1990 what, sijui 1997 ama ni 19 what, ati alipewa pesa na akapewa escort, alipewa pesa na bags of money na Moi, na akapewa escort ya police akapekea Raila Odinga kwake Bondo na watu wake. Njiro, did you watch that clip? Ama ni wewe ulituchezea?
Ni mimi niliwachezea, nitaitafuta
Yes.
tena. Alikuwa alipeleka pesa na mangonia Bondo, alisema, na alisema yeye anajua Raila zaidi.
Haya, mimi nikajiuliza, is it possible even 207 Kibaki alipeleka bags of money to Bondo? Because for them to form what? Ilikuwa inaitwa hiyo serikali, ilikuwa inaitwa serikali ya nini? Ya nusu mkate. So from Moi tunaenda nusu mkate. Hey, and first sijui maneno ya Kibaki kupeana pesa, but one thing I'm sure, Uhuru is the type ya kupeana pesa. Hiyo Uhuru siwezi mtetea. Uhuru is the type angeweka bags of money apeleke Bondo pia. So question is, Uhuru naye aliweka bags of money akapeleka Bondo? Na sisi hapa how naive we have been, and you people, you are all guilty here, including Kip amekuwa huu mrengo wa watu wa Raila Odinga.
No, I do not believe in Raila, pana. No, I've never believed in Raila. Acha kuniekelea.
Sikia wanaruka. Sasa wanaruka. Sasa hawa
Julia, all the time Kip amekuwa wa Munyoro. From 2010, Kip amekuwa wa Munyoro all the time.
Kip amekuwa trains the other day ya Munyoro. Wacha nikwambie, hapa watu wametukana watu jia Raila Odinga. Wacha kuongea maneno ya Raila Odinga hivyo. Wewe nyamaza. Raila Odinga is a revolutionist. Raila Odinga fights for us. Raila Odinga, hey, kumbe all this time kuna watu wanapelekanga bags of money Bondo. I'm telling you, I feel so cheated. I feel so cheated. And now, 2022, we were so mad. Some of us almost, let me tell you, guys, that day that the elections, that Mother Kome insulted us and called us hot air, I almost went into a depression. Na nilikuwa niende job. Unajua nilikuwa nimelala 6.
Kwani Julia ulikuwa unafikiria wewe ndio ulikuwa unaambiliwa, wewe ndio ulifikiria wewe ndio unaitwa hot air?
Lakini nilifikiria ati ni mimi ameita. Unaona, I was going to work and I was preparing to go to work. Alafu nasikia Mother Kome reading saying hot air. Hey, that was very depressing. Kumbe, I was getting depressed for nothing. Huyu Mr. Bag wa pesa alikuwa anataka pesa kwa Kasongo. Bado saa hiyo mimi napata depression, yeye anapanga kuendea pesa ya Kasongo. I'm telling you, it is high time Kenyans, whoever politician you are following, kuanga na plan B. Na kama sijui ni Oscar Sudi alisema, usiweke hii vitu kwa roho. Hata saa hizi tunachezea Matiang'i, tunachezea game ya tuko kwa train ya Munyoro. Unajua tuko Jiru, you are asking me a question. Me and Kip tuko kwa train wa Munyoro Express. Na hiyo train, destination Kasongo must go. Destination Kasongo anaenda Sugoi ama anaenda Jera. In fact, anaenda Jera. Hiyo ndio destination na hiyo train. Okay? After that, if you ask me who will become this, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Okay? So that is my take. So those who have been Raila fanatics, Raila followers, oleni wenyu, msiweke siasa kwa roho. Sasa mmejua kwamba Raila anataka pesa, anatetea watu wake watapata viti. Yes, that is how life around supporting Raila has been. Unfortunately for Raila's followers and fanatics. I'm not a fanatic. School nimetoka. Asante Njiru.
Wow. Julia, I cannot imagine gari yako sasa iko wa Munyoro after attacking wa Munyoro for the better part of the decade. Unajua? Kumbe mambo inabadilikanga. So kumbe things change, eh? Anyway, wacha
Change bwana wako akikuacha unaoga. Unarudi kwa soko. Period.
Oh God. If nasikia Kipa anakuja anatuambia hapa at things are bad in Kenya, at if Wamunyoro is now making sense. So Julia, is Wamunyoro making sense, or Wamunyoro is that jitted rubber who is trying and ameamua kumwaga boga sababu mwingine alimwaga ugali?
Yes, ni jilted rubber. You know, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Ni hiyo tu. Si ati yako na qualities zenye tunafikiria anaweza tuongoza. Hapana. Mimi personally, I don't think so. Okay? As long as he continues to think in terms of shareholding, I don't think he's my right candidate. But for now, he's fighting the war I need fought. Hata kama anaweza fanya ile kitu, he's fighting. That is what we are looking for. Na mwenye anaingia kwa hiyo train hiyo kupigania Kenya is for us. Those who are with Ruto are our enemies. So you are either for us or against us. Hakuna kuwa in between.
Wow, ni sawa. So wacha tusikie mkereketo wa His Highness Bwana Neutral. Naona Neutral
hapa ndio Eli akija.
aya
Acha
huko.
Eli atakuja.
Okay, ni sawa basi comment.
Okay, I will be very short. Dunia amenifurahisha leo. Nimemsikiza kwa makini sana. Hata ameambia ufuasi wa Raila, I think will be good for them. Those are the same songs. The people who are saying ni maombi, si uchawi. Aliambiwa huko mbele. So ni Kenya, watu wapigane, watu wapangane, realignment ikuwe ikienda. Kenya itabaki the same. Kila kitu itabaki the same for everybody. You remember when we were told it is God, not witchcraft. Ni sawa, hiyo ndio siasa hivyo. Na kwanza hivyo. So you wanted the supporters of Raila Odinga to cry, then they have to celebrate when their time for celebration comes. You know, in the book of Matthew, chapter number 25, it is time for everything. Yeah? You can cry when you are called the hot air, na huko mbele mkijipanga mtumie akili vizuri. Mnasherekea na maisha inaendelea sasa, kusherekea ina cancel, kusherekea mnapangana hapo kufikia next time ukienda kupiga kura. Number 2, Wamunyoro is like, I can compare Wamunyoro with this guy, Khomeini Hayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, who is building a country called Iran with the sole purpose of destroying Israel. Israel is a very small, tiny, in fact, Central Kenya is big. Central Kenya combined is like twice bigger than Israel. Na imeshinda Khomeini Hayatollah since 1979, since he becomes the leader of that country. If the sole purpose of Wamunyoro, without zero agenda, is to destroy one William Samuel Ruto, we must go back to political drawing board. We will be disappointed. Still have a case in his neck. Don't know what is coming. If the guy is so obsessed with even changing the decision, I tell you, it will be a disaster for him. He needs to give us agenda that he can lure some of us who, like me, I am in ODM, but I may not agree with that handshake between Ruto and Raila. So I need persuasion. But if somebody talks like I saw Rigathi Gachagua talking in Kambani, that kama huyo msee ataki anaweza wacha tumepiga hesabu. My friend, politics is persuasion. You persuade people to be on your side. It is not you call people names before you care people. Even very few, even in a matter of time, you will see people like Kalonzo are getting out of that cocoon, because we need somebody who, if he talks, there are some undecided Kenyans that may join our side. We don't want somebody that if he speaks, we may get that 20-40% of undecided Kenyans
So Raila
going
is
away. Or
a child.
abstaining.
His feelings are hurt.
Relax, boss. I have not even spoken about Raila. Relax. Relax. So, you will tell Wamunyoro when your time comes. It is my time is to extract it, to deconstruct everything, and make him as worse as is possible. I'm not buying into his political beliefs or interest, and I don't have a reason or time to press it, by the way. So what I'm saying is very simple, and I'm not here to advise. In fact, I want him to go that way. I'm consistent. You can ask him to I always support Gachagua to go in that direction. The way he talks to Kenya, the way he talks to other politicians, we need just to maintain that direction. I think akienda hivyo, because Napoleon Bonaparte said, if you see a political enemy is making a mistake, you should not advise them. So I'm not here, right? He's doing it well. Wamujoro is well, and people about it. It's okay. I also want to deconstruct this notion of Julian saying they can even vote a mosquito and not Ruto. You know, those are things you people have been saying. You said it in 2013, I think. You said it in 2017, you can vote Uhuru Kenyatta, but not Raila Odinga. When they work together, you came and vote a stupid person called Ruto in the name of punishing Raila. My friend, you will not punish a politician. If the main intention of Mount Kenya is to go to vote to punish Ruto, the same way they punished Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga in 2013, it will only take a year after election, and you will be here crying like a toddler, and crying and crying and crying. And I want to tell you for the fact, if you vote for Matiang'i, and if Matiang'i wins, he will look for Raila and his ODM brigade before even they went to Kasarani to take office. If you vote for Kalonzo, and Kalonzo wins the election, take it to the bank, Kalonzo will go for Raila even before he was confirmed officially by
So
the IEBC.
Ayaga, are you saying that Raila Odinga is an octogenarian? Goja kidogo, Ayaga.
No,
Is Raila an octogenarian? He will always be there. Lazima
I'm
atafute.
saying ODM. I'm not
You
here
are not
to.
sure even ODM will survive.
I am not a giver.
survive this.
I am not a giver of life, so I cannot say when people will die. So if you know when people will die, you can go ahead. For me, I don't know. That is
No,
life
but
is a bottom.
you are trying to create Raila as omnipresent. If
I'm saying
you
the
will be
ODM will be there
because of Kenya.
in 20
No,
in
ODM is dead.
2027.
ODM will be
ODM
part
will
of
be there.
government again.
Yes, because number one, ODM has mastered the knowledge and the idea of using their brain to get into government. It is either how you call it a bribe or whatever, they use their brain to join the government. They have did it before, since the formation of ODM. They did it in 2018. They are doing it now. They are entering, edging you out, you make noise there, they enter government.
It's not their
You
brains.
form,
They are cheap. They are cheap. That is why they easily join the government. They are cheap. ODM is just cheap. Wacha kuwalimbikiza so much praise. They are just cheap. It's just a cheap party which hata kuna mtu amesema hapa unataka nikusomee hiyo quote hapa. He has equated ODM and Raila Odinga to a harlot. Ama unataka nikusomee hiyo statement hapa. Keep umeiona hiyo message ya harlot.
Yeah, they are like prostitutes. So Ayaga belongs to the school of thought of prostituting around politically, and that is what he's cheering. That is heroism. That is hiyo ni kutumia akili. Hiyo ni ujinga Ayaga. Usitulete. I won't allow you to get away with it. No, and you're here cheering. And you're here cheering. No. Ayaga, you are here cheering working with Ruto. I hope your children are being paid for school fees for free. Na sha inawako kwa kwenda huko.
Unajua mimi huwa mimi sikasirikani na mimi pia sikishangu. Mimi ni yule mtu niko emotional, niko politically, niko emotionally strong. Yeah, so I think I will not be intimidated. I will say what I need to say. If you people still go into the election to punish somebody else, you will be here to ask if the fee is being paid and the SHA is working for the rest of the world. My friend Raila Odinga have fanatic supporters. Sometimes I truly describe them as suicidal supporters. Those people will follow Raila where they are. William Ruto has built his support since 1990. I think, 7 or something. He has been in politics as long as I can't remember. So if you think William Ruto is so that easy and so that minute, William Ruto will win 2027 election with this disorganization and this mentality of we are going to punish Ruto and our agenda is Ruto will be defeated. You will see the real Pentagon, and the Pentagon is back. And sooner or later, the fact will the kitchen will come to roast at it. I don't think we need any political power to advise Raila and his ODM people of what to do. They can choose what to do. If you can't work with them, we will grow like Kip was not for Raila. We don't know why Kip always, Kipril always built people was for Raila Odinga. He joined Raila Odinga because he was supporting Martha Karua and left
Una
with
convince
Martha
nani?
Karua.
Sijakuelewa bana. Una convince nani?
I'm not convincing you. I'm saying the fact.
Ama you like to hear your
Yeah.
voice speaking.
No. I'm saying you have never been Raila Odinga supporter. So you can't tell me that today you have left Raila Odinga side. You are in Martha Karua and you are not.
Okay,
Yeah,
tosha.
that is the fact.
Tosha. Yeah,
So
tosha.
let us not view people by saying if we made a coalition. There were people who were supporting Raila because they were wiper. There were people who were supporting Raila because they were back in doubt. There were people who were supporting Raila because there are so many parties that actually made a coalition with the ODM. And ODM has their own supporter. I am yet to say here somebody
convinced.
who is saying I was in the ODM.
Yeah,
and
we are
I
convinced.
ODM
Yeah.
because Ruto, ODM is working with Ruto. Those are nonsense, my brother. Let us just
Okay.
That
Nonsense.
ODM is not working with Ruto. Wow. ODM is working
Yeah,
with
they are working.
Where Kai in that
Yes.
issue? I think Ayaga malizia tu hapo for the sake of others although.
Yeah, because he's hurting my ears. Wacha nyamaze.
Yes, I better hurt your ears and I tell you the truth. Rather than I'm here
No,
and
you're
please you
hurting
with
my ears
nonsense.
with foolishness.
That
Stop
Ruto
it.
please you. But that
Ujiru,
Ruto
can you stop
pleases
this
the
man
Mount
from hurting
Kenya.
our ears with
Anabo bana. Unajua
talking
nitaenda
foolishness
alafu
here.
nirudi akishamalizana na hii.
Enda ukakunywa chai ya Yaga.
Anyamaze, nataka kumsomea. Ngojeni, relax. Ni mzuri sababu umeleta. Kweli mzee Raila Odinga ni kama malaya wa kikweli kamwe. Malaya ni mtu ambaye ushiriki ngono na watu ama wapenzi kadhaa wa kadha kwa minajili ya kufaidika kifedha. Malaya hapaswi kuwa na hisia za kimapenzi ili kushiriki tendo la kujamiana. Hachagui acha niseme hachagui mbora swala la faida lake ni hela. Tumwangalie Raila na siasa zake kwa mlinganisho na malaya. I'm done. So we are talking of somebody who has perfected political harlotry, just as Joy Bedas amesema hapa. Hiyo.
Okay. Huyo nimezoea ni power. And I'm saying
Now,
for Raila Odinga he has been
you still
even
talking?
witchcraft. So this political prostitution is even a little bit better. Now we are moving
Bo bana.
Kidogo.
Tunatoka hapo bana, umbi sana ni bo bana.
Eli, speak.
Eli aongee sasa. Eli speak.
Habari zenu? Hello?
Yes, go ahead Eli.
Mnanisikia?
Vizuri kabisa.
Sasa mbona mnamsumbua Yaga?
He is validating political harlotry. That is our problem.
Eli, you are next kusumbuliwa. Ongea.
Hey, by the way, nimekupenda vile umejitetea Julia. Julia is one person who, fought for the philosophies of Raila Odinga. She was very exceptional in work for Raila and Karua to take charge of the country. So I often find that after 2022 and 2017, even 2013, the people of Mount Kenya who voted for Mr. Odinga, people found it so easy to attack them and to say, well, ulipigia nani kura? Ulimpigia baba kweli? Unaona? So I actually feel what Julia is saying. I feel the rottenness of the Kenyan politics, especially when you hear what Mr. Natembeya said today. If you watch the clip, Natembeya, who was a government official in administration, and he said, what is this thing that people go to vote and just simply they can't get a straight result? What is this thing? Can we sort this thing out? Okay, so my point number 2 is that we're here looking at just one person, an 80-year-old man, and we're attacking him. When he's out of the country, we attack him. When he gets involved, we attack him. When now he's with his fellow Nilot, now people are starting to say that he kitu ni Nilot against the rest. Imagine, when did we even get there? Until now we're talking about Nilot against the Bantus, I suppose. This is so ridiculous. I can't even imagine it. This is the worst thing that people can think of. This man is on an expedition
It is
himself.
it is what Ruto told the Sankok when he met with in Narok. He said
Well,
that.
if Ruto told his Nilotic caucus and all that, but Kenyans as a whole, this doesn't matter to us as Kenyans.
Ellie,
Go ahead.
Ellie,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
no, it's just to you. You associate yourself with the principles of the person you're following. If you're building an alliance with somebody that says that he's building an nilotic alliance, aren't you following the same principle as him? You cannot tell me that you're going to need to pick policies of Ruto. He's 100% with him, and they're the same bad. So usitete mtu anafanya makosa.
I think, okay, I think it's politically, because even Mr. Ruto himself said that this is my
There's
former
nothing
boss
politics.
in
Okay,
ODM.
I'll explain to you
Yeah,
about politics. Hiki kitu ya
yeah.
kusema sijui politics is
Oh,
life.
yeah.
Politics is
So
life.
he
You
said,
cannot make it trivial. I'm sorry. That's
if
the
you give
worst thing a
if you
person
give me
can
the
ever say.
chance, if you give me the chance, he said that this is my former boss when I was in ODM. That's what he said. Obviously, that's a script, okay? But the idea that Mr. Ruto and Raila Odinga are doing a Nilotic expedition to take over the country in a Nilotic way, I don't really understand it. That's the same thing when people say that the Tutsis are taking over East and Central Africa. I don't understand that kind of politics. Maybe because I have a Pan-Africanist thing about my thinking. But I think this is the worst thing we can think of. Because when Ruto rigged the elections, we were not thinking about Nilot and all this. So why are we thinking about it now? Is it because people now, they're angry about what happened to Rigathi Gachagua? And now Rigathi and the rest have made it to look as if it is all communities against the people of Central Province. This is bad. What I'm saying is, we know that Mr. Odinga and Ruto have done something very, very difficult for Kenyans. It's not the thing that Kenyans want. Okay, we know this, but now they are fighting their corner because they have realized that the young people and the revolution is now stagnant. They've realized that. So they're fighting their corner. We're not doing anything to make them not do this. And that's the way they're going to go ahead ruling the country. These people who are the political elite. So if we sit here talking every day at Raila this, Raila that, Raila this, Raila that, man, we're wasting time. We're wasting time. I'm not even trying to convert anyone. I'm just saying we're wasting time. Because these people are a political club. They are a political club. They are together. You know? Now, the sooner we understand this, then is when Kenyans will realize what is the problem here. Because we're not even trying to think what is the problem at the moment. What we are saying is Raila na Ruto wamegang up kuwa ati nilotic. Ati nilotic. When did kwanza Luos and Kalenjins clash all the time? My mother is up there from Kina Miwani up near Nandi Hills. And the Luos have been doing a long struggle. The Kalenjins have been doing a long struggle with the Luos for the longest time. They're good neighbors, but they fight. But when we hear even those sides of Sondu, you know, so what are we saying? Are we saying that just because two people who live in Nairobi have decided to sign a pact and that is going to represent people tribally in Kenya, that's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. I think we're really, really failing the struggle here because if that's the way we're concentrating this argument because of what has happened to Gachagua, it does not help the country. And me, I believe that Gachagua is so important to any change that comes to Kenya because he has a lot of information about what Ruto has done. I would like to know who killed General Ogola. I would like to know this. People have forgotten. You know, we forget so quick. I want Gachagua to, you know, to put things on the table and give us in context what is it that is happening in this regime. But then what we're doing is we're trying to localize this thing as if it's a tribal thing. You know, it's not going to help us. I really don't like what happened yesterday when these people decided that they are going to form a so-called broad-based, you know, a broader-based government based on Raila and Ruto. In fact, it stinks because all I want is a better judiciary. That's all I want. I want a parliament that is not captured. I want this. And me living in diaspora, I believe that we are being conned, sometimes even worse than people living in Kenya. We're being conned vibaya. Saizi pesa ambayo inaingia huko Kenya ni pesa ya diaspora. Mnaijua, sisi tunajua, kila mtu anajua. Alafu sisi tunaongea hapa maneno ya sijui Raila na Ruto. How come the media is not giving them a blackout? How come? It's because the media have also been captured. Let's be realistic. Me, I don't have time for this debate about Nilotic versus the rest or Nilotic versus Bantu. It's nonsense. It's nonsense because then you can even test that argument and ask, then why is it that Ruto has been part of this significant rigging program that's been happening in the country? You know, we might as well not have elections because why is it that people are saying that every 5 years or every 4 years, Mr. Odinga will decide to do a handshake with the so-called leading person, you know, person who has won the elections, that he does a handshake with. So why are we having elections in the first place? It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense that we're having elections. We shouldn't have elections. We should either have someone like Ibrahim Traore or something else that can fashion Kenya in a better way. That's the way I'm coming with this sort of argument because I've had enough of this attitude. Everything we're doing is to blame one old man who really is not interested in whether you fail or succeed in the country. He knows right now that he has nothing else to offer, but people who are around him are the ones who are using him to perform whatever is going on at the moment. If you don't know this, you ask me. It is not Raila who is doing this thing. Ni watu ambao wako na yeye, wako karibu na yeye. I can't give you the names here. Ukiniuliza, asante.
Yenyewe Njiro, I agree with Ellie. We should shun that Bantu Nilot war. It doesn't exist. It's a creation of politicians. So we should shun it. I agree with I totally agree with Ellie. That Nilot Bantu war doesn't exist. That's what I wanted to say, Njiro. Endelea. Kwani Njiro umeenda kulala? Keep.
Yes. That thing exists. Hata vikishan, we have
Akuna. Keep. You mna create your creed. It is not true. It is not a
no,
Bantu
it's
Nilot
true.
war.
No, I'm just saying. No. I'm just saying as per Ruto. I'm just trying to warn you about this guy. I'm warning you. Raila might not believe in it, but that is Ruto's plan. It's what he told Sankok, and it's what he's been spreading around. Mtu kabila sana ni Ruto. That's the worst person ever. Epic tribalist kabisa. Anyway, let's move to what we'll be expecting from the MOU for UDA ODM. Kulikuwa ya kwanza, Julia, we used to celebrate this with Njeru and everybody. We had 10 points. Job creation, kazi kwa wote. Eradicate hunger, fukuza njaa. One county, one product. Social protection fund. I'm waiting for my elderly uncles and aunties wapate hiyo 6,000 every month. To wapatie hiyo pesa. We'll wait for that, Mr. Raila. Women empowerment. Sasa ilikuwa inaitwanga azimio la kina mama. Sasa itaitwa nini? Kenya kwanza la kila yeah. Youth agenda inawezekana. Homa Bay is, I mean, not Homa Bay. Nyanza is struck by really poor water facilities. So akasema water for all, maji kwa kila boma. We want to see that. Education for all. For the last 3 years, we have lacked in education. Universal healthcare, tulikuwa tunaitanga baba care. Tutoe SHA, tuweke baba care. And then economical revival and governance, continual administration. Hii mambo ya county. So we want to reform the taxation, budget reviews, and effective government. So if this MOE is going to bring that, nitafurahia sana. Hata kwanza nitasema Raila, Ruto, you've done a very good job. By the
This MOU,
wakifanya hiyo, I'll vote for them. If just those 10 things, I'll eat my socks and vote for them. Waeke tu 6,000 kwa account ya vulnerable people in Kenya, ingia kwa account, acha hustler fund. 6,000 every month inaingia kwa account ya vulnerable people, I'll be happy. If they can eradicate hunger in Kenya, I'm happy. Job creation, nikiona vijana wamepata kazi hivi hivi, nafurahia. Akina mama wanatunzwa, wasaidiwe. Unajua kuna kungana makesi mingi za women not being allowed to own land through to inheritance, wapewe mashamba huko, mimi nafurahia sana. If I see the people are not drinking muddy water in Baringo, in Turkana, semi-arid areas, I'll vote for Ruto. I'll vote for Raila. I'll swallow my words and say that MOE imetuunga sisi wote wa Kenya. Because that is the flag we're running when we used to be in Azimio, Julie. That is the flag I was running, the 10 points for Azimio. I was looking forward to that. Raga ametoka na kutupatia Ruto will win early in the morning, just to be truthful for those non-believers. This is the kind of message of doom that makes Kenyans give up and not want to fight. Ayaga. Yeah, I saw the list of Pentagon. Nasikia kuna Njoho, Raila, Ruto, Wetangula. I don't know which other fool is there. That is the Pentagon that is coming in. That is all I wanted to say, lakini nimekuwa deflated kabisa na hiyo messages. Sending to Ayaga is very deflating.
Umedefletiwa na nani? Kwani unasikilizanga Ayaga? You see, it's so lame that Ayaga could come here and celebrate Mr. Raila Odinga conmanship in the name of trying to advertise his harlothood ati na kusema it is a political strategy and even trying to tell us that ati hata zile serikali zitakuja atakuweko. Kwani Raila Odinga amekuwa Mungu ama omnipresent? Ati hata zile serikali ati zitakuja ati Raila Odinga will be there. Hapo ndio alinizamisha ko. So can you comment about that? Someone try to tell us that ati hata serikali zinakuja Raila Odinga will always be there.
You know, that is not far from the truth. Look at what happened to there's a president who died a very horrible, a miserable life. Alikuwa anaitwangwa Mugabe. We have another idiot here anaitwa Museveni who lies about his age. These are people who are going to stay in our lives until they're in their deathbeds wakitusumbua. I'm very sure those Raila fanatics wanaweza kuja kwa room yake na kubeba kitanda yake akisema mzee ongea. Watambeba kwa kitanda yake when he's frail and old and you will love it. He's 83 years old. And don't think I didn't notice him dye his hair. Like
Bwana Raila anaweka rangi kwa nywele ama ni Bwana Kalonzo pia?
Na Kalonzo anaweka rangi kwa nywele.
Ebu keep hata jumeleta hiyo story ya Kalonzo. There is somebody who is saying that now that the NADCO report is being implemented, kuna mtu amesema Kalonzo is also gravitating towards them. Do you believe so?
See, there is a position called the opposition leader. Kuna ofisi na kuna salary ya hiyo.
Is Kalonzo now going to be the official opposition leader? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what he wants to go for. Yeah.
And at the same time, he is in our platform telling us Ruto must go. As an opposition, is he going to practice that platform in a way that anapingana na Ruto ama na hiyo kiti imetengenezwa na Ruto? Is that guy not going to confuse us sababu hiyo kiti ni Ruto amemtengenezea?
This is the person we called a vampire. Akiendanga midnight to State House kukunywa chai na Ruto at midnight. Midnight runs. It's the same guy. Don't trust him.
Nyakairo wako hapa, hebu Nyakairo react kidogo. Sikumsikia jana sana. Nyakairo, can you react about the jubilation which some quarters of Kenyans are saying that Raila akisha smile, Kenyans are smiling. Go ahead. Nyakairo, are you in?
Yes, I mean, habari zenu, habari ya Masiko, kila mtu, Julia, Kip, and the rest who have been there and left. Comment section, habari zenu. I say hello to everybody. Yani, tumeamua sijui tuelekee pande gani, because tunaweka gia ya kwenda mbele, tunarudi tunaweka gia ya kurudi nyuma. I did not understand, especially Kiprio, my friend. Umesema ati akitengeneza mambo vile NADCO imesema, you're gonna vote for them. We are crying.
I'm just saying because it's unrealistic, Nyakairo. I was being sarcastic. It's unrealistic. Do you think these fools are going to implement even one of them? Hata moja wezi. They can't.
Thank you. Thank you for coming
can't.
rivers.
I know these are fools.
Because
Just even one, look at the smallest of those points. They will not even do one. I know these thugs.
Because for one, Eddie was there and said, we are forgetting these people, what they have done. We are forgetting how many people have been killed. That is the most important thing. Let them not drive us so fast towards what they want or towards what they are doing. They should first tell us, answer those questions, which are very, very serious. And there's something, sorry, let me go back a little bit. Julia, you said Sudi said at watu wasiweke. See Sudi, don't give him that big platform. Sio Sudi, I think it was one of the governors in Uasin Gishu, huyu ambaye alikula pesa ya watoto wa wale walikuwa wanaenda shule. He is the one who said that in a meeting somewhere. So I just wanted to let you know that. Wachana na Sudi. Sudi ni mambo ya zamani. Huyo ni mtu ambaye hata hatumuelewi na hatutaki kujua, because that guy has really lied. And first of all, remember huyu Sudi pahali alipata hiyo degree yake ya engineer. Do you remember? Did you see that clip when those people were found in that building, seated there, that they're having their I don't know what they are called, these gowns for graduation. Wakaambiwa kila mtu akae pahali yako. They were arrested because it was a sham. It was it wasn't a real school. It's like a scam, fraudulence that was going on there. So Sudi, it's one of those criminals who are getting those degrees in that place where he got it, and he's not educated. If he was educated, he would not be payukering the way he is payukering. Hata hatakiwi kutuambia akona degree. We learn through behavior that somebody is educated, somebody akona nidhamu, somebody deserve respect. Let me come to the point that we cannot forget what these two people have put us in Kenya. Nimesikia huyo jambazi akiongea hapo kwa mkutano huo wa mazishi ya huyo mwenda zake Chebukati. Akasema he is going to make sure that Raila gets the respect he deserves. Na yani akampromise mambo ya kumjengea jina. Nikashindwa, sasa nani atajengea mwingine? He is the most corrupt in the whole world. It is all known. Na sasa anasema atajengea Raila jina ati kwa sababu amefanyia hii nchi kazi mingi sana. Kazi ni hiyo, tunasikia habari ya kupewa pesa ndio anyamaze, ndio aingie kwa serikali polepole, aacha wale wamepigania nchi. Because Gen Z and those others previous who have died because of mandamano or protesting because of bad governance, those are the heroes and they should be respected and they should be given the respect they deserve. Not Raila. Raila deserve nothing. Na sikae hapo chini akijimudu ama kujiambia ati kuna respect atapata. We will not. We want to see things happen. And again, whatever they are promising to do to Kenya, it is not them doing it. That is about the country. It's about what the country should be. It's about good governance should do. It's not what they are going to do for us. If they don't want to do it, they can stay. If they want to do it, they can do. But it is not about their mandate. It's about the government, which means that the person we have employed is the executor of what the country deserves. It is not that they are giving us, it's not a favor. This is something that should be happening in our country, and the country deserve it. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ya kutuambia ati nitawajengea barabara, nitawafanyia nini, huyu rais ambaye anaongea habari ya barabara kila siku, those barabara does not belong to him. Those barabara belong to wananchi, and they knew that barabara should be done by the government, by fire, by force. It shouldn't be a promise. Asituambie hizo pesa si yeye anatoa kwa mkono wake, Hakuna kazi anafanya ati anapata hizo pesa zote za kuja kutujengea barabara. And furthermore, how many barabara amepromise na haijafanyika? Hizi pesa za barabara hizo zinaenda wapi? Na ziko kwa sababu they are budgeted for. So for me, I will not vote for anybody ati kwa sababu amenijengea barabara, having that I have learned through hardship with your governance, ambapo hatungepata hiyo maumivu ama mauaji kwa sababu ya vile nchi inaendelea. Really, I can't vote for you. I better, as we had said, I better vote for a mosquito, but not for people who I have witnessed killing people, especially killing people. Watu ambao hawana hata anything in their hands that could weaponize anybody. Lakini sasa wanafanya wao wako pahali wako, so they can promise us things. We don't want promises, we want work done, because we have provided every tool for the country to develop. Na sisi ndio tunasema, si wao. So for them to stand there proudly saying that he is going to promote uzuri wa Raila, sijui atamtengenezea kwa sababu amepigania nchi. How long have they fought for this country and won? He hasn't, because he has been abandoning. He reached somewhere, he abandoned. That's not a fighter. Na huyo si mtu anawapigania, ni kwake tu, kwa sababu hata nusu mkate ni yake. Si ya watu wote, si ya watu wale walikuwa wanamfuata. And I wonder, Kenyans, why do you keep on following somebody years and years and years, whereby he has never even shown this is what you have earned, this is what we have earned. Inafikaka tu pahali, basi anaishia, anavanish, anawaondokea. Especially this time round, when people have been killed in large number, kwa sababu ya maendeleo ya nchi, kwa sababu ya maswali ya nchi. Alafu unarudi kusema ati that one did not sit well with me. And I'm happy the way Natembea aliongea. He was so polite, he did not shout, but he gave him his medicine. Habari ya IBC, hatutaki kusikia huyu ni wa huyu, huyu ni wa huyu, huyu ni wa huyu. I hope that works. And how is it going to work with these two guys? Watu ambao hawajali maslahi ya watu. Akaongea habari ya hiyo miwa. The farmers are working so hard, but they get zero. 10 shillings, what does that give you? Watoto wataenda shule kweli? Watoto watakula? Watapata matibabu? All those things that were put by Natembea, they were very crucial. But because Natembea talked in a low volume voice and didn't want to show like he was, dominating so much on that, maybe they took like he has given up. But Natembea gave them real information, what people are talking about and what people are fighting for. So for me, I'm saying voting, my vote will be very expensive. It's not about money, but I will scrutinize whoever I'll vote for. It is one, yeah, but that one may make somebody a president. So I'll stop there. I'm still here, Njiro, but I'm happy to hear Eli, the way he talked. That was very good. But this Nilotic, remember, this guy, Ruto, was standing with, they were talking with Kagame, and you know what happened in Rwanda? And he talked about Nilotics, we'll deal with the Bantus. But anyway, let's see how far they will go. Because now, Kenyans, we have come to realize that we are all united. Hata kama ni Nilotic, hata kama ni Bantu, whatever others, we are all united. They are the people, they are the problem. They are the problem. And they are the one creating all these tribal things. And this is a tool that they have been using for many years. This time round, it has been discovered. And that is why you see them fighting so much. Fighting, talking about tribal. Because this is their card. and their card has been discovered, and they don't want it to be weak. They don't want to. And that's why they are standing like, what else can we do? Twende pande hii. You shouldn't be going either side if you are really not tribal. Those are two guys who are very tribal. Those two, in fact, they have united kwa sababu ya tribal zao. Wao wenyewe wawili. They know how they play their card as tribal. And that is why we have been having problems in this country. Those two people, remember, back those years, they were together. What happened? And now they are talking one union. And what are they planning? We have to be vigilant. But the Kenyans all over the country have refused this tribal card they want to play. Na wakiona hivyo wanasikia uchungu. And that is why you see them doing funny stuff and talking funny stuff about tribal, reminding us while they are the ones who are being tribal. They are reminding Kenyans while they are the one playing tribal. We are very smart. We are beyond that. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Sawa, thank you Mama Nyakairo. Before I bring public participation, nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza tu swali moja. Do you think now Ruto and Raila Odinga can form a movement which will be a threat to us?
A threat to Kenyans or to who?
Yeah, a movement which can, any threat to anything which will make Ruto to get a second term is a threat to us. So do you think Ruto and Raila Odinga have capacity to build a second term for him?
Let me say that, in this country of ours, we have a problem of money. And they will try to trash a lot of money out to people so that they can agree with what they are talking about. And I see people have come to realize what money can do. It can destroy the country. And people have come to realize that the money that is being used, it's our money. And that is why we are going poor. That is why we cannot get treatment. That is why our children cannot go to school, because the money has been stored somewhere for the coming future, so that these people can bulldoze every Kenyan with money so that they can follow them. But if Kenyans stand the way they have been talking, because I have talked to many people and they are saying money will not change my mind. Having that we have lost people, having that we have lost our country, having that we cannot get treatment. And they said, to make the matter worse, even if they come and do anything at this time, that they want to do what they promised us, we are done. We are over that. We deserve it. And so it is not going to bribe us to follow them. It is not going to make us to change our mind. That is where I stand. And that is the answer I can give you, that people are not going to change their mind because of this union. This union is fake. It's not for us. It's for them. And so the majority of our countrymen, countrywomen are not with that. They are not boarding. That is the answer I can give you, Njiro.
Okay, thank you, Nyakairo. I want to bring Kip a little bit. Kip, are you there? Kipril, are you there? Julia, are you there? Okay, let me throw this question. Nyakairo, you can answer. Na wale wengine wako wanaweza jibu. Now, we have this battalion ya Togokera tene. This battalion which was led by the woman rep of Murang'a. You know this battalion, the yellow wearers. Wale ambao walikuwa wanatuchosha sana uchaguzi uliopita. Togokera tene, the people used to dance for Mr. William Ruto. Do you think they are happy with this association? Can you react to me about those people who used to sing for Ruto? Do you think they still believe that Raila Odinga is bringing some new wave to them? Nyakairo?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, that was a wave that passed, and that wave left so many people bruised, and they are not going to be moved because Raila has boarded. But what I have in me, if people are not lying, people have moved away. People have walked out. They don't want to listen. They don't want to hear. And especially, we have been talking about this Raila, the way he came in and stopped the maandamano of Gen Z, who had frontiered themselves, life or death, to fight for this country which they belong, where their ancestors have been buried, where their families are going through so much pain. And he stopped it. That was enough to know that however these two guys come together, it's not of our own good. It's for their own good. Hata ukiwaangalia hizo nyuso zao, utaona hata wako na aibu. Because they know what they are doing is corruption. It's a scam. They are fraudsters. Mambo ile yote wamefanya hawa wawili ni mabaya. In fact, what can I congratulate that mzee that have done? This time round we thought he is going to stand with people because these Gen Zs have come out to support him and walk with him. What did he do? So we are not expecting that people are seeing any change or seeing that they're expecting anything good to happen in our country. There's nothing. Jiro, if you look at these two guys, ile maongeo sasa wanaongea. Ebu imagine huyo ambaye ati ni kiongozi ati anasema I'll make sure you get the respect you deserve. Hiyo ni kusema nini? Besides all what bad things that have been.
Nyakairo, now that you have brought the issue of respect, when he is talking of respect, how can he make people to respect Raila Odinga and they no longer respect him? I don't think Raila Odinga respect can be restored. Do you think it can be restored?
Very easy. Yes, it can. Very easily. Just abduct the Kenyans and make us fear you through. That's the you're njutikiti. Sorry, Nyakairo. Umekuwa sarcastic leo.
I think respect is earned because of what you do to people. It's not about mocking people, killing people, destroying the country, and earning so much money through corruption that you are going to earn respect. Respect is earned in a very different way. Respect is how you present yourself to people. It's how you respect others. It is two-way traffic. You respect me, I respect you. But these people, they respect no life. They respect no Kenyan. They respect none. They respect only themselves. Can that work? No. The Kenya we are today, people have realized they are not respected in any way. They are not even considered. They are termed as kondoo, watu ambao watafurushwa pande hii waende wapige kura, huyo aingie aendelee kukula. That's all. So the big job that you do to vote these people does not matter to them. Na ndio unaona hata ile shida niko nayo ni kuwa ati tunafanya hiyo kazi kubwa ya kuwa ati tunajitahidi kuchagua mtu ambaye ni mtu atatujali maslahi yetu, lakini inakuwa ati hata mkichagua huyo mimi nitaiba kura. Just think of such a country. Ati nyinyi hata mfanye kazi ngumu aje, hata mlale nje na mablangeti, hata mlale mkinyeshewa nje mkipanga laini, the man is going to steal votes. Atafanya rigging. What is that? And you expect us to respect you? And yet mtu ambaye ametamka hiyo na amesema atafanya hiyo, yule ambaye mlikuwa mnamtarajia atakataana na hiyo mambo ameingia hapo ndani, and you expect respect to come. It can't work. So for respect, if people are like me, it's hard to get respect from me in such a situation that they are driving us to. So what I'm seeing in Kenya, if people stand with their royalty of their country and swear their regency about their country, really, we have someone else who will be our president, not these two people. They don't deserve even respect. Respect is earned, and you cannot earn respect by killing people or insulting people or promises that will never be fulfilled. It shouldn't happen. So, Jiro, I don't think so. If Kenyans are like me.
Mama Nyakairo ni kama umepotea. Anyway, public participation tulikuwa tumekupoteza. And there is a question I'm asking. There was the Raila Odinga of Pentagon, the Pentagon of 2007. Ile Pentagon ya nyundo, ile Pentagon ilikuwa inatishia sana. Do you think Raila Odinga can recreate that Pentagon and actually become a serious political threat to anyone in the modern day society? Public participation, go ahead.
Yeah, so Pentagon, I think it was 2002, where he brought people together. First he joined KANU, and then he brought people together to rally behind Kibaki. So I don't think that is something which can work right now, because there's a lot of division. There's a lot of division now, even among the people who are with him in Azimio. I don't believe they can even trust him again after what has happened, because at the beginning, when these things started happening, even them, they were caught by surprise. They were not expecting for him to go behind the scenes and get his people, ODM people, jobs as CSs. So at all, they were just as shocked as we were. They were not aware. So it's very hard for them now, Akina Kioni and Karua and that whole team of Kalonzo and Eugene to start now trusting this guy. And based on his age, I think right now his priority is really how much money can he get from the government or from Ruto. So I don't think he'll involve himself anymore. As soon as he did that thing of the CSs, I just knew there's no turning back now. So he has just taken them to the next logical step. The money which he was also given when he was doing the AUC bid, he was given a lot of money in billions. So I think right now, seeing his age is very highly advanced, his priority is no longer Kenyans. His priority, if at all it ever was anyway, that's not his priority. He's not thinking about how he can change the country for the better and those kinds of things. All what he's thinking about is how much can he milk, from Ruto, how much can he be able to get. So I don't see it happening. I don't see him pulling off something like what he pulled off in 2002. Yeah, we're just on our own now. We have to regroup. We have to go, we have to put our thinking caps on, regroup, and see who can we field as a formidable opponent. Otherwise, I think if you're really looking towards Baba for anything at this point, it's not gonna work. You'll just be in for more disappointments. I think he has crossed the river or the lake, the path of no return. The Rubicon. He has passed that point. I don't see him coming back again. So let's not think about him much. Let's not Of course, it's very disappointing, as Julia was saying, that all, you know, and you remember the type of disappointment you faced for supporting Raila is when you really ask yourself, and I've been through all this emotional roller coaster because of this guy, and then now at the end of the day, this is what he can do. So yeah, it's rather unfortunate, but yeah, he has always been out for himself. It's only that we were blinded. We didn't see it as that, but we should have always seen that. Why is he always going to take a handshake after people have died for his cause, and then after that he goes behind? And that's exactly what happened even during 2007, 2008, because he went behind Ruto's back because they were together. They were in ODM, the two of them. Then it was Raila to be president, this other one to be vice president. So the guy just went behind the curtain against the stand of Ruto, and he took the prime minister, and then he left them to hang uko. He left them high and dry. So I don't see him. No, he's not really. He's no longer a going concern. Let's put it that way. We need to move on now. We'll put him behind us. Let him continue eating. They loot together our money and eat as much as possible. Sisi tujipange without that baggage, because by the way, where things had reached, Raila was now becoming a source of baggage for anyone who is supporting him. So we need to offload that heavy load, which was not assisting us in any way, and then we move on and we get new people who can be able to fit into our expectations. Thank you.
Public
Okay.
participation. I want to rebut your claims with the permission of Njiru.
Okay, you are free to rebut, to inject, and do whatever you want to do. Even if you want to support anyone or anything, go ahead, Neutral.
I'm just suggesting, Neutral is just a pastime name. My name's Eli, as you all know. But I think public participation, you're being very unfair. You're saying at CG, Raila, first of all, there was a claim you made about 2002. CG at Raila started a thing called Pentagon in 2002. We all know that was in 2007. Kina Nyaga, Mudavadi, Ruto, and the other two, I can't remember who they were, but it's good to come on a platform.
It was Ruto and Mudavadi. Ruto,
Yeah,
Mudavadi, and Balala.
Ngilu.
Ruto, Mudavadi, Balala, Raila,
Ngilu.
and Nyaga. No, Ngilu was not part of Pentagon.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway,
it had no female.
But to say that this man, there is something that everyone is trying to so-called inject. That this man is a con man because every election, post-election, he seeks to have like a handshake. When you're rigged and you're having a handshake, except for the one of 1999, 2000 up to 2002, when he got Moi in the box. But now, when you say that this guy is sijui interested in handshakes after every election, which election? These elections have been rigged. We know this. So the more we
okay, but Eli, 1 minute. Then why would he accept handshakes with the people who rig his election? Why would I rig your election and you still come to table to speak with me? Why can't you forever stay with the conviction that you stole my election, I cannot cooperate with you, and I move to the direction of looking for civil justice, of correcting that mistake? So how can Raila help Kenya if he cooperates with the same people who steal elections? How can he help us?
Because this man is not for war. He has had enough wars when he has been.
Say again, he is not for?
What else? Ataki vita, hizo vita mnataka, hizo war.
Ataki vita, but people have died during Maandamano. People have died.
Where?
Did he bring them? Nyarenda,
100
people died.
ngoja
if he did not want war, he should not have
ashakufa
initiated
mara
the
mingi.
first car.
Nyinyi vijana, vijana.
Leo my brother.
Jamaa, sikieni vijana. Huyu mtu ashakufa mara mingi, amepelekwa jela. Nyinyi hapa mnakaa mnapiga makelele hapa. Wewe mshaingia kwa jela mara ngapi? 9 years. Tuseme ukweli.
Hapana bro, tutakuja Belfast tukunywe chai bana, tuongee. Hizo zingine unaongeanga fani. No,
nakwambia ukweli. Hapa hivi,
no, you see, every time if he knows that people are going to die, why initiate it in the first place? Why have these maandamanos? If he knows it has happened many times and he knows people die.
But my question is, why have elections? Why have elections in the first place? Why have elections in the first place? Why?
We agree with you there. Elections are fraud. We have to find a solution. The problem, what Njeru is trying to tell you is the man should stand on principles. You don't have to sit down with the devil. You don't have to be in a powerful seat. You don't have to have money to stay with your convictions. We are questioning him.
How do we know?
Ellie, you cannot justify sleeping with the devil. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Ndio maana nakuuliza hata
That's the problem we have with him. Hakuna kitu kingine tuko na shida naye. We've seen him move around. Ile siku alienda AUC, we were disappointed, but we were not mad at him. We were disappointed. But when he's there bringing experts and doing all this interference, we're saying this is a man that we respect. Eddie, you need to understand, we respected him. Nyakairo used to call him cowboy. Hata sasa nikimkumbusha sasa Nyakairo anaweza kasirika. Tulikuwa na muita cowboy. We praise this man all over the place.
I remember that.
When we align, when we align ourselves with him, is because we believe he's following the same principles we have. Sasa tukisema na kusaliti kwa sababu analala na shetani, you know,
lakini kitu nakubali na wewe, ngoja, kitu nakubali na wewe, hata mimi nakubali na wewe. Kuna hii kitu ya ati shetani sijui, shetani ama si shetani. Mimi pia nakubali kwa sababu kuna kitu kimoja kinanihuzunisha sana. Ati mtu hii pesa yote wametumia kwa ile kampeni ya AU. Yeye akuwe mwenyekiti ya AU. That one and the money they spent, it disgusted me. Any money that has been spent to buttress Raila's projects and all that one as hiyo sikubali. Hiyo ni kitu kibaya sana. Kinanihuzunisha sana. Sana. Lakini kitu ninauliza, sasa mtu ameshinda kura, alafu wale ambao walirig kura wanaanza kulia, wanamlilia kila siku. Kina Njiru hawa. Hata si Njiru mwenyewe. Njiru ni supporter wa Raila. Huyu Njiru ni supporter wa Raila. Huyu Njiru unamwona hapa.
Njiru is a supporter of Raila, was a supporter of Raila. Julia was a supporter of Raila.
Former, use the word former.
Kuna former we Njiru. Unapenda Njiru, you like stalking the embers, you just like fire here while you are hiding. We know this. You use those tricks.
I'm a former.
Ngoja Njiru, ndio watu mnaweka headlines funny. Hata unasema sijui Raila, sijui Raila's Pentagon is 15 times sijui what. What kind of headline is that? Just to get the numbers. Njiru, stop stalking the embers. We know these tricks. Yeah? You are hardline core supporter of Raila from the Mutembei days. I remember you. You used to pigana with that kissy boy. That kissy boy hata nimemsahau jina. Ulikuwa unamchapa kabisa. Hata nimemsahau jina ule kijana, ule mkisi. Mpaka kaogopa kurudi kwa hii channel. Na ile ya Mtembei na ile ingine. Aliogopa kabisa. Sasa wewe
umemwita mkisi, sasa tunaweza sema wewe ni Mjaluo.
Hiyo ni sawa, ni mkisi. Sijasema ni kakisi. nimesema Mkisii.
It was a joke. Don't take it seriously, brother. Don't take it
Lakini
seriously.
mnamkumbuka, I can't remember that guy's name. He used to be very, very eloquent, standing for either Ruto or Uhuru Kenyatta, But what really is disappointing is that you people, it's like you don't realize that these people are together. Kina Ruto, Kina Raila, all that company, it's a company. Kina Uhuru Kenyatta, these people are together. You know this, yeah? Mnaijua. Sasa badala ya kuangalia vile mbinu zingine tunaweza kutumia kuchange this system, mnaangalia mtu mmoja tu, mtu mmoja, one person. Mnatupigia hapa kelele, hata mimi sasa hivi niko na headache. Yani I get headache, yani kila
Sasa
siku
wewe neutral unaumwa na kichwa juu we are speaking negative about your man.
Hapana, si ati
Unaumwa
mna
mara
speak
mbili bana.
negative.
Wewe
Hapana, si ati
mara tatu.
ngoja. Si ati mna speak negative. Hapana, mnapigia makelele, hamna mwenendo. Kila saa ni Raila.
No, we are not speaking about him. We are just saying that amejiingiza kwa kikapu ya kifo. Amejiingiza kwa ile jeneza, amejiingiza kwa ile jeneza ya Ruto, na tunasema sasa matapeli wako pande moja. Sasa sisi tumebaki pande nyingine. Now the directions are defined. I've defined. That's all what we are saying here. Na yule mtu, we always speak, yule mtu akiamua kujiweka kitanzi, lazima hiyo ni news kwetu. Lazima tuongee story yake. So Raila has decided to commit suicide and we have to talk about it.
Njiru, nakuuliza swali. Mbona tusifanye hivi? Hata wewe unaweza kufanya hii kitu. You know the way these guys in the new media, they are trying to interview kina Philip Kisia, sijui kina who. They're interviewing all these people who are public officers in the past. Mbona we don't get someone, even if it's a female candidate, yeah, who we think is the right person. We interview them in these kind of forums. Yani, we do something like that. It's not impossible. If it's a male candidate or a female candidate who can shape Kenya in the right way. We use the new media to destabilize what is going on in the so-called central government. If it's like a governor, we start that way. If it's maybe, like a member of a political party, even people like Cecily Marile, who was Jubilee UDA, Cecily Marile, we bring them to these forums. We want to ask them questions. And then by the time we have had enough of these people, we know who we want. It's not something we can't do. I'm thinking of different ways that we can do this thing. Because what we're doing at the moment is we're meeting kwa hii forum yetu kila siku, lakini hatuna mwenendo ile tunaona hii ndio tunafanya next week. This is what we have achieved last month, but this is what we need to achieve in the next 2 months. Unaona, na mi naona the nearest thing to progress is to start inviting such people, like them or hate them. Tuna invite, tunasikia vile wanasema, hata kama ni kitu tunaweza kufanya maybe 2 or 3 times a month, a premium hour of just getting to hear what these people are saying. In these forums that we're in, there are people who have enough connections to do such things, to invite people here who can tell us or can tell Kenyans what they really stand for. In order for so many people, like now, we, the ones from Nyanza, we're being accused that we don't vote. It's an accusation that we don't vote, okay? Now, I'm trying to say, why are we not voting? If we don't vote, why are we not voting? Number one, we are saying that we don't want to vote. For example, that time when people of Nyanza were debating this idea of removing themselves from Kenya, and they started calling themselves the Nyanza Republic in 2013. A lot of people from Nyanza decided
you're the largest community in East Africa. Did you know that?
Yes, but let's not go there. Hiyo itaanza maneno hapa. Usianze
Si
hiyo.
uongo. No, we know that. Hiyo si uongo.
Hiyo hata usiingie kwa hiyo. Hiyo
Mko
italeta
wengi
zile
sana bana. Mko
hiyo
wengi
italeta hiyo
kutoka Sudan kuja Uganda,
hapana.
Tanzania,
Even as a Pan-Africanist,
So Sudan
Kenya.
people are part. So ukienda Sudan, they are part of Nyanza. Wow.
hiyo
Yeah,
usiingie kwa hiyo.
jokes aside, hawa watu ni wengi bana. These are royalty bana. Usicheze na
Tusiingie kwa hiyo. Unajua hata sisi ambao tuko Pan-Africanist, we believe there is a there is a
don't deny your people bana.
no, tusiingie kwa hiyo because tukianza kwa hiyo itakuwa makelele mingi hapa.
Mbona imekuwa ngumu? Nobody.
Kuna mama mwingine aliongea hapa 2 hours ago. Ule alisema about Nilots sijui nini. Mlimsikia hapa aliongea sana.
But you know, Eli, that did not come out of nowhere.
You know, what I was trying to say here is that it is possible.
Address that bit when Ruto said that he wants to create an nilotic alliance.
Let me.
Don't you think that is toxic? And no, wait. When Ruto said he wants to create an nilotic alliance when he was with Sankok and the elders of Masai, and his plans was by the time Raila comes in, that would be formed. Don't you think that is a toxic atmosphere?
But they did
and Raila aligning himself with a tribalistic thought like that. Don't you think that is dangerous?
Goja, this is Kenya. They did the same.
That is why we have. It's a very hold on. It's a very sensitive topic to talk about, but we have to discuss it. We cannot just brush it under the ground. It is sensitive, but we must talk about it. We must throw them off their game. We must shun it by talking about it. We can't shun it by not talking about it. We have to talk about it. It is
let me speak. That's a cultural space. That's not a political thing. You know, ethno-national. It's not when it's not even cross-border.
No.
The only people near that in Kenya, the only people anywhere near that are the Kenyan Somalis. They're the ones who can decide I'm a Kenyan or I'm a Somali through a quick fixed ID from Garissa into Kenya. They can vote. That's possible from the Kenyan Somalis or the Somalis who have become Kenyan. Hizo zingine tuache. Tuko na ngoja nimalize.
That is ethno-nonsense. That's ethno-nonsense that Raila said. Ruto was talking about ethno-nonsense. Yaani ya kwamba wacha huyu hawa na hawa wengi na rule Kenya for the rest of their life. That's called ethno-nonsense. Lakini wacha nikuambia kwamba Raila started this nonsense long time ago. Now when Kip and Maura and Julie, when they met me, they knew. Now that is who you were talking about earlier. Wote walifukuza kwa hiyo maredio yote yao. Na Raila, Matiba na Kibaki, they were stolen the election in 1997. Na Muse Moi, and they took him to court. By Friday, Raila was a minister for energy and a secretary to Kanu. By 97, that's the memo he signed first. I mean, handshake he signed first. Now inaendelea mpaka this is maybe the 6th one. So what you say ya kwamba if we are going to change Kenya for the better, we have to do away with this handshake because the Kenyan constitution does not qualify the handshake anywhere. Does not understand this. Like, all these and the other things that you have started the Kibaki. I mean, this guy from Ukambani, that Nakimani Shungwa, the Nadiko. That's nonsense. That's the height of stupidity. Where is the Nadiko in the constitution that you started in 2010 and you celebrated it very much? There is nothing like that. Let us follow the constitution we started in 2010. At least for 5 years at least. Then we can continue from there. Lakini, let us not lose elections, then you change the constitution, then you change this, you change that to mean anything. No, follow that constitution for the future of it, at least for 5 years, 10 years, and then you change the constitution, change it not to affect the people that are changing it, but change it to affect the people in the future. You too. Thank you very much,
Haya,
Maura. Thank
haya,
you, Mr. Kibuti.
haya, asante. Sasa niliwaambia hapa hivi, niliwaambia huyu mzee anaenda AU kufanya hizo nini zake za campaign. Akishindwa atakuja hapa, atarudi as prime minister. Hiyo ndio mwenendo wa Ruto. I told you guys. So your prime minister is Raila Amolo Odinga. Okay. Now, if you don't want that, go to court because you can challenge that constitutionally. Okay? But Ruto can use executive powers. Your nilotic thing or non-nilotic thing. He will use the executive powers that you gave him after he rigged the elections. Okay? To make anyone, not just Mr. Odinga, anyone as prime minister. The reason why Kina Mudavadi and Wetangula did not attend that thing is because there's a possibility that Mr. Mudavadi is to lose his powers as Minister for Foreign Affairs. That is given to an ODM person, and Raila gets into government as some kind of person who is equal to Mr. Mudavadi. This is all things to level up with ODM. That's all they're doing. These people are together, okay? They're together. You saw how Mudavadi campaigned for Mr. Odinga for this AU thing. He campaigned even more than Mr. Ruto. Okay. So all these musical chairs that we're seeing is nothing special, right? What we need to do in between now and 2027, if people are interested in getting involved in any election, is to start taking some candidates seriously more than other candidates. I can't see, right now, I can't see any candidate who is serious. Yule akichapa Ruto anamchapa kabisa mpaka hata if Ruto tries to rig, he cannot rig. I can't see at the moment, right now. Sioni. So we have to look for someone either in the campaigns or even in these civil conversations that people are doing now. It's not impossible, right? But hii ingine ati mtu kama public participation anakuja hapa anasema ati oh, Raila is a con man. So when you say Raila is a con man, what have we done today? That's all we have said. That he's a con man. A man of 80 years old. Ati people are saying at CG he was given 2 billion. 2 billion. A man of 80. To do what with that? He 2 billion tamsaidia nani mzee kama 80 a billionaire. Ati amepatiwa 2 billion, which Kenyans say but they cannot prove. But even if they can prove, how will it help him? Honestly, some things we say, we need to, prove to make some integrity out of the things that we say, so that it supports our claims. Otherwise, there's no point saying these things. We need to look for someone who can save that country. And the only way we can do this is to start now fishing out for the candidates. It could be 1 or 2 people. Me, I prefer we have a female, a woman candidate. Okay, I know that it is possible that we can get a female candidate who can change things in Kenya right now. Me, I was ready to forgive Martha Karua for 2007 pronouncements. Okay, because she argued. This is how Karua argued. Okay, and I know Karua's top fan is here. Karua argued that what did people expect me to do? I was Kibaki's chief agent. I had to argue for him. I had to defend him because I was his chief election agent. I could not run away from him. And when Karua made that statement, however bad it looked and all that, kumweka Kibaki as president at 7:30 p.m. in the middle of the darkness, she defended herself as the agent. of Kibaki. That's all. And she did not say, Ati, I hated Raila or this or this or that. No, me, I was only Kibaki's agent. Me, I'm prepared to listen to Karua's virtues and what she stands for. But it is the problem we have, Ati, whilst Karua is looking to lead the country, there are all these other people around her. Mission impossible. We are in a serious problem. If we want Karua, we have to say, this is the person we want. We have to put her on the pedestal that is higher than Kina Raila and Kina Ruto. Huh? At the moment, that's not happening. Okay? You have too many opposition leaders, too many. Kila mtu anataka. Even I saw this guy from Gusii, the former Chief Justice, and he said that he also wants to try his hand on the pie. And, so we need to stop jokes. I think that a female candidate who is a strong female candidate, if it's not Karua, it is someone else, maybe similar to Karua. I don't care. Me, I'm one of those
What is
people.
wrong with Karua? What is wrong with Karua?
Ninasema Karua ama mwingine kama Karua. Shida tu ni moja, keep.
ulikuwa
Mimi niko na ile thinking ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Ile Uhuru alisema. Lakini msinichape. Please guys.
What does
Hapana.
got to do with
Wacha niseme tu na nitoe kwa roho.
Walikuwa maadui bana. Pendani.
Wacha nitoe tu kwa roho, alafu msione vibaya. Msione vibaya. Uhuru Kenyatta alisema kama nyinyi muna argue ati kuna ile tyranny of ile dynasty against the hustlers, mimi pia ninasema kama hivyo ndio vile mnataka kuvunja dynasty against hustlers, mimi pia nasema ninataka kuvunja ile ya KK ya Kikuyu na Kalenjin, ili sasa tukue na mtu kutoka kabila nyingine. So hii ndio kitu inanisumbua tu moja. Mama kama Karua ama mtu kama Karua akuje tena ashike ushukani kama kiongozi wa Kenya. Hili kitu kinanisumbua sana. Sababu mi naona at least now we need to take this thing to a person who does not come from the two dominant groups that have ruled Kenya for the last how many years. We need to try this thing. The only way we can do this thing with Karua taking charge, or any person from Central or Rift Valley taking charge, we need to reduce the powers of the presidency. I listened to Natembeya today, and he made a very, very strong, speech of where he told Ruto directly, that the people fear the presidency, and this thing should not be feared. Until now, people shake when they phone you. People do this. He said the powers of the presidency is too much. Yeah, to the extent where now people are going to court. MPs are arguing with governors who is supposed to pursue development in the counties. Okay. Now, I would like to see someone like Karua, right, taking the powers that be to be the president of the republic. If Karua is that person, that is the last time I want to see a Kikuyu presidency for the next 10 years. Honestly, I'm serious now. Because me, I'm thinking, kwani kuna watu wengine. No, it matters.
It matters.
I don't think it matters. Let me
No,
explain
but anyway, I'll take the energy out of my hypothesis. No, it matters.
What matters?
It matters because,
like, for example, let me say, if I'm gonna use your community.
Anyway, let's say it doesn't matter.
If the whole cabinet, the whole PS, kila mtu angekuwa from Luo Nyanza, I don't care. I really don't care. For me, it's about governance and about somebody that has come in to work for Kenyans. But if you start
okay. All right, let's move on from that. Okay, fine. Let's move on.
We can't move on because you always complain about tribalism, but then now you're saying you don't want a Kikuyu president. That is
no.
That is
no.
very,
no. This is a universal.
and that You're a Pan-Africanist, yet you want to castigate one community because of the past.
No, you're going wrong. You're going wrong.
Keep,
Like me, I
1
wouldn't
minute,
even mind.
1 minute, 1
I wouldn't
minute.
even mind if a
Keep,
Luo person came up and stood up and was better than Raila. Come and take over from that idiot. I'll follow
Okay.
him.
Keep,
You
1
cannot
minute,
just say for 100 years you don't want to say
Kiru,
Kikuyu.
go
It
ahead,
doesn't make
because
sense to me.
Yeah,
I
keep,
need to make myself clear.
kidogo. Kuna madam anaitwa Wairimu N. I think allow your camera and your audio to link up with the StreamYard and you'll be able to join the studio. Wazo kwangu ama nataka kuwauliza swali. Because you know, tribes and personalities will always be rising up issues in Kenya. And to what level does personality and tribe differ? Ni swali najiuliza tu.
Can I respond to that?
Okay, go ahead.
And I also want to rebut to Ellie. Ellie, you are talking from both sides of the mouth. I think you are. Why don't you just be yourself? I think you are a bit. You're not yourself. I don't want to use the word hypocritical. Kubali tu penye uko. First, you are mad with public participation for calling Raila a con man. Raila is a con man. If that is giving you a headache, I just analyze that he was bought by Moi, he was bought by Kibaki, he was bought by Uhuru, he's there always for sale. I won't call him like a prostitute. Some people described him very nastily here earlier. And I thought that was a bit, too much. But that is how he behaves, like a prostitute. He's out for sale. How else do you want us to call him? Huh? So that one, kubali tu itakupea headache, Ellie. We won't stop saying that. Itakupea headache. Because those who supported Raila for all those years, and because we believed in his principles, we are disappointed to say that we were wrong. Now that we know that we were wrong. So hatutakosa kusema hiyo. Then you are here saying you're supporting Martha Karua. Then from now you're hutaki wa Kikuyu. Why don't you just be yourself? You don't need to please anybody. Just be yourself and state your stand. Another thing, Ellie, unasema ati uko neutral. Unasherekea hii serikali ya majamba yenye imeingia na akina Raila Odinga, and you are happy that your man is now there. Just celebrate it. No need to please anybody. It is your democratic right to do so. Hakuna ubaya, kila mtu atangaze msimamo wake. So question.
Okay.
Let me now answer this question. What is the difference between personality and tribe? That is what we must rise above right now if you want to get any good leader. Tuachange hiyo kitu ya kabila. You can even be ruled by Kikuyu 100 years if they read Kenya in the right direction. What is wrong with that? Huh? If you have a Kikuyu for 100 years, kwani mtakufa ama mtafanyaje?
Tushakufa already.
That is idiocy.
Tushakufa already.
Wacha nimesema. Listen to what Njiru has asked early, because before you say that, Njiru has asked, where is the boundary between personality and character and tribe? I want to give an example of the United States of America. Most presidents have been white, and they have led them well. Anyway, they have led them well. They have promoted the rule of law, despite that USA has so many challenges, and they have issued challenges, and they have had to overcome racism and all that. They are still trying to overcome that. The wakona safari ndefu. Wamengangana. So they cannot start campaigning. We cannot have a white. We cannot have a white. White have led us for 100 years. We cannot have a white. That is be foolishness. So you hatuwezi kuwa na Mkikuyu, hatuwezi na kuwa, huu ni ujinga. If we have a Kikuyu that is doing the right thing, obeying the law, promoting Kenya, the economy, and everybody, there is equal access to the resources. There is equity from health services to power, to barabara, to masomo. Nini mbaya? They can lead them for the next 200 years. Nobody will complain. In fact, the challenge we have, listen, Ellie, the challenge we have, like Kip has said, is not the tribe. The tribe does not make you a good leader. Kuwa Mjaluo si utakuwa, we will make, this is what Raila has done to us. Now, if Raila, because in Mjaluo, shall we now blanket statement here and say that all was will behave like Raila? That will not be fair. Okay? Shall we now make a blanket statement and say that if you follow Aluo, he will sell you out to people like Ruto? That will not be a fair judgment. Okay? We still have other Luos that believe in doing the right thing, serving Kenyans, and there are many, seeing moja wako wengi, na wengine hawajazaliwa. Now, huwa tunang'ana hapa
Faith
tumekasirika.
Odhiambo. Look at Faith
Yes,
Odhiambo. That
look
is
at
the
Faith
only
Odhiambo.
president I recognize in Kenya. That is the best leader I've seen. I wish he could even. We are sasa akiran for president. I'll vote for
Naweza
her.
mpigia
Direct.
kura.
Hata usiniulize. Ah.
Would it be fair to judge Faith Odhiambo with Raila Odinga? It will not be fair. Now, let me also say, will it be fair to judge akina Kipruto or Kipirwa with Ruto? Now that tumekasirika na Moi, tumekasirika na Ruto, is it fair to put a blanket statement and say that Kalenjin cannot do the right? That is idiocy and
What
mediocrity.
about my son? My son wants to run for president. Naweza mwambia hapana.
Alafu sasa hata si your son keep, sema hata wewe keep. Angalia, alafu tuanze kusema anaitwa keep.
I'll never run for political seat.
Hatutaki mkale.
I'll never run for.
Let me tell you something. It is mediocrity. So these people who come here to say, in fact, Eli, if you say that, you are practicing mediocrity. If you repeat your statement here again, na mwenye atarudia your statement, nitamwambia mediocre. Ati we cannot have a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin rule us. So what? Am I born in Kenyatta's family? Did I choose to become a Kikuyu? Mimi niliapply kuzaliwa Mkikuyu.
Okay, Julia, let me ask
Come
you a
on,
question.
Eli, stop it.
Julia, we have been in a long presidency. First of all, I don't like the idea of a presidency. I like a less powerful presidency. But we've been in long situations since the colonial times of 1963, where there's only two communities that have enjoyed this power. And when I say enjoyed, it
now
does not
you are
include.
back to now. Can we?
Now I'm going back to my point.
You stop saying communities have
because you are
enjoyed.
in
I have
denial.
not enjoyed.
Because you are in denial.
No. I have not enjoyed anything. I have
The
never enjoyed
people,
anything. I have, Eli, listen carefully. I have never enjoyed any presidency, and I come from a region. So you are being unfair, repeating the same statement here. I have never. Have you enjoyed presidency? Keep on gear. When mkale. Uniambie kama umeenjoy presidency. Kama umeenjoy
enjoy. Yeah, I've enjoyed presidency.
Enjoy
presidency I've enjoyed.
Unless if presidency is the same as
the presidency
leadership.
The presidency
I've
enjoyed.
Can you differentiate between Mursiki na uongozi?
Atuambie ile presidency ameenjoy hapa wachanga Eli. Let us rise now about that mediocrity.
Sasa mnaniuliza swali na mtaki niseme.
Can I say
we are here for long hours.
The presidency I have enjoyed is the LSK president. Alitusaidia siku ya maandamano, and that is what leadership is. That is the only presidency I've enjoyed in Kenya. Hao wote ni bure kabisa. From Moi to Jomo Kenyatta to Uhuru, wote ni wajinga, but an actual president hakuna hata mmoja.
Alafu Eli anasema two communities have enjoyed presidency. Me, I'm wondering why you doing this? What is wrong with you, Eli? Which community?
Eli, I'm an economic refugee. I'm here for nothing. I should be in Kenya. What am I doing here?
So we should say 3 families have enjoyed presidency. If you say that, you'll be very fair.
Okay, right. Julia, that is what is called being in denial. Okay.
No, I have not enjoyed presidency.
No.
Eli,
you're not letting me talk.
That is your choice. If you are thinking, lying to yourself right now, Raila Odinga is going to become prime minister, na utaenjoy, nitashangaa umetoka dunia gani? You not enjoy.
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes to explain. I decided to involve myself. I've spoken about this before in Kenyan elections, the first time ever in 2022. Hizo elections zingine zote nilikataa. In 2022, it was such a significant election campaign where I thought, hey, this Master Karua, this woman, she's going to be the justice minister. Na amesema vile atafunga watu left, right, and center. Even though there is the difference between executive powers and the judiciary and the parliament, she said she is going to do something that has never been done in Kenya. And me, I believed her. Do you know why I believed her? Because Martha Karua came from some conference in South Africa or whatever. She resigned as justice minister in Kibaki's government. There is no Kenyan politician who has ever resigned because the president has refused to listen to her cabinet decisions, has refused to enjoin her in policy making and stuff like that. Not the ones like where Kina Matiba resigns, Kina Who's, Kina Raila. No, her resignation was purely, number one, a professional decision, a decision based on her ideological principles, and many things like that. So me, I believed in Martha Karua, yeah, because of that, yeah. And then I went and voted for Martha Karua and her co-candidate, Raila Odinga, right? So for me, that was something that impressed on me very well. Now, when I heard Uhuru Kenyatta saying that it is time for other communities to be allowed to rule the country. I hate to use the term rule, but that's the term. Because as the Kikuyu and as the Kalenjin people, we have now been, in this situation where we're in power for the longest time. Let us now free this thing to other communities. Me, I agreed with Uhuru Kenyatta's pronouncements. That's the time when I thought, hey, even Uhuru can say this. But of course, people then started spinning it, now saying, hey, how can you say until now Kikuyus will never stand for the presidency or Kalenjins will never stand for the presidency? Is where my argument starts now being the sort of, why are we so much interested in this thing called the presidency? Why can't we not make it weaker than what it is? Then maybe we will start deconstructing and we'll think of this thing in a different way. We demystify it completely. Yeah? But if you tell me now, Ati, you, Julia, and the rest of the panel, Ati kitu mnataka is another president coming from Mount Kenya or Rift Valley, then you might as well just say it's a permanent thing. Because you have said you don't care whether that person comes from these two communities or another communities. But we know that the reason why the elections are rigged is because these communities, these two political elites of those communities, enforce this thing that they're the only ones who can govern the country called Kenya. That is the truth from the political elites. I'm not talking about like the everyday people. Okay?
Eli,
So,
lakini
so
I
when
don't know why. 1 minute,
you ask me a question, whether it is
but I don't know
personal or
why.
in strike.
No, your narrative is a bit odd.
Why
For
are
real,
you even arguing with me about what is obvious?
No, it's not obvious, but I feel your narrative. I don't think
No,
that
no,
narrative
no.
is for
Are you
the new
thinking?
Kenyans.
Ako stuck.
Are you really
Ako
thinking? Are you really thinking?
yesterday.
You guys, are you really thinking? Are you really thinking?
Yes,
No,
we are
you
thinking,
are
but
so
I think
Why?
that
yesterday.
narrative
But
is
tell
very
me,
odd.
what are you thinking about? The facts are there. You've been ruling the
No.
country since 1963.
But
Are you
I
You
don't
are
really
think
so
thinking?
stuck.
I don't think
No.
Kenyans
So I
are
am
there
sad
now.
because I'm talking facts.
No, you are
Yeah,
stuck.
you've
Yesterday,
had
you are
no
stuck.
ngoja. Mumekuwa na 3 Kikuyu presidents. You want a
So
4th one?
what?
Sio
Mumekuwa na
sisi.
Utatupeleka where?
ah,
So what?
we
Where will you take us? Where?
ati
So
unasema
what?
so what?
Yes.
Unasema so what?
So
Why?
what? You want us to kill ourselves?
Acha
Eli,
wacha
do you want us
nikwambie.
to kill our,
Vice President,
no, do you want
ngoja.
us to move away from Kenya?
Hapana, mimi
Stop that.
nitaongea. Vice
Utaongea
President,
vitu
hata
nyamazie.
nitaanza. Ngoja, Vice
No.
President, wewe umeongea, wewe hamtakagi niongee.
No, you
Nikianza
have talked
kuongea
for 1 hour.
nasikia
Eli,
anga.
that narrative
Unasikia
is not
sasa?
No.
Tukalas
Unasikia?
bana, tukalas
No, Eli will not
zimetokelezea
lecture us
bana.
here.
Ati Eli
You have talked
ameongea
for
for 1
1 hour.
hour. It is
Actually,
No,
always
you
like
talked for 1
Eli,
hour
1
alone.
minute.
sio
Stop
vile
it.
mnafukuzanga
No.
mnafukuzanga Ayaga,
Hata
mnanifukuza
wewe
hapa
unafukuza saa
kwa
hii.
Na
sababu
wewe
Hata
hujafukuzwa. Kama
tunakufukuza.
amekufukuza, hakuna mtu amekufukuza
No,
hapa
Sikia,
just leave him
Julia,
out. No. Don't
Julia
don't defend him.
Julia
Just leave him out.
mwalimu usikue hivyo.
So hivyo. Eli, relax kidogo. Eli, we are here
Relax.
for long hours. It is weekend. We are here for long hours. Hiyo story yako uta inject. But as you think on how to come back, please try to update that narrative.
Hakuna.
That narrative is a bit old.
I want to table something for you before you chase me. Before you chase me. Before you chase me.
I'm not chasing you. I'm not chasing you. Eli,
Let
you will
me
come
talk.
back.
Next
Let
person.
me
No,
say
you will
something.
come back. You will come back.
Hata watoto wangu sasa wanasikia nikipiga makelele hapa.
Ana sio
tunapiga
hivyo.
kelele.
Relax
Wacha.
kidogo. Relax kidogo.
Relax.
Eli, you see, if we don't allow everybody to inject evil, the dialogue will not be good and sweet. Relax kidogo.
Basi wacha nimalize yangu. Wacha nimalize yangu. Kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Ngoja, hapana. I want to table a list of vice presidents. Vice presidents peke yake. Hapana. Vice president. Wacha hii sasa ni dictatorship.
Your dictatorship, please, you will come on board.
Mtu akiongea tu hivi mnasema Raila alafu mnatufunga. Wacha tunyamaze basi.
No, sio kunyamaza, you will come back. Eli, you will come
Next
back.
person.
Please. Yeah, at least wacha tuende tukibadilishana hivyo. And let's be cognizant of narrative. Watu wakipingana na wewe, anyway, we understand the opinion ya watu, lakini I feel Eli,
unasikia pale kwa chat at Eli think at Eli ni umbwa. What kind of conversations are those in the chat there? Ati mimi ni umbwa. Kuna mtu hapo anaitwa Q.
I did not pure. Yes. Don't will be blocked. We don't abuse panelists.
No, you cannot abuse people. Nani amesema ni comment ya nani? No, we will not allow that, Nani anasema hivyo? No, hata kama tuna disagree. No, you cannot call people umbwa. That one hiyo sio yetu. Nani amesema hivyo?
We don't allow that.
So
hiyo si tabia.
Eli, nani ametusi wewe?
So many hapo. Kuna mtu anajiita hapo Q. Sijui Q.
No, Q amekuja pombe. Tafadhali ukitusi watu tena tutakutoa in good faith. Disagree with the people intellectually, tafadhali. We don't condone, and I will withdraw your comment, lakini ukitusiana tena tutakutoa. Next one.
Unajua Cuba na saa zingine anakuanga excited, so don't take him too serious.
And you should not be thinking that hata kama tunapigana na Eli hapa, we are fighting his war. Bwana Q, we are not fighting your war. So usifikirie tunakusaidia kupiga wale watu upendi.
Na siku moja Jill alitupeleka. Jill,
we need to take care of the young man.
Alitupeleka.
Haya ni sawa. Eli, malizia point yako. Naona Janet anasema uongee. I like this. So,
alafu kitu before
you people, you have been very unfair because you interject, and when I try to make my point, I am told to shut up. I can never complete my statement.
1 minute.
Okay, Maliza.
As Eli speaks, Eli, you normally take like 30 minutes speaking alone. That one is also boring.
Julia, that's a pot.
And to the
point. That's a pot calling a kettle black. Julia, you speak for 2 hours non-stop.
Listen to that.
You
can you like take all of us speak here, and I think we don't take more than 5 minutes. Can you also
Julia, unaongea kama Fidel Castro who used to speak for 8 hours.
No, I don't speak like you speak. Na utatupea lecture ati sijui mumeongoza miaka sijui ngapi, unataka tufanye?
Nakupatia lecture kwa sababu wewe kama utaki lecture nenda kwa TikTok.
Julia, you have to know that Eli is the mayor of Belfast. Eli has political experience even abroad. So itabidi ukubali msomo yake.
Jiru, hao watu hawanichukui serious. Hapa ninachukuliwa serious hapa more than back home.
Yeah, I know, and that thing is really annoying you. There's no in which somebody in Belfast is voting for you, and a Kenyan is taking you like
even right now. Nikitaka kupigia simu Jerry Adams, ninampigia sahi. Party leader anaishi hapa tu karibu na mimi, 2 minutes walk. Hapa.
Nanjiro anakudisrespect. Najua hiyo kitu inakuuma sana. Najua Eli, hiyo kitu inakuuma sana.
No, so what? The Sowotian question is this.
So what?
I take this platform very seriously. Rather than go to the mainstream Kenyan things, I would rather come to things like this. I take these conversations more seriously.
Mheshimiwa, tumekupea jina yako. Mheshimiwa, endelea.
Wewe wacha mheshimiwa. I wanted to table a list here. Wacha nianze. Na msinianze kuniharas hapa. Haya. Wa kwanza vice president alikuwa Jaramogi. Haya, wa pili alikuwa ule Murumbi. half Masai, half Kikuyu. Okay? I'm going to mention the tribes. Watatu alikuwa jamaa mmoja hapa anaitwa Daniel Arap Moi. Alitoka huko nini? Ni mtu wa Turgen, Haya. Kutoka huko tukaingia kwa nani? Mwai Kibaki. Sawa? Si Mwai Kibaki akamwachia nani? Njuguna Karanja. Huyo alitolewa na David Mwenje. Sawa? Sasa vile David Mwenje huyo wa Embakasi alimtoa Njuguna Karanja, very honorable man. Njuguna Karanja, I don't even know why he went into politics. Tukaingia kwa huyu msomaji pia anaitwa nani? Saitoti. Pia half Kikuyu, half Masai. In fact, watu walisema yeye alikuwa pure Kikuyu na hiyo si shida yangu. Haya. Huyo ni pia ni vice president. Kutoka kule kwa Saitoti, tukaingia kwa nani? After Saitoti, huyu jamaa mwingine hapa wa Ukambani. Anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Haya. Tukatoka kwa Kalonzo, tukaingia nani tena vice president after Kalonzo? Mudi Awori. Nani alikufa hapo? Huyu Wamalwa.
Sisi wote tunajua. Okay, you know the tribes.
Ngoja. There is something I'm getting into. Please.
Kwanza vile unasema Wasomali. Somali.
Ngoja. Haya, hapa tukaingia kwa nani? Wamalwa akatoka, tukaenda kwa Mudi Awori. Mudi Awori Muganda, half Ugandan, you have Kenyan. After that, Mudi Awori. After we have to go into history. After Mudi Awori. Anyway, let me not annoy you people.
You're not annoying us, Mheshimiwa, unajua I have just realized bwana mheshimiwa
ule Msomali
wewe keep kidogo order
huyo
kidogo
mkale
Now what after that?
labda ukisema Mjaluo utagongwa bana.
Now what? You've said all that. So what now? Tufanyeje? Tuhame Kenya?
Hapana, msiame.
Wacha kusumbua mheshimiwa bwana. Tafadhali naomba kwa heshima. Makabura hapa. Julia kidogo. Mheshimiwa, tulia kidogo. Unajua people need to understand here bwana, wewe ni mheshimiwa huko Belfast huko Britain huko juu. Wasikuone huko ni Ireland ni Ireland. Eli, sijiongee bwana. Watu waheshimu jina bwana. Wewe unatafutwa na opposition na government huko, alafu sasa watu wanakuja hapa kukuambia. In fact, they should not be calling you Eli, they should be calling you Sir Eli. You are very soon uko karibu kukua knighted. Eli waambie uko karibu kukua knighted.
No. The things I am saying here is not just out of conviction. These are practical things. I would like us to think of a presidency that all Kenyans will respect. We need someone who is not like any of the current leaders that we have. Yani, we need to look for someone that we have never had. This is what we need to do. Sasa ukiona, ninasema mtu kama Martha Karua, shida yangu tu ni mmoja, hiyo tu.
Mkikuyu.
Hiyo ni shida yangu. Na ninampenda huyo mama kabisa.
Acha kutudanganya hapa.
1 minute please. 1 minute. Wacha tukaribishe Makobura. How are you Makobura?
Unajua huyo ni Makobura. Do you know who it is, Njiru? Be careful.
Wacha tusikie. Makobura, how are you?
Oh yeah, it's a person. He's a real person.
Okay, go ahead. Nilipata two things. I don't know kama amekuja kusaidia Eli ama amekuja kutusaidia. Go ahead Makobura.
Akimsaidia tutamwona.
Okay, thank you so much, brother Jiru. It's my first time actually coming over here, and I can see
karibu
watu people are really happy, and I just like one thing. The people of Kenya, they have woken up, and they are talking about what is affecting them as a people, and that's a good thing. We need to do more of this. We need to do more of activism so that we get to a point where we can when we see these political people doing what is not right, we should just tell them so that they change. If they're not changing, I always say that we have options. The options are there. It is not Ruto, it is not Raila. There are so many people. Kuna wale wamesema wanataka kusimama, and the list is long. So we can always look at this other list as opposed to these gentlemen who have been in politics for 20 years. If, for example, we talk about giving Kalonzo, giving Gachagua, Raila, these people have been in politics for more than 40 years. They've, they've been in very high positions. They've not changed anything. So how sure are we that if we give them a chance now, or if we continue electing them, they're going to change, the things or the problems that they've caused us? So we need to think outside the box. We need to we need to invite these new people who have also, who are also joining the political race. That is my take.
Okay, sawa bwana Ombura. So Ombura, maybe I want to ask you, maybe so that you can react to the new waves in Kenya. You are aware that Mr. Ruto and Mr. Raila Odinga have formed a consortium, an association of operation in politics. Can you react? Is it possible for you to tell us what do you think is going to happen in the new arrangements in Kenya? Do you think Ruto can get a second term based on that? Now that these are the two top candidates who participated in the most recent election in Kenya, and they are now working together. Do you think they can make it to subvert the will of people, and actually they force another term for Ruto?
Okay, that union, if I look at it, that these people are saying that Ruto went for presidency and Raila was number 2. And they're saying that Raila came with 6 million votes. But if you do that analysis, all these votes, they came from different parts of the region. Some of them came from Mukambani, some of them from the coastal region, some of them from the western region. Currently, Raila is not going to get the support of the Kamba region. And that means he has lost more than 1 million votes. If we go to Western, there's this group that is supporting the president, and then there's also this wave supported by the governor of Trans Nzoia, Eugene Wamalwa, and the likes of Peter Salasya. So there is a clear indication that Raila is not going to get full support in the Western region. If you go to Lowland, there's also a faction of youths who have come out and they're saying that they're not going to support a government that has not done what they had promised. The thinking of the people of Lowland, for example, especially the youths, they are saying, we have followed this political leader for quite some time, but we've not seen any change. 2027 is going to be a different election in the history of the Kenyan politics, because this is the only time
Sorry to ask, are you calling Elia dinosaur? It's only the youth that...
Did you say dinosaur?
Yeah, so the reason why I'm saying that,
Makobura ongea na wewe bwana Kip, wacha kuamusha Eli na tushadunga Eli tafadhali.
Eli, I didn't tell Kip to call me that. Yeah. I'm not part of that.
Okay, go ahead.
Haya, munaniita dinosaur, na hata kuna huyu public participation alianza hizo stories za Kibira. Ati sijui Raila alikuwa Kibira for 20 years. Ule mzungu ule ule Philip Liki alikuwa Kibira for over 15 years as an MP. Huo mzungu alifanya nini? Wacheni ujinga bana.
Sasa tutakuita dinosaur ukiendelea.
Hiyo ilikuwa ya Kip, hiyo sio yetu. Wacha Obura ongee. Nimewambia muache kuamsha Eli. Eli alikuwa ametulia, alikuwa amewapea nafasi, sasa mnamleta. Sasa Obura endelea.
Yeah, so what I can say is that it is not going to be as usual. The thinking of the people and their views have actually changed. And so let someone not lie to William Samoei Ruto that is going to get a support from Raila Amolo Odinga. And again, what I can also say is that you know, there's more revolt, especially in the Luo Nyanza. We've seen that the likes of Babu Owino are coming out to have a different, thinking, political thinking. The reason why they're coming out is that they've seen Raila's no more chances in politics, especially continuing with that leadership that he's always had. If he was still young, somebody like Babu Owino and all these political people would try to tone down or reduce the speed. But now they have seen that even if like Raila is already going, there's nothing. Even if you fail to support him, he's going. So there's that thinking among the young leaders, and they're seeing Raila's really blocked so many young upcoming leaders. And those people are also seeing that as a leeway to also come out and just have their way. Something else that I can say is that it is not a guarantee that now that Ruto is the president and with the support of Raila, they can manufacture, I'll come up with ways to rig the election. What I know is that when the nation decides, and with the help of the young people, I am sure whether they want to rig it or not, the people would still have the majority say. I just wanted to give you an example how it can be tough if it is a decision that the people of Kenya would have made. Let's say, for example, we are going for elections in the entire country, and the young people are there, just like they've always said that mkienda kupiga kura lazima mlinde kura. If the people have seen that we need to take out this presidency, they will come out na watalinda hiyo kura with with all the gadgets that they will be having. Wengine watakuwa napiga picha, just evidence to store the evidence, and that way it would not be easy for for those people to rig the election. That is what I can say.
Okay, thank you Bwana Obura. Okay.
Tunataka Father Denderas amesema ati anaogopa. Father Denderas, sisi watu ambaye usiogope. Without Eli we are good people. Na alafu ndiye alifanya maneno ikakuwa mbaya, akaita Eli dinosaur. Otherwise we are good people, don't fear. Nimemaliza Njiru.
In fact, Danidari alikuwa hapa ngoja kidogo Nitro. I know Kipo alikuwa na joke. Unajua Danidari alikuwa hapa akatuonesha anajua kudrive akahepa.
Tunamwambia it is Eli anatusumbua kichwa. Anasema ati tunamfanya akuwe na headache. Na yeye anafanya tukue na headache. So without Eli we are good people. But Danny Dairas, just ignore Eli.
you know Eli is just the other politician, just like they are disturbing us in Kenya. You know Eli is a British politician. You have to understand that, Julia. He is full of ego. British ego, you know it, eh?
Yes, my lord. My lords.
Yeah,
my lord.
So ile kitu inasumbua Eli ni ya kwamba you people you have refused to acknowledge that he is one of the political serious eminent persons in Britain.
Yeah.
In Britain. Sasa hiyo kitu inamsumbua sana. So you people, and from today henceforth, Eli ni mheshimiwa. He is almost being knighted. Anaitwa pale na kale kamzee, yule mzee king. Mtaona akiwekelewa rungu hivi.
I'm not too far from that.
Question. Do you guys know Florida?
Yes. What happened?
Yeah. So North Island is the Florida of the United Kingdom now.
Oh, sa Eli ni dinosaur alile.
Eli leo nitakuchafua bwana.
Leo mnanilemea hapa.
Wow. So what you see, mnasikianga Florida man did this, Florida man did no, North Island man did this.
Killed somebody, stole something.
But that is Northern Ireland now.
Lazima muweke Eli bahali yake, bahali yake. Eli, watu wakuweke bahali yako. Ama namna gani?
This is not fair. Lakini I can survive. I can survive.
Sinn Féin. Eli, you're part of Sinn Féin.
No, Miss Sinn Féin by the mini SDLP, the third largest party here. But we were the ruling party here. We're the ones who brought the peace process, and we're the one who devolved this place, and we're the one who established the post-conflict governments. So we
And you're the
cannot.
one who brought Brexit.
No, not SDLP. So sorry. Don't cook up stories. No, SDLP, we're anti-Brexit. So please, come on.
Kipu, mnaona sasa after mumeanzia kuongea vitu substance, sasa Eli ameanzia kuongelesha. Sasa ni nyinyi mnaharibu.
No, let us not talk to Ellie from now, from the next 30 minutes.
What's up, my brother?
Eli does not care about Kenya. Eli cares about Britain. Ulize Kenny story ya Eli story ya Britain.
Well, if I don't care about Kenya, why am I here? That's not fair.
Ellie doesn't
No.
know anything
No, that's not fair. No, that's not fair, Njiru. That's not fair.
Ni sawa, nimekubali. You care about Kenya and Britain, both of them. You care about too, but you care about Britain more.
He may care, but doesn't know anything about Kenya. Hiyo ndio shida yake. Wacha comfort.
Oh my God. Oh, dear.
Okay,
comfort. You're gonna make his kids busy.
Lazima ajue ukikuja kwa mitandao lazima ukue tayari kurarolewa. There's an open space. Comfort, go ahead.
Look, Jeru, I'll say something. Jeru, when I come to these platforms, I adjust myself according to that show. Right here, I've adjusted my way of thinking, because if there's certain things, if I say them here, people will start saying ati sasa wewe unafikiri wewe ni professor. Kuna mtu hapa aliniita sijui PhD wa bandia. So I have to do this in order to fit to the purpose of this meeting right now. You can think that's sijui arrogant talk. I am being honest. Okay? Me, I'm mostly interested in history, on how we can fix our economy, our country through lessons learned. Your history. Hapa watu wapendagi history hapa tunaongea.
Ngoja kidogo.
Wacha Comfort aongee, pole, nimemaliza.
Unajua Comfort alikuwa ametufungulia mpaka kamera na umefanya afunge.
By the way.
Wewe ndio umefanya afunge. Umefanya afunge.
And you know, Ellie's history.
Hebu arudi kwa kamera tumuone.
First of all, I'm wondering, those people who are from UK, how come we don't hear the British accent, that bad accent? You guys, you stayed there for so long and you're still talking.
Hapana, kwa sababu mimi Comfort, mimi nimekataa kuwa British. Mimi, I am happy with my Luo accent.
Yes.
I am not going, but my sister, I've got 4 sisters here in the UK. Wanaongea kama Queen Elizabeth. Hata wale ambao walikuja hapa later. Mimi sina hiyo. Hata kipu wetu huyu. Anaongea kama mtu wa Sugoi.
Yeah, how long you guys have stayed there? I stayed in Germany for so long, I didn't get the German accent either.
No, it's because of frequency of going home. Often
you
go home.
I think so. You're right. Yeah.
Nimependa
sura guys were in America, and like the rich ones like Julia waendangi nyumbani ya
upkeep.
Hebu Comfort arudishe sura yake, hata sisi tuweke tumuone hapa. Hey,
what?
By the way.
Kumbe amekusikia.
Comfort, just bring back your face.
I'm almost 6th floor. Now, you guys, it's interesting. When I just entered, I told myself before entering, I know there'll be tribes, they'll talk of groups, they'll talk of Kalonzo, Raila. I knew, like, I had an eye on you guys. I knew that you must mention those things. Whether you go away after 5 days, come back in, it's the same thing. You know, even animals inside a hole, they only understand what's in that hole. They only know the window is there, and that's the exit, and this is where we eat. You're in a box. You're in a box, and you've been trapped. It's like you've been trapped in a time zone or a time warp, where somebody comes in. Raila is still the one who is in opposition, is running for, and somebody is running for president. How do we get them out? They're eating corruption groups. If we have the Kalenjins, we can combine with Kambas and all that. That we have to forget all these politics. We have to know that 70% of the Gen Zs, they actually don't understand this tribal stuff. My own children, they don't get it. Even spiritual stuff. You say maybe a prophet said this. They say they can't get these things, and these are the people who will be running the country in the next 30-40 years. These are the people who are gonna birth Kenya and take it to the next part, as we have done like our time. I keep saying that we need to now focus and forget this tribal thing. You guys are just the 6%. 6%. When you talk about Central or Mrima, what is Mrima? You go to Kiambu, everybody is there. Kiambu is an extension of Nairobi. Go to Ruto, everybody is there. Go to Nakuru, everybody is there. Go everywhere. But you talk like we are still in clear fences, like we have like clear boundaries, that from here I know, from here I'll find only Kambas, Watu Kalonzo. From here I can say that this is the mountain, it is all Rigathi. This is what it's not going to be like that. The surprise will be on all you guys. The way you were surprised with June 25th. You were probably still talking about Raila and Kalonzo. Then what happened June 25th? I was so impressed when all those kids came out, when our children came out. They came out. That was so beautiful, so brave. Those are the people we should be addressing. I wish we could pull more into the conversation here and move away from that. Let me go to Kip, and you're here. It will be the same thing. Kalonzo, Raila will combine with Ruto. Ruto now is, this is the same old people. Those guys laugh at us. You see pictures, they're caught by paparazzi. You find all of them, Uhuru, Raila, they're all there chatting. Then they come out, they do a number on us. That's what I just popped in. I'll listen and hear what else is happening.
Can Comfort bring those? No, but can Comfort bring those politicians to the show? Because she knows them, she has their phone numbers, she can engage with them, because we want to know how we can transform this country.
Yeah, when I had my radio, I invited almost all of them. And I invited, even that time we were doing the constitution, I invited Waiganjo, who is now Waiguru's husband. He came and on the radio and discussed the constitution. The people who were writing the constitution, then we had everybody. I was inviting even the IEBC. I invited even Martha herself. I would invite, even I had the presidential debate on the radio. We had it for 2012, 2013. So
why don't you work with Hero?
I'm bringing it back. It's Kenya Progressive Voice Radio, but now it's going to be TV. And we have our networks, even people there in the UK who used to come in as guests. And even China, we had Diaspora from China, Namibia. We actually drew a whole draft on how we can hold elections for the diaspora. People were reporting from wherever they were as diaspora. We had a whole day. We began with, I think it was even the UK. You'd say that I'm in Northampton, we need 3 polling stations. All the way to Ireland, we had Kenyans in Ireland. We had Kenyans all the way in China. We had Kenyans in Australia calling in, South Africa, Namibia. People were calling in and saying where they would have polling stations in their country, and we mapped that out. It took us about 2 days. We did a fantastic document that when we are ready to have diaspora funded, we'll be able to vote. Like, for example, then I was in Florida. We said one in Miami, one in Orlando. We had Tallahassee, Jacksonville. We went to South Carolina. We had the towns there, North Carolina. It was all covered. The goal was to make sure that people will not need to drive more than 6 hours from where the polling station would be. And then I did a big conference, invited the IEBC. It was in New Jersey. We had discussions and we were going to vote. But then the members of parliament are the ones now who decide the funding. The funding. And you can Google, we got 0. They gave us $0 to hold elections, even if we get them the map work and everything. So they were afraid because they did not know the numbers. They're not sure of the numbers, but with dual citizenship, and if that document, if we were to build on it, we can now have our own 3 million, and you can add it in your conversation about diaspora now having numbers. Okay. So those are the kind of conversations we needed to have. I wrote a paper on devolution, devolving the diaspora. I wrote a paper on that, whereby each county would work closely with their county, the county out in the diaspora. Let's say from Muranga County, like I am, the people in Muranga, all the way in Europe, in England, in France, all over. We have now our own kind of county, diaspora county government, whereby we are also working closely with the MCAs, and we bring Maendeleo right to Mashinani, targeted Maendeleo, and also access information. So when I get back, I'm waiting for a few things to fall in place, but the channel is there, everything is organized, and yes, I can get all those guests, all the guests you're talking about, and others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Comfort.
That's good information. Comfort. Thank you. I was just saying thank you, Jiru.
Okay, we appreciate that.
I can take questions if you want. I'm here.
Yeah, ndio nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza hata Yaga amekuja. Yeah, good. Unajua Comfort, ukifungua kamera, we are really happy because no, we are really happy because unajua hatujazoea kamera.
The face to the voice.
Hatujazoea kamera.
So I can be abducted.
No, not about.
I've wired my place. I'll blow them up.
No, wewe ni kukuabduct
ama sasa. Traps everywhere. Better traps than Rigathi. They try to come
in effect.
They try to do that to Rigathi.
I'm saying we got the Panya routes. I mean, I'm saying let them come. It's a real video game for me. They come near my house. Like Kevin Alone. Remember that movie, Kevin Alone at Home? Kevin Alone?
Home Alone.
Home Alone, Home Alone, yeah.
You know, Comfort, you don't want them to see you because they would like actually to replace you. Uchukue hiyo kazi ya Nyarari. I think you are more serious. Uchukue ile kazi ya Nyarari. They might want you to be more than Wanja Nyarari.
Nyarari, bring me up to speed.
No, Njiru, please stop sideshows.
No, it's not sideshows.
Let's focus on our country. I also brought whistleblowers. Even Gidong came and told us a lot of stuff.
Anyway, let me ask our dear lady today. Let me ask you a question. You have told us that let's not concentrate with the Ruto and Raila alliance here. So, but to what level can it your association here, Ruto and Raila, to what level can it distract us? Do you think that association can distract Kenyans, or Kenyans can be able to form?
What time is it? Maybe even from 4 hours ago, you are still focusing on them. Those guys are already asleep. It is eating season. I've been told by Kenyans on the ground, the new people who are coming in, those ministries, it's open season. They're gonna eat, like empty the store. Whatever is left, imagine. And that's why I say the numbers are so huge that we can just go in and stop them. We can. If now we bring Gen Zs, no, let me not say that in case I'm accused of organizing a coup. We have a Gen Zs, we have now us, the Gen X. We're ready. I'm doing here press ups. We're ready. This is it. It's our country. We've got to fight for it. We just say no. We make it uncomfortable for them to even enjoy that money. You know, I was standing somewhere. I think it was in Kileleshwa. Then there was this convertible open car, young guy, very young. You know, and the car completely convertible. I think it was could have been a Mercedes or something. And somebody is trying to sell him, I think, some flowers or oranges. And the only thing stopping that person, because now it's not like us, our windows are closed. The windows are, it's a convertible, it's completely open. He's there with his watch looking. The difference, you ask yourself, are we in the same country? There's a woman there with a baby and trying to sell something, trying to beg. And there's nothing stopping her from saying, okay, I'm tired of begging you. I'm going to grab it from you. I'll just take it from you. I need to feed my children. I mean, things are so bad, and I'm seeing it's gonna get worse. It's really gonna get worse. In the next, I'm talking of weeks.
Hey, Comfort.
Yeah.
Comfort in the post, in the first wave, the first wave of the post revolution last year. Were you hosting some shows on X on Twitter? Because
in America we say, who wants to know or who is asking?
No. I know. They say no. I know. There's that thing at the revolution will not be broadcasted, but the voice of that person, it was definitely you, and you did some amazing work.
Why are you outing me like this, man? Those guys are listening.
No, Usiogope. Do you know thousands of Kenyans were listening to you? I only got to know you only about 2 months ago, in like your face and everything. But the thing, the work you did was amazing last year. You hosted thousands of people. People were rushing to Twitter to listen to you. Don't hide. It is you. And I have to say you did.
But you see, you have to understand that these things are real. There's some people, our president has got a very thin skin, and those around him are even more thin-skinned. And that is why even now, even just somebody saying something even on Facebook, you're being followed. I mean, what's that?
No, but I'm just.
I couldn't go to Shags. It's terrible.
Same here.
8 days and came back.
No, but the work you did,
I was not alone. Don't
was amazing.
One person.
No,
many people were hosting and just been in the background, providing the platform, making sure things are running. That's it. But it's not. Don't take it beyond that. There are many things.
Comfort. Beware of El. He's on the other side. So.
Sasa hiyo ni paranoia. Sasa hii ya Julia, hiyo ni paranoid. Mwalimu ameingia na hasira.
Beware of El. He's a hater.
Hakuna side mimi niko. Mimi side yangu.
He tells me put on the camera. Were you the one who was doing this? I felt like, oh my God. I mean,
ngoja wacha nikwambie. Unaona huyu Comfort, kazi ambayo Comfort amefanya last year is beyond what many people did online. She was one of the big people online.
Don't buy that.
Eli, wacha mambo mingi, tumesikia, wacha mambo mingi. So
Wakenya wanaogopanga.
No, it's not about kuogopa. It's not about kuogopa. She was not doing it so that you come and recognize her.
Yes, that's shouting at the top of the rooftops. I think Eddie's on the other side. Beware of him. Don't buy that comfort. Don't buy that praise.
Julia, beware of what? Sasa kuna kitu watu wanaogopa sasa Kenya.
Beware of Ellie.
Hata wewe.
I'm saying beware of Ellie.
Okay, this how
wacha ualimu yako hiyo.
Advised. I'll see you guys later.
Unaona sasa amekimbia.
Sasa wewe ndio umemfukuza, umeanza kumchiba hapa. You began digging her.
Hata mnanishinda saa zingine. Mnaongea hapa alafu mnaogopa kuongea. Sasa mnaona
tunaogopa.
Alafu mnasema mimi ndio nimemfukuza. Alafu watu wanaanza kunitukana huko kwa nini hapo kwa
kutukana wewe unajua wewe tunajua wewe ni mwanasiasa huko UK na kuna uwezekano huko mnaitangaje wale SAS kuna uwezekano wewe ni you have private information to SAS. Unajua SAS
acha ni nyamazi
ama secret service ya huko.
I always say a pot calling a kettle black.
Unajua mzee wa mtaa. Unajua mzee wa mtaa. Ama hujajua hiyo concept ya mzee wa mtaa. Eli ni mzee wa mtaa huko kwa Belfast.
Wacheni kuongea kama mnaogopa. Mtu hapa.
We are not fearing.
Wacha nikwambie. Let me get straight to the point.
We don't like people's details. What your story?
He did some great work last year.
Goja kidogo. Wachana na fact. We don't want. You see, we can only discuss it if she wanted to discuss it. But people involvement in whatever they did, we never like. Don't do it because sometimes.
Unaogopa nani hapa?
It's just the story. We don't know
ourselves. Living in Kenya, bana. What is wrong with you? Wewe uko hapa in the comfort of a Belfast house.
Ngoja, mi naenda Kenya. Mi naenda Kenya every year, 2-3 times a year.
Na kwanza
So ninaogopa nini
you
huko?
are under the security of UK.
You go back to Belfast
Wewe
after that.
unapewa ulinzi na anaitwa
Na nani?
Prince Charles. Unapewa ulinzi na Prince Charles wewe mwenyewe. Wewe we know unapewa ulinzi na Prince Charles. Sababu ya kuomba kura mbili hapo.
There are people who do not
Utafanya kiwa nishambulia hapa.
Hapana.
Kama former deputy president wa Kenya anashambuliwa bwana. He has to be careful. Sembuse sisi. You have to be careful bwana.
Me, I have no sympathies for Gachagua akishambuliwa. Hiyo ni shauri yake. Yeye alikuwa part of the problem. Hiyo ni shauri yake.
And Raila is part of the problem now.
Hiyo pia. Lakini Gachagua, me have no sympathies. I have no sympathies for Gachagua.
And that is
Ayaga is here. Okay.
That is the same way.
Keep ukimaliza upea Ayaga so that I inject kidogo alafu ili sasa tu pia Ayaga leo tumuachi. Ayaga leo tunataka kumulainisha. Ayaga today is today or never. Leo tunakulainisha kabisa.
Where is it lainisha huyu?
And I will defend Ayaga. I will defend Ayaga.
Huyu ako lost.
Jiru.
He's lost for good. You can't lainisha him. Amepotea kabisa. Wezi mulainisha. Just give up.
At least I can have a conversation with Ellie. I can talk with Ellie.
Yes. At least even if Ellie natupatia, he's giving us a headache. We can have a conversation. But Ayaga is lost.
Pana. You know, Ellie, at least tunaweza cheka hapo we can.
You know, Ayaga used to work for IEBC. You guys.
See, anajua. That's why he's telling us Ruto is
so he's one of the thieves.
He's one of those thugs.
Where's Chebukati? Oh no. This is Njiru. I give up. I'm not convincing Ayaga anything. I know he's on the other side. Lost kabisa na Chebukati. Thank you, keep for
hata anaweza kuwa Kakamega sahii tukiongea tuna stream huko Kakamega.
Maybe Ayaga, you should change the story and tell us how you stole, how you used to steal votes. Usituambie maneno ingine. At least we shall listen to you.
Mm-hmm. He knows the system inside out. Jana tuambie, don't go to the streets. It's already done. But the only way we can move forward as a nation is to stop tribalism, like I said. It's plain and simple. It doesn't matter if the next president, even after Ruto, is a Kalenjin. Who cares? Don't care if it's a Kikuyu. I don't even care if it's a Luo. I don't care if it's whatever tribe. So long as it's a man who is ethical. Unaona sasa mtu kama Julia anasema, lete Mrara please. Bring me Mrara. Not Mrara, Matiang. Leta Matiang. Kwani Julia siku anajua umeolewa na Mkisia, mwe ni Mkisia. I never knew that you have connections there. So that is the kind of thinking we need to have as Kenyans. It doesn't matter which tribe you are from or which tribes have been in power. It's not us who have been in power. It is them. It is the families. It is the Moi orphans. It's the people who the thugs that have been in power for all this time. And that is why the way Madam Comfort has been saying is the fact that the Gen Zs don't even know this nonsense. Hawajui ujinga. They date one another. They date. Some of them are married to every between tribes. I mean, like Nairobi, it's super mixed. Ukiniambia kuna mtu hapo si half Luya or half Kale or half whatever. We are so mixed in Nairobi hata huwezi jua hata origin ya mtu mwingine. And Kiambu is become metropolitan. Machakos is metropolitan. Nakuru is metropolitan. Eldoret is now the biggest metropolitan place. Mombasa tumejaa hivyo. Francis, unataka tu kuona cheerleader yako, utangoja. Just leave Q alone bana, usimchokoze. I know how to take care of him. He's my son. Tena naye. Yeah, we need to stop thinking about tribalism. We need to fix the mentality of people like Francis. Francis is stuck on a tribalism mentality. He just thinks every time we talk about Raila or talk about somebody from his community, we're being tribal. It's not that. We just think they're conmen. We think I've just told you that I found one person from your community that is just superb, and that is Faith Odhiambo. If she ran for president, direct ticket after Martha Karua, of course. But yeah, that is the fact. But now, by there, I've just been looking at the ground from Nyanza, and it amazes me. It's quite cool. Ukiona mtu kama Omosh 1 hour is conflicted, Raila's move was not the best. And I like what the gentleman who just left, what was his name, has said. The Gen Zs from Nyanza don't care about this garbage. Those are the kind of stories I want to hear. I want to hear people from there, tuwachane na madinosaurs kama mimi na Ali ongea mambo ya ukabila. We have hope from those Gen Zs who don't care about this tribalistic nonsense. Sema tumechoka nao mzee. When I heard that, I was I was so happy to hear something like that. Nikisikia kwamba there's hope. There's actually hope. And we need more guests like him. I wish he could have stayed. Nafikiri tulimchokora kidogo. And that's the kind of talk I want to hear from Gen Zs. It was an amazing thing to hear. Esther, Thika is Nairobi, but I don't count it. Yeah. Anyway, sasa sisi kama madinosaurs hapa bado tuna discuss mambo ya ukabila. I think
Tunangoja
it's going to be
Ayaga
way
aongee.
huh?
Ayaga is here.
I know he's here. Atangoja, atasubiri. Because when he comes, me na disappear. I don't. He irritates me.
No. Let's be fair, Bana. Let's hear
He
something.
irritates me. That's my
No,
prerogative.
look, this is not a social club. We have to have different views.
His views are stupid. That's the problem. Yeah, it's my own decision to do that. Kama mnataka kumsikia basi mumsikie, mimi natoka for now, alafu nitarudi. Yeah.
Hata makasiriko. Sasa, if Katakani kusikia ukweli, you believe in some political things that do not work. Niliwaambia juzi, siasa is like a football. Okay? It's either you choose to play or you be played. And when you are played politically, you don't complain. Don't complain. That's how politics work. The same way you don't have reason why Raila Odinga should not work with the root. It's also the same reason you should not ask me why I should explain to you why Baba is working for Raila. His interest and that those of William Ruto have merged somewhere like a river. They form big river going towards 2027. If it works for them, better. If it doesn't work, also we are cool. We don't things move. Things always things change. Political things change. So we can't just say that we are going to discuss why Raila is betrayed. Kenyans have betrayed Raila several times. Not once, not twice. Raila is also a human.
Thank you.
If he chooses to do so, he can also do so on his personal capacity. Raila is not Jesus that was brought in this world to fight for you and carry your sin. Sometimes you don't go to the ballot to vote idiots for Raila to oversight the government for you and fight. Let us just be people who are responsible. Let us not keep our hope in human beings. Keeping our hope in human beings is what has made us less badly. We need to elect good leaders that need no supervision to work. Our constitution as we speak today, it is the members of parliament that need to do oversight role on executive. We don't have those things called opposition. Why should a Raia, common Raia without a budget, nobody gives him fuel for oversight? Or are you guys spending Raila? You have a pay bill somewhere, mnamtumianga Raila pesa awafanyie hiyo kazi? Nowhere. If that doesn't exist, no budget for him, why should we go around always kutetea some people who are not sympathetic with him? Let us just be logical. We need Raila out of this so that next time we read our constitution, understand our constitution, and eventually know that we need to vote a member of parliament that needs to stand with our views as people in parliament. Not those things Rigathi Gachagua calling riffraff from Mount Kenya. People who can even be given 10,000 to betray one of their own. And then you want to blame Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is not a member of parliament. If the SHA is not working, it is the member of parliament you vote that you should call to order, and they should oversee the government. That is the fact. If there is a problem with housing, that work lies in our parliament. If there is a problem anywhere with all these funding models, it is the work of parliament. But if you have chosen to vote an idiot, and the idiot is eating the salary, doing nothing, then expect an ordinary wananchi like you to come and fight for you without a budget. Now he's being given a budget to fight for you, you complain. The same people who, when Raila Odinga ran for the presidency, they complain, they oppose. When Raila Odinga even ran for something that is not even beyond their jurisdiction, like age, they still complain. When Baba called Mandamano in 2023, they complain. If Raila Odinga is quiet, they complain. Now Raila Odinga has joined the government to be in the soft corner, they still complain. So you think it is your complaint that will manage the lives of ODM and the supporters of Raila Odinga? No, those are the facts. Raila Odinga has life to live. You can go on with your complaint because even if today Raila Odinga say I'm leaving this government today to join the Gachagua side, there will be still complaints. There are people who will be disgruntled by that. So, my brothers and sisters, let us be logical when we discuss politics and look the real and have the reality in politics. With that, I can say I'm done. I don't have much. Let me rest my case. Let me leave Pene Nyagaka, my brother, to continue with the attacks of Raila Odinga. You know, you love people who are bringing Raila Odinga's head in a chopping board. You hear such kind of character.
Okay, sawa. Jerome Waura, are you there?
Yeah, habari
Yeah,
zenu?
toa point alafu Pene Nyagaka akuje, so unaweza react. Bado tunaendelea tu na ile story ya hii association ya Raila inaweza leta huo mvuto wakiwa na Raila na Ruto, ama sisi tunaweza jipanga na tuwashinde wote wawili pamoja. That's the discussion.
Habari zenu ndugu zangu, dada zangu, asubuhi mzuri. Vile tunasema tujipange
tujipange, wacha hao wengine wezi wawili waende zao. Sasa hii ni kufanya watu wafala, wanatumia watu. Sasa huyo Raila nilisema kitabu, huyu ni mjuaji, waende zake na Ruto, hakuna kurudi. Wakenya wajipange sasa. Sauli sasa hapa ni kukula tu. Sauli wakati alisikana na Uhuru alifanya nini? Nataka Wakenya wajiulize hivyo. Alifanya nini? Nothing. Ni kuharibu tu. Anaenda huko kwa tumbo yake na familia zake. Sawa. Mimi naenda kazi na Kenya sasa nakuja, mujipange tutoe hao watu wawili. Sina mambo mengine na ukabila iiche. Sisi wote ni Wakenya. Hakuna ukabila. Kwa heri. Mimi naenda kazi, tuonane kesho asubuhi. Lakini nitasikiza nyinyi tu. Okay, bye.
Jiru, what is happening? Pen. Karibu Pen.
Habari Yuri.
Mzuri, karibu. Umekaribisha juu, naona Jiru sijui ameenda wapi.
Sasa hayo imekuwa jioni, wamelala kidogo.
Wanaolala kwa show. Seriously? What's going in the show?
Hapo inanyesha.
Na Kipu ametoroka. Kipu burudini hapa. Wacha na kina Danny Dairas kujeni. We are not fighting anymore. Come back. Eli, come back. We will not argue with you. Lakini Eli si lazima kurudi. Si ati nakubembeleza. Endelea Pen.
Asante sana Juli. Huyu alikuwa ananiona kwa ile show ingine, alikuwa anakasirika huyu Kiburio. Lakini siku hizi tuko line moja, hakuna taabu. Hivyo waja wafanye vile wameingia pamoja, na kama 2027 tutafukuza wote waende kwao. Mmoja aende Bondo, mwingine aende Sogoi. Hivyo ni kuona kama huyu wa Munyoro ataleta mtu ambaye atatusaidia on 27th kuendelea mbele. Na Juli, huko kwetu nyumbani tuna wazee wanaitwa Munyoro. Na mmoja
Peni kidogo Yaani wewe mumeamua kutafuta mbinu ya kujiingiza kwa Munyoro.
Si ndio? Mwaura sasa, wakati ile mwingine kama wewe ulikuwa unanisikia nikikuja huku kwa Bernard unasikia mbaya. Lakini hii yote ambao mmesikia siku hizi munaona huyu Raila pia anawaendesha. Ile ndio tulikuwa tunajua. Yote.
That time bwana Peni tulikuwa tunajiuliza wengine, sasa hii mtu imetoka wapi? Kwani hii mtu ielewi? Kwani hii mtu so every time you talk, that is what I was feeling in my head. Sasa hii mtu
wewe ulikuwa unaniambia unasikia mbaya, unaniambia
in my language Nani Pene, in my language tunasemanga dangari is like kitu nguo imeraruka. You know dangari. So I was seeing you like that dangari.
Lakini hiyo yote hiyo siku hizi mnajua juu ya Raila ndio tulikuwa tunachua. We knew that. Na sasa mimi nilikuwa naongoja tu ati hawa watakuja baada yangu. Kama huyu Julia alikuwa ananiheshimu sana na bado ananiheshimu na napenda sana kwa sababu yeye hakusikia mbaya vile wewe ulikuwa unasikia mbaya. Lakini siku hizi mmekuja ile mahali tulikuwa tunayo. And we have watched this character play the politics of Kenya. They say for a long time. Mzee wake alikuwa, he was even the best. Mzee wake Odinga, he was the best. Lakini huyu, he uses even his father's name. Lakini kama yeye akai kama mzee wake, he uses the name just to instead of aggrandize himself. Na hiyo haiwezi kutusaidia hata kidogo. Lakini Wamunyoro nyinyi mlituacha nyuma, nyinyi Wakikuyu mlituacha nyuma, lakini tumejitetea. Mlituacha kwa hiyo watu mlikuwa mnasema Nairobi wanatusurround wote, na sisi Wakisii tukajitetea mpaka sasa. So we have a very good spot, a very nice spot for you guys. Na nyinyi mnayo kwetu, so we don't have any problem. There's no problem. Huyu kuna sijui ni Kibu alikuwa anasema wewe Julie una nini na Wakisii? Wakisii ni watu yenu. Ukikuja huko Kisii tunawakaribisha mzuri sana, na tukikuja huko kwenu tunakaribishwa mzuri sana. Mzee Chacha alikuwa na shamba huko Nyeri, tulikuwa tunatembea kitambo, and there was no problem.
I think it was a piece of Nyeri. Was
it
a
yes,
piece?
yes.
Something like that.
Yes. Yes. It was a piece of Nyeri. Mpaka wakati mzee alifariki, was his PC ni Nakuru. Alimleta Nakuru aje kumlinda huko. Na huko Mombasa huyu nani huyu Mwangina's brother was in Mombasa, na huko Nakuru alikuwa na Nyachai. So wakati kitambo before independence, huyu mzee Nyachai Kenyatta alikuwa anawekwa kwa kuna mzee Nyachai's place, na huyu mzee baba Nyachai alikuwa senior chief ya Wabeberu, lakini hawakujua kwamba yeye alikuwa anaweka mzee huko kwake, na analeta na huyu mzee analeta wazungu, anawasema hii watu ndio bobo.
Hebu nikuulize swali sasa, now that tunasema sasa nyinyi ni wale mandugu walichoka. Unajua nyinyi vile mlichoka mkashindwa na kuvuka, mkasema mtaki kwenda kwa milima, mlichoka. So hebu nikuulize swali sasa, hebu niambie sasa sababu sasa Raila ameenda pande ya Ruto na alikuja pia kwenyu kuwa consult. Mumekubali hiyo consultation ama mumeamuaji? What is the wrong game plan yenu?
No, that was a useless consultation. Hakuna mtu alienda huko.
No, Simbarati alikuwa amevaa kofia bwana. Hukuona Simbarati alikuwa amevaa kofia ya ODM hapo?
Simbarati ni mtu gani? Simbarati ni kutoka Bobasi, na Simbarati ni mtu ambao wameweka kuwa one officials ya hiyo party ya Raila Odinga. Hiyo tu. Na huyu ndio peke yake alikuwa na nani na Raila huko Kisii. Simbarati tu. Na hiyo nominated lady. Wote wajumbe wote wako huko. They cannot. Na ukiangalia historia ya yote ya elections, Wakikuyu wanashindaga huko Kisii most of the time. Kama huyu nani akishinda Kisii huko nani Nyamira, nani Mkikuyu atashinda. Ingawaje hata Kibaki hakuwa na even contest, anajua hiyo kura ilikuwa yake. So we have a very good spot, a very healthy spot ya watu ya kwenu. Na sisi hatukutaka mahali unakuwa na baridi nyingi kama huku mlima kwenu. Na ukizikia hapa Kericho, karibu Kericho inaitwa Kavianga. Hiyo ni Kisii, ina mean ya kwamba when they have refused, and that is where the Kavianga college is and all that. That's where the Kisii turned around and went back to where they settled right now. So we have no problem. Lakini hiyo ya huyu nani alileta vitina nyingi ya huku Kisii, huyu Raila, and he will never succeed. He will never. Where he has gone is where he has gone as far as he can go, in as far as Kisii is concerned, Nyamira and Kisii counties. Lakini yote ni bule, is useless. So let us focus on Matiang'i or Maraga. Those are the who
And
is going to.
and Penny, do you think Matiang'i? Okay, I would like you to zero into one. Maybe unaweza niambia, although sasa utaniambia ni kama nakuweka kwa mitego. Now, do you think now Kisii's maybe because you have to start from home? In my language tunasemanga ngemi comes from home. Ngemi sijui kama ni kushangiliwa inaanzanga nyumbani. Kama ushangiliwi nyumbani, forget about where else you are going. So it's very good kushangiliwa kutoka nyumbani. So let me ask you a question. Do you think Kisii's have reached of age whereby they can vote 97% for their man? So do you think Kisii's are at that point?
Yes, they have done that before. When Nyachai was running the last time Nyachai ran, the Kisii said they will throw even the votes for free. And they gave nearly 100% to Nyachai, even if they knew that they would not win in the elections of that time. So the question you are asking 20 years later is, yes, we can. We have done that before, we'll do that again. Now, between Maraga and Matiang'i, personally, I will go for Maraga because Matiang'i is so much of a follower and is not a leader. Maraga, even if he stands by himself, he will say the truth for what it is. Na hiyo ndio wagizi wengi.
Okay, so Penny, what is the starting point of Maraga? I know Maraga has that acceptability. People think he has character to do, anaonekana akauliza wa Kenya nikiruhusiwa naweza kuwa rais. Can you give me the starting point of Maraga? Ataanzia wapi?
Maraga ataanzia vile ameanza, vile what he has just said. He said that if we follow the constitution, if we follow the law, we don't have any problems of leadership. Hapo ndio ataanzia. Because if let's say, for example, what did Kibaki do? Kibaki did not do any miracles. He just followed what was written in the constitution. Alienda huko kwenu Nyeri akasema, I am the president of the Republic of Kenya. I am not the president of the people of Nyeri. Msikuje kuniuliza kazi. I have to produce the work for everybody. So we have a very good example. Na Maraga ataanzia hapo. And that's why it will continue to be.
Nauliza because you know at the end of the day he needs a consortium or lazima atashikana na watu. So can you tell me how will Maraga bring all the opposition forces together? Because for him to win, he has to bring all the opposition forces together. The Wamunyoro has to come to him. Madakarua has to come to him. Natembeya has to come to him. How do you think all these forces which are speaking even more than him, how can these people go to Maraga? How can they be convinced that Maraga has that fighting force which can actually even unseat Ruto in power, even in his silent form? Because he's a silent man, he doesn't look very violent. Na how will Kenyans be convinced ya kwamba huyu ni mtu anaweza linda kura, ama tu ni yule tu mtu tu mpole, kura yake ikibebwa tuko hapo tu tunanyamaza? Does Maraga seem to have that stamina that he can defend us in a critical point, like a stamina which Raila Odinga did not have? Saa zingine Raila Odinga anaona kura zetu zikienda na hakuna kitu anafanya.
No, Maraga, he has to come around to what you just said. He cannot grandstand for himself and win the elections. He has to have most of the people that are in Wamunyoro. Now, he has to get some of those groups from inside there, alafu na yeye, and then he will continue from there. So we have to accept the fact for what it is. Ya kwamba lazima hapate watu ambao wako in the opposition na hiyo opposition sio ya Ruto na Raila, the opposition ya ambayo is outside of Ruto na Raila, na walete pamoja, na and therefore he can talk from there. So he cannot, what he has done and what I mean, for example, his history ni mzuri sana. What he has done, for example, ya kutengeneza the Kenyan judiciary the way it is today. Now, he will have to mix it up with the other opposition leaders, alafu wafanye kutoka hapo.
Okay, I understand. Julia, are you still here? Ama umeenda kupika mukimo? Okay, tafadhali na kama unataka kuingia kwa kituo uingie na kuwekea link hapo. If I will not be able to see more traffic, mutaniruhusu nifunge, sababu maybe inaonekana ni kama mistari imeisha. Usually Penny Nyagaka, ukionanga Penny Nyagaka akikunda, Penny Nyagaka ni wale watu wanakujanga ni kama wanakuja kufunga kituo, sababu najua kina Penny si watu wa mambo mingi, na Penny Nyagaka are very effective people. That is why I support Ruto, na Ruto akatufanya kile kitu ametufanya. And I agree hiyo pande. Penny ni kama nimeamua siku hizi nimeamua nikuwe mfuasi wako. Wewe inaonekana bwana ile pande huko hiyo ndio inashindanga. Can you tell me the president who has ever won? Hebu nipe prediction zako. 202 ulichagua nani? Ulikuwa unataka nani? Tuanzie hapo.
202 nilikuwa na mzee Nyachae.
Okay, 202 ulikuwa na Nyachae. Hapo ulikunywa okay, wacha nikuanzie 92. 92 ulikuwa na nani? Nataka kukujua leo. Okay. Ulikuwa na Moi na Matiba 92. Ulikuwa na nani hapo?
Hapo nilikuwa na Matiba.
Okay, Matiba ulikunywa maji hiyo uliibiwa.
Sio mzee Ukigodinga.
Okay, so ulikuwa na Matiba hiyo. Kwa hivyo ulikuwa Ford eh? Okay, sawa. Twende 97 ulikuwa wapi? 97 kulikuwa na Jaramogi, kulikuwa na Kibaki hapo na DP, kulikuwa na Moi na Kanu yake. Ulikuwa na nani?
Na Matiba alikuwa hapo.
Hapana, Matiba hakusimama 97. Ni Kibaki ndiye alikuja.
No, they were 3.
Yeah, there was Raila, Moi and Kibaki. Ulichagua nani hapo?
Kibaki.
Okay, ukaenda Kibaki. Wewe. Alafu sasa O2 umesema sasa ulikuwa na Nyachae. Haya, twende U7. Raila na Kibaki?
There were 3 of them.
No, kulikuwa Raila, Kibaki na Kalonzo. 207.
Kibaki.
Okay, ulikuwa na Kibaki, so hapo ulitoboa hata kama mlitoboa usiku.
Wacha nikwambie historia yako ya hapo. Kuna mzee mwingine, God bless his heart, he passed on. Tulikuwa tumebet mbuzi.
Okay.
Sasa akanipigia simu, nilikuwa kazini, nikasimamisha gari, akaniambia tumeshinda. So where's my God? Nikamwambia, if I promise you something, I'll come through with it. Sasa nikamwambia wacha tu, when they announce it, then I'll give you the God. Maze. Kwenda kwa announce, waka announce Kibaki. Huyu kushika simu. They never paid me. Leo nilikuwa na bet kwa Kibaki kwa sababu I wanted to see the day Wakikuyu watapatia Wajaluo yani ati hao wamewashinda. I wanted to see that. That's the only thing. I'm sounding very tribal, but that is something I grew up with, knowing that Wakikuyu ni wachanja kuliko Wajaluo by far.
Aya, so 2013 Uhuru na Raila uko wapi saa hiyo?
Tulikuwa na Uhuru basi.
Wewe ni kama nimeanzia kukuelewa wewe nimeanzia kukuelewa. So kwa hivyo hata 17 ulikuwa na Uhuru bado
Si ndio? Hata wewe nani aliyoweka that ruling, I was very much.
Okay.
Mbaya. hiyo ruling ya nani hiyo, watu sasa wakisii wakaanza kuniita Mkikuyu. Unajua ukiita Mkikuyu kitu ambaye yuko atasikia mbaya sana. Huyu kijana ya Kenyatta aliandika very good editorial in 2007. Alisema if Kenya GDP is growing at 7 point something %, it doesn't matter who is the president of Kenya. And that's very true. If the GDP is growing at 8 point something, 7 point something, it doesn't matter who is the president because there is no corruption at that time. Na sisi wakisi ukigrow GDP namna hiyo ya wakisi itakuwa ina grow by 20%. Kwa hivyo ukienda huko Kisii kwetu utaulizwa pesa ya kunywa nini, school fees nini, kupeleka watu hospitali. GDP itakuwa ina grow by far. Sisi tunajua kutengeneza kazi sisi wenyewe. And that's why I was hiyo naniuliza mpaka 2017. That's when I realized that I thought that guy was meant something. Na huyu 2022 huyu anasema ati bottom up economics. Hiyo ndio economics tulisoma kidogo. Bottom up economics ndio ilisaidia countries kama South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Europe. Hiyo that is what developed these countries. Ni ya kwamba if you tax the lowly paid people, unatengeneza kazi mingi, au una tax these people, you can develop the country like that without borrowing from outside. Kama Kibaki alikuwa anafanya the same thing. Lakini huyu what Ruto did is taxing the poor and pocketing the money instead of recycling the money. Sasa unaona pesa inatolewa kwa treasury trillions and trillions instead of recycling that money or paying for insurance, paying for this and that. You go to pull off the money for that. You cannot develop a country like that. So when I met you and we were supporting Ruto, I was thinking that he understood what he was talking about. He did not understand that damn anything of what he was talking about.
Okay, ni sawa, nimekubali. Alafu 2027 hebu nipe plan sasa. 2027 nipe plan. Na lazima tuwekeleane mbuzi. Hii lazima tuwekeleane mbuzi tulipane.
Ninaweka yangu kama huyu mzee anauliza huyo Baraka anaweka kwake. Hata nikichomeka inaweka kwa Baraka.
Haya mimi mbuzi yangu nawekelea Ruto anaanguka.
Hapana, nani atashinda?
Sasa hapo sitaki kusema ni nani, lakini mimi
hapana. Hiyo lazima then I take out my goat. Kwa sababu hatuwezi kusema moja, yani ule ataanguka na ule wewe utashinda na nani? Huko kwetu wana wawili, wana huyu Matiang'i wana Baraka. Na huyu Matiang'i is one who is followed everywhere in the country. Wanasema
sawa, wacha niwekelee Matiang'i.
Wazi. Hiyo ni mzuri.
Wacha niwekelee Matiang'i. Kuna vile naona Wakisii kama round hii ni kama ni wao wanateka maji. I don't know why, but naona ni kama Wakisii wao inaonekana round hii ni kama ni wao watateka maji. I don't know.
Wacha nikwambia dini yangu kidogo. Wacha nikwambie.
Okay, sawa.
Wacha nikwambie kidogo vile ulikuwa unasema unataka kunijua. In the 90s nilikuwa nakuja nyumbani, kulikuwa kijana mwingine Mwaniki tulisoma naye kidogo, alikuwa na secretary ya treasury. Sasa Mwaniki ananiambia, "Mase, before you go to Kisii nataka nizungumze na wewe kidogo." Sasa nikampatia date tukazungumza. Nikacheka. Do you know what he was asking me? "Hiyo Kisii mnapata pesa kutoka wapi?" Najua sisi yeye alikuwa anatupatia kidogo. So we made money like that. Lakini hii kwa Kisii mnapata yeye kutoka wapi? Nikacheka nikamwambia Mwaniki, sisi wa Kisii tunafanya hivyo hivi. Tuna biashara, tunaendelea. And that's how we make our money. Asema, wazee, mngekuwa watu kama 22, the Kikuyu are 100. Kama hivi we are 50-60% tungechukua the whole of Kenya. Na huyu alikuwa ananichekesha, anasema we were talking politically correct stuff, kwa sababu namuuliza kwani hiyo department yenu hakuna Wakisii? Sema hapana, basi wewe we grew up together, we are like brothers. Ninacheka, we were talking politically correct stuff peke yake. Anasema nyinyi mnajua everything that is going on, lakini mnachofanya hata hamjui. Yeah.
So Julia, are you still there? So kwa hivyo Wakisii wajipange vizuri, maybe kuna uwezekano nini wanaweza kula lottery.
Let me finish. Hiyo ndio aliniambia huyu the young guy alisema the 92 walikuwa hata Wakikuyu yote walikuwa wametupatia before Raila says hata huyu anaweza. Even the Kikuyu never expected Kibaki to take that. Walikuwa wamepatia mzee chai. Hiyo akaniambia sasa when we found something that was laying on the ground na huyu ametupatia tungekataa namna gani? Huyu mwaniki ananichekesha akasema we had said that we were going to give you that, kwa sababu nyinyi watu wetu tuliwacha nyuma and we are guilty for that. So vile mmetukubali huyu nani akiwa Matiang'i akiwa nani Maraga akienda kwa huyu kwa Umonyoro, they will accept that 100%. Na hiyo watu yenu hawana tabu na sisi hata kidogo. I've followed that for a long time. Na ama two sisters wameolewa huko Murang'a. Nikienda huko ni kama Kisii. I talk to those guys all day all the night. Tunazungumza kama Kisii kabisa. Yeah.
Yeah, you know there is more that unites us than divides us, eh?
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
Na warmth ambayo iko ni mzuri sana. So
I agree.
there is nothing ya kwamba wanaficha hii wanaficha hii. No, they are very open to us. So hiyo sina taabu na hiyo.
That is what we are supposed to do as communities.
Right.
Hii maneno ya kupanga siasa using individuals lazima tuache. Lazima tupange siasa as a group. We cannot be using individuals. Sababu huyu ana support huyu tuko huko. And even that person is and this is something I even want to sound. The Luo community should not think that the union of Raila and Ruto is the union between Luo and Kalenjin. It is not true. That's a union between two people who are discussing on how to eat with each other. What do you think, Bwana Penny, in terms of that?
No, I accept, lakini the union between the mountain people and the Kisiis, or the union between the mountain people and the Luos is completely different. Yeah. You have to look at that from a very different angle. Kwa sababu sisi we think that we have a very different understanding of each other and a very deep one, very warm one. Ndio nilikwambia kwamba even if there was one time Kibaki akuuliza kura sana huko Kisii na he won, na hapo when the rules were talking very very negative about Wakikuyu, so we don't feel it, yani hatushikii sana na yetu. Tuna watu ya mountain tuna biashara ndio tunapingana peke yake, na hiyo is survival of the fittest. Wale watashinda washinde, and that's the way the mountain people look at it. So we don't have any problem with that. Lakini hiyo umesema ni kweli, kwa sababu hii ya Ruto na Raila haitashinda. They will not go anywhere.
Of course hiyo tunajua inaanguka. So Julia, hebu kujeni hapa sasa tumalizie. So Penny, nataka tufunge because I also want to go and do other things. Nashukuru because we were together. Kesho tuko na kijana msafi, maybe wacha niwaoneshe. He has committed, he will come, nitawawekea hiyo. Where is kijana msafi? Kuna wale wamjui. He is an uprising Kikuyu star. Sio kama mnajua jamaa. Kijana msafi. Kijana msafi will be here with us tomorrow starting 10 p.m. Kenyan time.
Is he an MP? Is he an MP?
No, he is not an MP. He is just an upcoming. Let me see. He has given me the title, but he is an upcoming rising star. Anajiita National Chairman, New Gema Young Leaders Movement.
Oh, yeah. There are 3 of them ambao wanazungumza sana.
So tomorrow he is gracing our occasion. So the first 1.5 hours tutakuwa na yeye. Alafu sasa na nyinyi sasa mtakuja kuchangia hapo. So tunajaribu kutengeneza mashow moto vile Mungu anatuwezesha. I really appreciate everybody who was here with us tonight or this day, the day which the Lord has made. These are the days which we will be counting. Tutakuwa tunasema tumemalizana na Ruto. And I want to say, Bwana Penny Nyagaka, the journey of taking Ruto to Sugoi is unstoppable. Hata aende afufue kama vile watu wa mlima wanamwambia aende afufue Kenyatta, afufue our grandfathers wale waliaga kitambo, our ancestors.
Dedan Kimathi.
Aende afufue. Kumbe umesikia hiyo rhetoric aende afufue Dedan Kimathi. Yeye ako kalas. Yeye ako kalas. Tuiseme kama Wararo ama in Arabic. In Arabic we say kalas. We say finish. Finish kwisha. So maneno ya Ruto tulimalizanga kitambo, and I believe kama wewe Penny ulikuwa pande ya Ruto na uongeange story yake, nani amebaki na Ruto other than the lame Raila?
Hakuna. Wale watu wa Raila, wale wa Raila ndio wanagombana mbaya sana. You know, because unajua huko Kisii walikuwa wengi sana, and it was a young generation. Na wengi walikuwa wananiambia, wewe kama ungekuwa mzee tungekuchapa kisabu. Nawaambia, you know, when I was talking bad about nani Ruto, Raila. Sasa siku hizi, they don't even want to hear his name. Wananikataza. Wananiambia, mmoja aliniambia kitu nikacheka. Akaniambia ulinichukua mahali fulani, ukaninunulia chai, ukaniambia wacha kuzungumza maneno ya hiyo mzee. Huyu ni mpumbavu. Ukamtukana na mimi nikasikia mbaya. Huyu dead guy akasikia mbaya sana. Anasema, why didn't I listen at that time? Nikamwambia, don't worry. There were so many people that were not listening at that time. Wataki kumsikiza. They don't even want to hear his name. Wananiambia, we wish we followed what you told us.
Haya ni sawa, tumeshukuru. So Julia, sababu mimi naona umekataa kuongea.
Okay, Nico, wacha hata mimi nisalimie Pen, good to see you here. Raila Odinga kila mtu amechoka, na wale wanakasirika tukisema maneno yake, they should just accept we are tired of. We have put him in the same basket with Kasongo. So whatever, I have been praying a very serious prayer that whatever happens to Kasongo also happens to Raila Odinga. Yes, that all the bad things that will happen to Kasongo should happen to Raila Odinga. In fact, I've been making this prayer. All the bad things that will happen to Kasongo should happen to Kindiki, should happen to Raila Odinga, should happen to Moses Wetangula, should happen to Mudavadi and their followers. Akina Murkomen, Kimani Ichung'wah, Faruk Kibet, Sudi, and all those watu waovu wenye waliparticipate kama Nodul Haji na wengine abduct and kill Kenyan children. All the bad things that
Thank you.
That should happen to Kasongo should happen to them. And anybody who even comes should happen to you. You are our enemy. So if we are praying, those of us who cannot fight in the army or are not in Kenya, tunaomba maombi mbaya. Tunaomba kwamba Raila Odinga na Kasongo and their followers destroy each other into pieces. And those who in the comment section should be saying amen. They destroy each other into pieces in the upcoming weeks. Waitane majina, Na nyinyi watu, if you don't believe that Kenyan prayers, God hears Kenyan prayers. Niwaulize je, Njiru na Pen na wenye wanatusikiza, who would have imagined that Gachagua could have been on our side? Kuna mtu angefikiria hivyo kwamba ati hivi leo ati Gachagua anatetea ati watu? Anybody? Nyinyi mnakumbuka vile Gachagua alitubona na vitu za shareholding? Na story ya shareholding. You remember how he used to annoy us, all of us. Me personally, I never used to like that statement. Lakini hivi sasa, Gachagua has pronounced himself the person fighting for the people. So, you need to understand that Kenya wanaomba, and the prayers of Kenyans reach God. So, my next prayer is this one: that Raila Odinga, Kindiki, Musalia Mudavadi, and Moses Wetangula, and their followers, and Kasongo, will destroy each other into pieces. Wataitana majina, watatukana, watabreak motion, they'll fight each other in parliament, they'll even go out in public and call each other names. I'm telling you, wait for the drama. So Raila Odinga's newfound love is not going anywhere. Iyo inaenda. Now, Pen, me, I'm voting for Fred Matiang'i. I don't think Maraga has a strong character. Nilimsikiza juzi. Hawezi hata, sidhani kama anaweza campaign, hawezi pata hiyo kitu. According to me. So, kama mnaweka mbuzi, lakini sasa kuwekelea mbuzi, Njiru na Pen, juu ningewekelea mbuzi nikitetea Raila Odinga. Na sasa you see the way I'm embarrassed, because tulikosana na Pen na wengine hapa tukiteta tunasema Raila Odinga for president. Saizi Pen, we are very embarrassed. Personally, I'm very disappointed. So, sitaki kuwekelea mbuzi ya ati Matiang'i must be president. Hapana. First, tuko kwa train ya Omnyoro. Destination, Kasongo must go. Kasongo akishaenda, we shall cross the bridge after that. Now, and finally, those of you who come here to swear, Hikus cannot be president again, Kalejins cannot be president again. I mean, you don't need to do that. Now, please listen to the Gen Z. These young children, Mungu ametoa kwa hizo tabia na fikira. Amewatoa kabisa. They don't reason like us. They don't look like this tribe ama kabila hii. Na kwa nini watu wazee wenye wamewazaa hawezi kubadilika? Seriously, it kinds of sound so bad when we keep swearing here. Anyway, Kikus may not be president, but Kikus will be kingmakers. So you still need them. Whether you like them, kama mnawapenda, hamuwapendi, mnawachukia. Even we also need challenges. They are Kenyans. I mean, we can't really start despising all challenges because Kasongo ametuchosha. Hata even Luos, we can't here start putting a blanket condemnation na Wajaluo kwa sababu Raila Odinga is doing this. He's not doing that on their behalf. He's not benefiting them. In fact, somebody said here, one of the panelists said that right now it is money to man society. They are stealing, they are looting treasury and sharing that money. If they are sharing that money, Raila Odinga na Kasongo, are they taking that money to Roland? No. Saizi in Roland, there are people going hungry, there are children who cannot go to school. There are people who share is not working. With or without Raila Odinga being in that agreement, blood, bread-based government. So the thing is, we should not come here and make blanket condemnations on communities. We should just feel like Kenyans and know that hii shida ni yetu. And Kasongo is against us. Anybody working with Kasongo is against us. Okay? Anybody even come here to support Kasongo, wewe ni muovu kama Kasongo. Okay? If you come here to try to tell me ati Kasongo na Raila Odinga wamefanya vizuri, wewe ni muovu kama watu wawili. Lakini maneno ya kusema kabila imefanya, mimi I won't do that because I know all Kenyans are going through the same SHIT. Asanteni sana. Look forward to another fruitful though argumentative debate. Kuargue pia ni kutamu because if we don't argue, we shall not agree.
Julie, Mwaura, wacha nirudishie Julie kidogo. I think I'm the only one who is not neither Kikuyu or Kalenjin. Lakini, for the future of our country, we have to establish a democracy. We will not define who is to be the president in the future. After hii jamaa tumeishi, Julie, after 200 something years, Obama ndiye ameshinda democracy. After 200 something years, mwanamke angekuwa president sahi, na wengi ambao wanamvote against ni wanawake. So let us vote in whoever is qualified. Personally, I don't care if vile nilikuwa nakwambia Mwaura Njiru, if Kenya's GDP is growing at a certain point, maybe above 7%, it doesn't matter who is the president. Hii ni kitu ya the poorness of our thinking, the poorness of our reasoning, ndio inatufanya tunaangalia maneno Kenyatta alikuwa anasema. Huyu mtoto ya Kenyatta alisema, why can't we change Wakale na Wakikuyu wasiwe president? That's naivete. That's not democracy. Democracy ni kwamba let whoever wins, let whoever challenges the issues of the day, whoever says what the people want, the majority of the people want, be the president. Kwa sababu that is how we develop the nation. That's how we develop, how we continue from there. So personally, I don't care if Wakikuyu ama Wakalenjin watakuwa president the next time. It matters a lot who does convince a lot of people and who is really growing the economy vile inatakiwa, and therefore the people from the bottom will benefit. The people, the education system will be perfect. The hospitals, all this other stuff that we are really crying about will work. Kama huyu mtu anatengeneza hii na awe Mkale ama awe Mkikuyu, what is the problem? We cannot follow ya kwamba lazima hawe kabila ingine and therefore we can get better. Never. It's so long as it's a democracy, so long as it's elected freely. You too. Thank you.
Nafikiria hakuna jambo lingine la kuongeza. Julia, ile studio ingine munakuja ama WhatsApp? Kuuliza tu.
No, I have not heard from PK. Sijasikia neno lake. Pengine atatuambia.
Mimi nafikiria kwa studio zetu siku ya leo hatuna nyongeza. Wacha niende nitayarisha ili kesho ni Julia, do you know this guy who calls himself Kijana Msafi? Have you seen this guy?
No, okay. If I look at the picture, I think he looks familiar.
They come 3 of them in a group most of the time.
Hapo social media sana. We have him tomorrow.
Wanazungumza Kikuyu peke yake, saa ingine wanazungumza Kiswahili na Kizungu.
Tomorrow we will be having him in our Kiswahili show here. So mfuatilie. Yeah, just follow up. Mungu atusaidie siku ianze vizuri. So wacha ni kuna mtu ameulizia Wandem. So Wandem, kama unasikia mambo yetu, please tokezea. I think Guides Corner is missing you and all of us. I want to thank, let me begin by first of all thanking the panelists, Julia, Penenyagaka, Kip was here, Eli, the politician from Belfast. Sir Eli.
From Homa Bay.
Yeah.
We know Homa Bay.
Yeah. People a lot. Comfort was here. Who else? Am I forgetting? Julia, nani mwingine nimesahau?
Comfort Mwangi.
Yeah, Comfort Mwangi was here. Yeah, Keep nimemkanja.
Na umesahau ile Ayaga.
Oh, there was even Mark somebody. There was a guy with the Mark MC, Makobura. Yeah. Yeah, Makobura Ayaga. Yeah, today the studio was conk. And I want to invite
public participation.
Yes, a public participation. Right. Yeah, today we were conk, watu wamekuja sana. Yeah, so I really appreciate your participation here. Kwanza wewe mzee wetu Penenyagaka, we appreciate. It's so good that we have now coalesced in one way of thinking. Away from that, wacha sasa nishukuru wale ambao walikuwa kwa keyboard. Kuna Janet Mwangi ndiye alisema ere apewe mic kabisa. Janet ndiye anakuanga akitetea wale watu wanataka wapewe mic. I think kuna vile ni kama wana flow na Eli. In light note. There is Yusuf the car doctor. Wewe Yusuf. Kuna daktari wa magari ama ni daktari wa watu? Na mambo ya kukufa kwa IBC chairs in less than 3 years iishe mara moja. So nimeona pia kuna picha inatambea ya yule alikuwa former yule Musomali, and it doesn't look good either. To ask the receptionist to see a doctor was 4,500. Mother is great, huyo ni Jenny anasema. Mother Karua for president, huyo ni Jodida anasema. Janet Mwangi, Kindiki is speaking is lots at the moment. So ni kama unasema Kindiki ni we go. Fred Matiang'i for president, huyo ni Dinda. Ruto is not going to implement anything, so Raila is going to bear the cross soon, so people will blame Raila. Hata Ruto ataanzia kusema ni mzee ya kitendawili. Hii ni mzee ya kitendawili likuja hapa, alituchanganya ama hakutuchanganya? Julia, you know Ruto and Raila double is not going to survive. It's only political. Lakini hiyo siasa mimi sipendi. Mungu aniepukanishe na siasa kama hiyo ya kuenda kufanya na warogi na wale watu ambao wanasababisha maovu katika taifa. Mungu anitolee hiyo pepo. Even if it is to go and distract somebody, I refuse to go and distract or to work with somebody who is causing havoc in the country in the name ya kusema ati ameenda huko kumaliza. Hiyo kumaliza nimesema you cannot work with it. Ni kama sasa ati mtu anzie kusema let me go to hell niwasaidie kuua shetani huko. Julia, can you accept that? Let me go to hell. Ayaga, Anne, as usual, Anne ni mtu wa violence, so she is our violence cheerleader. Yeah, hiyo manto tulimpea. Yeah, Anne is our violence cheerleader. Penye nyangaka, mbona unacheka nikisema violence cheerleader? Yeah, kuna watu wa cheerleader wa violence, so Anne ndiye anakuanga akichia violence. Q, ulitusi mtu, I hope you forgive. Na mbona sioni comment ya Resilient ama za Resilient ziko wapi? Mudune, yes. Steve Mutombo, ya watu walikuwa wengi. Francis as usual, our confused friend, lakini tunashukuru. Resilient ndio nimemuona. Hey, you talk something about Raila. James Duarte, watu wamekuwa. Wow, Darrain, mvua Darrain. Oh, Diana Rain. Yeah, I acknowledge you. Esther Kabiro, good, thank you. Joseph Beidas, I acknowledge you. Oh, wow. Gibson, as usual, I acknowledge you. Yeah, and also to say, you can become a partner with us. Yeah, our channel is growing slowly, courtesy of you. So, kama unataka kukua member, unajua bahali yake. So, kama unataka kukua member, unajua bahali yake. There is a place hapo una click na una join and you choose whatever you want. Good. We need you so that we can continue being in air. And our first step of finishing Ruto is having very many people doing what we are doing. So hizi ni makazi zinafaa kukuwa supported exclusively and extensively. So Penny and Julia, mimi sina la ziada la kuongeza isipokuwa kusema Mungu aliye mbinguni anayeneemesha azidi kuwaongeza, kuwamalizia stress za Zakayo na hawapee kile mnaomba. Ruto must go. So
yes. Oh, na kuna mtu wacha ni support na wenye wamesema kwamba yes, Mother Karua. In fact, the next top leaders ni Fred, Mother Karua. Sasa wenye sitaki kusema wajichuki wajinyonge, lakini we are looking for quality, not tribe. Okay? We are not looking for a particular tribe. Tribe does not make you a good leader.
Exactly.
Yeah, tribe does not make you a good, whatever tribe, being a Kikuyu, being a Luyo, Aluya, Aluo, Kisi, or Mijikenda, or Rendile, or Somali does not make you a good leader. It is your character that makes you a good leader. So we are looking for character, period.
Just like what Martin Luther King said over 60 years ago, content of character. Not the color of it. Not hivi tuingine tunafuata hapa. I think we have also to start having men who can be able to combine us. Like we can look at how Julia is thinking, who Julia is in terms of intellect and how he thinks. Na tunasema Julia, karia hapo bahari yako. So
yeah. Explain to me kuna utamu gani Ama uzuri gani? What kind of feeling do you have, or what advantages do you have, or what win do you have if a president comes from your tribe? Sijaelewa. I'm just trying to understand. I don't know. Am I stupid? Is it because Moyo Zakale or Ruto Zakale? Ama kuna,
No,
is it some
no,
kind of thing that will change in my life if a
no,
Kali is a
no.
president?
Keep your reasoning is very, very modern. That's why you will not understand that kind of thinking. Wale ambao wanafikiria kwamba mtu akiwa tribe yake ndiye atasaidia are very primitive, are very narrow minded.
Don't even think,
And you,
hata sidhani ni kusaidiwa. I think they think about it like Ayaga. It's a football match that my person has won. Politics to them is not about life. It's not about improving the lives of fellow Kenyans or improving their lives individually. It's about, usiweke siasa kwa lungs. I always tell people, mi naekanga siasa kwa lungs. There's a reason why I put it in the lungs. That is why I'm bitter. Because when I watch people die because of bad policies, bad governance, I take it to heart. It hurts me. That's why I become bitter. That's why I become angry. Usiweke kwa lungs, neka kwa lungs. When I see, when we're demonstrating in the streets because of electoral injustice, and my fellow Kenyans are getting killed, I put it in my lungs. Inaumiza. I get hurt. I get offended. Kuja kuniambia kwamba you have to treat politics like football. It actually offends me. It is not. It's not a game. Hii si mchezo. These are people's lives. N- NHIF is not a joke to me. I know very many people whose lives have been saved because of NHIF. Although more could have been done with the NHIF, but at least there was something that was done. So nikisikia ati mtu anataka, their main reason is staki Mkikuyu akue president. I feel like that is the dumbest thing you can ever say. The first thing you should say, staki mwizi akue president. That's all you need to think about. Staki muuaji akue president. I don't want a psychopath as a president. That's the only litmus test you should have as Kenyans. Is not the tribe. Mi hata ukijaza cabinet na Wakisii sijali. I don't care. They're not going to benefit me from a tribal point of view. But if all those Kisiis go and do work, I will not even bat an eye. I'll be like, sawa, iendelee ikuwe hivyo. Oh, it's unfair because my tribe has not got space. Oh, it's unfair. This is why we're doing this, so that we can unite Kenyans, because I'm giving out 67 posts to the Luo community. How stupid do you think we are? Unaona mpaka hata Wakale wenyewe wamekasirika. That's why I mentioned tribes, because I know it's a very dumb thing. Now my people are upset because some of them are going to be kicked out. Some Kalenjins are going to be kicked out from these positions. Some Kikuyus are going to be kicked out of these positions to make way to the ODM wave. And trust you me, they'll make that your problem now. They're going to make that your problem. That wajapatiwa space enough ya kuiba. They have not been given enough space to steal. Now hata saa zingine nasikianga Wamunyoro ni mjinga sana. Oh, we'll make the whole of Nairobi Kikuyu MPs. Saa zingine naangalianga mtu ni mjinga saa zingine. But right now I'm on his train. I think sometimes he just talks garbage. Listen to observer na tunakusupport lakini unaongea ujinga. The hell are you talking? Oh, we're gonna make the whole of Nairobi Kikuyu. Are you stupid? I'm even sure some of your grandchildren are dating outside your tribe. I mean, I can't wait for this 10 years to end. Like, hizi miaka 10 sahii iko sahii, when Raila is toothless somewhere kwa kitanda wanambeba akienda kwa mkutano. That's what I believe they're going to do. That's how stupid some of these people are. Watoka wanaenda kwa nyumba yake, wanambeba kwa kitanda yake, achape ma speech. These guys are not going to let go of that guy. They worship him. So that day in January, kuna watu wanakuanga na mshuka hapo, icon ya Raila, statue ya Raila and the family, and worship him every night. Say, I don't know what you'd call it. Tunasemanga Hail Marys. Nasema Hail Jaramogi sasa. Hail Jaramogi wanasema zao 5 hivi. Kwenda kulala. I think that's what they want to be. Is to worship, to be worshipped. Ruto wants to be worshipped. Comfort came and said that today. Unaandika tu kitu kidogo hapo kwa Facebook kama X. Oh, you're abducted. By now, all of us would have been abducted by the way. Is that we're in the diaspora. So sometimes I get irritated when I see the likes of Ayuba. I'm like, bro, this is not about trying to tell us sijui kuna hii reality that you'll never win. We have hope. We're relying on hope here. But you come and tell us, oh, sijui, we'll make you love Ruto because you voted the wrong way. Like, you know the audience you're talking to here. We voted for your guy. Tulimvote here Rosafi. Tukasema this guy has been fight again. This perception that he's done all these things for Kenya, making it seem like he's the only one who did some of these things. Anajieka kwa hizi vitu tu. I've just been looking at old weekly review covers. I've looked at the old Standard Nation and Taifa Leo. It's always him. Amekuwa anatuletea shida kwa hizi miaka zote. A troublemaker. And we think he's helping us. He's not. Anajieka kwa mix, mnafikiria ni yeye amefanya hivyo. Kumbe anarudi huko nyumbani kwa baba yake. A spoiled brat. And sometimes people think, oh, why do you keep talking about him? We need to shame him. We need to teach Kenyans that this guy is poison. Absolute poison to the nation. Imagine if he had not run all this time, somebody else would have had the chance to try and fight Uhuru, or another person would have had the chance to fight Ruto, or another person would have had a chance to fight Kibaki politically. But no, this man has been sticking to this so-called leadership without even any notion of transition. There are very many good leaders that have cropped up in ODM, but every time poisoned by the machinery of ODM. Poisoned. Sasa Sifuna atakuwa amechafuliwa kabisa now. I think once he crosses over to the other side, forget him, he's dead. Olekina, I used to look at him, I'm like, look at this guy. I admire him. But there's no so-called transition. Hata akitoka hivi kidogo, anasema anaenda AUC, anaachia mzee mwingine amshikilie hiyo kitu. Anyang' Nyong'o anamwachia mzee, because I know I'm coming back. Wacha ushikilie kitu kidogo, uende hivi. That's why I like people like my mom's friend Anyongo. Ndio watu sasa, they say nilikuwa nimesleep hivi kidogo, but I see the light. I see how we need to help the country. Hata kama wataenda towards the tribal cocoons, I think we are stuck with that formula. Tuende tu nayo. Let's go with it. Tufuatane nayo. Just get rid of this tribalism after the fact. Collect one another, ni sawa. It's fine. Collect. Papa. Regional politics, garbage, what? But I'm telling you, the crop that is coming after this are all mixed. We're on one pot of Kenyans. I'm from a large family. Very many half Kikuyu children from my cousins, half Luya kids, half Masai. Tuko mixed. So acha hii generation ni our generations tuendange tukienda. We leave these other people now to stop this tribalistic nonsense. We're supposed to secure our heritages, but if our heritages are making us choose people like Ruto and Raila, si tuachane nayo basi. Because they are using our culture against us. Oh, don't talk like this about my people. Oh, you're talking bad about an old man. You're talking bad about Raila. Oh, you're talking bad about him. Lakini wa Somali ni I'm like, my friend Ellie sometimes, but kama unachukua direction moja, enda nayo. Don't play half. Yeah, we'll pull through, I believe. Anyway, endelea Nyakaka mzee.
Asante sana Kiba, asante for the good knowledge, lakini yako nimesikia for a long time kwamba you do not see your ethnic group as if it is benefiting you, which is very true, kwa sababu ile utajisaidia ni vile umesaidika kutoka nyumbani na shule umeenda and all that other group and the above, lakini ethnic ni kitu ingine. Hata ukipata kitu from the ethnic itasaidia sana, it will not help you for a long time. So it is wonderful. You umeangalia the way you look at things, yani is very modern, sio very primitive vile wengine wameona vile nani Ruto. Uache mzee Moi, that was his time, na he was really doing it according to what the wazee wa Kikuyu walikuwa wanafanya ina Mbiuko Inange, and mzee Moi copied from that kind of system, lakini huyu nani Ruto is doing it even worse. So what you are doing and what a lot of people will do, not to look at their ethnic group ya kwamba yao ndio itafanya mzuri, na ikifanya ndio utapata kazi na ndio utasurvive. Hiyo ndio haiwezi kusaidia. It could not help anybody. If anything, it destroys you. Lakini ukiangalia vile unajiangalia, it will help you in the long run. It will help the kin folks ambao umedevelop ya Waluya, Wakikuyu, Wakale, every group ambao you are growing up with. When they see that you look at it from a different angle, they will benefit from that. Na endelea hivyo hivyo, mi nitakwambia endelea hivyo hivyo. Even if you met me when I was talking bad about Raila, na siku hizi sasa mmekuja mahali where we were, what we had seen, and when Ruto came along, we had not seen that Ruto would be the one to lie to us the way alikuwa anatudanganya. Some of us thought that he knew what he was talking about, bottom-up economics. Ndio tulikuwa tunamsupport sana, because we thought that he knew what he was talking about. He didn't know a god, nothing, anything. Because bottom-up economics ni theory ambao ilianzishwa na mtu anaitwa John Maynard Keynes Na hiyo ukisoma vitabu ambayo kwa economics from the 1930s ya England utaipata hapo, and that is what has developed. Vile nilikuwa naambia Mwaura, the economies of Southeast Asia, Europe after the Second World War na zingine, and you can see it up to today. Wanachukua trillions, wanaweka mfuko mamilioni, wanapei kanisa. But the problem of economics ni ya kwamba you take that money and give it to the poor, develop the jobs for the jobless, and taxes them where the tax base will be more, and then they will finance the economy of the country without borrowing from anywhere. So now they are taking the money about, they are taxing the people and putting in the money and borrowing the money from outside. That will never work. It will leave the country as poorer as it can get. So let us really look at where we are going, who we are going to leave the future to. Sasa wengine personally, vile nilikuwa naambia Mwaura, personally I will go with Baraka, lakini wengi wenu mnaenda na nani Matiang'i. So let us go from there. So long as we hope that they are not lying to us. Kwa sababu some personally have followed Kenyan economics for a long time, over 40 years, thinking that we will get better and better. Ruto has really put us back to where we were maybe 50 years earlier. It is backwards of the first order. Na hiyo ndio hatuwezi kuendelea, tunaenda kinyuma backwards. Hiyo ndio haiwezi kutusaidia, and they has really developed, really ruined the economy, ruined the country. Vile tunaona waja tuwaone ya kwamba you guys can follow, can vote for the people that can really progress the country for the future of the better. Hii kitu ambao tuanzie hii ushenzi wanaoandia Nadokia Narok, whatever, hii kitu nani alikuwa nayo huyu mtu wa Ukambani, huyu mzee wa Ukambani Kimani Ichung'wah, na huyu mtu mwingine wa Ujagani not that or something of that nature. That is the height of stupidity. And you share this out. Let us not follow things like that. Let us follow what can help the country and what can help us develop the country for the better, not for the worse. Asante kijana.
Keep Ayaga alikuwa anasema ati ulimwogopa ukatoroka.
No, you can say I feared him, but you know, let me tell you one thing, Julia. When you're irritated by somebody, yeah, do you sit down and listen to their nonsense where you'll never align, or just walk out? I'm not gonna argue with somebody that's stupid. By the way, this is not a difference of opinion. This guy is here to spew nonsense, to spread lies, and to destroy movements. So he can call me I fear him. It doesn't matter. It's not I fear him. I just do not want to be in the same space as him. Or do you want me to have a shouting match with him? Tuone nani ndio mwanaume? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. I'd rather just walk out.
Alikuwa anaandika huko kwa comment section.
Na umama bana.
Huko unaona akiandika kwa comment section.
Alikuwa na fan hapo. He's got only one fan here, which is Francis, because they are from the same tribe. No, ukabila tena. Kabila, again, tribalism. I would never see somebody like Francis akuja atetea kabila ingine. Yake tu ni look, mnatudharau kwa sababu sisi ni Wajaluo. You make it a topic because you mentioned it. That's a problem. That's what I hate. Mi mnaweza tusi Ruto mpaka kesho asubuhi. I will not care. Because I cannot defend somebody at because we share the same DNA, I defend him. Oh, he's from my tribe, I have to defend him. You cannot call him that. Oh, kwa sababu ni mkale. Upumbavu kabisa. If somebody is bringing harm to you, to now my fellow Kenyans, I will not defend him because we share the same DNA. Hiyo ni ujinga sana. And that's what I think kina Ayaga are doing. It's a defense mission. They're not saying it loud enough. They're not saying it loud enough for you guys to hear it. But what they usually say is very tribalistically charged. It's very charged. Mm. It's very tribalistically charged, Julia. And nobody can. I read between the lines, and I'm not afraid to see what I say. What I see. Say what I see. Njeru, Julia,
Mm-hmm.
hata unakwanga na hiyo tendency saa zingine. Ile siku nilikuwa naenda the day I was making fun of your favorite president Uhuru Kenyatta, ulikuwa
Oh, beshte
umekasirika.
wangu nakwambia amenibo keep. Hmm?
No, I was
Have
telling
you
you, this
have you
guy's
ever
this
been
guy's
bored
bad
by
news.
have you ever
Eh?
been bored by somebody you have some soft spot?
Sasa bas.
Nakwambia
You have those kind of,
amenibo Uhuru. Hey, people can change.
and I kept telling you, yeah, I don't spare anybody. Don't spare anybody. No,
People
Julia, this guy is bad.
keep
This
those
guy is
people
bad.
they just showed themselves exactly who they are. Unaona
True colors.
this drama ya Raila imetusaidia sana wa Kenya. We now know the only thing Uhuru want is his self interest. Unaona, because we cannot have two
Self-preservation.
occasions ati mara tunasikia Kasongo wako. In fact, that was so annoying. Ako Katundu. And then we start saying ati then Uhuru he thinks we are children, anaanza kusema ati ameanzia Gen Z wapigane. Then again another picture with who? Raila Odinga. Ai hapana, wajinga waliisha Kenya.
Instead of somebody going to retire. Kwanza nasikia alikuwa anataka hiyo kiti ya EAC so badly. Lakini mzee alikimbilia hiyo kitu bana. Ukubwa ni ujinga bana. Sometimes that's what I've said. I will never go for any political seat. I think it's the most useless thing. Absolutely useless. Because if you don't, I don't have a cause. Let me just tell you the truth. I don't have a cause to go run for something. Do you know what I mean? Sina kitu. I don't have a constituency. I've lived here so long. If I was to run for MP, I would probably just run as an MP here. Do you know what I mean, Julia? Sisi nimetoka diaspora naenda kuambia watu wa Kenya, I am from the diaspora. Give me a political seat.
Alafu they expect you to bribe them. Those are the policies I can't do.
Staki, wacha
Ati
ikae
kuwapatia
bana.
pesa.
I'm okay where I am right now. Hiyo mambo ya kuingia politics. There's another thing I was telling people. Huwezi nipata nikikaa chini na MP ama governor. Hata nikisikia ako karibu, I just leave whatever watering hole I am in. Natoka tu nasema I cannot stand those people. Siwezi. Kwanza New Year's nilisikia aka kamjinga kalikuwa kwa club ingine nilikuwa Sudi. I just left. I left. I was like, I am not. Kulikuwa traffic. I said, I cannot stand this. I cannot sit next to being in the same premises with those people. I can't.
Ati Sudi ni best wako sasa.
Sudi alikuwa hapo, nilikuwa na because I know myself. You know how I am on these shows. I know myself. I could be kidnapped there, but because there was a time 2022 after the elections nilitukana Ruto huko nyumbani bana. Nikamwambia ngoja hapo kijana. That was a young boy telling me that. Ngoja hapo kijana. I was told alikuwa anaenda kutafuta panga, but I was saved by my cousins. Akamwambia bro, hapo huwezi ongea hivyo. But I'm sure if I go to the same place now, They cannot tolerate Ruto. Politicians, or being a politician, you have to have a very rochafu, but you have to anywhere in the world actually. I don't trust any politicians. I don't want to be near them, except for Martha Karua though. Irene Jerry, my sister.
Habari ya kila mtu.
Mzuri.
Ya, nimecheka sana nikisikia Julie akisema ati amekasirika na Kenya na Uhuru. Julie. Watu tutafunguka macho tujue these so-called tribal leaders are not for us. They are just for themselves. And they will do anything to protect whatever they have, to continue stealing, to continue taking everything that belongs to all of us. So yeah, it's come as like now the Luos are they will learn their lesson the hard way, because there's no way those two people will stay together forever, and they've already disappointed most of them by huyo Raila join Naruto. But yeah, I think we have to learn the hard way, like venye sisi Wakikuyu tulifunzwa adabu na Naruto just this season. Tumejua lazima hatuwezi amini hawa watu, you know. I think we are in for a root shock, kwa sababu tukiegemea side ya mtu juu ni wa kabila yetu, tutakwanga tunakuwa disappointed. It's a high time people learned to elect a leader, because yeye ni mtu, he's a leader and somebody that's gonna lead our country in the right direction, not just because they belong to our community. Ati sasa hiyo tunampigia debe sijui nini, tunamtetea hata mahali tunajua anafanya vibaya. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. Asanteni.
My dear, sasa unaongea tu kidogo hiyo.
Niwaulize swali Kip. Jerry karibu. Jerry, niko disappointed na politicians wote. Sisi wengine ukituona wakati wa 2022 tukitetea Raila Odinga na Martha Karua, we were untouchable. Saizi we've also learned the hard way. Now I want to ask you a question, you people. Mudavadi and Weta were not in the so-called blood-based declaration. What happened, Kip, na Njeri na Njiru? Kuliendaje? Na niliona Citizen wakianalyze that obviously they were not happy. Wakajifanya sijui walienda mazishi ingine. What is cooking? Anybody who can analyze that?
So walikutana huko wote kwa Chepkat. So they went all to Chepkat's good riddance funeral. And what has happened is the bread-based government wameachiwa slice moja. Nafikiri walikuwa na slice mingi, alafu sasa mkate imekatwa imepatia ODM yote. That's why ODM right now are the eaters of ODM are the happiest actually, because even I told you wakale wamekasirika pia, si ati ni nini.
Alafu niulize Kip.
Preachers from my region, preachers from my region at watch the video of the guy that is forward yours. Even preachers ama PS kanisa yetu nakuangaje PCA inaitwaje? Is one very big church in Kalenjin now.
AIPCA.
AIC. Wamejamu bana, they know, wasema ni watu, they are warning Ruto like live watu wa kanisa wanajitanga watu wa kanisa. You don't know Ruto. You don't know Raila. So it actually means when I thought that Kale supported Raila, it's not the way I thought. It's not the way I thought. It's not the way I thought. Nilikuwa nafikiria Kales have always been with Raila. Kumbe in the background they don't trust him. Oh, huyu mtu atakusaliti, and it's true. Ruto, for your sake of being a thug, you can't rely on Raila. You can't. Actually, they're saying the truth. It's big warnings. One of the preachers is like, wewe ulikuwa naharakisha kutoa Kindiki Rigathi Gachagua sasa ona.
Gachagua. They are going back on that keep. Nimeshanga. Is it true that
They're going back. They are
that Sudi
regretting it. And this is Kales, by the This is not Kikuyus, eh? This is Kales. Oh, mulitoa Gachagua sasa ona. Mnaletewa and I was telling people, you don't know my brothers and sisters from Nyanza. If you want to see opulence, mnafikiria ni Wakale. Ngoja muone. Ngoja muone. Mtaona you'll be seeing cars that are driven where? Hey, kukula ni kukula sasa. You people have not
Lakini
seen.
wacha niwaulize. Okay, people keep talking about Kikuyus being tribal and taking everything, but I keep asking myself, is it okay that
Kikuyus, I said Kales.
no, I
Kales are
know.
good.
Yeah, and I got your point, Kip, but I'm this is a totally different point. I keep wondering, wanasemati Wakikuyu tulichukua nini kila kitu, sasa they are taking everything. So is it okay that they are the way they have done in parliament, like taking removing all the Kikuyu leaders, yet they keep saying they are not tribal, and yet we can clearly see they are all against the Kikuyu.
Revenge.
Isn't that tribalism? Tribalism,
It's revenge. It's
Yeah, and
revenge, yeah?
revenge. Yeah, but
It's revenge
two
because
rights don't make two wrongs don't make a right. You can say huwezi sema ati huyu ni mkabila alafu you turn the other way and do the same thing that not even the same thing. Those people they are elected leaders. They got where they were because they were elected by their people. Then if you remove them, like they removed all of them. Now me sim Kabila, but I can't help to see the tribalism in it. It's everybody against the Kikuyus. That's
you see that is
not right.
why he had to go to Kiambu to see if things are completely spoiled in the mountain. They're still thinking they can revive the mountain, but ODM has taken everything, and it's very tribal. Ni ukabila kabisa. Hata
Hata
msijidanganya hapo,
inaonekana
msijidanganya hapo, msijipembeleze hiyo. And it's the ODM machinery is a machine. Like, nimekuja kukubali sasa. I've come to believe it completely. That is a machine, and they are coming to take over. Hapo Ruto should not. He thinks he's ruthless. Ngoja mtaona Raila sasa.
Yeah,
You'll
they
see
have the
Raila and his
government.
dogs now.
They have
You'll see his dogs
everything
now.
except for the vice presidency. They have everything. Like the parliament, it's all of them are gonna they'll be heading almost every ministry.
Do you know who Joho is?
Mm.
Allegedly, I'm gonna use the word allegedly, he's a drug pin. Ani watu wa kuchezea kweli. They're not jokers bana. So for me, it is purely a tribal parliament for the last 2 years. Ni ukabila tu. Yote. From the time Kikuyus were added in with Kalenjins to the time now they're adding Luos instead of Kikuyus. It's just stupid. And I've said this before. If a parliament member was a doctor before he became an MP, he should be the chairperson of the health committee because he's got experience. Or if one like sasa, if there was a CEO from a financial institution or a CFO, an MP, amekuja hivi, that was their former job, then that you should have the treasury committee in the parliament, and that is how it should be. It's out of merit, and it's the same with the CSs. The CSs si kitu ya political, unapatia baby girl yako, baby mama yako kazi ya defense. But honestly speaking, we have one of the most useless defense ministers in the world. I'm going to be very crude. Just because you spread your legs for the president, you become defense secretary. You know, pumbavu sana. And he's openly said that. I've seen clips of him saying this is his girlfriend. I think sometimes Kenya, we're stupid. Go ahead, Julia, with your question. Or is it Njeri? Endelea. Comfort, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here. I went quickly
Hi.
shopping.
Good afternoon, or is it good morning? Oh, Kenya, sindio?
Chamge missing.
Chamge missing. Mamingala.
I almost got married
You know what that means?
to a Kalenjin. Loved him very
You're
much.
married?
No,
You're
I'm
married
not.
to
I
a
said I
Kenyan?
almost. I loved one very much. Once upon a time.
Tutasema pole kutoka sisi.
Anyway, yeah. So what?
You'd have had mixed Gen Zs now. Yeah, you see.
But that thing, people understand things at their different pace. But we're like, sorry, okay, we're like in a market and people are busy shopping with maybe, I'm just visualizing this, maybe in a market, the people there choosing fruits, young people maybe at the mitumba trying to choose clothes or that, that whole thing. Then there was up there in the next layer of that market in a corner, they're talking, the very few of them, and they're talking and they think what they're discussing can change anything based on their close thinking. And then they go to bed, think that now that discussion has worked, they come back and begin again on the same that thing of tribe. I don't know whether it's so hard to break out of it, how we cannot stop discussing it too much and just talk about the individuals. Just talk about the individuals who are messing the country. Don't carry their tribe with them. I know now you see the Luos have entered the government. Yeah, but when there's something we're missing, they just that the way they're following that NATCO report, they want to solidify things very quickly, and that is the position of the Prime Minister, so that the Prime Minister usually in any part of the world is even stronger than the President because they're in charge of almost everything. They have their hands on everything. But they want to solidify that. If you look at the report, and then there were other things like, which are so ridiculous. I don't even know how they came up with it. It was that maybe based on emotion, that they wanted to reduce the travel to 50%, the travel expenses that they use. Because I think that time is when we had Kasongo traveling so much. And 50% of what? Of 200 million to go to London? We know the flight is not more than $2,000. A hotel there, even if you stay in whatever hotel, I don't think you pay more than $10,000. I don't know, a half of what? They don't say half of what, but that is actually in the NATCO report. Then that office of the Prime Minister, I know how they like spending money on renovating. That's where most of the money goes to. They say they're renovating.
And office of the opposition.
And then the office of their wives and that kind of a thing. Then they have to renovate. By the way, they're also given cars, and those cars are supposed to be renewed after 2 years. Okay. The people, the advisors, you have a whole bunch of advisors who also have a budget for their cars, like in Nandi, as they receive the back end of the SHA money, through their spouses and all that. There's so much rot going on there. that now probably the next thing you see that those people will get all those positions and discover there's nothing to eat. Could be this guy removed all the money. I was saying that in 7 months, 1.3 trillion went missing, and those 7 months is when ODM gave the government experts. So I don't know whether there were experts to know how to remove money very fast and efficiently. I don't know, but it's exactly that timeline. 7 months of the special experts in government, 1.3 trillion goes
Comfort,
missing. Yes.
comfort, just quickly. Don't you think that is why it was very difficult for Raila to make that decision? It is
Yeah.
because he saw the money. He cannot
Money.
let go of that money. It
Yeah.
is money. It is that 1 trillion.
It is so ridiculous that, you're in a country. I remember during COVID, I was living in Kenya, although I was working my US job. And you feel ridiculous walking to the village to buy fruits. You do all your shopping and you spend just $7 or $10, in the market. Now imagine in that same economy, we have somebody with like 10 billion in their account. You see when they're being vetted, somebody stands up and says, I saw Gishungwa saying that he's 1.3 billion, he's worth 1.3 billion. A billion is 1,000 millions lined up. And you're living in the same country where ni nchi ya kitu kidogo, whatever they say. You can go and buy a spoon of oil. Somebody is buying 5-10 potatoes for the day. In the same country, somebody is talking in the B's. But enter ODM, everything is style. I have my stylish friends from that part of the country. They take life with a big spoon. Now we've moved on to trillions. We'll be talking in terms of trillions. How do we have a budget of 4.1 trillion and 1.3 trillion goes? Just goes. You're told we didn't see it. It's gone. And we go to sleep and wake up. Really? Those are our employees. Can you imagine? I've seen some house girls I see in articles, some house girls are beaten up by the owner for stealing milk, maybe milk or something like that. These are our employees. They've been stealing millions, then they are graduated to billions. Now it's trillions. And they have done nothing. Can you imagine a government where you wake up, now it is January, and kids are supposed to be going to 9th grade. They don't have classes. No planning at all. No capitation, So there's so much rot going there. And that's why I'm saying talk of individuals, not the tribes. We'll be busy talking of tribes. ODM is not all entirely loose. Or, there are all sorts of people, but they're all thieves. UDA thieves. We have Jubilee thieves also there. And I was talking to one of these MPs, and I really interrogated them and asked them why they take those bribes. Do you know once you get that MP job, you're assigned, you're told, okay, now you're going to have this SUV. You can take a loan for very little percentage. You can take this house. You can do this. They lock themselves up into serious mortgages and whatever, and car loans that supersedes. Yeah, and then you get an SUV and you realize you can't really tank it, and you put your kids first, second term in private school, you realize you can't sustain it. You buy a house, instead of getting it at your level, you realize you can only pay the first two. So someone meets you in the bathroom and says you're going to vote this way. Here is 100 or 20 million. You're going to take it. So it is such people are so compromised. But what hurts me is that that is our money. I don't know where we can stop it, or can we do an example and just tell just insist, or even look at, and let me not say that strategy. But yes, they're in a very bad situation. So they've entered the government. They're going to take what is left. And they don't, I had one, Wundai, we used to be in touch, campaigning, doing the Azimio, all those things. And the guy from, what's his name? The guy, the head of this Wananchi, whatever. What's his name? President or whatever. Anyway, there was so much against this president. Now, when you hear somebody saying, "Oh, we want him for life. He's the best thing that's ever happened," it's so somebody who you have seen face to face. It's scary. I don't know what that money does to people. Yeah, so it is just mind-boggling. You know, maybe we can put a cut up to how much you can steal. I mean, in a lifetime, you can't finish even $1 trillion. We all have the same size of a stomach. I mean, what are you going to eat? A whole cow while I'm eating one piece of meat, or what? Are you going to sleep in 5 beds across, one in Runda, one in Karen in the same night in Muthaiga? You're going to still sleep in that. But that sleep is just a form of a coma. When we all sleep in a coma, you don't know that you wake up or not. So, you know, that whole thing needs to be interrogated, people educated clearly, and we really like show how much we are foregoing by one person taking home 100 billion. What does that 100 billion mean? Is it all the schools? Is it free medicals? You know, the first phase of people who died from this year are the people who get dialysis, who do dialysis. That is like a whole range of people. Those were the first line of fire with this shisha nonsense. People who had to go for dialysis twice a week. And it was working. They would go for very little or close to nothing. Suddenly you're told each session is 7,000. That means 14,000. You're in a home where people have not eaten, kids have not gone to school. And then you have to tell them, Aki, take me for dialysis. Some are just saying, okay, family, let me go. You will take that money, use it for something else. A whole lot of people died. The first people who died were the people from dialysis. So there are many things we need to interrogate, put tribe away, and we say these are things hurting us. Hurting us. Like somebody said, I mean, you can say you're a proud Kikuyu, maybe when you met Uhuru, maybe twice, maybe never. And when you met him, he just said hello. He didn't tell you, okay, what are your bills? What do you have pending bills do you have? I help you out. So that is nonsense, having mutu, you know. You ask, oh, I can almost bet somebody says, who do you think is the best one for president? I think it could either be Maraga or Matiangi. Yes, somebody else, Mukamba. What do you think? I think it would be Kalonzo. That meant, you know, like Alonso knows you personally, or he's gonna take care of you, or when he's there, he's gonna whatever. But I think Raila's lot, those ones they know how to spread. They're very generous. I think it will reach a few people on the ground. The money they're stealing. As our Kikuyu, they'll not. We don't feel it. So can continue the discussion, but that's my take.
Some actually get to the ground like Ichungwa. Some inafikanga ground hiyo wizi
That
yao.
is, yeah, of course. Okay, let me put in relation. If you steal $1 billion and you put 1 million on the ground, or
Yeah, I
5
get what you're
million,
saying.
yeah,
Yenye ameiba ni mingi sana, like
yeah, you can be very,
PLC si mchezo.
misers can be very generous. If you have 1 trillion, a miser can buy you a meal. I won't say he's generous, but back to you.
Lakini but my area, oh my God, Rift Valley bana, umeona Baringo? We the amount of thuggery that has happened in Rift Valley is ridiculous. Like right now, you know, at least in Central, you guys are protecting your agriculture. As we do large scale, which is more of corn, maize, wheat. But you find, like the other day I was reading that we're importing grain.
Yes, worth, I think it was in the billions. So yeah, and it's gonna be sold very easily, cheap in the stores. Yeah. So what's happening to you in the field? Maybe you can tell us.
Right now, because of again, it's that mtu yetu nonsense. Tunakata mashamba. So because you can't handle those acres, we are starting to sell those lands. And once you sell those lands, you cannot do large scale farming like that anymore. So that means that now we'll actually get to a point where we are relying on import of these big grains because of that.
Who does that as a leader? I think he had even told you guys to stop planting maize, you plant avocado, and then so that he could sell his maize from Congo. Just saying.
And then what are you? And then what he did then? He then did thousands of acres of avocado. Then to compete with us within the country in the avocado industry. So we're like, hata ile kidogo ulikuwa unatuachia umekuja ukaingilia.
Oh my God, that's
Him
crazy.
and Uhuru have taken over all the petrol stations in the country. Starbucks is everywhere now. And it's the best fuel. My God.
It's so sad. I feel so numb. I mean, it's so sad.
I've never gotten to a country where your politicians are actually competing. Your politicians are actually competing with the public. How many private schools are owned by politicians? Ukiona hizi mashule zote unaonanga hapa private, the GCSE schools, the British system schools.
Do you know that huyu mbunge wa Thika keep kidogo unajua mbunge wa Thika anaitwa Alice Ng'ang'a.
Yeah, she has a school. Yeah.
She owns a very serious school hapo Thika Greens.
She's not the only one.
But you know, she also gets capitation. Those are the people who get capitation. Our capitation goes to some people who talk nicely.
And that is why not all MPs are equal, by the way. That's why they can go be bribed with 40,000 in the toilet. There are those ones who are within power. Akina Sudis, Akina, Cherelgei, all these people. Akina Ichungwa and all the powerful ones. The rest, the way you just said, comfort, they'll go and jump into housing loans, vehicle loans, all those things, and then get into trouble so that they become vulnerable enough whereby to do a vote, unapata wanaambiwa, hey, so you just chukua this 100k or 200k to vote on the other side.
Yeah, and they've tasted. When you see somebody flying, what's her name? Omanga flew in, not even through shipping. She flew in Mercedes, the Maybach.
Maybach, yeah.
No, the other one. Not a Bentley. It was a Bentley, something more serious than that. I think it was a Bentley. I have to check that up. Through the airport.
She could not wait.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why people did not just stop it. I mean, why people are not. Let me keep quiet, man.
And she always shows that she's a person of God. I don't understand. And what importance does she have to the party? That's what I've never understood. Why is Millicent?
Maybe she has a good behind.
Yeah, maybe.
I didn't say that though.
Only candidate wa room 350 kama tu CS wetu wa defense. Just giving bad name to women.
But you know, these are the things where if we had an active or a good fourth estate, we'd be having those stories and people interrogate it and people, we shut them down. But everybody's in one bed. The fourth estate, everybody is there. Otherwise, like here, I think by sunset, if the president was to put his baby mama as a head of defense of the armed forces, or the CS, the cabinet secretary of, national intelligence, you put your girlfriend there. By midday, he'd have to step down. There's nobody even discussed it. That means nobody can make any move. We move to the store to remove a gun. Somebody sends a text message. This is what's happening.
And a woman like that, I don't understand. Don't you have pride? You'll be remembered as being. Kuna kwanga na. I think some people are just built different. I would me if that was my daughter, unaniibisha bana. I did not bro. And she has a husband, you know that. She has a husband, but I don't want to go too much into the personal.
Sorry, who has a husband?
The CS herself, she has a husband.
I think okay. I think we have a very nice, that they should put it as a show. Somebody should make a comic of how things happen in Kenya. It's so funny. Yeah, wow.
She has sitting allowance, supporting documents. You got done.
That's funny. That's funny. Sitting allowance. That's funny.
That one is a good one. That one. That shall be repeated. You sit as a how?
Sitting allowance. That's a really good one.
But what I think is going to happen in future is, I know this sounds painful, but let's wait for the pain. We have to wait for the pain. Right now, we have something you don't want to discuss. There are people who are thinking in the tribal cocoons, just like Central. Wacha iwalambe kwanza. It's the best medicine. My people from Rift Valley, imetulamba, you cannot mention Ruto in my village without being fukuzwad. And that is how we need to give them. We need to give them a little time. Just have a little bit of patience. Na hii kitu itawalamba vizuri. Watu wanatuma MP wao nakimbia na magari.
Kipe, kuna jamaa anaitwa Steven Kanyingi Joroge, kuna venye anakuinjectia information hapo. Is it possible you try to synthesize what he is putting?
This is from X. I know Maverick Aoko has intel on personal shenanigans of most influential politicians, starting from the, I don't call him president, lies. Central, we have moved on.
Not only does she know, but she's actually in the action. She's so open. She just said she did something with Badi in the parliament. The excitement of doing it in the parliament, and she says it. I mean, she knows this guy. Yes, so it was there. Yes, it was there in the news. Not in the news, in the social media.
Goodness. These men just have to control their mind, their that Lego. Hey?
And she was the only one who was able to get into that the RSF visit. She's the one who was inside there filming it.
And she talks about them, and they still allow her to get close to them.
She's got good sitting allowances and supporting documents.
That's the new word. Sitting allowance.
Her sitting allowance is quality, eh? I get it. Wow, because she's been talking, they even abducted her one time. Or she abducted herself. What happened, Kip? When do you enjoy the story?
You know, if you don't get it, forget about it.
Did she abduct her? No, did she abduct herself when she had been abducted?
No, she was abducted. Akatolewa because she was popular. She didn't abduct herself. Hey, the bedroom is ruling Kenyan politics and business.
No, these men are so weak. I mean, they can't control their third legs.
Hey, bana. Kwanza, he saw Ayaga there, bana. Wengine ni wajinga, bana. People are stupid. But anyway, we'll see. I'm really hoping in the next few months people will open their eyes and see this. And Comfort, do you think this marriage of Uhuru,
don't say months, it's weeks, please.
Goja utaona watandikana. Keep goja. You know, Raila
this marriage.
No,
not
when
the
they,
kind.
when they discover there's nothing to eat and they've been given the positions, the committee of this, and then you cannot even make a decision and there's no money to give. There's nothing in the budget. We're going into June, and the budget they have, they can't even have the money. And 1.3 trillion is gone.
Speaking of June, that is when now the flames will flame, because the budget started in 2023. E-movement ilianza 2023, if you guys did not know. It just got flames in 2024. And it's always about the budget. Ni budget to hiyo kitu. They don't understand. Watu wamefinywa, you know. Unajua kufinywa. Where bread is, yani mkate ni luxury. Kununua mkate ni luxury. Yet it's your breakfast. It's not luxury. It is breakfast. Because sisi wazungu, I grew up in eating bread, jam or butter. Na chai naenda shule.
Some people may consider that being a muzungu. Some people wake up and eat guache or a good solid piece of
Guache,
bread
yeah.
that can hold your belly.
Your stomach, yeah. Kwa hata guache inafikira ni cheap. That one is more expensive than bread. Kulangi sausages, we don't do all those luxurious things, eggs, sausages. Sijui nini.
Unasikia hapa watu wako na
Continental
stress.
breakfast.
Comfort. Hapa watu wako na stress, hakuna mayai. I'm wondering,
Yeah, actually,
must people eat eggs?
Oh,
I went
US
for, yeah, I went for shopping.
mayai zetu zilienda wapi bana?
I think they need to order some. They need to order some from Kenya. Here in the US, people are looking for eggs. They're lining up for eggs, and I think it's because when they're given an idea like eggs, like that. Once I started hearing that eggs, people are I can't find, too expensive. You start now thinking, and maybe I'd go and buy some eggs. Maybe it was not even on my mind, but that's a big issue here now. I saw that. So people are at a supermarket waiting to go in when it opens.
To buy eggs when the eggs come.
Eggs. I don't know.
It's a flu that was all brought by the Asians for the first time.
Yeah, it's I don't
Kuna
know.
mayai, we have enough eggs in the Europe. Musitulete hiyo.
But I remember when there were fires out there in California, those billionaires, and so Red Cross, apparently they took those people who helped, they took them food. Those billionaires were checking if it's gluten-free, if it is what percentage of fat.
California.
This is we eat lean meat 1%.
That's stupid.
No, I'm telling you. I think I'll leave you again. Maybe I'll catch you tomorrow or later.
Yeah, that is okay.
Yeah. Keep
See you
tomorrow.
Comfort. Before you leave, remember we are selling Mother Karua. Okay.
Say that again.
We are selling Mother Karua. If you don't want to sell Matiang, we are selling Mother Karua.
You see, what tribe are you, Julia?
Tribe. Okay, wacha nikumbuke what tribe I
Now
am.
tell Nyagaka not to think of Matiangi and tell who what. Yeah, but I'm just saying. But Martha Hashi's she's a powerful. She's a very powerful person, and it was nice. It was such an honor taking her around the mountain, especially when she came to Murang'a with us, meeting her speeches. Even Baboino, apparently Baboino, everybody knew him in Murang'a.
Did you see the recent? Did you watch her recent interview? It was awesome. Did you watch it?
Yes, I did. And she said,
it was just. I mean, that's the kind of leaders. I was telling guys here. Let us stop.
I was happy that she's finally said also what I said a month ago, that people are not going to wait until 2027.
Yeah, she says that. Did.
Yeah, I said it a month ago and I had to hide. When I said that this guy must.
Something must happen. Even now, I'm praying what will tendekea Ruto tendekea Raila Odinga.
Yeah, people have to stop talking of 2020. The word 2027 is a trigger to so many people. It's like telling them 2 years. Yeah, 2 years.
2 years.
See what you're feeling right now. 2 years of that is what you're gonna wait for, and there's no guarantee it's gonna be better. Oh, you found that it is really, yeah, 2027 is just too far. Even trying to talk about parties who's going to win elections, and it's just too far. It's just too far. Now look at this NATCO thing. They're going to agree on now, because first of all, the parliament will pass for Raila to be prime minister. Then they'll open an office and put in for opposition and put in all the other people who can be bought. And then, it is, and then the IEBC, they're going to choose 9 of them, and they'll be all the same people. Now Raila will agree with the same people as Ruto. So everything is just been rigged in real time, in my opinion.
Comfort, is it true that these guys are actually being controlled by the West? I hate conspiracy theories, but the way it looked like ni kama waliforsiwa kufanya hii kitu bana.
Which West? Which West? If Biden was there, the West now is on their own war because of what's going on. If Biden was there, which West? People now are busy. The things have been turned upside down by our president.
What about Europe?
Our president here has done things, the conversation around the world. They're not even thinking of us and whether we're being beaten by mosquitoes or whatever is going on with the USA. They're now thinking of their tariffs. Their conversations, the leaders, they're all thinking of their own countries now. Things have changed. There's no West coming to help. If USA can be removed in the US, here also, it is removed all over the world, including Africa. And did you hear France say anything? Did you hear all those other people say anything? Nothing. Yet it supports so many people. So many people. The AIDS, people with AIDS, the food, all the programs, a very serious program around the world. Where is that? The West? If the West had put somebody that would come and take care, now they're taking care of their own countries. Things are upside down. We're pretty much on our own. We have to now handle ourselves. Uhuru said, why did you get? Why don't we have our own food? We are complaining that American taxes are not paying for US aid. Yet that's what he said. But in my mind, I was like, but in our country, our taxes are being eaten by 2% of the people. They take all our taxes. They're eating it. And Kenya is very, very rich. If they're not eating our taxes, they're shipping out all our minerals. They're doing all sorts of things.
Building houses in Morocco.
We are such a rich country. You cannot believe it. We are so rich. If we're just 50 million, we can all be living a very good life if we have got good management, good leadership, and good rules of how to maintain our natural resources. It's in our constitution that the natural resources belong to the people. We, the people, decide what to do with it. But it's not happening. Nobody asked us to finish the titanium. Titanium is finished in Kwale, gone. Yote, paka when the last one was going in planes, as sand, as theory. Imagine to go and be refined out of the country because we're in a hurry to clean it up, and that is in Kwale. Very poor people were left there. People there probably don't even have capitation for school, but under the ground, they had one of the most important minerals. It's all gone and no change in their life. That's the country we're living in. Kenya is so rich because of even the Rift Valley, the way it passed there, the whole concoction, the minerals we have. What? You're joking. So who is a CS of minerals and mining? Joho.
The thief of Kenya. Joho, the thief of Kenya.
You said that. I didn't say it. So the abductors don't come for me. Go for Jiru.
No, you know how watu wote ni watu wako na scandals and they are scandalous.
Well, no, but today, I think, is it today? Some guys not in police uniform tried to abduct a guy. They were abducting a guy and they don't have uniform. People remembered what they were told by Kinamartha Karua. A policeman is supposed to identify themselves. They're supposed to tell you why they're arresting you, and if you want representation, and then they take you humanly or even write you up and tell you report on this day. You don't have to go immediately. You can take yourself But the grab, even you can't even finish your cup of tea. You tell me when to come to the police station, and I'll come. So now today, this shows how the citizens are changing. Those guys were they were panicking. They said removing the handcuffs very quickly from the guy who had come to abduct. They're lucky this time they got away with it. Yeah.
Sawa. So by the way, mnaona so akina Ruto na nani wake bado wanaendelea kuiba minerals Kenya eh?
Now I don't know.
Na watu wake. Is he working through cartels ama ni wao wanachimbua wenyewe or what's happening in that area? Because hiyo area minerals saa zingine I used to hear kuna watu wanasema ati ni mchanga unachimbuliwa. Hii ni waste tunatupa hapa.
Even those blackouts are for flying out gold. But let me stop there. You can see me in camera. Even tapambana.
Okay. Anything else remaining? Mnataka kuongelea? Ama tuite siku keep.
Yes, we can call it a day or a night or a morning.
I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks because I have to run. But thanks for a good conversation, guys.
Bye all.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate. Kuna mwingine akona jambo moja la kuinject as we leave. Okay, thank you. I think it was a nice day tonight. Tukutane kesho na kijana msafi. Yeah, it was my honor to be here. Wacha niwakasirishe kidogo. Ann, sorry umerudi. I hope mtoto anakula vizuri. You know, our talk room baby. So ni watume kwa CST. I think ni kama CST wako open. Wale wanaendanga kwa Shiro. Shiro Inokra is also open. And na waangalilia you know, sitaki kuacha hivi kama watoto wa Ngoriai. Let me see CST. Nataka kuonea kama CST ni open. Resilient na wamefunga. CST has closed. So CST has, so wacha niwaangalilia Afrika, niwaangalilia Mutembei. Mutembei ya wako. Sasa nitawapeleka wapi? Nitawapeleka wapi? The only open one ni huyo. Shiro Inokra is open. Hiyo watu wanataka kuenda wanaweza enda huko. Namuona hako na mgeni. Unajua siwezi taka kuacha peke yenu. Siwezi hata kuacha peke yenu. So na pole. So there was so wacha nishukuru, we had actually to close earlier. So Gax kona ameleta fujo, hataki kutumwa kwa Saudi card. No, occasionally tunaweza wale watu ambao they need some mental massage. If you need some mental massage, tunakumwaga Saudi card kidogo. Unaenda unapewa mental massage unakuja. At least unaenda na gongo, at least you go and feel nice and juicy. So anaweza kuangusha huko kidogo, at least uende ufeel and you come back. So Resilient is talking about story ya mayai. Nimesikia pia story ati mayai hakuna na nilipata jana supermarket So hiyo story ya mayai ni aje? Resilient, can you put it clear here before we close? Consultant Resilient, can you talk about eggs? And stop taking me serious. Sasa naongea story ya mental massage, umeanzia kuchukua hiyo story serious. Wewe utaenda huko utaumwa na kichwa. Wewe tu chukua tu story ya mental massage. I mean the opposite. Haya. Enda tu. Utaenda ukute pale watu wanasema baba mwana, baba roho. Yeah? I'm so fortunate that nimeondoka from that mental derangement. Ni noma. For the arm of the government. CST just said that all these people who left and opened their channels. Guys, kwani wao ndio wanapeana certificate za kuanzisha vipindi ama ni aje? Ama kama tunapewa masad? No. We differed in reasoning. So si ati na hakuna mtu wako na monopoly ya kukua na kipindi peke yake. Okay. Maybe resilient ni makuku za Marekani zilikataa kutaga. Okay. But I think eggs is a very small issue. I don't think that's something which even should even take national news. Mayai kukosa, there is alternative of eggs. You can take milk, you can take fish. No, I don't think that issue of eggs should make people no, there is alternative to eggs. Hapo sioni kukua na shida. Occasionally logistics zinaletanga shida, so people should not blow that and they start saying is associating it is political. Hata nilianzia kuona kuna wengine watu walikuwa nasema ati hata vile mandege zilikuwa zinaanguka ni mkereketo wetu, mzee wetu. Yamuna. Anyway, Mungu nifunze kunyamaza. Oh my God, help us. He was very bitter and Mama Sukari joined. No. Watch out. You see, there is no apology we are going to do for reasoning with our mental order. Yeah. Gets gonna. Some of us tulianzisha hizi vipindi sababu ya kuumwa na vichwa. We didn't want to be here. Hata mimi, by the way, I never thought that I can be here in YouTube doing this. Ni vile tu tuliumwa na vichwa so much. Sasa tukasema sasa one of us lazima akue dawa. Kuna dawa. Mnakumbuka Esther Waume? Kuna dawa. So we had to inject some medicine amongst each other. So maybe guys, so let me say it was impossible. We cannot be involved or we cannot be in a place whereby tunasikia ni kama vichwa zinapasuka. And you know these days online is where people get comfort. We have no places to go other than being online. Alafu tuko pahali tu na unaambiwa utakuwa hapa na utakunywa kama queenin. Tutamkunywa kama queenin. Ati Raila baba, Raila mwana. Hey. Oh no! Shudwa. We refuse. Wacha niwape dozi ya kufunga. We refuse. We refuse. Hiyo pepo tumekataa. Hiyo pepo tumekataa. Hiyo imenitoka hiyo pepo. Hiyo pepo tumekataa. Hiyo haiwezi ingia. Wewe. So guys, usituletee watu kama wako na machungu waende wakasikirie machungu mbalimbali. A time of sweet talking, Mr. Raila Odinga is gone. If you think that Raila Odinga ndiye atakuwekea mileage, ole wako. You know, sometimes, guys, let me tell you, if you choose between Raila Odinga and your own misfortune, usikuje kutuambia story. You know, when you choose the path of death, wacha kuja kutuambia ni sisi tunakuonea na ni wewe ulijionea. We have not ngoja kidogo kiu. No, we are not fighting an enemy. Forget about that. Ninakwambia we just chose our own peace. We chose to be a place whereby we can massage each other's ego. As we were called losers. So we are a group of losers who are encouraging themselves. Yeah, we are a group of losers as we were called who are trying to encourage ourselves. Sisi wacha tu tujipee tu hii yetu tunakunywa tu pole pole. Wacha tu tukunywe hiyo. Kiu siendi huko. Marekani ni siku ingine. I choose what to speak about very inately. Yes. And Paul, you know, we are a group of losers who are trying to look for comfort in life. That's why unaona hata kuna watu wanakuja hapa wakiwa na majina comfort. So sisi ni watu tunajaribu tu kutafuta pahali ya kukaa. Serikali ilitukataa, tulianguka serikali. Alafu mkereketo wetu alituruka, alienda akamezwa. Sasa sisi tulijikuta sasa we are on the crossroad. Tulijikuta tumeachwa the right definition of kuachwa kwa mataa. Sasa this is a group ya watu wameachwa kwa mataa. And uliachwa kwa mataa ukiwa wapi? Gexona, uliachwa kwa mataa ukiwa wapi? Where were you? Wakati uliachwa kwa mataa. Jura, I'm shocked we are being called. No, that's not the issue. Politics is about inframing a character which you don't like. That is what we call politics. And the politics is discussing about personalities, because personalities are the ones who form the front, the political front. Personalities, Personalities. Tuaje mambo mingi. So I know even if kuna mtu anaita sisi wanyama, we are not animals. Yes, we are animals, ni sawa, but we are intellectual animals. Hata wao ni animals because they are in the animal kingdom. We are in the animal kingdom, animal mammalia. Ama mnajua ile kingdom. Mnajua kingdom ya binadamu, niwachekeshe kidogo. Tuko na kingdom animalia. Then from kingdom animalia tunaenda gani? We go even to genus. Our genus is mammal. Then from mammal tunaenda kwa species. Sasa species ndio tunajiita human. So kwa hiyo mteremuko sasa kutoka pale kwa kingdom, kule kwa kingdom sisi ni animalia. Sisi ni animal from the kingdom. So difference sasa, wewe ni mnyama type gani? Wewe ni mnyama type gani? Tunateremuka. So CST, don't worry. We are all animals. We are all animals. Don't worry. We are in the kingdom. Ni animalia ama ni mammalia? I don't know. Poleni sana. At least they need to say thank you for helping them to grow their channel. At least they need to say thank you for the days we feared our energy and our talk. That is what they should be doing. They should actually be saying thank you for our contribution in the future or in the past. Ni kama vile hatuwezi castigate wale watu wamekuwa hapa, because there was a time when those people were important in this channel. So we cannot castigate people because they have decided to open another live. No, we have to learn to live and allow people to learn. So we also allowing them to learn. Wanaenda watakutana na kona pale mbele. So we cannot hate them, but they should not spew hate onto us. We are in the marketplace of ideas. Let's be clear about that. We are in the marketplace of ideas, just as Resilient says it here. We're in the marketplace of ideas, and we cannot just stand na tuseme opposite of what we are saying. We are here because we are an association of people who believe in sane politics. Na tukiona pahali kuna siasa ya ujinga, tunaondoka. That is who we are. If we cannot be able to choose for ourselves, why should we be choosing for other people to tell people this and this? So the first revolution is revolutionizing ourselves. The first revolution is to kama sisi hatujakombolewa kama sisi hatujakombolewa, tunataka kuambia watu maneno ya ukombozi aje. You have to be redeemed first. So until ufunguke macho, that is the time when you can start telling people I can see something different. Lakini kama wewe, if you are blind, how can a blind man lead another blind man? So pia sisi lazima tukue tumefunguka macho, so that we can become that source of light and source of information to people. So naambia hao watu wanasema hiyo maneno, wafungue macho kwanza. A blind man will always lead astray another blind man. So let's not be blind. Tumefungua macho, that's why we are so open. Sisi hapa hatunanga ati kitu bubonic ya kuguza, ati hiyo usidiscuss. Sisi hapa tunaongea kila kitu. We have don't talk about that. No. Sisi hatuogopi. Hata ukitaka kuleta tribalism unaleta hapa, tunaigonga kabisa. Kwani iko nini? It is being practiced by our fellow citizens. Ukiamua tribalism unataka kudiscuss hapa, kuja tutaiongea. We will tell you where you are right, where you are wrong. But it cannot be that when some people eat the forbidden fruit, bado, instead of wanting to suffer the consequences of eating the forbidden fruit, na amekula forbidden fruit na imemkwama hapa, yeye anataka tummasaji mpaka ameze. You want us to kumasaji juu umemeza the forbidden fruit, kumasaji mpaka umeze? No way. So the last days of massaging people who want to be are gone. So, and I'm very happy for the crowd which we are pouring here. And we will continue being independent. We don't want to think on your behalf. That is one of the things we have always been saying here as talk room, Jiro Mora talk room, at Jiro Mora talk room. We don't want to think for you. We believe you are intelligent. We believe you know what you are doing. We believe you know what is good for Kenya. Sisi kazi yetu ni tunakuja hapa tunatapika. Unajua kusema Jiro leo ameongea ujinga. Leo Eli hakuna kitu amesema. Kipu sikumuelewa. Julia maneno yake ni ngumu. Comfort ako na mambo mingi. It's your problem to pick what you want. Yeah, sisi hatutaki kukuchagulia. You have 46 chromosomes. So you can choose for yourself. So Jiro, no messaging. And you are free kusema leo ni ujinga peke yako ulikuwa unaongea huko. Kuna kitu tumesikia. You are free to say that. Kwani iko nini? It's your comment. It's your comment. And you own it. I believe in what I believe. Now your comment cannot make me ati nisilale. Muna story yangu na tu vitu ndogo ndogo. You people, you have to grow the spine. Si hata tukua watoto tulikuwa tunasema ai, kwani hata ukinitusi, hata ukiniita umbo imejichora hapa ama nimekuwa umbo, iko nini? So bwana Eli, kiu akikuwekea tu matusi ndogo ndogo, relax. Lakini pia naye kiu usikuwa unatusi watu sana. We have to defend people, so at least na kama ni kutusi watu, at least tusi watu tumatusi kwa na masaji. Muite yogurt. Ukitaka kunitusi niite yogurt wewe. Ama modherokio wewe. Si unitusi na tusi naweza kula. Ama namna gani? Kama unataka kunitusi, si unitusi na something palatable. Something which I can eat. Yeah. Niyo naweza kula hiyo. I can eat with. Wow. na mnapenda kuflow. Sasa mmefunga maize cob wewe. At least wekereni matusi edible. Wacheni kututusi. You know the reason why watu ukasirika ni sababu mnawatusi na vitu si edible. Ebu si mulita Waiguru minji na akachukua hiyo jina. Sababu tunakulanga minji. Shida yenu mnatusi watu na vitu watukuli. As long as anything is edible, ita mtu hiyo kitu ata embrace. So nawafunza bini ya kutusi watu na accept hiyo matusi. Hata siku moja kuja hapa ambia yeye omena wewe ata relax. Guys amesema lettuce. Yeah, of course hizi ni channel za Mahadical bana. Sasa wewe ati Mahadical. Hizi si channel ati za nini. Hii si misa tunafanyanga hapa. This is the hard stuff we are dealing with. Here we are dealing with the life of people. 55 million lives under gambling by one human being with the unsatiable appetite of stealing. That is what. So hapa hatuwezi bembelezana. Anasema ati ukisema omena atawaka. Ama tumuite ile ugali ya millet. Millet wanaita aje na Kijaruo? Millet wewe. Yeah, so we cannot come here to so we actually these channels are very serious. We have no time to fight with each other or to fight with other channels. Our goal is one. Ruto must go and it has to remain that way. Yeah. Na Ruto apende asipende. Sugoi. Sugoi. Hiyo pamoja na urumbaro zake. Pamoja na urumbaro zake tunamenyana. We will do it. And we are delivering it. So aya Ann, wewe leo ni siku yako ya kusema thank you. Ann, leo ni siku yako ya kusema thank you. Siondoki hapa kama hujasema thank you. Sitaki kutesa guys kona. Sasa wewe kiu zaidi umechemuka sasa unataka kurudi. Unataka kuja. Wewe tukue na mtu mmoja wa kusema thank you leo. Ann, can you say thank you? Wacha mchezo. Najua paybill ya Raila ulichangianga 2017. Na hakuna kitu amekufanyia maana na ulichangia hiyo paybill. Ama unataka nikusomee hiyo paybill ya Raila? Ama by the way tutengeneze nini tukaitishe pesa yetu ya paybill by the way. Ni umini hukuchangia hiyo paybill? Kwani wewe ulichanuka mapema aje? Basi wewe ni mnoma. Guys, kuna wewe ulichangia hiyo paybill ya Raila? Mimi bwana 200 ilienda. Ni sawa tu. Aya basi kama huko kulo huko si ukulo hapa. Kwani iko nini? Hata guys kumbe nyinyi ni werevu wengine wetu ndio sisi tumekuja kuchanuka sasa hii. Hey! Yesu mshindi. Ana amesema afadhali apeleke pesa yake kwa Yesu mshindi. Kwa kanisa ya Yesu mshindi bwana Mwai. Na niliona ni kama ako na brother wanakaa twin kwa president ama I saw Mwai twice. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anafanana na Mwai sana hapo. Huyu ni brother yake kama nani? Haya. Wewe watu wa Mungu nipelekeni nyumbani sasa. Yeah, I saw a brother looking like him. See, almost wanakaa twins. The height is the same. Sawa Q, finya thank you hapo nikuje. Q hata hujafinya thank you. By the way friends, maybe to help you understand, our channel you can become a member. Ni vizuri tusemanga hizi vitu. You can become a member, you can choose ni kona gani unataka kama member. Alafu you can also say thank you. Ongea na Q vizuri. We Q bana. Kunasemekana wewe ndio unatoa sadaka siku ya leo. Wewe tunataka kuona kengele ikilia hapa. Aya, Kipril. Wewe tunataka kuona kengele ikilia hapa. Kipril, are you aware that hii channel imefika level ya thank you? Yeah, this channel you can say thank you.
I didn't know.
Yeah, you can say thank you and you can also become a member. Wewe ndio ujui story. Wewe ani siwaambianga watu hapa.
Si mini dinosaur kama mimi dinosaur.
Aya, tuambie umekuja kusema nini? Mimi tu nilikuwa na
nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo kwa duka nimerudi. That's why I had to leave.
Yeah, so mimi nilikuwa na bamba watu hapa. I was trying to tell them that we should not be worried of any person who is trying to say that our shows are not good.
No, our shows are terrible. They are horrible. We do not preach about Raila Odinga nicely. What mzee bana, you have to unafaa kumheshimu bana Njiru. Can you talk about an old man like that?
Okay.
You know Raila anaonanga mbali sana kushinda sisi wote. Very wise.
Yeah. And he is the fourth arm of the government.
He's been ruling us for
na anajua akiamua si atujui. Yeye anajua, he knows.
Did you hear what Kioni said? And he said something very important. Ile siku alikuwa anakuja kuombana kufanya hii kitu ya Azimio. Unajua sasa unatongoza mwanamke, you do marriage, you do all those things. There's something called the decency of asking for a divorce. Nasikia tu alitoka tu hivyo. Azimio people did not even know. Alitoka tu hivyo. Now how do you just leave like that? After convincing us that you are the flag bearer of Azimio.
Wewe nani keep wewe kama umetoa dem club una expect nini? Na asubuhi imefika. Si wewe utaamuka ukute uko peke yako.
Hapana, yeye ilikuwa chips funga bana. That was an official marriage bana.
Huyo mzito ni chips funga bana. Ninyi hamjai mjua ni chips funga. Huyo best ni chips funga ni nyinyi hamjui. So it is exactly that way. Unaweza mkuta kwa wenyewe, unaweza mkuta kwa neighbor anytime. Anytime.
Tuliambiwa wazee your Uber is waiting for you bana. Hebu toka.
Let me tell you bana. Believe in that guy at your own peril. Huyo mzito ameonesha wengi mambo. Let me tell you bana. Wengine wako kwa makaburi na yeye tu he is alive. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Matiba. You don't know the reason why akina Matiba are dead and that guy is alive. There is a guy alikuwa anaitwa kuna mwingine alikufa juzi. Niambie all the patriots wa 1992 wale walikufa. There was Matiba, kulikuwa na mwingine.
Simebaki tu yeye na Orengo na Martha Karua.
Kulikuwa na besti mwingine wachana na kina Shukuku. Kuna mzee amekufa juzi.
Let me think.
Let me tell you bana. Mimi nimekuja kujua bana. Unaona huyu besti? Huyu besti huyu. Ni vile hatujui. Huyu besti bana anaweza kuwa bana hata ile jela alikuwa. Alipelekwa jela ilikuwa na fan. Na swimming pool. Yes, Charles Rubia. Huyu jamaa. Keep.
Nikuulize. Okay, I'm just going to be a bit mean. Najua itaumiza Francis. How old is Odinga's youngest child?
Si ni Rosemary. Rosemary I think ni 86 ama 87.
Bas inaonekana alifinywa huko chini na ana hizo
That has been the rhetoric imekuwa ikitumika all the time. I'm telling you, but unaona huyo mzito, keep. You will be shocked bana. Huyo jamaa bwana. Anyway. Wacha niseme mingi. You could be shocked that guy was just enjoying life. You'll be shocked maybe huyu jamaa alikuwa pahali amewekewa fan. Unajua kama majamaa vile wanafunga kwa majamaa wa Mexico akina nani? Akina
Escobar.
Akina Escobar. Yani jamaa ako sell, ana receive gazeti, ana receive wanawake na ako sell ama ni jera. Ana receive gazeti, kuna wanawake wanakuja, ako na magari huko, ako na manduthi, ako na security, na ako jera. You could be shocked bana. Ubeshi yetu bana. That was the thing. Sasa akinarubia wakikula ile ngumu.
Charles Rubia.
Sababu ya kukausha, akinarubia wakikausha pale wakikula ile ngumu. Muzaya yako kukutendereza na akonjera na nikukutendereza.
Simona hata Paul Mwite amenyamaza bana. He's one of them. Jaramogi Odinga ndio alikuwa amefaitia multipartyism na jana yake tu alikuwa kwa under the mabavu yake. It's Kenneth Matiba was number 1. Then Jaramogi Odinga. Ndio wawili na recognize sana. Hata James Orengo I recognize him for that. Mbaya sana. James was a fighter. Hata nimetumia tu text messages. Kweli mzee Raila Odinga ni kama malaya wa kweli kamwe.
Hiyo text
malaya ni malaya ni mtu ambaye ushiriki ngomo na watu wapenzi kadhaa wa kadha kwa minajili ya kufadhili kifedha. Umepata hiyo text?
Hiyo text ni noma bana. Si nilikuwa nayo bana. Ndio ilifanya nilete ile story ya harlotry while we were talking. Ili describe mbaya sana.
Malaya hapasi kuwa na hisia ya mapenzi ila kushirikiana tendo ya this text is hot. Umepata kitu gani?
Kenya hiyo text iliundwa na Gen Z bana. Magen Z bana kupumzika ni binguni bana. Magen Z siku hizi bana wana inject wananifurahisha sana. Hebu Q amefika kidogo, hebu tusikie vile Q anataka kuinject. Unajua Q anaweza kuwa amekuja. Sasa tuko
this is my son, acha ongee.
Unajua sasa tuko nini? Na unajua sasa Q hatuko serious. Show iliisha. We are not serious. Sasa tu ni
No, you guys.
Mwachie Q. This is my son. Go ahead.
Yo, bro, this is what I wonder. Mona, why are we so stuck with one human being? Unajua, that's my logic. I could be wrong, and you can correct me, by the way. Why do we have to worship one human being? This is what I wonder.
I have candles in my house right now and a big picture of Raila.
Na pesa lazima tumwabudu bana.
Bro,
wewe Ruto anaabudu sambusa mimi. Wewe Q. Huyo mtu Ruto anaabudu sambusa mimi.
No, unajua we do for example, like somebody like Raila is a loser. If you look at definition of loser, it directs you to Raila. He has never won anything. He has never done anything for our own people. And keep, this is what I wonder. Mbona, when we go talking about how we fix our own country, you're stuck with one thing, Mother Karua. This is one thing I wonder. Why don't we always think, keep?
She's my party leader. That's why. And I follow her.
But why? Why do you belong to a party? Don't you see that's an issue? Like, you can be the...
Explain to me what is the way forward. Mimi nataka kusikia, achana na Martha. Wewe niambie wewe bila political party without anything. Give me your direction.
Whatever need to be done, it has to be guided away. Our watu wote. First of all, you have to understand, if I may, we are dealing with people, Freemasonry people. Mother Karua is one of them. Raila, Ruto, Wamalwa, Matiangi, all these people are Freemasonry people. For you to join Freemasonry...
Goja, let me stop you there. What is a Freemason?
Freemason is people who sacrifice to rule.
There's nothing like that.
No. You asked me a question, I answered you back. Then tell me, if there's nothing like that, tell me why there's nothing like that.
No, what's an entertained Freemason? Because this nonsense of calling them that for many years is not true.
No, it's not nonsense.
Freemason is a social and charitable organization. Na imetoka kutoka zamani from the medieval roots of stonemasonry.
Colonization.
Hawa ni watu wa mawe. Hawa ni watu walikuwa na ngoja. Hawa ni watu walikuwa wanatengenezanga mawe.
No. It's empire based.
The problem is they made it such a secret boys club, that it got a bad rep. It's just a club of idiots. That's all.
No, so
it's nothing to do with witchcraft. It's got nothing to do with
no.
We've got so many here in the UK. If I want to be a member, I can be. Nitaitwa na nitaenda.
No,
you've got to understand. You've got to understand.
Keep. You do not join Freemasonry. You are picked.
Why not?
It's a fact. You do not join.
Yeah, why not? I never joined. Nothing. No.
All right.
Freemason is nothing wrong with it, by the way. Let me just
be honest with yourself, man. People have to know who you are. That's all right.
There's nothing wrong with free. Mumedanganya for years. It's just a secretive community. That's it. It's just Google and you'll see what they mean.
No. I don't need to. I know these people, bro.
There are so many.
Keep, I think it would be unfair to talk about those people, because one thing which I know about those people, the information is extremely. I don't think people know a lot of details about those people. You could be right, you could be right. So hatujui. So me.
No, nowadays they have Instagram pages and Facebook pages, and they explain.
But you see the way that information has
been Nairobi, even the Nairobi Freemasons waliweka advert one day to show them. I think it's just the problem is the way they became so secretive that people drew conspiracies and theories about them, that it became worse for them. Enye unaweza niambia hii yenye tunasikianga Illuminati sijui nini, I don't even know what Illuminati is. Hiyo sasa I don't even know about them, because I think those ones maybe, I don't know. But Freemason I can tell you for a fact, because I've lived in this country for years. It's just a secret club. That's it. For rich people.
So you see, keep. You made your point. Oh, listen.
It's like a golf club.
Hebu niulize kidogo, unajua, let me tell you.
Kuna kwanga na there are some prestigious clubs here, golf clubs. Lazima uipatie membership, you have to make some certain amount, sijui nini. It's the same thing. Yeah, you guys are right. You're absolutely right. You have to be invited to be a patron. It's true. But
keep. I just joined. So let me make my own theory, my point. Then you can come and rebut. But I have to make my submission, please. You have to understand that. So this is one of the things I'm struggling with. And I'll say, and I'll proclaim this clearly. We will not, and I'll say again, my brothers and sisters, we will not fix our own country when we keep recycle. Please mute yourself. Your audio is kind of bothering my ear. Mute yourself, then you come back after, please. We will not, and I say again, we will not fix our country by recycling the old losers. I say again, we will not fix our own land, the land of Traoles, the land of Niger, of Mali, of Chad, and soon Senegal. We will not fix it by recycling losers. These people are planted. They are paid for. Like Boniface Mwangi, like Muraras. They are paid for to play opposition for a game. Not to fix. May I say, not to fix. They do not, and I say again, they do not want to fix anything in life. They are paid opposition people. So is Boniface Mwangi, Morara, Casmuel, the young kids. These are young kids mentored by Raila, Mother Karuas of the world. When Kenya was burning, Mother Karuas were in Uganda, right? I say this again, and I say it from the bottom of my heart. Kenya will not be fixed by recycling these losers. But come up. I'm done with my submission.
Hebu ngoja Dani unakuweka na chokozi bwana. Winnie Odinga and Junior Odinga are biological children of Joe Aida cheated with Stinga was in jail. Hebu ngoja I have to investigate this.
Na huyo best ako alive, huyo Ayaga. Is Ayaga alive? Huyo baba yao. Oh, no, si Ayaga, Aga. Mbona inakaa ya kizungu?
You see, tutafanya mathematics. Alifanya kuu.
Sese karibu. Kuna mtu anaitwa Sese.
So
pia
from
anaangusha bombshell nyingine.
So from 1982 to 1998. (1982 to 1998).
What are we talking about?
Odinga.
What are we talking about? Keep. Don't get me.
Can you hear me? Go ahead, bro.
No. Nakusikia. Nakuuliza, tunaongea about nani?
Q ni mshangao kwa nayo. Q, we are not talking about anything. We are brainstorming. Sahi
Okay.
hii ile inaitangwa freestyle. Tulishafunga kituo. So hii ni freestyle speaking na nimesikia CS2 amefungua. So kama unataka kwenda CS2 unaweza enda bado.
Yaki matusi bro. Wewe bro, unajua nitakutafuta bro. tucheze hii mchezo. But you're good bro. Keep niko nauliza. Keep was explaining something.
Pole atulihakiwa na I hope sisi tulikuhack. Unajua pia tuko na mahackers kwa hii station, kwa hii channel yetu.
I know I've heard that by the way people don't
so each channel yetu kuna mahackers, so I hope you are not hacked from our direction.
No. No, I think my hacking was from 254 by the way, to be honest with you. Funded by someone. But keep, if you do that, please don't do that. Do not do that. You're putting your life in jeopardy. Because people will not take it if you're doing it. Let me just get it to you.
I was accused of hacking, but I don't do things like that. I have no time to hack people. For what? Nikihack channel yako. We're all very small channels. So if I hack you, what benefit is it? If I was to hack, I would hack someone like Mungai Eve or Jalango's channel.
So you'd hack, right?
Ama akina
you said you'd hack.
Unataka kuhack pale utapata jina.
Dude, be better, man. Do not hack.
Nimekuja kujua unapenda kunitafuta sana. Wacha kunifanya ni comment hapa watu waanzie kunichukia. Mimi sitaki kuongea za watu. Wewe
Mr. Belfast is there. Mkurugenzi bana, mkerekaji wa.
Huyu ni sawa bana. Belfast is waiting to be knighted. Sijui kama
Ani we do.
Unajua ile story ya knighting
Ani we do not do anything.
Belfast is waiting to be knighted. Kuwekelewa kama hivi. Alafu ambue tembea sasa wewe. Tembea, we have night. Belfast will be knighted. Mkuu mnaongea. You know, nimekuja kuelewa Keep. The reason why Belfast has been so hungry with us. Nataka akuje. Do you know that we have just been disrespecting Belfast without knowing? Yani, we are questioning Belfast, and he believes that he is so much politically enlightened. He has been practicing politics in Europe. Na sisi tuko hapa hata hatuna experience ya Kenya na tunapingana na yeye. Belfast haiwezi kuelewa unapingana na yeye aje.
Njiro, let him go. Oh, all right.
Njiro ulituambia tukalale. Njiro ulituambia tukalale alafu kaendelea. Why did you do that? I'm going to pick with you.
Ni moshene imekuja ikakuwa mingi sasa. Watu wakaanzia kukuja sasa kujoin hiyo moshene. Sasa tulimaliza by the way.
Na ukatuambia tukalale.
Mute your mic a bit. Thanks.
I mean, Keep na Njiro mlituambia tukalale na tukaenda kulala. Mbona mlirudi?
Okay, pole, we misled you lakini tumerudi. Unajua Ann ndiye alituambia hebu mngojee kidogo. By the Andy amefanya tukue hapa na guys come. Unaona sasa hata kina Nguru wameamuka, so hebu Julia hebu karibisha kina.
Huyu ni Nguru. Nguru sasa.
Nguru hata nikudanganya bana. Mr. Nguru tuliambiwa we should never have another Kikuyu president of Kalenjin. Ambia hivyo bana.
Imagine mimi nimeambia watu waende CST Julia. I told people tunafunga waende
ingia kwa show bana.
Alafu watu wamefunga hapa.
Wewe ngoja nini Julia go on, and there's another guest. The guests go on, and Julia please let's contribute because tumeongea hapa. Let other people contribute please.
Mimi time yangu napea Nguru yote. Nguru say
Nguru, yeah, Nguru go ahead.
Mr. Tortoise, how are you?
Yes.
Endelea sasa. Unajua hujakuja hata kwa hii channel for long na umekuja ile wakati mambo ni moto moto. Go ahead.
How are you?
Fine, thank you,
Mko
sir.
sawa?
Yes, tuko.
Yes.
Tunakusikia. And good morning.
Morning to you. What are you talking about?
Si, tunaongea story ya the Pentagon. Hii Pentagon mumeunda. Nasikia
forget about Pentagon. You know,
wamesema hiyo ndio inatupeleka nyumbani. Wamesema hiyo hatuongei tena. The two biggest political parties in Kenya have coalesced to form one gigantic political party. Hatutawaona.
That's nonsense. There are no political parties in Kenya. What we have are communities. So, I can tell you for a fact that ODM is disintegrating. And because each community has interests. So, the Pentagon thing is just nonsense. And you know what? That actually Pentagon was built on the basis of trying to counter what they called the Kikuyu dominance in politics and economics. But when you look at it in the deeper sense, things have changed since that time, and you see the Kisii parts of Western Province, some parts of Coast Province, they no longer subscribe to that kind of thinking, and it will not work this time. It can't work. Things have changed so much, so much, and people are much more enlightened politically. They know that the people of Central Kenya are not the problem. The problem is governance. So anybody trying to bring a coalition of communities to face the people of Mlima, they are just delusional because also the Central people can also form coalitions with other communities, and that's what is happening. So it won't work. And that's why you can see a lot of frustration in Kasongo, because he thought first and foremost he's going to define the Mount Kenya east and west. It is failed. He thought in trying to find a way back to the mountain, it's also failed. He's now using the church to try to get back. In fact, the 120 million was meant to whet the appetite of evangelicals and other churches so that they can start calling him to the mountain for cash handouts. But you can see the way the agencies have reacted. So it's also going to be a flop, because no person wants to be a focus of such aggression by the youth. So again, like Rigiji said, this man is surviving on the lifeline of, or the life support, life support of Raila Odinga. If today he says he switched off, kwisha maneno, this government will come to an end. And I can assure you that Raila will demand as much as he can this time. I'm sure that he has been told by his lieutenants that the last time they had a handshake with Uhuru, he got nothing. He got nothing for them as a party. This time they will not allow. They will go for the full hog and get as much as they can, because they have that ability right now. They are going to twist and get what they want. In fact, even if they wanted the vice presidency, that they will get this time. If they want the speaker, they will get it. If they want to have the cabinet, they will get it. Because the alternative, what is the alternative? What's the alternative? The alternative is worse for Kasongo. So we can only credit Raila for being a shrewd political animal in Kenya, because he's managed to get the government by its neck and get what he wants in a government that he did not win, or at least he can say he has reclaimed his victory in a backdoor way. That's what it is. On the other hand, the Mount Kenya bloc has become even more hardened. So Kasongo is in very, very bad situation that if Baba decides to do the 2002 scenario, that's what he's going to do. You just bolt out at the last minute, and Kasongo will be left high and dry.
Mr. Guru. Mr. Guru,
yes.
Who is Baba?
Si unajua mzee?
No, that's the point.
I know. I know there are people who have stopped calling that because they see him as a betrayer.
Once you do this, once you put somebody on a pedestal of Baba.
Yeah, he's Baba. When you are, even if your dad does along, you cannot deny him the title.
No,
he's Baba.
That's primitive. That's primitive. Hakuna mtu baba. Wewe uko na baba yako. Mimi niko na baba yangu. Mimi niko na baba yake. Mtu yeye uko na baba yake. Njiro uko na baba yake hapa. Hakuna mtu tunaita baba anymore. Let's be serious. Let's not stop being primitive.
Okay. Yes. That's your view. That's your view. But you know, the fact of the matter is that he's called Baba because of very many things. He's Baba of the devolution. He's Baba of this and the other. But anyway, that is contentious for many. But I don't think he'll be denying that title just because of what he's done. And people are even sympathetic to him. So there are those who are saying, okay, wacha mzee akule miaka yake ya mwisho. Aelekee kule anaenda.
Okay, can I correct that? But
yes.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but I would say hakuna, we will not, the Kenyan people will not, and I say again, we will not worship fake gods. Raila is a fake god. He's a conman, a demon who is all over in our country. You might not agree with me.
Well,
but this is the reason why we're here. He's a demon.
But he's always posed as a Democrat, a person who has fought for democracy in Kenya, fought for constitutional reforms, and it's only now that people are coming to see, oh, maybe this mzee has always fought for himself. Late in the day is when people are coming to see perhaps there is something they did not know about him. Unfortunately, that's what it is, and his legacy is now going into tatters. It's likely to end up in a most unfortunate way that people will remember him for having gone to bed with people who want to destroy the country for his own benefit. That's an unfortunate history that he might have to carry into his grave when his last day comes. Is that right?
Julia, please go on. I have nothing else to add. Julia, go on, please. Or keep or Jiro.
Okay, just to agree. So me, I agree with you, Nguru. Mimi sioni hii religion ya Raila Odinga na Kasongo ikienda mbali. Raila Odinga does not play second fiddle. He's not that kind of a character. So Kasongo asifikiri akikaa tu cabinet anaambia Raila Odinga do this, do that. Hawezi kabisa. So alafu au jamaa Raila Odinga watagundua kwamba that hakuna pesa. They will soon realize that the money, they are all going there to grab money. Nasikia sahi ni pesa inagawanwa. Soon that money will not be there. So they soon realize that there's not even that money that they are going to grab. Ni positions.
There is no money when 1.3 trillion is was siphoned. Yes. There's money. Pesa iko.
Hiyo pesa iko kwa containers nangojea ya kubribe watu.
Pesa iko.
Hujasikia penye hiyo pesa imepelekwa?
I know. Pesa iko. Don't say there is no money. The money that is not there is for the public services, but for individuals the money is there. Pesa iko.
So me, what I see, Nguru, utaona ile vita itakuwa. Those people will not sit and agree. And I was asking people earlier here, maybe Guru, you can reply to me. Mbona Mudavadi na Weta hawakwenda kwa hiyo meeting jana?
They are casualties. They are going to be casualties because I can tell you today that Raila will demand anything from this government and he's going to get it because he's the rival. He's actually the support machine. And politics is about numbers. So if Kasongo sits down and sees their numbers don't add a value, they are going to be jettisoned anytime. They know it, not unless they are foolish, and particularly Madividi, because he actually holded this party. So he's going to be very useless, kind of a person. So
Julia, can I interrupt a little bit? And I want to ask Guru something, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, go ahead.
So now, Lisa, Guru, this is where the Gen Z's conversation comes in, right?
Yes.
So the Gen Z said, we are tired of this garbage, of this political game have to be this way. This is what the Gen Z said. This is what we said. We are tired of this game that we have to play. The game brought to us by others. And the Gen Zs refused to play in the game. They want to change the whole sport. Don't you see it? Is that fair? Guru, if you can respond to me. Respond to what I just said, please, if you don't mind. You're on mute. Guru, you're mute.
The Gen Zs are a force to reckon with. What is required is to direct that force in a certain direction, and so that they can make a political impact on the Kenyan politics. I don't know, because what I've seen is that the so-called luminaries have taken political science. You have seen Makure is now a youth activist in ODM. You've seen Kebaso is now taking the other route. He's aligning himself with the other side of the political divide. So we do not know exactly how this will play out, but a fact of the matter is that the youth are going to be a great force to reckon with in the next elections.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I explain to you what's happening?
Yes.
Because sometimes it's fair not to understand what's happening. So, I might not be right. Maybe most people cannot even verify what I'm saying. So this is what happened. You remember during the Gen Z's movement?
Yes.
You remember before the Gen Z's movement, Boniface Mwangi was a thing, right? Now he's a joke. Kasmo is a joke, right?
Umeenda
As
mbali
we
sana.
speak right now. No, keep
Chukua
real.
mbali.
Let me engage, then you come in, please.
My son.
You've been talking here, bro. You've been here for 6 hours. I'm just trying to engage Guru. Then you come in. It's fine. You can engage.
Okay.
So this is what happened. Please mute yourself. It's respect. This is what happened. Kasmo got paid. Boniface has been paid. You know what USAID has been doing? Has been paying Boniface Mwangi, Kasmo, and Murara soon is a part of the CIA project to be a face of opposition.
No, CIA, bana, bro.
No. You come back in. Keep real. You can't.
Don't do the conspiracies. Lazima
Who raised you,
nikusimamisha
man?
hapo.
Who raised you? I'm making a point. I just joined.
Usiingie hapo. Utaumia.
Then mute yourself. I'm talking to Guru. I'm not talking to you. Shame on you. So, this is what has been happening. Kasmo has been bought. Murara has been bought. So, what you're watching is it's a facade, a fake opposition which Raila has been playing for long. Now, Murara, Kasmo, Boniface Mwangi, and the others, like the lady from the Somali lady, what's her name? Her too. She's part of them. She's getting paid from the USAID. Yeah, Guru, you know who I'm talking about, right? So these people, they are playing a role of a fake opposition. So, for example, when you talk about the media from the West, they come and say Ruto is doing this, but this is the face of opposition. Then they bring Murara, they bring Kasmo. It's a facade. And the Kenyan people, the Gen Zs, said, we know this game. We are not going to play it. So instead of playing in it, we will not engage in this. This is why Murara has no power. Kasmo has no power. Boniface Mwangi have no power. Hanifa have no power anymore. So they have to facade it as the opposition of Kenya. Now that's what they are trying to do now. Raila, soon, don't forget, Gachagua is a son of Moi. If you don't understand it, if you know genetics, Gachagua is son of Moi. At the end of the day, he hates the Kikuyus. He fakes to be one, but he's not one. I want one of whatever you're drinking. Give me one of them. But we have to be objective. We are here to engage, to fix our own land. We will not recycle these people, no matter how much people push it. For us to fix our own country is to remove all these losers in our lives. All of them. We build it from scratch. But shida, and I know most of us are stuck here. Tunauliza, tutachagua nani? We do not need to chagua nani. We need to get this guy out first of all. That's a fact. He had to be gone. You might not agree with me, and it's fair, because this is an intellectual conversation, I would think. Thank God Ellie is not here. But this is what I'm thinking. We are being played Murara, Matiangi, Madakarua. All of them work for the same beast. If you cannot have a fair fight if all the people that they're playing for you, they're paid for by one person. It's not fair. Is it fair? Who is fighting for the Kenyans? The Kenyans do not have a fair chance. And I say again.
Hii swali imekuwa speech bana. Hebu uliza swali bana.
I understand your conspiracy theory, and it is also good to have artifacts so that we be dealing with issues that are authentic. I'm not very sure that Mother are playing in the same league with some of these fellows. I don't know, but it could be different than what you are saying. And I know there are foreign interests in Kenya, and they infiltrate our politics to try to fashion things in their own liking. So how do we disentangle ourselves from these foreign interests and still maintain sanity in the country? That then could be the greatest challenge that we have.
So this is the question that no one is asking. And Wanjigi said, no matter how much we despise Wanjigi, said this, but you've been talking, so I think you have too much to talk, so go ahead. Tell us how we dissociate ourselves from this. You're a smart person, so tell us.
Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu ya
so okay. So if you're not talking about it, let's come to you when we talk about stupid things. So I'll respond to this. So this is Guru. This is what needs to be done. We will not. The Kenyan people should not recycle the same people who have brought us here. All of them have to go. And I know it's painful for the leeches who survive on these people. I know it's normal. It's very normal. But we will not. We have to go the same way the Ghanaians are doing. The Burkina Faso people are doing. We have to have genuine leaders. Genuine leaders. People who focus on the good of the people. The good is key here. Not what I want.
You know, when you touch on some things, it's rather very radical because, in Burkina Faso, right now it's not democracy. It's a military state. You are aware of that. And the fact that they got a benevolent dictator
So
then
so
that's a different thing.
Guru, I'll tell you where you are. And I'm not saying that I'm good, I'm better than you, but I'll tell you where you are. So, and I know most of us here are stuck in information bubble. I could be wrong, and I should be wrong. And if I am, I'll come here and I'll say, I'm wrong.
Okay,
We
Tosha,
have,
Tosha,
no.
enough,
Keep, let me talk, man.
No,
It's
no,
true.
enough,
So
enough.
we've been talking for 6
No,
hours. I wasn't
no,
here,
I
I just
haven't.
joined.
No, I
Can you
haven't.
just
Enough,
shut up?
enough.
Go ahead. Man,
Enough.
be a man.
Najua, unaenda round circles. Enough. So, Guru, tuongee sasa hii kitu ya hii ingine. Mudavadi has 3 MPs. Ford Kenya has 7. And hao ndio waliletwa hapa kutengeneza hii kitu ya Kenya Kwanza. Don't you think even if akina Mudavadi and Madividi and Wetangula are not popular, right? Would you get people? Would you rather Raila's Western people or Western people from? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So even this mathematics of Raila saying that he'll even add people in the cabinet that are from Western but are ODM, watu wa ANC. Do you get the mathematics is not gonna work for these two people?
Yes.
Yes.
But you know, one thing people have tried to hide, and I've had people fall in that trap, is to forget that our politics revolves around communities, unfortunately. And political parties are just vehicles. That's why you are going to hear of statements like we, the Ruhia, we, the Kisi, we, the Kikuyu or the Gema, we, the people of the Coast Province. These statements are not just mere statements. They are just a statement of negotiation on what you get from the national table. So when people even call Wamunyoro tribalists, they are just being hypocritical, because I saw the other day this MP from, it's called Hamisi, saying he doesn't want to see Wahindi and the Somalis getting tenders in that part of the country. I only ask myself, if that statement was made in central Kenya, you would have had the applause that would have followed that statement. So we are hypocritical. We are just hypocrites, people who don't want to face the reality. The reality is that communities use their force to negotiate for themselves. Look at the Somali community. The Somali community is the most organized political community that you can find in Kenya. They knew what they wanted from whatever government was to come in power. That's why they have their own political party. I don't know whether you are aware of that. And they quickly align themselves with any government that comes in, and they have specific things that they wanted from whatever government that was to come in. One of them was to make sure that the boundary is with Somalia is opened. The next one was to make sure that there is ease in getting documents, regardless of what happens to the nation state. And that's why they even demanded that all the candor of civil servants that are in that line are given to their community, so that they can be able to be sure that what they want is actually achieved. You are also aware that they are negotiated, that the parts around Isri, in fact, they were to relocate the Air Force and get, get into that land and invest. Were it not for the uproar that followed that those statements, we were told by Kasongo that we will soon see houses going to up 75 stories around that area. So this is a community that is very well organized. They know what they want and they demand it in a hard way, and they are very purposeful. They are very, very meticulous in the negotiations, in forcing what they want. Today, I think they have also, aligned themselves with the government to ease the trading for their people. And that's why they are thriving. I think it's only a community that may not be complaining for Kasongo government. So let's not beat about the bush here. That's what it is. And that's why I feel that perhaps Kasongo, because the Gema community has seen through the game, call him whatever you want, but Wamonyoro has seen through the game and is likely to play a similar game like that of the Somali. And that now brings another issue, because the Gema, they have numbers, they have network, they have resources, and they'll put very hard bargain for whatever government will be coming to power. I think that is his main his main worry. That unlike before, when this community, the Gema community, which is expanding anyway, to Kamba and Isiolo, the fear is that these people, if they play the kind of politics that the Somali play, then the whole game will change in Kenya. So there are no punches here to be saved here. That's what it is, that communities negotiate and forcibly get what they want in return for their political support of the political edifice. So I think the ultra-nationalist sentiments by Wamonyoro are really scaring, because if that was to solidify and become the Somali like the negotiation, then you can see what will happen. Thank you.
Good. No, you are sorry, I interrupted you. No, I understand what you just said. One thing that people do not understand, and Keep is here. He's perfect good at it. Ellie is here. And soon I'll drop. But either kitu watu hawajui, we have to stop this. This garbage of recycling losers. In a country to progress, we will not have losers. If Mother Karua is so good, go practice law. Do it. Go practice law. And when you do it, if you're that good, don't do it in Kenyan level. Do it in a global level. Do it. Go do it. But you do not have any anatomy or monotony to only be the leader in law in Kenya. You're not. Guru, as I look at you, you have kids. I don't want you to tell me you have kids, because I don't want to expose you, or I don't want to ask you your stuff, because it's unfair. And a lot of people like Ellie will come and tell you, oh, I met you here. So you tell them about yourself. Ellie, I know what you're doing. If you're a good lawyer, go be a good lawyer. If you're a good lawyer, be a global lawyer. Are you? You're not. You're not. What Kenya needs is the Kenyan leaders the Kenyan leaders who care about their own country only. Unfortunately, I did not even like Trump. I didn't even vote for Trump. From where? But the logic from the Trump people make fucking sense. So, this is what
Guru, ulifanya presentation moja poa sana. Hebu endelea na kuongea. Tusikie.
Here we go again. Early, please.
Guru, endelea na story bana.
I want to make it very clear here, and I don't mince my words. I follow the Kenyan politics quite closely, and I can tell you, and I'll repeat again, the Somali community is the most organized political organ as a community that we have in Kenya. And because of their high-level organization, in fact, they have an intellectual arm that actually sits. I don't want to mention names here. I know them. They're about 7, and cascade the kind of things they want to the community leaders, and then organize in the communities. So they face off with the rest of the country as an organized group. Have you ever heard Junet confront Duare in any way? So they have a higher ideal that they pursue than just merely going to talk anything out there.
Guru, and I get your point. I'll make my submission and I'll let Ellie, because Ellie or Kip was more wanted to share. It's so unfortunate. We're talking about
Maybe it's fair. Maybe it's fair. We might have talked so much. I don't know what Julia has to say about some of these things, because also it is important that we hear the various shades of opinions, so that we can have a holistic view of what the situation is.
Okay. I'll make my 1-minute submission actually, and I would want anyone who is engaging here to make it like 2 or 3 minutes. We don't here to have a speech for 10 minutes. Ellie and Kip, you should know this. So I have a submission for 1 minute. The Kenyan people will not and should not recycle the old people. Anyone who ever served, who will never, especially anyone who have been in power for the last 20 years, anyone and their families, anyone who have served, we will not recycle that. And on top of it, we have to go back and edit and audit these people, the losers among ourselves, the thieves among ourselves. We will not allow thieves among ourselves. We know what we do with thieves. In the villages, we burn them. As a country, we shun them. They will never serve us. They will never, anything they ever sold and stole from us. They stole from our people. The thieving, the stealing from our people made our kids die. That is a death sentence. If you served in healthcare and people died, you and your family line will never work in government. If you're good enough, stay there. Hatuchezi, We're not doing this. This is not a game. It's not a TV show. We're dealing with people's lives here. It's not a joke. So Kip and others and allies of the world, please join the stupidity and engage in garbage. Hatuchezi, if you worked in the government and our people suffered, you be held accountable. Like if I was a pilot, I was flying something and I killed people, I need to be held accountable. It's not a joke. We have to have accountability in life. So is politicians. And on top of it, we will not recycle people. Hakuna mtu alizaa mtoto akasema this has to be a politician. No. Kila mtu ako na watoto. Kwani mama Raila, mama Kalonzo, mama what was the other guy? Amalo. Do you think them only have autonomy to just be the leaders? Shame on us. These are Freemasonry losers. Watajua soon. They will know. Mark my words. If I'm not clear enough, if the Kenyan people are not clear enough, the dam has fallen. The dam has fallen. This will not and will never work. We will never work. You're watching a falling system. So is Ruto. Ruto knows. He's done. That's why he has to combine his losers among himself. And Gachagua will be joining too. Losers. Gachagua he's a loser from basic portal anywhere. He's a loser in life. He's playing us. He has been playing us. So is Mandakarua. That's why Kip is not here. Nakwambia, and I beg this, and I will say this, if I may again, you're watching a falling empire. The Kenyan one, the US one, the Kenyan people, especially the Gen Zs, and I praise Gaitho, especially Gaitho. Wherever you are, you're legit. We need you, more like you. We cannot keep recycling losers in life and expect something different. But Guru or Kip was here, but he left. We're not. We're done.
Julia, what is your take on all this? Seems everybody has
Good.
gone.
Julia, I think on mute. Julia, good, go ahead, please. Oh, Comfort, come here. Correct me. What I said wrong.
Sorry, I just joined, and I've just begun listening. It's 5 minutes. I'll just hang around and hear see if I can comment. Or what did you say? Maybe you can tell me what you said.
No. So
Sorry?
I said,
Yes.
I said, and I want to. I said, and I'll say it again. The Kenyan people, we, if I may say again, we will not keep recycling losers to lead us in failure. It's so unfortunate that every time we come and engage, anyone is asking, Mother Karua or Malo, these are the same people. Oh, Gachagua. Gachagua is a criminal. If you think about it, these people are terrible people. But what the Gen Z said is a solution to a society. This is why you see older people here try to engage to uncut the mistake that's happening in the country, because they are losers and they know the system will never work in a fair system. We need to support the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs know. It's not like they don't know. It's not like they're asking for solution.
Okay, I get the gist. I get the gist, and I think Q.
Okay.
If you've been listening to me, I concur with you 100%.
Go ahead.
I feel that as Gen X and older, we have had almost 60 years since independence to get things right. The people who are older than us, of course, were the ones who got it from the Mzungu, but they just, like Jimmy Wanjiki says, the Wazungus were having such a good time here. They came to look for a place, and they found a good place in Kenya. And actually, it was a business for them. It was actually a business, and they just renamed it Kenya. And when we fought for independence and got rid of them, what happened is the ones who took over just entered their house, the same Wazungu's houses, same drivers, same parliament, same system. They just took the same blueprint, the same transcript, and continued from there. So if they had a watchman calling them Muheshimiwa, they were still Muheshimiwa. And besides having that Muheshimiwa thing, which means you honor somebody, honorable so-and-so, but we just have a bunch of people who are not honorable. So these people, political class is what we were exposed to when we were in primary school. We saw them grow older when we were in high school, college, and all that, and they're still there. I feel they have mastered the game. They have hacked the whole system, in that not only have they bought each of the arms of government, they now want to create another animal to spread the people who can be able to eat. And we are just watching. And like I said, that means them and us, we're the 6%. And I said we should be out of this whole conversation. In fact, when we amend the Constitution, we shall do several things. We've learned what we can from the first 12 years. All these how many counties we should have. We reorder the whole space, but it's not for us. We cannot build a house that we're not live in. We need to transition to the Gen Z. We need to help them, those who are capable to, or have the integrity or the proven record that they can be part of the people to help them track and structure the country in a way that it can fit in the coming millennium, another 1,000 years, so to say, or 100 years. We will not be there. So we can't plan it to the old-fashioned way of chiefs saying we have now an Nakada and we're going to divide it this way. We want everybody to be happy. But who? Only the people from the major tribes, because that way, if we satisfy the people from the major tribes, we have Mudavadi, Mulembe, we have Raila, we threw in a Kikuyu there, and now Somali, and all these, give them all the positions. What happens to the smaller tribes? What happens to people who are in multi-tribe families, and don't care about that, the Gen Zs. So I'm saying we're just watching through the window as they try to further divide the cake amongst the biggest of the giants, and they eat with the biggest spoon as possible from our taxes. Taxes collected by the entire country. They sit and they're going to divide that money.
Can I interject?
What I'm saying, let me just, I'll just finish 1 minute. So what I'm saying is that the Gen Zs come first. They are the clean. They have not yet been tainted. We say like the Savo Manitas, they have not tasted the Muindio, they have not tasted human flesh. We need to focus on that. So Q, I agree with you. And the other speaker was Guru. There's another layer of serious politics that can also end up seeing Kenya become not only like Bosnia or another Somali, when people now will start now removing other nationalities who they view as other nationalities as a threat. It's a human thing that has happened in all the history of mankind. You feel you have been invaded, people have taken your space, and you have to kick them out. That can cause something very bloody, and that is probably what might end up happening if that thing is not watched carefully. It's like somebody is holding a matchstick about to throw it to dry grass, on what Guru is saying. Okay, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. And I want to, again.
Did you call me Guru?
Julia.
No.
No. Where? Oh. Let me say this. I agree with you. Oh.
Now, Trump in America, you have to either be a man or I'm Comfort. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Comfort. Let me say this. When O said they would like to clean up the whole, slate and of leaders, I agree with him entirely. You know what has happened in Kenya over the years is that the networks that have been built through the civil service and the political class is such that it's a web, and that web is a web of corruption where people are planted in every corner of every government institution. You'll be very surprised that the network that was set up by the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi is still active in the public life, even up to today. It was inherited by others. Some of it was diluted, but still there are elements of that web. And to disrupt these systems, it requires somebody completely different. In fact, at one time, Moi said that Kanu would rule the country for 100 years. What people thought was that it is Kanu itself. No, it was not Kanu itself. It is Kanuism. People tutored, trained in Kanu ways. They have mutated over the years in different forms, in different parties, but the system in their hands is the same. And I've said in this forum very many times that I will not be very comfortable with any person who actually was tutored in the Moi government for 20, 30 years, and we expect any change in the country. It will not happen, because these people have formed the friendships, they have formed a web, they have formed networks, and they always look after each other in such a way that the national systems are compromised because of these networks. They have done many things together over many years. Their children have married, they have done business together. So to break through these systems, we need almost a radical century on our government, in the sense that politically we got to get rid of these people completely. Because right now, look at it this way: somebody like Kalonzo Musyoka is good. I have no problem with that. I've not. In fact, he's one of the most clean politicians when you look at the background of Moyira and subsequent. But I have one fear that this is a man who was also tutored in the Moi school of politics. So it's the same thing that is actually, is a drawback also on Ruto, because that is what they were tutored to do politically. They do not know anything else, and they cannot see Kenya in any other way other than what they were tutored. So they are political students of Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. And if in any case, when they get to power, that is what they are going to operate with. That's a template that is existing in their minds, in their systems. And they'll just actually inherit the systems that were left for them by the old man, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. So what we need in Kenya is somebody who does not know that system, somebody who will operate outside that system, and somebody who will look at Kenya in a different way and reinvent the country in a different form. Otherwise, we will just be going around in a circus.
Guru,
Thank you.
Guru, as you conclude, please give us 30 seconds of the solution in life in a Kenyan society which is free. On top of complaining, give us a solution and be specific. 30 seconds. Go.
I feel like he did, but he can do it. But I felt towards the end he summed it and said what
Yes,
Kenyan.
yes.
No,
He did answer,
him do it.
Mr. Q.
Let
He
him do
answered
it.
it in a comprehensive
Let him do
way.
it.
But go ahead.
Let him do it.
May I say something? He did. Let me add what on what he said. I love the way you analyze Ngulu, that the people, the traditional politicians that we have, they're not revolutionary and they're not ready for change. They're ready to just sustain the status quo. So that is why that we have not had people who are like, we were expecting that from the days of Kibaki that we'll see people being prosecuted for corruption and all that. Tukaenda kwa Uhuru, we didn't say anything, and even one time Uhuru was telling us that afanye nini na siji corruption may skyrocket, and then I was asking myself, is the president, the bulk stops at him, why is he complaining and he's doing nothing about it? Because he has to maintain status quo, he has to maintain his friends and all that. Now Ruto comes, Ruto did not just maintain the status quo but made things worse, because Ruto thought that one of the career prescription of a politician is to steal from the government and loot as much as you can. That is exactly what he's doing. So he has brought the government down. Now, these politicians we have right now, ukweli, they may want just to maintain the status quo. They do not understand what Kenyans are looking for. I have always asked myself a question: why? These people are exposed. They have been traveling. They travel so much. They see the world. They see what the world is doing and where the world is going. But when they go back home, they don't want to implement what they see. They have no interest to even try and change anything back home. They have no interest of changing Kenya. They want to maintain the status quo. So right now, we must have revolutionary ideas and revolutionary leaders. So I've been asking myself, Guru, among these politicians that and Comfort and Q we have right now, what do we do? Because still we are the ones on the front line. Okay, one of the things I can say that will happen if we have an election is that a lot of seats parliamentary and Senate and even members of county assemblies will go to the Gen Zs, and Kenyans should deliberately do that. Why the Gen Z? The Gen Z, if people have had a chance to talk with these young people, they have such revolutionary mindsets. And they don't even talk about tribe. So that will help Kenya if you have a parliament that has more Gen Z than the other generations. That may help Kenya. But at the top, again, who are these that we may have at the top? Because we must just have a revolutionary president. That is the only solution for Kenya. We must have a revolutionary president. The one who believes that Kenya can change. One who believes that all Kenyans can access clean water and have the right to do so. Or one who believes that all Kenya should have access to electricity and have the right to do so. One who believes that all Kenyans should have access to equitable education and they have a right to do so. Not one who thinks that that is impossible to implement. Hatutaki watu wenye tuambia ati ni ngumu kujenga barabara Kenya wote na Wakenya wote hawezi kuwa na stima. Wakenya wote hawezi pata maji safi. We don't want those we want somebody who believes it is possible and that he should do it and that it is his responsibility and that the buck stops at him. Another one who believes that we can do zero tolerance to corruption. Si mwenye tatuambia ati Wakenya wote. I hate when people come here and say ati Wakenya wote ni wezi. I'm not a thief. I've never stolen anything. I've never been bribed. I've never bribed. Let me say, I have never stolen anything. I have never been bribed. I have never bribed. So Wakenya wote si wezi.
I think asked me what we can do, and I summarize in that seconds. I'm saying this without batting an eyelid. Anybody who has gone through the systems, has been an insider in this system, cannot change, and his colleagues will not allow him to change because it's like they have a covenant. And that's why you can see quickly Kasongo getting Raila into the system. Very soon, Nadico report when it comes. I'll not be surprised that Kalonzo will quickly be assimilated in one of the positions that are being created.
Guru,
but
my
will that change anything for
Guru,
us?
Guru, my friend. I like this conversation with you, and I hope you don't find me very too repulsive. And if you do, it's okay. This is what I'm saying. We have to change the whole thing. It's like, can I give an analogy? And if I'm wrong, please don't be too rough on me. But I'm comfortable. You can talk shit on me. Actually, I don't mind. It's like you have a house, right? You live in a house. You have roaches, right? But you know what you need to have, especially if you live by yourself. Clean your house, right? But you have roaches, right? The moment you take the whole thing out, get out, you finish and clean the whole place. Turn it off. Turn it off. If the system fails, it need to fail. The Kenyan system need to fail. The same thing Ghana did. We are, you know, you come after. Give me 1 second, please.
Let me ask you.
Okay, ask me.
Last week, one of the lawyers that Kenyans who have been in the social media would call a revolutionary is Donald Kipkorir. He posed a question.
According to you. Thank you.
Yes, according to me, because the things he talks about are a bit uncomfortable for the elite class. He posed a question: why is it that after 8 years of going through university, we pay our doctors 40,000? Then you get a French salad in the name of MCA who merely scraped through with an E. We give him 400,000. We pay our MPs 1.2 million. He scraped through with a bare C minus, and we pay our teachers quite low salaries. And he came up with the suggestions that the teachers, the doctors should earn maybe 300,000 or thereabouts, and the teachers can earn 150,000 starting salary, and our constables, the police, maybe 100,000. You see, these are the conversations that are very uncomfortable for the system apologists. They would not want to hear anything of this kind of thinking, because they want to maintain their status. They want to maintain the system. That's the way they are tutored. And if you are to get leaders thinking in that manner, you actually revolutionize the country. Number two, just wait. Just wait. I'm just, me, I like talking specifics. I don't like talking in a broad sense and making a lot of statements that may not make sense at the end of the day. What I'm saying is this: if we can price open the system that we have right now, we will find that there are so many inadequacies that you will not believe. Why is it that today counties do not emphasize on revenue that they collect at the source from their people? What happens to that money? When you hear them talk, they are only talking about money that will come from the center, money collected by the KRA. I mean, there's a lot of money that is collected assess and other rates at the local level by the county governments. And when you look at it in a wider sense, we made a mistake somewhere in our system, because I would believe that money collected and given from the center should straight go to development, and the salaries and emoluments and all those others. Collect that money from the local source, from the local community that you are giving the service. Those are the kind of ideas that these people don't want to talk about. Why should an MCA in Embu or Kitui or Wajir wait for salary collected from other Kenyans? They should be paid by their own people, so that those people can have a direct, connection between the service they are getting from their people and the salaries they are paying to those people. But when you have salaries paid from the space, from elsewhere, they will not feel the pinch, even of demanding good service. That's a problem we have in Kenya. And when you talk about some of these things, I'm sure most of these people who have gone through KANU, they will not, be comfortable with some of these things, unfortunately.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you, Guru. By the way, you're a very good debater. Julia, you are comfort, you are too as well. So I would like
that
to.
was awesome points. Go on.
So the question I asked, and it should be asked, right? We should not be expecting anything in life. That's us, right? We have, for example, we know we have resources in our society. We have tourism in our societies. We should not expect people to ask us anything. We need to know things to work, right? It's not a favor. It's a need. It's a thing that need to work. You're not doing us a favor. No one is doing us a favor, telling us the tourism did this. No. We expect it. We expect coffee, tea to be paid according to what the international market fees. It's logical, right? As an African society, we have to understand, once you give another influence, you have no control. If you know we have coffee this month, we know coffee fetches this month, right? If you understand, if coffee in Kenya, in Africa, we didn't go through this society. For example, I'll use coffee because I understand coffee a little bit, because I grow coffee too. So if I understand coffee doesn't grow in Colombia and Brazil, and I know Brazil and Colombia, they had this climate thing, so their coffee is struggling. So I should then understand our coffee should be paying good, right? And tea, or whatever it is. We have to understand we should not beg. This is one thing we have to understand. We should not beg. We know who we're good in. And if I had to say again, if I may have to say again, my brothers and sisters, God live Captain Traore. That's all we need in our country. The leader, a leader who have logic, common sense, don't work for USAID, like some of us here. But it's so shameful that people don't even see it. Yes, your people are struggling, right? Yeah, they are. But some of us are making money out of it, and I'm part of it. It's so shameful, and I guarantee you karma hits. If you understand karma, if you understand the global life, the multi-dimension of where we are in life, yeah, we are dealing with these sellouts among ourselves. Anyway, Comfort, go ahead, please. Comfort, if you're there, or Julia.
I'm here, but I did not raise my hand.
Please. Go ahead, please.
Julia raised a very fundamental question. In Kenya today, if we are to talk about a leader who will go after the corrupt, who is that leader? How can such a leader go after the corrupt when he's been in the system and has done business with these people?
Guru.
I remember the one. Just wait.
Guru, can I answer you that question?
No, let me finish. Yeah?
No. Okay.
I
You were
remember
asking someone to go next, Mr. Q. Guru is trying to make his point. I don't know.
I'm saying somebody like Waruke. He actually complained that Uhuru did not help him get out of his mess, and therefore, being a Jubilee person, Uhuru wanted to have got him out of the mess of being jailed for 70 years. Now he embraced Kasongo, and he's okay. That matter seems to have come to rest somehow, anyhow. So we have a situation where, the political class is, as long as you are on the good side of the political divide, no matter how corrupt you are, you will be okay. The only thing that happens, like I saw somebody arguing, is that once you fall on the other side and the other the other side is the one that is wielding power. Right now, the case of Waititu, then they come very hard on you to punish you. You have seen the kind of politics that Wairia has framed. He was always next to Baba in rallies, spewing all kind of rhetoric. Let me finish. Let me finish. But he seems to have won his way back.
They call him Baba. It's kind of sad that you call him on.
That is up to me. Anyway, that's my. You should not take offense. So you have seen the kind of politics he has framed. He seems to have warmed his way back to Kasongo, and is now one of the most foremost defender of Kasongo. And he's been even appointed in one of the positions, despite the fact that there are so many cases, I think several cases that have been raised up by anti-corruption, which he should go and answer. So what I'm saying here is that it is not easy in Kenya, not unless we are dealing with an enlightened society that abhors corruption, to get a leader who will go after the corrupt, because it's ingrained in the system. It is the system of KANU that the power is to be used power is to be used to distribute the state rages in all ways, in the most corrupt way. And once you get to that system, you become a partner, and therefore you look after each other. So what we need in Kenya is somebody completely removed from those networks. It's somebody who's never been in the system. And it is not going to be easy also for that person, because you are also dealing with a candor of civil service that is deeply polluted by corruption. Because if you follow very clearly, you will be surprised that most of those civil servants are actually an extension of the political class. They are the ones who have planted them in those influential positions for purposes of corruption in the various parastatals, in various government departments. So if we are to get a leader who is as confident as Traore, you would do almost a military kind of surgery in the system, in the way that he might himself even endanger himself, because the shadows of corruption are everywhere, and those people, they don't let go very easy, and they are able to even weave imaginary corruption to plant it on you. Who is fighting it? It's like when you go to the streets of Nairobi, somebody robs you or snatches your phone. Before you say a thief, he actually turns on you and mobilizes the crowd and turns to you and shouts you are the thief, and the others start coming to fight you. So this is the kind of scenario we have in Kenya, unfortunately. And that's why I am very jittery that when I hear people talking of somebody who served in KANU for 20s, 30s of years, that person can come and bring revolutionary leadership in Kenya. It can't happen. Thank you.
Okay, I could jump in. I think, Guru, you're very, I like your mindset and the way you argue your points, and also Mr. Q and Julia. I think it's very hard, even if there's a thing called the art of war, to go and fight. Let's say you're fighting a fort and you've never been inside it, or you've been inside it, but you've not been to all the rooms. Or you've been inside it, you don't even know that there's artillery in the basement. So in my opinion, and that's what I advocate for, we need a combination of people who have been in the system, understood it, and then became woke, and fought the system consistently, we can check their background, have their foot back, because those are people who know the enemy that needs to be put down. And then we have a combination in the artillery of people then who can plan together with them. We can't totally say that Kenya or any corrupt society can be fought by an outsider. You have to have a combination, or even somebody who ameokoka, somebody who has been in it and then got woke and understood it and understood that this is not what we want. Then we get like a force, a combination of a team that can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Please contribute what you think, if you don't mind.
Who, me? Okay, Guru, I agree with you and Comfort. So the problem is we have a shortage of these leaders, and me, I only can narrow down to 2 and almost 1, according to me. Personally, right now, I may narrow down to about 3 people that I think can move this country to the next part. One of them is Fred Matiang'i, the other one is Mother Karua, the other one is Maraga. Maraga came out and said something. I think we can trust Maraga. I also think I can trust Okiya Omtata for Kenya. And then I think a lot of Gen Zs can do a good job, only that they have not come out. And then maybe the topmost seat, maybe disqualify them. I don't know how true that is. I need someone to guide me there about the age thing, like the thing of 35 years, that you cannot be president unless you are 35 years. Sijui kama hiyo ni constitution ya kitambo ya 1962 ama ni ya 2010. Now I was trying to look it up, and the only thing I was seeing that is the 1962 constitution. I didn't see a clear guidelines on 2010 constitution on the issue of age and vying for presidency in Kenya. Now, so we have a shortage of those kind of people, but still there are people. I think in the event we have a genuine election.
Julia, that requirement was removed.
It was for 1962, okay? I tend to imagine so.
Before it was put that you must be 35 years and above.
Yes.
But it was left open, because you see, if you allow somebody to vote, then it means that person can also be voted for. So it was left open. And also on the upper side, it was also left open, so we can have a president who is 100 years.
Okay, I have not been so sure about that. But then I have mentioned about 3-4 people. I've talked about Mother Karua, I've talked about Fred Matiang'i, Maraga, I was talking about Okiya Omtata. And then I would bring the young people. So let me say, a lot of these other people who are already on the limelight belong to the old generation thinking, and they have at one time worked in the political arena, which I don't think they would want really to quit the status quo. They would want even to keep friends with their friends. Now, people say something about Matiang'i. I have no evidence about. I like Matiang'i's kind of a character. I think he's very forceful, and I think he's not afraid. So right now, personally, I'm looking for someone who is also not afraid of anybody, who has a strong character. I mean, a strong will to achieve what he wants to achieve or what she wants to achieve. Mother Karua is also not tainted. So she has a strong will. I think she would want to achieve what she wants to achieve. So if these kind of people work with like-minded Kenyans,
My sister, Julia.
yes.
If you don't mind. So you said Mother Korea is not tainted, right?
Yes.
Nastaki could make it like a fight.
Go ahead.
So this is what I'm struggling with. Mother Karua is the one who, as a Kikuyu, now what I know, Kibaki stole an election, right?
Whatever you want to say. However you want to put it.
Yeah, he stole, right?
I would
But
say right, but however you want to put it. So what was the role of Mother Karua in the stealing?
she told it to people, the masses. You know, unajua si peke yetu, right? You know, the community here is small. But she lied to her people.
What did she lie?
She lied that Kibaki won. It's a fact.
That
She lied.
Q that is very controversial. The people voted for Kibaki even if
I
Kibaki won.
think, let me put my 6 cents in this. Okay, I understand, Julia, what she's talking about is economic crimes. Politics as its own sphere where you mnapigana mieleka, yule atapigwa mieleka anguke ni pahali yake. Lakini I think what I understood with Julia, she was talking about the economic crime, stealing from the public institutions. Forget about politics. Politics is another field altogether, whether stolen votes or, and in any case, it is still contentious because even the report that came from Kriegler saying so. So we cannot really, it's a murky area that we cannot really talk about very, very much. It's just an opinion. Like you are giving your opinion, there are those who also give the other opinion that somebody lost elections and he was shocked that he could do elections in those circumstances. So no, I'm just saying let us put different parameters. You cannot accuse mother of corruption just because an election went the way it did and there was somebody declared a winner, the other one Rusa. So let's stick to, if it is economic crimes, let's stick to economic crimes.
No. Guru, I'll correct you here, if you don't mind. And we are having a conversation. It's not like I judge you, you judge me anyway. But this is a question I'm asking our people. I'm asking us or ourselves. If someone can lie to us in the society that we are trying to move to, if Mother Karua is a known liar, don't forget, I don't care who, if it's Kibaki or Gachagua, I don't care. But we have to engage, right? If she lied, and as we speak, she lied.
Q, may I respond to you? I think we'll be seeing the one who is lying because first you have no evidence, so you are making false allegations that you cannot even prove. Now, so in the event of we are asked to prove somewhere, it will be seemingly you are the one who is lying. And like Guru is saying, Kriegler reported that both sides stole. It was a faulty election where the Electoral Commission did not do the right thing. And the Electoral Commission gave room for all that speculation. So the Electoral Commission in 2007 failed Kenyans. Mother Karua was not working for the Electoral Commission. She was working for her candidate. So whatever report she got that her candidate won, we cannot blame her for that and say she lied. Even now she believes it, even today, she believes Kibaki won. So how do we call her a liar? Even me, some of us believe Kibaki won, so you're not going to start calling me a liar.
My sister.
No. Let me say this. Q, let me finish. So if you're going to pin somebody here, and I say
you're good. Make your point.
Allow me to finish and you'll talk. And I think the other day here, I said that if you're going to make allegations about anybody, even against Fred Matiang'i, even against Maraga, let us make allegations that you can even substantiate in a court of law. If there's something you cannot substantiate in a court of law, it is not fair to make those allegations in a national TV. So it is not fair to make allegations against Mother Karua that she lied. Who lied? She was not working for the Electoral Commission. She was working for her candidate. Now, if I got Matiang'i, some people say this about Matiang'i, say that. I would like them to provide evidence and provide cases that have been presented in the court of law and say that huyu mtu amepelekwa kotini for 1, 2, 3. If they cannot present, then they should keep quiet. Same with Maraga, same with Nokia Mtata. Because what I'm seeing a thing here, we go around, we walk around, we are looking for solutions. Now, then when we think we have people that we can trust, we start making allegations against them that we cannot prove, and we still not provide solutions. You see, that is the ile game staki tukicheza wana Kenya. Mimi
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, like Julia said, mother was an agent of his of the candidate, and she was not conducting elections herself. So when the results came in, how do you expect her not to stand by that? In fact, I understand she even challenged those on the other side that they go through the figures and the reports that were, and they did it overnight. She said she stayed for almost 2 days without showering, and when it came that Kibaki had won by 200 or so thousand votes, then it became chaotic. Now you can see even the conduct of Raila. It's very clear that he's never wanted to admit that he can lose elections. He will find a way to get back to the government so that he can get something out of it. And let's be very careful when we start assigning blame on people, especially in political matters. What is said out there may not be precisely what it is inside the boardrooms. Maybe even Raila himself knows he lost that elections, and he was shocked that that could happen, and he could not prove in any way how he lost, and therefore he has to keep his population, his army of supporters, like he has done in every election, that they feel that they have been frightened, they have been something has been stolen from them, so that he can have them on his side throughout. That, you see, the problem with our politics is that once you admit you have lost, then people will start losing that trust that you can win. So he has to keep that this time we will improve, next time we will. In fact, the last elections he told his supporters that don't worry, just wait, just go and vote. I'll protect my vote. What happened? What happened? So this is a person who has a consistency of behavior, political behavior, and therefore it did not seem clearly. It was not clear there before, but it's now come out clearly, and those who have supported him have started seeing a different type of a picture of the person they have been dealing with all along, unfortunately.
Yeah. Mr. Guru,
Can I say something?
thank you. Keep
Quickly,
your next
please.
2 minutes. Then after 2 minutes, keep
is gonna defend Martha.
Yes.
And I just want to just say also quickly before I'm going to be going, if I may, there's another, for Martha, what she did, I think was correct, and the other side was also correct, and that's why we ended up with a Nusumkate government, and every side felt satisfied. Raila got his part, and the other guy got his part, Kibaki, and they agreed and they went on, because it was almost a toss-up in terms of who did and who did not do that. So I don't think Martha did anything wrong there. And if there was any doubt there, the government was divided. Now, when you look at the NADCO thing that they really want to go into, I'm very curious, because one of the number one thing on NADCO was the electoral reforms, and it requires us to audit the 2022 elections. That's the number one thing, because remember, when you are opposition, you're saying fungua sava. So I don't know whether that is going to move faster, or we can then, if they push for it, then we all need to back it, because we all need to see what is in that server once and for all. We see once and for all what goes on in there. So if they avoid that and jump to agenda number 2 of
that will not happen.
Let me finish.
That will not happen.
I let you talk. So if you jump if they jump, yeah, you are speaking your mind out. Even me, I can say things when you I can speak. We can say something and I speak it out. I'm just finishing my thoughts. So if that's what I'm saying. It is something to look out for and something to insist for, even though they refuse. If they refuse, it's very suspicious. Why do they want to jump that? Because we really want to take them that opportunity. You cannot just take 5 things out of the NATCO. Start from number 1. We want to see that server. We'll also see what happened in the previous elections. And then we say we don't want to see that server again. It cannot be used. Then the other thing, just so that was my key point. We need to watch out for that and see what will come out. Thank you. Over to you, Guru, or whoever was next. Keep. I don't know.
I think Keep is next. Keep, you're next, bro.
So, first of all, the duties of a lawyer, and this is not even defense. First of all, the history of that election was very flawed. In my honest opinion, Kibaki and his team were trying to steal that election, and Raila and Ruto were trying to steal the election from the other side. So from the word go, that whole process was fraud. That election was fraud. And I'm going to say this in terms of a common mwananchi. It was unfair for us, sisi kama wananchi. It was not fair. That thing should have started again, all clean, without this. That's what I'm saying. Ruto is the king of stealing. Alianza kuiba elections tangu zamani. So Raila, don't tell us you're Mr. Moralo. You know what you're doing. Your brother here, mnaitanga my little brother hapa, you've been stealing. Now Martha, as a legal representative for Kibaki's side, she has to defend her client to her best ability. Otherwise, why hire her? It's not just asking the people. You have to be serious in life. What is the job of a lawyer?
Yo, Mr. Kip, get the point, please. We're trying to have a conversation, please. Get the point. Thank you.
Q, relax. You've been interrupting people here. You need to relax. Calm down.
Get the point. We have 2 minutes.
Q, relax. Relax. I know what I'm doing. So for me, the most important thing for Kenyans right now, other than the other stuff, is actually our first ever fair election. Kila siku tunakuanga tuna hii ujinga ya kwamba mtu ameibiwa. We don't know the actual results. We don't even know if like if I look at the last election, because I looked at the data and I was like, how can somebody, I'm going to be a bit tribal here. I think Comfort, you might not like this, but I have to be here. This is statistics and numbers.
It's all right. Go ahead.
How can somebody that is not from that region get more votes than the senator from that region? How can the presidential candidate get more votes than the senator, get more votes than the governor of that region? How can you go to a specific ward in Central? Yeah, because that is where Liba sana, home ground ya Liba sana. Yani unakuja Central, unaona Ruto is more popular than the MCA there. Ruto is more popular than the senator there. How is that possible? You can't be serious. Ingekuwa uko nyumbani, maybe something the euphoria.
1 minute, 1 minute. Then after that,
you've got to stop doing this. You've got to stop doing that,
bro. It's not your show.
It makes the show not good if you keep interrupting people.
Just make a point after 1 minute. Let other people talk. It's not your
Q. You can't do that. You're spoiling the flow of people when they're talking. When somebody is mid-talk or mid-conversation and you keep interrupting them, they lose their train of thought. If indeed you want to run this show, endelea basi. I'll stop there because there's no point I'm going to keep there because you keep interrupting people. 'Cause I don't
1
understand
minute.
what you're doing. There,
1 minute. Other
I mean
people
it. I
talk.
mean it. I mean it. Keep. Can you drop? Thank you so much for dropping. Tuendelee. We always manage ourselves here without arguing. Keep endelea.
I don't understand because I want to anyway. I'm not gonna continue with that argument because it's juvenile. So I'm just saying that the thing that Kenyans deserve and always deserve, like right now, my president right now is actually Raila Amolo Odinga. That is who I chose. Whether it was a mistake or not, it's a choice I made as a Kenyan. Nilienda kwa ballot nikaweka karatasi yangu na nikavotia huo mtu. I voted for Raila and Martha. And those the people who are should be in power, whether it is a mistake or not. And if indeed Ruto had won that election, that is what the people had decided. But why do we have these situations whereby that's the first thing we need to what do you call it, to fix the electoral process. The next thing we need to fix is actually party nominations. This story, yeah, MPs getting direct tickets is absolute garbage. I think it's very stupid. The party bylaws need to change. Kwani mimi mtu wa Keses nimeambiwa lazima kwa sababu the popularity of the party is in this area, that party chooses for me the candidate. Direct tickets is a very nonsense thing. It's nonsensical. It's very stupid. And ODM is the first culprit of that nonsense. Where I want to run for MP, naambiwa lazima nitoe do. I have to remove money. And because I'm rich, tatoa pesa. You don't even believe in the ideologies of the party. Unaingizwa tu hapo kwa sababu kuna pesa. I'm telling you, these positions are actually bought. Then by the time I get into parliament, I'm trying to siphon money from the taxpayers from Wanjiko to pay to regain back my money. So the actual political selection of these people is what is rotten in this society. There's nothing wrong with this constitution, by the way. This constitution is okay, hata kama iko na flaws. It is just that it's been implemented by goons and thugs. That's it. Even with the many flaws in this constitution, we've got too many MCAs. It doesn't matter. If we had the right people, the country would work. And I'm telling you, during Kibaki's, by the way, I don't like Kibaki, but during Kibaki's period, the society was not as rotten as having Uhuru and Ruto in government. Because right now all our public servants corrupt thugs. Na wamezoea hiyo tabia kutoka the two digital boys, the digital brothers. And every time unasikianga tu ni madeals, ufisadi, all these corrupt things are happening in Kenya because hii ndio tumefundishwa na the politicians at the top, and Kenyans are seeing that and they're picking it as their own culture. I'm telling you, this is not even tribal. It's across all communities. Tumekuwa hivyo. We've become such corrupt people in Kenya. And it's within the last 13 years of Uhuru Ruto. Hata mtu asitetee Uhuru. Hao watu walikuja na tabia mbaya na tumeendelea na tabia mbaya kama wa Kenya, na it's getting even worse in Kenya. Like right now ukienda KAA, I am telling you, the tourists are having a very bad time in Kenya. Wanakujanga wanasema, what sort of airport is this? Wanashindwanga tu. When I'm leaving the country, I just look, I feel embarrassed the way we conduct ourselves. hata kuingia. Hiki walikuwa naitishanga COVID tests a year after COVID ilikuwa imeisha, so that they can be bribed. Bad manners. So for me to fix Kenya is to start from that thing, your election, IEBC, because 90% of the politicians we have in power have bought their seats, and some of them have stolen their elections when we have independent candidates. That was Juvila Selassie aliingia. Toto tu alibahatika kwa sababu alipendwa na Ruto, and then she became stupid. Ukiwa Mtata tried so many times, hata alibahatisha tu. The ideology that I have to have agents during an election, you know, upumbavu gani hapa? I've never, hapa in UK hakuna kitu kama agent. Agent ni nini? What sort of stupidity is called the agent, the election agent, and then chief agent, presidential agent? What election that needs agent to protect your vote? How? Your vote should be as secure as possible. Sasa kama wakileta hiyo ujinga ya NADCO, how are they going to fix that thing? While the people who are the people who are what do you call it? The people who are supposed to fix the problem are the ones who are the cause. Raila, I don't know. Sometimes, how are you going to fix that problem now? While you're going to the person who's causing that problem. From the time your partners in ODM, when you're running for president against, there is a system. Anyway, that is it. Thank you. Julia, Guru.
You know, you have raised very fundamental issues. I've always also wondered, what is this about agents? I mean, I think it is part of the problem of electoral problem, because how do you crowd an area where people are voting with all manner of characters whose intentions cannot be vouched for? I believe some of those so-called agents are the agents of electoral fraud. They have other instructions inside there. And why can't, do you know our elections are the most expensive in the world? Right now, IEBC is asking for 61 billion. 61 billion to conduct elections. I mean, are we serious really? When we don't have enough even to give people water, electricity, infrastructure, and here we are spending 61 billion just for one day, 14. I mean, we are not serious. We have a problem, big problem, and it requires a revolutionary leader to come and punch this kind of nonsense. But you see, we have a problem in Kenya. Even the politicians themselves are actually our greatest problem. Look at the situation. Even let's look at even the issue of separation of powers. They don't want to acknowledge that our constitution it clearly defines that there are three arms of government, each with its own roles to play. They want the legislative arm wants to encroach into executive arm, blurring the boundaries. The CDF has been declared illegal so many times in our courts, but they have gone around, but there is no way they can legalize that money, because unless it goes through the executive arm, the legislative arm has no role in implementing projects, period. Theirs is a different role. But then we have a problem because
it is part of the NADCO report now.
I know they want to entrench it in law, but that still, you cannot legalize what is illegal. there is no way that the legislative arm will legally implement projects. That's not their role. Not unless we want to, but you understand the underlying motivation is that you get your millions that you control in your electoral area and do what you want with that money, set aside some for next general elections and give your friends tenders here and there and embroil a few of your, accolades and so on and so forth. This nonsense is what is unimaginable. Let me ask, why should it be that parents have to go and line up to be given bursaries of 2,000, 3,000? Why is it not possible to direct that money straight to the schools where these children are? What is so hard in that? But because you want to have to perpetuate a feeling within the community that so and so is so good, it brings us bursaries, and that patronage system where you start praising your MP because he's brought you a bursary of 3,000 shillings, so that for purposes of brainwashing that person to think that you are the best MP that ever happened. That nonsense. I think I don't know why there is a certain class of Kenyans who take others as a stupid, because in fact, a research done is that all the bursaries given in the country, if they are amalgamated, if that kitty is put together, it can offer free education to every child in Kenya, free. But now, with the kind of situation we have, so much money is lost in the system, and therefore quite a huge part of that money then does not reach the schools. So we have a big problem. But as we were saying, we need a revolutionary leader who will come and say, this is nonsense. We cannot run our schools in this manner. Let us give every child an opportunity to go to school. Let us dignify our parents. We don't have to make them line up in the dead of the night waiting for 2,000 shillings in form of bursary so that the MP can seem to be working or is an important person. We are way behind in some of these things, and it's unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. Thank you. Who is this?
I think you asked a question and you answered yourself. You asked why do this the CDF is given to those people, then you answered yourself that yes, they want to the electorate to connect that they're the ones giving the money, not that it is taxation money that has been sent to them through the devolution. So they want to take that limelight. They're politicians. They see a crowd, they run like the way flies fly when they see some rotten meat somewhere. It's for the show and the connection, so they can be. They do like it's their money they're giving to the people, and the people actually feel like, oh, you've brought us, you're giving us this money. While actually it is their money, and they don't even give all of it anyway, and they don't give everybody. They even give some people from different places, their relatives and all that. Another whole corruption around it. You were talking about the agents, why we have agents. It's because over time, Kenyan elections is such a high stakes thing. It's not like applying for a job to the UN or a job to be a principal or a job. In Kenya, it is your foot into the pot of money. And that is why people almost have now connected. You get into the government, you've got access to the treasury, and you can steal. So people are going to try and rig to get in. And that's why they're not going to leave it to chance. like other people do it in the rest of the world. We have India, the population is now reaching 1 billion, and they're still able to hold their elections electronically. But yeah, here we have to have those agents, and if your agents are paid more than the other person's agent, they can switch in that classroom where the votes are being cast or where they're being counted. And then we have the chiefs overseeing. The chiefs are not anchored in the new constitution, 2010, but they're still working. Why? Because the leaders wanted these people in the mashinani to help them with certain actions. So there's a lot going on that needs to be fixed. But yes, those agents are there because of people have lost trust. They've lost trust in the process. If you go and you now say you're contesting, like I was contesting, I went to where I cast my vote. I could see even my relatives who are seated there in the classroom, they're watching. These are the agents, young guys, young people in the room, crowded. They were seated on forms, these benches forms, like maybe 15. Those now are they're observing, they're the agents, and those are my relatives, they are watching. And I wondered, when you walk out, what are they watching? Because I saw an agent actually helping an older woman to vote, which of course they told them where to circle and who to vote for. So many things were happening that I observed there. Those are the agents. But if your agents, you don't pay them well, they will switch to the other side. So what happens when the place is a bit empty? I realize they do some stuffing. They can stuff in votes. So a lot happens. So you have to have your agents. If you don't have your agents, you're going to lose. Thanks.
But if I may ask Comfort, isn't it then the responsibility of Electoral Commission, the IEBC, to make sure that each candidate has gotten the authentic vote? It is not the role of the candidate to safeguard the vote. It is the role of the IEBC.
Yeah,
and that's where I say we have deliberately accepted politicians to run our electoral process. In fact, it should be a punishable offense for an election official to twist the will of the people, and that can only happen when you don't crowd the system with other people you even don't know who they are in the area where people are voting. Because, like you have said, we know what happens when a candidate is not popular in a certain area. The so-called agents are given tokens and told to go away completely, and they are just called to come and sign forms of the results, because they have already been compensated monetarily. Because you can imagine, like now, let's say in Central, Raila is not very popular deep in the rural areas, but he has some votes, maybe even 200, 300 in a certain area. From the crack to the agents of the Popular Party and all that, they are all singing in one song. The ones looking for votes for the person who is not very popular or the political party is a relative to the crack who is overseeing the and is also a relative to the to the agents of the Popular Party. They call you that you are told, what is your problem here? Shida yako ni gani? Huyu mtu hata unamjua, given some few nini, and you are told just sign here. And the 200 votes that that candidate had received from that area where he is not popular is lost. That vote is counted in another way. So we have a problem.
Yeah, but sorry, Mr. Guru, you ask a question and you've answered yourself and you've described it. I'm saying that, like now when I went to vote here for Trump or not Trump or whoever it is, we just drove there. We voted, went ate ice cream, and went back home, because we know you can vote for your leaders, but there's no, before some leaders, but you just vote and you go home and you can continue with your business. But in Kenya, politics is your life. It is your food. It is the person who, it is everything. It is the person who will be your MP, and you voted for them. You have to go and protect that their vote is going to be, it's going to be cast and safe, because you want them, because from there they'll probably help you get into some jobs, they'll give you tenders. There's so much connection between that voting, and that is why. And then experiences, we've seen every election people have looted. I know some people I remember UDA was saying, you guys book on a system now, Azimio, you got it. But the system was Ruto, was it's the consistent, whatever. But what I'm saying is that the connection of who will succeed and what will and how you feel that it's your person is very strong. And we know that it can be stolen. So you don't go home and sleep. When you cast your vote, you're supposed to hang around. But because you can't hang around in all the wards and all the constituencies, then you have to hire people to be your eyes there, to be your agents. And the other person also hires their person to be their agent. That's why it is there, because of the trust factor is finished. It is really like non-existent. And then now, guess what they're proposing, apart from what we discovered, that even schools were set up to be polling stations. They know that in the last election. Now they're proposing, I think in this NADA or NATCO, whatever, or there's a proposal somewhere to have mobile polling stations. That is madness at its best. So people are going to vote in a car. You get into, let me finish. You get into a truck, you vote, and the truck drives off. It can go and be painted another color. They go and, what is that madness? But yeah, that's what's happening.
Unapiga kura inaenda na mwago kwa River Yala.
Inaenda na gari. Now, then the guy can go and park it because he knows it's a strong area. Park it somewhere, change the color, get into a bar and drink. Those votes will never be counted. What rubbish is that? A mobile.
Ama hii gari inatoka hapa.
Yeah.
Ingine na the fake one goes to Nairobi. Ingine inapakiwa tu.
They just change. We watch these movies. Yeah, they just change. That's what they want to do. It's so clear.
Okay, let me ask, and this is, I ask with all genuineness. There are people who sat in that committee or so-called task force, and one of them is a long-serving politician, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. If some of these things are some of the things they are recommending, are those people revolutionary, or they are after maintaining a certain, they see that maybe those mobiles will assist them to maintain the status quo? Because when you look at it from a deeper sense, you see something sinister in some of these suggestions. I have also seen the suggestion that the outgoing president must not go to hand over to the incoming president. There are those suggestions. There is that bill that wants to be brought. There is also the suggestion that anybody who tries to obstruct or to bring issues after elections have been done can be jailed and fined so many millions. Then you ask yourself, if you are contesting a vote, then are you not then being set up as a person who will end up in jail or find millions of money? So some of these things, you get a feeling that there are people who didn't want to capture the state and maintain a certain system. They don't want to lose privileges, and I can say that now with all confidence that the political class, including Raila, including even that Ruto, including Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, maybe Mother and the rest, they are scared about what the youth are doing, and they see that their sell-by date could soon come to an end, because and that is a bit scaring for career politicians, because if the youth think radically like they did in last year, then you can see some of those people will be seeing the state from kilometers away, and they'll lose they'll lose that influence within the state legally. And because of this, they are scared, and that's why you can see they are trying always to mass together and do all kind of manner of things, because they are used to the system. There is a system they want to maintain. There are certain families that they want to maintain in the power. They have a network in the institutions of governance that they want to maintain. That's why they don't punish their friends who have stolen, and they only punish those who won't go on the other side of the political divide. Right now, you can imagine those in the KK government. Quite a number of them have committed crimes. Some have murdered. Some have even stolen money. Apparently, and nothing will happen to them. The things will only happen when you have gone against the grain. Look at the situation we have here the other day. An MP goes and says 13 billion was used to campaign for AU seat. They arrest the MP. They look at what he said. They see there is no change, because he's an MP, and if you don't provide information, he can speculate. He can be even wrong. But it is the work of the state or the government to give the correct fashion, the correct figure, the correct situation. So they see there is no change. You know what they do? They go back to where he went to school and find that maybe he cheated, a certificate he presented when he wanted to run for MP was fake. And that is what they take the person to court for. So we are operating in a very, very polluted environment where it's not the right. If you go against the grain, that's when your crimes become crimes. Okay? And when you are in the good books of those wielding power, you can murder, you can steal, you can do all manner of crimes, and you'll be okay. If you go against the grain, utachimbwa kutoka pale ulizaliwa mpaka zile shule ulienda na pale umefanya kazi kabla ya kuwa MP ama kiongozi mwingine. That's the kind of system we are having, unfortunately. And I don't know. I don't know whether other countries, that is the way they do it, but that is our situation today. Today. Did they not know that MP had faked certificates all along? No. I understand what happens is that some of these people, the files are kept somewhere. So you are reminded every time to go through the narrow path. Otherwise, if you deviate, the fire is pulled out, and the next day you are arraigned, unfortunately.
Guru, I have a quick question for you and Comfort. How secure is M-Pesa? Forget about the fraud. Very high percentage of Kenyans enjoy M-Pesa. KYC has been done properly. Very rarely do people lose money from M-Pesa. I would say it's not percent of people lose their money in M-Pesa. So nikuulize, kama mimi naweza kutumia Guru from here in the UK with my Safaricom number, nikutumie 1,000 shillings Guru. I trust you will receive that 1,000 shillings. I trust. Hata sitakuuliza. Najua tu imefika. So long as I pop your number, it goes through. I will not send it. I will not be scared that 1,000 has gone to Comfort's phone. In Estonia, the elections end in mere seconds.
That's true.
Watu wana vote kwa mobile, and then for those people who are not technologies, their voting takes 5 to 10 minutes in Asia.
Yeah. Okay,
If we
you
can
asked a
trust
question.
M-Pesa, if we can trust, sorry?
So your question is why we're not using electronic in Kenya?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you missed the whole point. Who told you they wanted to not be in a format that can be manipulated? And who
See,
told you they're not the ones who will vote for the
Yeah.
system?
And what about the hackers?
who died? There was somebody who died because of that specific thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So what we're saying is, it is in Estonia, the people there trust the system, because if you're a criminal, you go to jail, and things are functioning for you. You don't need to care who is the president for you to go to school, to have a job safe, to walk safely in the street. I mean, it's a different country. In Kenya, you want to work, or that your person to be the president, and you want your people to be, so that he can make your people ministers. You think you're going to get jobs. It is so heavily vested into people's daily lives and psyche, that, and also those ones who are running, they all want to get there. That they're not going to want a transparent system, and they'll suppress it. That's all I can say.
If in fact you are aware that it's saying that at the basic level the voting has no many problems. That is contentious also, but you've always heard that the problem comes at the transmission level, bringing the numbers to the center, that systems are manipulated and skewed in the manner in which those who want results in a certain way get it that way. And even in the last general elections, they were to take a photo of I don't know what form and transmit it to the center. But the argument was that before it reached the center, the format of the original document is changed. So these things are not as easy as you think.
Actually,
And especially because if we go electronic, first of all, there is a population that does not go to vote. So what will happen is that somebody will go and mop up those IDs and purport to be to be the person voting. Number two, there are so many loopholes that can happen. Unfortunately, I know electronic voting is a good thing, and it can improve systems. But with the polluted minds that we have in countries like Kenya, it would be perhaps the worst disaster that can happen in Kenya. Unfortunately,
yeah,
maybe somebody has.
Manakiai, when we had all those issues, that was sorted out by the Manakiai ruling, or what he did, and that was, the results are final. The ones just right in your constituency, those are final. That thing of taking now to go and verify in Nairobi, that's where the rigging happens. And I think people now are woke, and the Gen Z also woke. The minute those things are counted in those classes, they're going to have parallel and 10 times stations around the country where you online will use technology. That is what is valid. What is counted there in your constituency, especially the presidential vote. That's it. It's final. This thing of carrying it to now to KICC, to Bomas, because I was also at Bomas. And I posed this question because I was one of the observers there in Bomas. Even I saw Meg who used to come all the time. I saw and I asked this question: why, when our Muranga results coming, our results from Muranga came to Bomas, I think 3 or 4 days later. Yet some were coming from Nakuru, even near the border, Busia. They'd get to Bomas of Kenya. And I asked the people who are bringing the returning officers how they brought them, and they had security or anything. No, they were coming in matatus. Imagine, with original documents, which the matatu crashes, that means you've lost all those votes. They were coming how they could get there with a bus, matatu change, take a M3 from town to Bomas. I said, that's how you brought these votes here. Imagine.
It's
So,
chaotic.
but then, so there's all that. There's a lot of things that could have been happening all the way. Yet the results were already clear that what happened in the constituency, that is it. No more Bomas. This Bomas thing is time for cooking. That's when they start stealing. So that is going to be removed. But
And then again,
yeah.
who told you that the document signed there is not destroyed and another one?
And that is why we
yeah.
have the agents. People now, that's why before people didn't have agents so much. Now people have agents. So you're going to stand there. Once we make sure that we're going to follow the Manakea ruling, that the results are final in the constituency, then people now are seriously going to stand there. That is a final. If a place, let's say Kenny says the president got this votes, what he won here, within a few hours you can say the president has taken Muranga, president has taken Kirinyaga, president has taken that. That's it. And the votes are total. Once they reach that percentage, he can start celebrating, or she can start celebrating. We're not going to take them to Bomas anymore. It's not that is something that was put there for rigging. Why does by the ruling? Sorry, go ahead.
Why does it take 4 or 5 days to conclude the counting?
I'm telling you, that is something I noted as an observer, and I was asking questions, and then I also realized that people bring them with their own bags. That means they've gone home, they've showered, they've probably passed through the bus station, they've put the bag down there, they've eaten food, they've gotten into the M3, and they're carrying the original documents all the way, like from Busia, from Mombasa, imagine, to bring them to Bomas to be verified.
May I correct that? Okay, to be verified. Besides those physical documents, there is.
Say that again.
I want to correct that thing of having to wait for somebody to bring physical documents. Now, when the elections should be final at the polling station, not the constituency tallying center.
Yes, the polling station.
Constituency tallying center, they can also be interfered with. Now, the documents, they had those the gadgets they had that they were using to scan. They're supposed to scan that document and send it. And that document should supposed to portray the results from that polling station. So we don't have to wait for the physical forms to arrive. Now, I did something when that confusion was going on. I began looking at the documents, and I went to the portal, and I was able to track some forms that apparently the numbers indicated they were from Madeira constituency, but had been recorded in other parts of the country, like Western region, which means that was all. I mean, somebody falsified all that to add numbers. So even the fact that somebody can scan a wrong document, or Guru is asking, what about if a wrong form is scanned and sent? That is also possible, even at the polling station. So what should we do? So
that's what I'm saying. That's what Julia, you're saying.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So what should we do to stop that? To stop somebody falsifying a wrong document being scanned? Okay, because the results, the final results.
Julia, let me just, because she was asking.
Wait for me to finish. No, I've been quiet. Let me finish what I'm saying. Now, what can stop that? Because you see, people vote, the votes are counted at the polling station, and comfort is given 200 and keep 300. And somebody fills that document, and the presiding officer signs, and the agent sign. Now, it's one step of rigging. that form, the original form now. Now, some agents who keep can be compromised, so that when keep is one who won with 400, the numbers are switched there and there on the original form. That is step number one. So first, we must have the right people at the polling station. Secondly, these people should be given time. Should be allowed also to scan this document with their phone. See, sasa mimi ninasimamia kura zako keep pale Tomotomo Primary School. So I should be allowed to scan that form, that original yenye tumesign na nitume kwa headquarters zangu na kwa press, so that now if the presiding officer decides to change and put another form, we have some contradicting results that I didn't sign. I opened that portal. Some of the forms were not even signed by the presiding officers. I took my time to go through. A lot of more forms have not been signed. Others had weird numbers. So what I need to say is that we should not even look at what document comes to bombers. We should not even look at what document was scanned and sent. We should not even wait for the results at the constituency.
Okay, Julia, you're saying exactly what we are all saying.
Okay, I've not finished. You people, you are doing the wrong thing. Disrupting me. Let me finish.
Okay, sorry. Neo scanning in a
let me finish, guys, please. Yes. Now, so it is not, you cannot wait for results at the constituency level. So all of us, if we want no rigging at all, kila mtu akuwe na agents mwenye anaamini, because Kenyans have been corrupted so much. When the pale Tomotomo Primary School, I'm your agent. We count the votes physical. I make sure we feel what we have counted for keep and for the other candidate. And we sign, and I take a picture of that original document and send to my party and send to the press. You must send it to the press, send it to Citizen, send to NTV, send to all of them, so that we have records for each polling station. That is the only way of stopping this rigging. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, and what you're saying is what everybody has agreed on that, Julia, for the next election. Everybody has I'll just say 1 minute and then I'm so sleepy, I'm going to go away. Everybody has agreed that, and people now are so woke. Like I said, 8 million Gen Zs did not vote, did not even go out, did not even register. Some of them didn't register. People now really understand what's going on. And again, the minor KI thing, the polling station, that is final. Who has won, that is final. People are going to be there live. And also the laws to allow the fourth estate to announce those results. So that whole thing of going to boomers is going to be scrapped, and people are going to fight against it. Once that polling station, you have your candidate there, or you don't have, people are standing there outside. Immediately, whoever is announced there, it's going to go public. People are going to have a website. It will be, the fourth estate will be ready. This time it's not going to happen that way. So that whole thing of taking, because I was not only a candidate, but I was also an observer in Bomas. So that whole part is going to be cut off. Over to you.
Let me say
what you're saying is what everybody has arrived at.
Let me say this. Why is it that in a constituency, let's say we have 300 polling stations, okay? Must they all be amalgamated before the results are
no, they don't.
For the presidential? Why not, even if it's a school, let that result go straight to the center?
Thank you. That's what they're going to do, Mr. Guru. That's exactly what the law says. The ruling of KI says that exactly, and that's what's going to happen. That's what we're all pushing.
It's not what has been happening.
Okay, it's not been happening. They've been taking.
Are you aware? Let me ask you.
Bring it to boomers. They want to match it with this.
Are you aware that despite the law saying that the constituency is the electoral unit where the presidential vote is given, let's say Westlands constituency, you show each candidate, presidential candidate, what the candidate got. But in the last general elections, they seemed to be going towards counties, which was rather weird because
That
there's
is not us
nothing.
speaking, sir. And now we're saying everybody now is woke. They saw what happened. We went through all that situation, and we're going to enforce that the minor ruling works.
So you,
That the
as a
polling
person,
station, every polling station that is final for the presidential vote,
as
especially
a person who has done, as a person who has done, observed and seen the elections, how they are conducted, I still believe there is a lot of contention on issues of transmission of figures from the rural areas and other areas to the center. That there's interception and manipulation. I
That's
don't know
not
how
gonna
true that is.
happen. Yeah, you're asking. I'm just gonna go away now. That's not gonna happen anymore. The law, there's no transmitting
Can
anything.
happen, comfort.
Transmitting.
Can happen.
Okay, but I'm saying
And it will happen.
we the people who are going to be running for office, or the people who are observing, this is what every party is pushing for, that we observe the minor KI thing. So the polling station is final. So we don't
But
need
you
to
have also
scanning was there from old constitution. Now
But
we've got
you are,
different smartphones and all that. It's a picture. We don't need to scan anymore. Everybody
but
can
you have
take a
also,
picture that you can tally.
No, even
but
last
you have
election,
also heard,
Guru,
you have also heard, that you have also heard people saying that ikikataa kutosha tutaongezea, and that there is the political, the culture is that the sitting president cannot go for one term. Those are very heavy statements. It means then there is a backroom way of getting the results that they want,
Guru,
and
let me
that therein lies the problem in Kenya.
Guru, even you people, the minor KI or whatever was supposed to be followed in the last general election, and it was said to be followed. Why am I saying this? Because those results were transmitted from the polling station. They were scanning the form, and that is what the form we saw at the portal. But now, other forms emerged with wrong data. You know, now there could be, you could even see two forms from one polling station. Unashangaa sasa ni gani genuine? Unaona, that is now what the parties and the candidates must find a way of using their own way of preventing that. Because even then, that whatever we are all saying here was followed. Those documents were transmitted from the polling station. Ungeangalia kwa hiyo portal, uko naona Tomotomo primary school, which primary school, you could see them. It means the results were transmitted from the polling station, but fake results were transmitted. Yani hukusikia hata, mnakumbuka Chebukati akiulizwa why there are duplicate forms, alisema na nini? He didn't explain why there were duplicate forms. We should only have one form. Now, my take is, even the agents, there were fake signatures on those documents. Even now, we should even have IDs of those agents on those forms. Yani unasign na uko na ID yako, ID number. You cannot.
And probably they are their images.
Yes, and even their images, because you cannot easily fake my ID number when you are in a rush. You know that, Jiru and Comfort. Kama uko na haja kuiba and I'm the agent, it is not easy to fake my ID number unless I'm the one colluding. Unless I'm also colluding that cheating. That's the other problem, that a lot of agents will collude.
Those agents are cleared by the IEBC, so they have to double check. So if everything is corrupt, it's corrupt, and that is why you need loads and loads of money. It's all about money. If you are a presidential candidate and you don't have billions in Kenya, you can't make it, because it's all about money. You need agents. Do you know how many constituencies we have in the country? How many polling stations we have, and you have to pay all those agents. You multiply it comes to billions. You have to counter. If they're added, you add yours more. You have to pay the IEBC. You have to now pay Carmago to come and whatever. You have to deal with all those things. It is money, and that's why people are stealing money to steal the election. It's all about money. If you have the money, you're going to win.
So the conclusion is, we have an uphill task. If we are to win the general election,
you're right.
The conclusion, we have an uphill task, and we must just be aggressive. I'm looking for the word that we need. We need a presidential candidate who is not just aggressive but goes for it all the way. Like kama sasa itahitajika tutoe vita kwa hiyo police station, tutatoa kwa sababu if you have agents that will be told we are feeding 300 for comfort na yeye ameona ni 600 and then she is intimidated na amenyamazishwa. We don't want those kind of people. If you have somebody who will be bought,
It's not Julia, it's not what you want. It is people who wait for elections. Even that small agent there waits for that, and that's when they eat something also. So you don't have all those billions to have agents all over the place. That is also what happened to Baba. You tell your agents we're gonna pay you after you do that agent work. Ruto says I'm paying you even before. Okay, so you get before, and then before and during, and it is all polling stations. How are you gonna beat such a person?
Now I understand why somebody saying so and so will not even have agents in this and the other area. Why? Because the moment you are identified as an agent of the rival,
they double the amount. Yeah.
Yes, you are bought in the night, and that's it. Right now they talk about.
I have my relatives who are telling me, I know, I did. It really happened.
Right now,
go and drink beer or whatever alcohol.
Comfort. Right now, there is already talk that votes will come from northeastern. So what could happen is that because those areas are inaccessible for most of the people who even presidential candidates who don't have enough money, the polling stations are deep in the rural area, and the so-called mobile phones. The vote starving will be done properly.
And already 5 million already ready.
And there's talk that I heard one of them, Nasil Abdrai, say that they have 3.5 million votes that have not been registered in that area. I don't know how true that is, but it can show you the determination to skew voting patterns in Kenya through even fake numbers. So I don't know. It's going to be murky.
It's gonna be crazy. I don't know what's gonna happen if they're even gonna wait for 2027 anyway.
If they wait, they should also play dirty. Sorry, a gentleman.
If you don't have the money, I'm telling you.
Kama where you have strongholds like Mount Kenya region, they get it all. They make sure the strongholds they get it all, and they play their game in those other strongholds. Hakuna vile story ya kugojea at you be announced the winner. Nobody should be waiting for Kasongo to do that.
I
hope something happens to him before that.
I remember when I went to hand in my papers in Muranga town, and all those UDA people were there. And actually, this is, I don't know, it's so criminal. UDA had provided lunch, fantastic buffet there for the ABC people. Lunch, very good lunch.
Is that allowable?
It's not allowable. It's not allowable. And then and I was being refused to park inside, but then they were allowed to park inside.
Do you know what?
I only went with 2 cars.
Do you know what, Comfort? When they were taking when you are taking lunch, the so-called IBC, that's when things happen, because a few know what they are doing, but for you.
And the head returning officer of Muranga was a Kalenjin.
You see now, they know what they were doing, and that's why.
I mean, they all knew each other. Everybody there knew.
I tend to think the reason why Kasongo may fear Wamunyoro so much is because they know what they did. Na hakuna kitu kibaya kama mwizi akitafuta mwizi mwingine.
Yeah.
That's why the other day he's called who? Onyonka. Not Onyonka. The former governor of Makueni, Kifudha Kibwana, was trying to say how Kasongo is shrewd and they should be a bit more careful that he has a rust mile, sijui rust mile, whatever. But Wamunyoro, when he stood up to talk, he said, just leave it to us. We know how tunajua dawa yake. So I think
He
Wamunyoro,
knows.
Even
Wamunyoro is not
but
saying
even
nice.
me, I ate that buffet. I ate the buffet. It was, I mean, incredible food. I mean, and it's there all day, like breakfast, lunch. So you can,
Wamunyoro knows. So Wamunyoro will play a very good game in strongholds. So akisema ati we know the
Exactly.
numbers, he knows what he's saying. So he needs to
Exactly.
play it in Nairobi, play it in Mount Kenya yote na kama Kalonzo ako pande yake, play it in the whole of North, Lower and Upper Eastern. Unaona? And then now they have to look the right people to be agents in Coast Province and in Province. At Western, they should play that hard game. And then they should look for the right agents they know in for Coast and Northeastern, because hapo ndio shida iko. So kwa Nyonyoro knows, si ati mnaweka tu anybody Kagege anaenda ati ni agent wako, anaenda kufurushwa. No, you work with people who are ready hata kwa mangumi. Kama ni mangumi basi itatokea.
I was also almost wigged out just there if I did not know technology. You have two people, somebody to vote to propose you and somebody else from your party. So the lady who had been a member of KANU forever, who was my proposer, we are standing there when she was to bring her ID. She took her ID. She said, "You're registered under Jubilee." She said, "What do you mean?" She made so much noise. They just switched it. Imagine. And it takes a whole day. It can take even 2 days to try and change that. But luckily, I knew somebody at the KANU headquarters, and the person, I said, "What's happening?" And this lady has been a member forever. By the way, I was a KANU member when I left Kenya. When I went back, I tried to, and it's a long story, but I said I'll just stick with that because everybody has been in KANU, like you all know. So anyway, I went. So we went back to Nairobi. I called the guy, and overnight he was able to switch it using her phone and switch it back to KANU. So those people had told me the deadline was the next day, like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. So they called, the returning officer called at 12 and said, you only have like about 4 more hours and then we're going to be closing. Then she asked where I am. I told her, I'm still in Nairobi. And that time we're just 20 minutes away from where she was. Then you don't tell such people, go happy. Why do you tell people where you are? In 20 minutes, we were there. And then I stood there to see them check. They checked and she was in KANU. They got a shock. They wondered how I'd done that. But that was a way to rig me off, to rig me out. So you have to be macho. I was there, Kinadindi, enjoying the buffet, endless buffet.
In other words, the human element in our electoral process is too much, and it's actually anti-talent to a free and fair general elections. And the politicians, I think most of them like it that way because they are given a room to maneuver should they see things not working their way. And the question that I always ask myself, when an electoral body like the one we have, which was led by Chebukati, they get a result like now, let's say in Kiambu, where you find the president has 300,000 votes more than any other candidate, either governor or senator. That question was asked. Is it that somebody walks in, votes for the president, and does not bother to vote for the governor? Those questions have never been answered adequately.
They'll just take your other papers and vote for you.
No, the questions cannot be answered, Guru, because they are the ones doing the manipulation. It is Chebukati and team doing the manipulation. You didn't hear Kishungwa insulting somebody that you could have called a Kotini. Can you believe Kishungwa was so arrogant? I hope Kishungwa also pays as we make this government.
But they've also told us, Kinasu, they've already said that even if you do what they've already won, they've already won. They not that they're going to win. You know how you can have kids who spill the secrets before time because they're so excited. Maybe he has seen the whole plan. He says, you're not going to win. Even you do what? Even if you jump up and down, you cannot win. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
one of the solutions I think we have, And this should be the solution. Mimi wacha niombe na Kiswahili. Maombi yangu ni kwamba hawa watu watakuwa kwa serikalini by the time tuende kwa uchaguzi, na kitu kitakuwa kimetendeka, wasikuwe yani wasikuwe wakificha. Hapo tunaweza anza upya Kenya. We can start afresh, a new page in Kenya. But as long as wako, lazima kitu kitendeleke. Lazima akina Gachagua na wengine wa play rough, because there is no way gentleman atunangojea people transmit the results. No.
That's not gonna happen.
Pia Njuria, kile naona ni hii, if things don't go well and they start manipulation, the country could be set up for a bad situation like the one we had in 2007.
Okay, hiyo kitu ya 207 inaweza kosa kufika hapo kwa sababu 207 kulikuwa na key players hizo wako pamoja. Na, by the way, they are the ones involved in 2007. You are right, Nkuru. The same, they have teamed back. Ruto and Raila Odinga are on the same team, so it is possible for them to set us up for 2007 crisis. By the way, why they can even set us up? Because they can see low chances of winning. So that is why I'm saying the only solution is not to have them by the time we go for the election. Sijui nani atatusaidia, Mungu atatusaidia namna gani kwa hiyo.
There'll be no elections that time. I mean, you can't wait 2 years, please, man. There'll be something in between. It's too far away.
May God hear our prayers.
It's too far away. I'm telling you, you just need to have your pulse on the ground and hear what's going on. It's just too much. I mean, even 2 months is too far. It's just too much.
You people, can you imagine us sitting waiting to now Ruto and Raila Odinga on one side, now America all plans set to steal. You know, they can even stop people from voting the Museveni type. You know, in Museveni, the polling stations are never open. Zinafungua saa 10, zinafungua saa 12 so that you don't vote.
Yeah, I see some years written there. That's what Museveni did, by the way. He turned off the lights.
Yes, you know, they can even do Museveni style. For example,
he turned off the lights, and so nothing was working.
Yeah, because
he was losing.
Now they know that Kasongo is sure kwamba places like Mount Kenya, whether east or west, will come out to vote him out. Now, if Kalonzo will be in the team, amefanya tu hizo hesabu, anaona hakuna vile his numbers can add, come rain, come sunshine. So you think Kasongo will sit and wait for us to have an election, or he'll cause chaos? Let me say this as we all we want to go away now. Me, I see Ruto as I don't know to call him a sadist or what name to use. He's the kind of a guy that wants to plunge Kenya into chaos. In fact, he cannot swallow the fact that he may be one of these fine days not be president and maybe facing a jail term or something. So angetaka kuacha such instability from whichever means that he can use. He can do that. And so I don't think Ruto will be waiting for a normal election to happen in Kenya. Sidhani. Because he cannot wait to see what would happen if something real like a defeat happens to him. Because he knows it is inevitable. If a serious election happen, anajua kunikwenda naenda. So he's likely to try and plug Kenya into chaos, just like he's doing to Sudan. He's evil. The man is evil. He's bloodthirsty. He's a suspect of crimes against humanity.
Do you know there is a provision in the constitution that if the political situation is unstable, there is a provision to extend the period. I don't know whether Kenyans know that there are circumstances that may demand that a regime extends it's time to deal with that crisis, then go to the general elections. And that's why I'm saying Juria could be right, because you see, it is very easy to precipitate a crisis right now in Kenya. You know the kind of anger that our youths have. So to answer that time, imagine maybe perhaps something is done that really makes the youth quite agitated, and they go into a situation like the one we had in June 2024. That would be a good basis to extend the regime by 1 year as they prepare. So
And that is
anyway,
what Ruto would want. Ruto says he cannot sit. You know, Gachagua said that we know the game. You know, Gachagua knows what they did, and Gachagua can use his last coin to make sure that Ruto goes down.
and he will.
So,
He will.
yes. So Ruto, he's trying all means. Okay, right now he's trying the kicks of a dying horse to bring it right into the situation. But soon or later, Raila will begin fighting with him. You see, and let me tell you, there'll be a fight. A bad fight will break up. Between Raila supporters and Ruto supporters. Already, disquiet is already rooming there because kuna watu wenye especially wakali wanafikiria kwani hao wanatafuta serikali ni yao. You see the way Raila supporters will behave. So they will say it's the first time. Wataanza kusema it's the first time Raila is now the president. They will start saying that Raila is the president. You'll see the way they will blow it. Just the way they breathe when they went to Addis Ababa. Can you believe they went to Addis Ababa even in buses to cheer Raila? How do those presidents who have voted, how do they feel about it? Were they not trying to intimidate them? Is that not intimidation of the voters? So you'll see the behavior they will take. Behavior wenye watapeleka saa hii kwa hiyo serikali. Ngojeni tu next. You wait until a cabinet is named. You will see the behavior, the bad behavior. And you will see how Karios don't shout, but you will see how they will behave too. You will see. Asante, Kipu amerudi. Ameona hawezi vumilia hiyo talk.
No, seriously. It's already, I've just said that they've already started talking. The clergy, hata acha wananchi, the clergy themselves were talking about Raila. Sema, mlitoa Gachagua. Your ANC imekasirika bana. They are not happy about it. It's not just Central that is not happy about that union. It's bad. What I wanted to say before was hizo makaratasi za IEBC. Nilikuwa nimeona, evidence. Wacha hii evidence ya kulogin na kuona karatasi ya different. Those people are actually photoshopping. Wanaona ni signature ya mtu mwingine hapo, wana photocopy ya wengine. And you could see the smudge. This is not original. And the evidence was so, hey, it was so obvious. Yani, for the first time in an election, ukiona evidence, if you had any court of law in Europe or America, what do you call it? The smoking gun. Ilikuwa hapo. A whole justice anakuja kutuambia ati hot air. So that's another angle me I'm a bit afraid of. I don't trust this justice system of Kenya. It is that bad. Like, election is for the highest bidder, and Ruto proved it. Absolutely. From what Comfort is saying now, to the IBC having lunch, to the justices getting billions of Kenya. Unafikiria wataongwa tena?
And not even that, as a candidate, imagine the person, the UDA guy had like cars all over the constituencies the whole day with loudspeakers, big billboards that cost $500,000 to 800 based on where they are. Coverage, if you're going to Inoro, they'll give you a funny slot compared to them. They'll get many hours to talk to people. It is all about money. And that's why I say money has to be removed from politics completely. I remember when I first came to the US, I was working with a campaign for Bob Graham. He was going to be the governor of Florida. I just had too much time on my hands. And I remember that you couldn't donate more than 2,300, I think, to a campaign, and that's it. You can't give more than that, and no foreigner can give money. You can even like Obama, if you gave $5 and you're a foreigner, that could have been a very serious flag. So you have to remove money from politics. Remove it. I mean, now if somebody was to ask me for money when I was campaigning, what money do you give them? One of those the mamambogas. I mean, they're wearing yellow headscarves, T-shirts. They have aprons, shoes. And this is a daily thing. The guy is sending money daily to their churches, to their pastors. There's nothing you could do. The votes I got was from those people who just listened to me on radio and on TV, and they followed, and probably other people who just, yeah. Thanks.
you know, the strange thing in the coming elections is the money element will be even more pronounced because, first of all, I think there is this underlying principle of some of the politicians that when you make people as poor as possible, when that time comes, they see you as a savior or as a person who brings manna from heaven. So, despite the fact that people may feel a revulsion of Kasongo, the money will be the attracting factor in political rallies, because if you attend and you go home with something to eat that evening, then that to them is okay. It's going to be muddy. This man, I'm sure he's going to fight his way to see that he doesn't go home, and it's going to be quite a fight. It's going to be quite a fight.
I'm not seeing this marriage lasting. Hii ndoa ni mbaya sana, because this marriage is of very, 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 very hostile.
They're both sleeping with their eyes open in the same bed.
You know, at least, oh my God, ile kutukanana itaanza sahi sasa, like uko ndani, just from the inside itself, watch outside, from the inside.
But
keep saying it's just a few weeks that you'll start seeing them fighting here. Because the first thing is going to happen is ANC and Ford Kenya are going to be sidelined completely. I think they got a few parastatals here and there, a few PSs. Watafutwa wote waweke watu ODM. Alafu Central, of course, now that was the biggest move. Parliament yote imefagia Central yote. Wamefagiliwa, sasa wataweka ODM. Now that is just but a mirror of what is going to happen in what do you call it, the cabinet. From the cabinet, of course, there are going to be a few slots that Raila has asked for that the Kalenjins have. Yeah, if you saw that conference between UDA and ODM, the two leaders felt pressed. You could see they were not happy. Nasikia hata Junet amefagiliwa vizuri huko ndani. He's been wiped out. So I'm just telling you that the deal is so raw that there are going to be so many losers, and these losers will cause a bit of unrest. Hii kitu walikuwa wanaongea juu ya kuunganisha nchi, it's not going to happen because amongst themselves they're going to be fighting. And I'm going to tell you, wewe unaniambia wewe, it's very regional, the way you say good.
Ni nchi gani inakuwa united? Hakuna kitu kama nchi, tuseme it's just elite who are uniting to eat from the same table. Nothing like uniting the country. Who has defined it? The general public have no problem. They are going on with their activities as normal. I've not had any community rise against another one, except for those small crimes that happen in our various communities of cattle rustling and so on and so forth. So this crazy idea of uniting the country, that's nonsense. This is just people who have lost direction. Which country is divided? Which one? The fact that we vote differently does not mean we are divided. In fact, then if we voting differently means we are divided, then we can as well do away with multi-party politics. Because we always take a different political stance, but that does not mean that the general public is divided. It's only that their opinions are different. So these guys are just trying to use the national unity as a mobilizing factor for their own political survival. And unfortunately, it is geared more it is nuanced on trying to isolate or put a siege mentality on a certain section of Kenyans so that they conform. That you can see it very well, and it has come out through the mouths of some of those politicians. You have heard what Boni Karwale saying just 2 days ago, that the development funds that were given to Central should now be diverted to Western Kenya. You've heard what Wanyama saying the other day, that we isolate these people. So these are it's a challenge. It's just there is no unity here. It's just about putting a kind of siege mentality on the communities that reside around Mount Kenya, so that they conform to a certain political stand, which is rather unfortunate because everybody has a right to take whatever political decision and can vote whichever way. And in any case, who said that being in the opposition means you have lost it? Then why did we go multi-party? Why did we accept to have a multi-party system? It means that there are those who are always in government. There are those who will go to government, and there are those who will not be in government in terms of executive. But that does not mean they are not given their worth in terms of development. This nonsense. Unaenda kwa community unawaambia mnataka kwenda opposition. It's like the opposition is a devil's corner. You know, it's a psychological manipulation of a community or communities, so that they you know. And then you hear somebody, an MP, saying, I'm staying close to the president so that development can be brought to my area. Honestly, then what was the purpose of the 2010 constitution that clearly defined how we should conduct our state affairs in terms of even allocation of resources?
What was the purpose of even the CDF they're chasing around them? What?
It's nonsense. In fact, when I hear an MP saying he is staying close to the executive so that he can get development, it's not development, it is handouts for his own personal use, nothing else. There is no development.
No, it's first of all hapa Germany washa sana. First of all, they get that CDF stuff. Now inaonekana hata nani where Comfort wanted to get into the senators feel left out. Hata wanataka hiyo CDF sahi. And it's in the NADCO. Kwa hiyo NADCO sasa si oversight. By the way, under the rules of the CDF itself, forget even it being illegal, the rules of the CDF is actually, they're supposed to be oversight of that. They're not supposed to handle that money. They have committees in those constituencies that are supposed to be the ones who are handling that money. But the MP, yeye ndio anaenda kushikilia hiyo pesa, ndio anaenda kudistribute. We have such a very, first of all, I just think that CDF money should just be sent directly to those committees. Hata wasipatie MP. Ilishikwe. Iweko tu hapo kama wameinsist. Ndio ikulwe na hao sasa.
If we just put it together and go build the school or do a feeding program, this, it's personal money. What they do, they end up building a toilet, a latrine, and it's written there, CDF money, a toilet, CDF money. It has to be painted there, and by who? The MP, a toilet. Yeah.
Opened in 2024 by MP.
And yeah, we said
So now wanaweka curtain place hapo. Sasa unaenda when the children are going to use the bathroom, unaona jina ya huyo mtu. Sasa wewe ndio umetengenezea toilet.
Imagine.
I think what I'm hoping for, and I hope you guys don't mind what I'm thinking, I'm hoping for chaos. That's all. Chaos is what I want. I want our wanyama wakulani huko, these animals, because I cannot even justify them as human beings. wakulane na wamenyane huko because of their personal greed. Because to be honest, yeah, from regional politics, the way I was just thinking, because there was something burning for Guru. I wanted it to continue. What I was trying to explain, people are tribalistic, whether we like it or not. Not, so, sisi tu hatupendi hizo vitu, but I'm just looking at it from their lens. Wewe utachukua hata kama hatupendi Watangula, hata kama hatupendi ma-DVT, the people, the regions where the MPs are coming from, because they have a total of, the two cartoons have a total of 9 MPs together. Utakuja kuniambia replace our 9 MPs na watu wa ODM? Surely. The way the Luya community are actually disengaging themselves from ODM. The kind of cold shoulder he received in Busia was just ridiculous. Because all the people who were ferried on the behest of Ruto from Homa Bay, from Siaya, waliekwa hapo tu, walipandishwa mabasi na wakaenda. The same old habits. These people have invested so much in the perception of popularity that it's sickening. Most of the unpopularity news I get is from TikTok, by the way. I'm not going to lie to you. Napatanga kwa X na TikTok. That is when you see the mwananchi without this fisheye lens, hii lens kubwa, with this wide lens. Enye itaonesha tu sura ya Ruto and then the crowds that are there. Optical illusion. It's absolutely the way they have choreographed how those crowds look like. Trump should be jealous. Trump should be jealous the way Akina Ruto have done this thing. Busia hata ukuona, you did not see them show the back. You saw the front only, just them. And then just the first line of people. Then you think it's a big crowd of people who've come for that thing. But when the Gen Zs come and take this gadget of theirs, this tool, because they are my media, from Isiolo to Marsabit, all the way to Nairobi, coming down to Busia, anjwa na tuonesha the real recordings, because all the media has been bought yote, from KTN, Citizen, wote wamenunulia na watu, so that when the older generation looks at the news and say, hey, kweli amekuwa popular. Now I'm just waiting for the announcement, because okay, his buddies have gotten the seats, because that was the insistence. Gladys Wanga's husband has got a job. She's being promised to be deputy running mate. Kina Njoo wamepata vitu zao kwa sababu they want to stay in those positions. Kina Mbadi are happy. Okay, a few CS jobs are going to be added to that pot. Wamechukua committee zote wanashare with the Kalenjin community. We're happy. What is Raila getting out of this? Other than money? The reason I'm asking this is amepata state vehicle. The NADCO report is going to be implemented. The seat of official opposition is going to be created. Is he going for that seat, or is he going for the prime minister seats? And if he's going for the prime minister seat, who is he prime minister to? We don't have ministers in Kenya.
Raila might just decide he's going for the number 1, open the server, count, and president. Get out.
If that is, if by the way, if that is the trick,
yeah, he can. The way
I will clap for him.
There's a way he's smiling that looked a bit. There's something I saw through. There's something he could be up to. He's there, and you say, let's start with number 1, open the server. Let us count.
So clap for him. I'll clap for him.
Then you say, now, Wananchi, I'm back. I won this
I'll,
thing. Let us start from
I'll,
fresh. I'm president.
let me tell you the
I
truth.
think that's
I'll
what I
clap
think
for
that's
him.
the trick. That's it.
Ata Julia Mimi will clap for him. If that is the case, I will clap for him. Comfort. Nitampigia makofi na nimwambie baba pole. I don't like him, but I voted for him. I voted
That
for
would
him.
be a very genius move, and if he does
Yes.
it, then it's a genius move because that was his position anyway.
Hata Njeru atasema baba sawa, tumekubali.
Yeah,
Mwita
and
baba
then
tena.
and maybe there could be something.
Then
There could be
uweke Martha
something
Karua
going
hapo.
on because if you can see Uhuru laughing with him, there's something. He's got to be done a Houdini magic show. That thing was signed. 50% is already gone of the cake, and he has accepted NATCO. Okay, let's meet. Agenda number 1. Open the server. Electoral reforms. The first thing is to audit 2022 elections, especially the presidential election. And they're going to get a panel of experts to evaluate how it went. But first, open the server.
But that is a pipe dream. We know Raila already.
It's not.
But
I'm just trying to see what
but
can
if he
happen.
does that,
Sometimes you have to think
Comfort.
if something looks so. I mean, he said he was going around consulting with so many people, yet this deal was already there. There's a smile on his face that I'm seeing there could be something there.
1.3 trillion.
Iko kitu.
Some people are
1.3
saying,
trillion.
this is a crazy thought that Kasongo amechoka, nataka kutoka na ameamua kuachia Raila Odinga. How constitutional that is, I don't know whether it is constitutional.
But you see, if he makes a mistake and leaves before Kindiki is officially removed, Kindiki then is the one who should be the president. Me, I think Baba is going for the server.
I don't
electoral reforms once and for all.
Kasongo is likely to leave it to Baba somewhere. Okay, that's a wild imagination.
Call it wild, but I think Baba could be up to something. Iko kitu. For him to just not remember the kids who are being pulled out of their homes when we were having all those mandamano, especially the ones in Kisumu, pulled out of their homes and castrated, imagine, they died for him. People who died, yes, unless it's not normal, but I think
Not
he's
normal.
smarter than that.
I'm on that one. Raila is not normal.
Either there's something wrong, I can't imagine. I really, anyway, yeah.
He doesn't care. He has never cared about people who die for him. He doesn't care.
He's never gone for any funeral for those people.
Mm-hmm. So hizo stories ziko tu, lakini Kasongo yenyewe amechoka. Ile tu he's just playing to be my man. It's just that he's not man enough to just say, okay, I get to go now. He's not man enough to do that. And he'd like to leave the country in chaos. That is Kasongo.
Okay. Hiyo nitamuita baba. I'm telling you the truth. Tasema baba.
Akifanyaje? Akiweza kusema anataka
no, Monday next week.
Akitoa Ruto namuita baba. Correct.
He's inside. He's going to get his crown. He's going to get his wife. From there, then he'll come out a new baba and see. You see? I hope he's hearing and getting the idea.
Mzee ulikuwa na plani. Basi pole.
I think these wild imaginations we are having, even the Ruto's diehards are having the same, and so they are planning to retaliate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Someone like Sudi, genius of that.
And you know how bad they can plan, the Ogola style, eh?
You think Farouk is going to let go of this thing?
You see, all these wild imaginations people are having and mongering and things. Kenya kunanga kitu si cha ukweli. Ukisikia kitu najua tu kuna ka ukweli tu kako kwa mbali. So this thing that Raila Odinga is planning to do this when he gets in the government, that there's a lot of truth in that. So, and even as we talk about this, it's already out in social media. So hata watu wa Ruto close allies akina Faruke Bet hawezi goja hizo stories zifanyike. There are so many ways of killing a rat and a cat too.
Maybe Aoko will tell us. She usually leaks such things, but I think there's something going on. I've tried to see what would be the logical thing. He joined last minute like this. How can he join?
I'm going to watch
At the age of 80. I mean, how do you
for joining? I'm
like
not
that?
surprised.
Full circle like that. I mean, just like that.
For joining, I'm not surprised because I know he's lost it all. I mean, akushinda AU. Sasa lazima kuwe na consolation prize. So this is his consolation prize. But for Austin Kasongo, how that is an uphill task. Sasa akifanya hivyo
is different pana.
Yes,
You're unless pana. That one, unless we go to the streets, that money is just too much. Do you know how much money is? Yeah, comfort is buffet. That is just one constituency. One. Remember how many he did that for?
And now can you imagine if Baba could have done that? No, he lost early in the morning, Baba. I mean, the money came. My cousins, they really enjoyed those tunes. Even after that, they were suffering withdrawal. Now they're suffering withdrawal. You can't even say the word Uda. You can't even wear yellow in Muranga. You try that.
There's a video.
Anything yellow.
Muranga bana.
Anything yellow takiona.
It's a trigger. It's a trigger. Even a cow can beat you. You wear yellow. A cow to come and hit you.
Yeah, vitu vichenjaga. So even you see as we speak here, Kasongo intelligence huwa inasikia sana. Sasa usifikiri ati watakaa wakigojea ati Raila Odinga tena ati sasa inapanga naenda kumtoa. In fact, Raila Odinga should be very careful of himself too.
He'll be matibad. But
Ama ogolwad.
I taught it.
Anything can happen. Ati saa hizi unasikia kuna watu kama akina Faruki Bet na akina Sudi wanajisikia kama wamefinywa. Wanafikiria aje? Ati wanasikia ati things are changing. Some people are getting powers, the powers we had. Or they're just saying, let them talk. We'll give them those positions and they'll have no power. That one is another option. They're saying, cabinet, katakuwa na cabinet reshuffle, tuwapatie hizo ministerial positions, sawa. Lakini, hakuna kitu watafanya. They will not say anything when they
maybe there's no money.
Who do they report to?
The money is gone.
They report to Ruto. At the end of the day, they go report. Is their loyalty going to be at Raila or at Ruto? That is
Or they're going to take the blame. They'll have it for a year, then people will make a lot of noise. They'll take the blame because the money has been removed. 1.3 trillion. There's no budget working. June is coming.
By there, to just care stories of budget, kumendaje ama bado tuko mbali.
The man started priming us. Mbadi started priming us in December. Oh, we need to just take a bit more tax. He was mixing in, don't overtax Kenya, but we need to take a bit more tax. So he started priming us. So what he was trying to do is, zile vitu za 2024 zishawekwa zote ndani. They did that in the middle of the night in January. So he's already saying, we just need a little bit more, but we will not do it again. I'll look for that article and put on the group. They warmed us up for this thing. It's happening. There's more taxation coming.
Nobody has gone, ma'am. What's cooking? Not a Joho. At a Oparanya. What happened to the Oparanya? Was this swallowed by something? By some wind? Or what?
Julia, they say when you're eating, you shut your mouth.
Wanakula, wanasema nyinyi tu.
Mm-hmm.
Keep talking about Raila Odinga, idiots. We are eating with our families. Sawa tu, let them eat. What goes around comes around. Kilicho na mwanzo kina mwisho, na aliye juu mngojea chini.
Hapa ni late bana.
Aliye ndani mngojea kwa mlango.
Ehe.
Good night, ladies. Iko late sasa for the last time. Good night.
Naona Njiru bado ako area. Njiru, naona uko area. Unafanya nini? Unapika au unafanya nini? I see Njiru in the comment section.
I'm waiting to see what will happen at Pastor Moi's church today.
You think something will happen?
I mean, people are going there for worship.
Don't you think the police will be all over?
I said people are going for worship. So you can go to any church.
So the police go to the worship place, to guard the worship place?
Yeah, but yeah, it's in church. I don't think they can go and take those tear gases. People are going to church.
Na magari, na tankers, and all that.
To a church.
And declare war in the church.
Yeah. I mean, 20 million. Others, I think, are going for the container in Kindiki's house.
There's a container in Kindiki's house?
Yes, see, they say that there are dollars. I don't know, a container of money in Karen.
Yani Kindiki ni mchafu tu, anajifanya ako na soprano, na yeye ni mchafu tu kama mwenzake. You know, Kindiki has been dirty all through. You know, he was this lawyer kwa ICC. Show me your friends and I tell you who you are. Period. So, Kindiki only has a soprano, but he's as evil as Kasongo.
I think
Njiru is making mogoka juice. Njiru.
What does he want to remember? People are trying to forget things.
Mogoka helps to remember.
Yes, and keeps you awake. People are looking for sleeping medication.
Why do you want
to keep you awake and very alert of your problems?
Okay, Njiru, endelea kusherehekea Mogoka. Ni sawa tu. Dani Dairo, leo ulienda wapi? Ulisema ati you feared. We are not fighting now. We stopped. Come back. Dream of patriots. Meanwhile, we have police ready. Ati police wako wa Jesus. Imagine police mpaka kwa kanisa. Seriously.
Oh, you mean they're already there?
Bendera wanasema hivyo.
They're just gonna make international news.
Yes.
That could be the end up being the spark.
Kasongo had to go to that church and announce he gave money just to show us the middle finger to see like mutadu.
He said he was there as himself giving. That's what he gives. So that is 10% of what? 2 billion? Who can do the math?
And somebody was trying to say how much he earns. So they're asking where he's getting the
He doesn't even go for his salary. I mean, surely. Do you say, Ruto, come for your paycheck?
And is he going to live to enjoy that money? That's my question.
Yes, Esther says there, yeah. The State House is dollars, Kindiki's is Kenya shillings. But then the rate was changed by Wamunyoro. He said that if you're going to be told lies for 5 hours, you need to negotiate to 2 hours for 5K. So 2 hours You listen to lies.
But you start renegotiating.
Renegotiate so that you don't waste so much
Hapo,
time. Just
actually,
compress the lies to 2 hours. You pay the 5,000 so people can go. I'm telling you, and that is new. That is a former president talking. If you translate that to anybody here, they'll be, are you telling me that is a former vice president telling people to, at what level do we appreciate, do we accept corruption as a nation? And it's serious. He's not joking. He's saying you can negotiate how much you're gonna get for a bribe.
And you see, nobody has asked Gachagua anything. Nobody has
But he's a truthful man. You don't need to ask. He's very truthful.
Nobody has rebutted anything.
Yeah, because he's
nobody has threatened to sue him. Nothing. But I think he said that they are planning to kill him, so you should be careful.
Then, but how is he gonna say I told you so?
Huh?
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm checking out now. Thanks for the company.
Thanks. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Njiru, kuja ufunge show, watu wameenda kulala. Nguru, are you still there?
Mumemaliza eh?
Nguru, umeenda kanisa ama umeenda kuchinja jogoo?
Wacha weke kama ako na information nataka kuweka, niko hapa, anaweza weka ama nifunge.
Niko area.
Sema ya mwisho, sio ya mwisho, ya leo tu. Kesho tutarudi hapa kuongelea Kasongo.
Unajua, the most scary thing is what you have been hearing some of these people say about Northeastern, and the fact that it's now come that there is no vetting. I understand Nani talked very strongly about it yesterday. It's called Natembea. He told Kasongo that was one of the worst mistakes that he has made for this country, and it could come to hurt us so badly in due course. So I don't know. These numbers that we are being told from Northeastern, it's 3.5 million. I don't know where they are coming from. But nevertheless, when you hear people saying that traditionally the president does not lose elections, then you can imagine those numbers will have to be found somewhere to justify the win. So Kenyans, be woke, know that the battle just began. As for Baba, I still call him that. I don't know what I can say about that man, because just when he had started getting traction in Mount Kenya, he's now confirmed the worst fears that he cannot be a good shepherd. I think the 1-point-something million votes now today he can't get that from Mount Kenya. He can't. And by the way, most of those who voted for him from Mount Kenya were seeing a person, a principled person who can change things. Ni watu ambao wengi walikuwa wamesoma na wanaangalia vile mambo iko. But now things have turned the other way. Things have turned the other way, and that trust is gone. Let's see how he interacts with Kasongo, because he's also known to be a very shrewd politician who can bolt out the last minute, just like happened with Kanu, and leave UDA a shell. And then maybe perhaps even endorse the candidate that the Gen Zs will be fronting. I don't know. This is politics. You don't know where it will end. But I heard the likes of Edwin Sifuna say they will read the MOU so that people can understand what it is and what it is not. And he repeated that twice. So that shows you there are still some very reasonable leaders, even within ODM fraternity, who would want to see things done differently and who would want to see better association with the right-minded people. So wacha tungoje tuone itaelekea namna gani siasa ya Kenya.
Sawa,
Asante.
kwa maombi. Ndairas, tumeongea mengi sana while you are away. We quarreled, we fought, but now we kind of have forgiven each other. We are not fighting, but we are fighting Kasongo. Karibu Ndairas.
Mine is just to wish you all the best. I was having a busy day today. I was listening while doing other things, and tomorrow we are having another busy first Sunday of Lent, and we are changing time. We are losing 1 hour tonight, so we are preparing to rest, but we will have to continue fighting. I have nothing else to add, but we keep on dreaming for a better Kenya, and try to empower our young people to stand firm. They have a future. Some of us, we have lived part of our future, so they have more stake into what Kenya should be in many years to come, 20, 30, 40 years to come. And for the old man, the old grumpy Mr. Nimerudi, let us leave him alone, and whatever he may want to do, let us just plan our own things, push forward for what we want for Kenya, and put those people in the same basket and fight them the same way. But if they come and surprise us with some good news, that's fine. But as for now, they are together our political enemy and enemies of our country. And for those preachers also who deviate from being guides in religious matters, in faith, and happen to involve themselves in dirty politics, they must also be reminded that they are moving away from their core calling, and they should go back to their calling. Because if the religious people, the faithful of the Lord, are not the conscience of the society, then we are losing the whole country. And therefore, I like what the young people are doing, trying to remind them they are calling to be spiritual guides and not political players and dealers. And more especially when there is this much anxiety in the country, they should stand and speak. And I remember I said here the other day, it has come a time when we will have to start putting our political leaders, especially MPs and the senators, to account. Those who come to sing our song of how things are bad, we better ask them, what are you doing about it? They have something they can do in parliament or in the Senate, at least to try to alleviate the sufferings of the people. Just telling us that things are bad is not enough. They will have to take some action. They can, if they feel things are not going right, they have some remedies they can take. I heard previously one speaker said, if they are pushed enough, they can do an impeachment, but they can only do that if we make it impossible for them to come to us and tell us what is happening instead of helping us to find solutions. If we question them, put them to account, they may do something good. Earlier, I heard Guru saying or repeating what Wamunyoro was saying the other day when Kivuda Kibwana was saying, this man is so shrewd, is planning. Then Wamunyoro says, no, huyo jamaa tunamjua, tutampanga, leave him to us. He knows something that we don't know. I never trusted Wamunyoro before, but having listened to him several times back and forth and trying to see in between, there is something he will wish to say, but if he said it, he'll be biting himself so that he has left it out. But the stealing, the cheating, everything, he knows what transpired. And remember, even before he became a running mate, he bullied his way into becoming a running mate. That means even from the very beginning, they knew his force, his influence. And for the people you're saying, those who are called agents and all that, if we decided to make sure all the agents from central Kenya or the mountain or from wherever they are catered for, he knew what they did and they can easily do it. So he knows what is coming. But for things to do with the northeastern, and as Nasil was saying, that they have several millions of voters unregistered. Remember, the Grand Mullah has been a Mr. Fixer in courts of law until recently, when he could not compromise many of the judges. And now he started exposing them because he was part of the scheme. And Mr. Abiy was also part of the scheme against whatever Uhuru wanted, 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. He was used, and he himself said, I was handpicked by Kaongo to fight the BBI, which was to help our brothers and sisters from wherever they are, that they have to count for 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, that we may distribute everything equally. And they said, what if the people have been forgotten for a long time? They said, if we are saying 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, you can say 1 kilometer, 1 vote, 1 shilling. That's fine, so long as it works for all of us. But it was handpicked. That means he's an inside player for Kaongo. So everything that they are imaginating and they are doing is a plan that they have in their mind. And it's only that we are putting problems in their way or stopgaps. They want to go quickly. Now things are not working their way, they will push over everything. Remember, I mentioned some times back, it was all a plan to remove the 7 judges or the 7 justices from Supreme Court to cause a stalemate, and it will become another process to select. So it will take longer and it will cause a crisis, and we shall not go for elections, because what if we go to elections and the Supreme Court is not constituted and there is a dispute? Where will you go? So they will use such as an excuse to extend Kaongo's period. And also they will have other plans. If that's not the case, then we delay the formation of IEBC, then we shall be defeated by time duration and say it has not been in office for the number of years it's supposed to be in place, and therefore let us wait a little bit before they are able to organize for a general election. The other part, which is I saw many people have applied to become chairs of IEBC, including the Chicken Gate Master Oswago and Anne Amadi, former registrar of the judiciary, who were removed because of their conduct and character. They want also to become the chairs of IEBC. So the plan is we drag it on, we create excuses. At the end, we create a crisis whereby we shall extend until we are ready to conduct an election that suits what we want. But if we were able to eliminate Bomas of Kenya being a tallying center for presidential elections, we should have cured a lot of things. Why? Because they use that as a scheme to sell to the highest bidder. Whoever pays more will be announced elections. Remember, Raphael Tuju told us that they used to visit Raphael Tuju, then they go to the other side. So they were seeing who is paying more. So the highest bidder was announced, the one who gave more money. So if we go back and say whatever was announced at the polling station That's official. Now you can disseminate it, and there's no need of having a national tallying center. It's only that we receive the information as it is. There's no need of verifying. Just keep the documents in case people go to court. But there's nothing like verifying or bringing to the county, whatever tallying center or constituency tallying center. It's like you have announced, that's enough. Everybody has known that's what you have got. Then we keep that as the real truth, and we use it to put figures together and announce the winner. We shall have cured some parts of the disease that is ailing our electoral process, because the IBC chair becoming the presiding officer for presidential elections is a loophole to cheat. And therefore, we have a big fight. We have a lot to fight. The money is out there. People are eating, and they are planning to bring more money out. We have to fight in all ways. If you believe in God, you pray, you do something. But remember, for those who believe, you cannot eat prayers. For example, you cannot sit outside. For example, those who are in the US, you need to get, maybe you have no money, but you want to eat some chicken. And you go to maybe Walmart and you kneel outside and you say, God Almighty, I want some chicken legs from the Walmart. That chicken leg will not come. You better pray and go inside, ask for the manager, say, I have no money. I'm begging for some chicken legs. So our prayers must be accompanied with actions. We cannot just offer everything to God. The way we say in Central Kenya, ati Mungu ako kwa kiti chake, kiti cha enzi. He cannot help. And some people say, Mungu ndiye huchagua viongozi. No, God does not choose any leader. God allows you to choose the leader you want. If you push a crooked leader, He will allow him to become the leader. So therefore, we will have to accompany our desires, our aspirations, our prayers with tangible actions, that the best comes for our country, Kenya. And we have to push for the candidates that we believe in. We cannot say, not that one, but you have no alternative. Can you have an alternative? You don't want so and so. Who is your alternative? Let us have as many as possible, then we choose the best. And then give this best to Kenya. That's all I have, nothing much. I wish you the best. I was just finishing my small preparation for tomorrow. So therefore, let us keep fighting and never lose. And I'm happy the young people are going to Jesus Winner, but the police are sent there very early. And also remember that man has been having police escorting him wherever he goes. It's like a small president. It's like the man you call a war, a prophet of war, who has hypnotized so many people spiritually, and they steals from them. One time I remember I was in Nakuru, and they came to Nakuru and they stayed in a hotel called America. And every street was closed to that hotel, and everything was brought into a standstill. And later we discovered everybody else is kicked out of America, and people and himself. People are being rained on in showgrounds. They are putting on sackcloths. They are praying overnight. But he's having a good, nice meal and drink and swimming in America. And sometimes he'll get so drunk because he's very drunk. So what he says, send them this message. Tell them I'm praying, I'm fasting. But he's drinking and eating over there. And when that was discovered, some members left. One of them used to be a security man, and he's a friend to my brother. He said, I left that church because one time he came down drunk, and people are in the showground when they are being rained on, and his people took him back, and they sent a message to showground, the prophet is not coming. He's still praying for you. The Lord has not spoken to him. Okay, have a good night. Let me not say much.
So, Danny Dairas, yeah, it's sad that those people are just, I don't know, those cults, they take advantage of the vulnerability of people. When people are struggling financially, they are sick, they are vulnerable to any kind of crook. That is what those crooks do. Now, unataka kuniambia ati polisi tayari wako kwa hiyo kanisa hii yenye naenda kutembelewa leo?
Yes, na polisi wametuma. Danny Darius, you cannot live here without me. They found in the morning. I sent that man some little money, and he told me the police are already there. Some, not many, some police are already there.
They're already there.
Do you expect them to take chances? These Gen Zs are not a joke or a Julia. You think they were merely talking?
Let me tell you people about
Guru, I'm afraid of Danny Daniel living here without me saying something. But anyway,
okay, wait a minute.
I hope he can stay here.
Okay. Okay. Guru, let me tell you what happened to me. I was in Nairobi on the eve of New Year. Okay, yes. I traveled up country and ended up in Nairobi at around midnight this year. Okay. Now, I was with somebody, and then I decided to go to some shops. Of course, they are Nairobi now. This kind of 24 hour. Let me tell you guys. I was in Nairobi, and I saw thousands and thousands of young people in the city, and I cannot count more than 5 people I saw of my age. It was scaring, Nguru, and terrifying. I jumped into Uber very fast and they were singing, and so those kind of come out. If they come out, Guru, I looked at those young people, if they can come out, they are terrifying. That's what I wanted to say. I saw them face to face, live.
You know, something that we don't want to acknowledge is that actually 75% of our population are people of 30 and below. And that's a very youthful population. And they can cause a revolution either way. If they agree to break the chains of tribalism, they will actually pinpoint the leader they want, and they will put that leader in power very early in the morning.
Yes, they can. And they know how to campaign. They know how to communicate. And Guru, have you ever been in the city and thousands?
In the night?
Chaos. I mean, there was chaos in the city. That is what happened. Now the leaders ameenda. Kabla Mato kuongea. Mato samahani. Mato sorry. Guru, what are you doing? Mute.
It's okay.
Guru, mute. Mato, sorry. The leaders ameenda. Lakini unaweza mwambia kwa comment section.
Nataka kumpata, maybe atanisikiza. Lakini malizana kwanza ni go.
I'm preparing to go to church. But not that one. But not the one you are talking about.
I'm done. Jiru come in, usikize Matu. I'm done. Matu, you can talk.
No, finish up with Njiru.
No, mimi nimemaliza.
Okay. Mimi kitu nitasema tu, just to, one thing that I've always wanted about and I always liked about these channels that we have, tunajuana sisi wote. I like it. Julia, thank you so much, because that's why I wanted Danny Darius to be here, because he's a man of cloth. Na for a long time sijamuona. There's something that we've always spoken, and I believe it's happening right now. You see, Julia, tumekuwa tukiongea kitu for a long time. Hata Njiru atasema. We, for the longest time, we say that we don't care of the people wenye wanajifanya andi watu wako na
what you call the people who I want to put it in the right way. Just forgive me, guys. Bear with me. Where unapata say when you are called politicians, we want to. The reason I'm trying to look for it is like it's. I want to call them a cult myself. Nataka kuita cult. For the longest time, wamekuwa wakitutunza sisi ni mafala. Now, and they have never understood that there was going to come a time that we don't care what they think, but we care for the good of our country and what we are going to do. Regardless of how much they change the narrative, we don't care about the narrative anymore. The narrative, you can live with it. I mean, we don't even care anymore. And I believe as for the longest time that I've been here, Njiru, Julia, Guru, we all can talk the same thing. This is what we've been telling people. It will come a time that we don't care if wherever you come from or you don't come from, we are going to change this country, however it comes. We've done it here. I believe we are doing it. So mimi kitu yenye nanibamba leo, I had a call, a very deep call. Mtu akaniuliza, why are we against them? Na wameshikana wote. Like, kwani hata muoni baba ameingia huko sijui nini, and I told them, you don't even understand what you're talking about. That is your own narrative. No one is buying this thing. No one is buying that Kikuyus are bad. No one is buying that Kambas are what, the watermelons and nini. No one is buying that narrative anymore that has been in the political arena. No one is buying all those things. We're looking at someone by who you are. You can combine. Go combine. Ruto, Baba, shikaneni nyinyi nyote. We don't care. That's you. Sisi hatuko huko. My friend, hata mkishikana na Yesu, hatuko huko. Na tuambiwi tena tuuziwe hata sijui ati Wajaluo wako hivi, hatuuziwi Wakikuyu wako hivi, hatuuziwi Wakamba wako hivi, hatuuziwi hiyo kitu tena. We are very broke to afford that. Julia, Njiru, Guru, hatununui hiyo kitu tena. Mtu akikanyaga kanyage kubwa kubwa. That's all I'm saying. Nasema, even from the people that I've been speaking with, we are not going to buy this. Not anymore. Kenyans want a good Kenya. Educated people want a good Kenya. We want to move on into actually having good politics of our country, that we don't even fight about, ethnicity and stuff like that. We're not coming back to those things. Tumeachana na hiyo kitu, hiyo ishaenda. And if the largest people wenye wanajulikana kwa majina, which will never come back again to the political arena, kama watafika 2027, if they don't understand what is happening, it's done. They will go home, sleep home, and they will never understand what actually hit them. If we need to get new people, Julia, Njiru, I think nani ametoka, sijui kwa nini. Nani mrudishe, because I wanted to also talk to Father Danny Darius, because I wanted to talk about the my father. I wanted also to do that. It has come to a point, maze, hii kitu imeisha, and nobody cares. And mtu yote ashaiba pesa yote ya Kenya, iwe ni dururu mbili, iwe ni shilingi 4, wataumwa. The new crop, now that we are actually working with them, we're working on putting away the judiciary, the incoming judiciary will not be a playing game. I mean, it will not be a walk in the park. People are going to really, if you thought that being in the government, you're immune to anything, it's not going to happen. And I can say it. I know the people who are here, and I can see how it happening. Watu watashikwa na kataumana. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just looking at the whole thing. At even when you look at even in your social media, Julia, when you look in your social media, you can see the people, the memes and everything that is happening, and you can see that people have decided that it doesn't matter whoever the political people, however they want to combine themselves, whether they combine themselves with ODM, with, I don't know, whatever, however they want to make it. We have come to a point of where now we are mature to make it work. And that is the other thing I told you, Julia, the other day, and Jiro, that I am proud of the fact that we don't even have any aid, so that we can actually pull out those people that actually had the proxy names of the aid in the name of, you know, all the aid that we've been having. Sijui kama nimeongea vizuri, lakini najua mimi I'm proud of my country as we speak today, because I'm looking at it, because mi naona people like Bunge la Mwananchi and all that, now we're seeing them actually now realizing that there's a serious problem here and there's a serious thing coming, but they are actually understanding it. So Wakenya wote wameelewa na hakuna mtu ako hapa hivi na story ya vitu mingi. I don't know if I said something right. Kuna ka point najaribu kupitisha. I hope, Julia, I know you had that point too, lakini I hope umenielewa ile kitu najaribu kusema wewe na Njiro. I rest my case.
Sawa, Kenyan with love. Naona Razvik ameingia, wacha tumkaribishe. Razvik, go ahead.
Asante sana Njiru, habari ya Julia, habari ya Kenyan with love. Kenyan with love, what are you talking about? Nani kumi bila break. Well, I know Kenyans are tired of what's going on, but that's still not good enough. What we should focus on is thinking of electing leaders with integrity, you know, leaders who can be credible enough to help change our country. Otherwise, I was even surprised to see that kind of a crowd that showed up at KICC. That just shows you how Kenyans would never learn, you know. At the end of the day, Raila and Ruto working together, I don't see much of a change that is going to happen to the common mwananchi. It's about time we stop getting excited over petty stuff and think about our long-term life status, you know. Now that ODM, UD are working together, what changes are they going to
implement. You know, the crap they were talking about are just same things that most politicians talk about. It's about time that we look for credible people with a good track record and with a more realistic ideas on how they can change our country, because what we have are just politicians who keep giving us big manifestos, but they're empty, you know, kutenga and all that. That's pretty much what I was seeing. And I'm foreseeing a situation whereby this UDA ODM marriage, it's going to be the bitter marriage in politics. I mean, the bitter divorce to ever happen. It's going to be so ugly, because looking at even the body language of most of ODM politicians, I don't think they were into that kind of a merger. It was like a two people decision that everybody had to be in it. Even UDA, they were not excited. You see, akina Sudi wanajua power mingi sahi imeenda. You know, they won't be cartels anymore. So let's watch and see what happens while we try and educate the rest of the country, so that they should stop being emotional and think rationally, so that we can come up with better leadership to change every aspect of the nation's departments, in terms of every system needs to work for its people. Thank you.
Rasvik, in as much as I agree with everything that you said, because a lot of people don't look at it that way, why would we, and this is because of your last statement, why would we wait and watch?
As long as, for example, as long as workers have people like Atwoli representing them, my friend, tunajidanganya na hii mambo ya change. It starts from the basics. Wafanyikazi, they need to style up and elect somebody who can give them big representation. That Atwoli position is very impactful. It can change a nation. If we have COTU Secretary General who thinks about the workers. But if the workers are so comfortable with Atwoli over there, I'm being honest with you, it's like we are lying to ourselves. So we need to focus on every institution.
To me, it feels like you're telling us that we just have to wait and watch, and we just listen to some people, and like we're so useless and we are so powerless.
No, it's not about waiting and watching. It's about changing every institution, starting with your local MCA. You need to hold him accountable. Your local MP, hold them accountable. Don't wait until elections. Right now, it's about time that every member, every person in their constituency, they need to summon their MPs, so that their MPs can give them like a score sheet of what they have done, or what they're planning to do, or what, you know. It's over 2.5 years or so since election. So now at least every MP should have like a scorecard and get back to their people that, okay, since you elected me, this is what I've done. If they don't have anything to report, I think it's about time either the people request for a by-election or something. You know, they need to recall this kind of leaders. But if we just focus on the presidency, we are lying to ourselves.
I don't want to hit, I mean, this is a big discussion, because that actually, Rasvik, don't go anywhere, but I don't know, kama kina Julia, they want to jump on it, but this is really this is my joint right there. When you talk about that, who decides if that's the way to go if you want to recall, and how can you recall, and what's the constitutional part of recalling na vitu kama hizo? If you understand what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that Why do we feel as useless? Yes, we have a constitution that we can actually work with. And sometimes when you hear Julia here and Jiru and also you and everybody else in the comment section, why is it that we feel Kenyans that now, okay, here comes Baba, here comes Ruto, and then here comes, now we've decided to go to broad-based and we're going to unite the Kenya. Which Kenya is not united? Is it constitutionally or not constitutionally united? That's where I'm lost. I'm sorry. This is a channel, I mean, I've been with you guys for a long time, but I'm really lost. Where are we not united? Kenyans are united with the constitution. Nobody has ever said they are not Kenyan. Even the diaspora. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know if Julia and Jiro is still live, but I know they like to sit in the back. But that's straight up to you, Rasmi, because I want you to really educate me on that one.
Mato, it's just about passing a statement, making the ground so hostile so that those MPs from the word go, they should know that, hey, this is not what the ground wants, so that they should be prepared that come any election at any time, they'll be sent home because they're not doing the mandate of the locals. During any functions within the constituency, anytime they have a mic, nobody should even listen to them. They should be booed and chased away. Once they know that they're being chased away, that's a good sign telling them that, hey, hao watu wanitaki. But if we are still sitting and listening to them and clapping and expecting big changes, then we are lying to ourselves. Every corner of Kenya should just make it so hostile for any member of parliament or any MCA or any governor who is not speaking the people's language. If you are speaking the politicians' language, then nobody should listen to them. They should be chased away, or anytime they have the mic, people should just be so loud until disrupt all their functions. And that will pass a strong message. And they'll realize that, hey, hii ndio kitu wananchi wanataka.
Sawa, wacha Penny achangie kidogo. Penny, do you have an issue to share about what Razvik is saying? Maybe we can have a cycle between you and Kenyan with love to. Penny, go ahead.
Asante sana. Last week sijui ulichukua chuma yako wapi, wewe unafunga majuma yako mzuri sana. Thank you very much for hearing from you, and everything that you are saying is very factual. Lakini it is not all given up. It is everything progressive. Last week vile unasema, yes, it is not like we are comfortable with people like Aturi, who has been there forever, and they want people to retire at 60, but he's nearly 90 years old. So what is it? What is the logic there? Lakini yangu ni kukuambia kwamba if we can follow the IBC vile huyu nani Dennis alikuwa anasema, and we form that and then go to where we can recall the MPs, the MCS, that will really show a difference. That will show that people are not comfortable with what is going on last week. Because as of right now, it about the answer to show the difference ya kwamba hatutaki hii na hatutataka ile is chaos. But if we can do it naturally, ni kwamba wale watu, they will, at the end of April, we'll have the people of IBC. Na hapo ndio tuta recall all the MPs, all the MCS that we need to recall. Minasikia kwamba watu from the mountain, nearly everybody is resigning. Na watu ya Wamunyoro ndio watashinda. And that will show the difference of where we are going. how we are going to get there with a proper form. If it takes 227, so be it. If it takes sooner than that, so be it. Where some of us are open to any idea, so long as it is procedural, so long as it is legal, and we can follow through with it. Thank you very much kwa kunipatia wakati.
I like what Penyagaka actually came up with. Nani mwingine anataka kutuma, cause he came up with what I'm kind of thinking. Na Penyagaka for the first time nimekubaliana na Njiru. Are you still around? I'm just trying to make sure that tusinyamaze kwa show. Rasbik, umeguzwa hapo Ibo, and I know Julie is somewhere. Do you want to say something, Rasbik?
I think Sijaguswa, it's just we are saying the same thing but using different words. I know Penn spoke about forming IBC and preparing for an election, but in my perspective, as we wait on the formation of IBC, we can start sending the message early. We don't have to wait until the IBC and wait for the election time. Once the ground is so hostile, even whoever will take up IBC, they'll know that, hey, hii kazi inachukua ni noma. Hii kazi inachukua sitacheza nayo, because they know how the ground feels and they know how the ground thinks about the kind of IBC that the ground wants. So from right now, Kenya inafaa tu kwa moto, ile moto ya Gen Z, it will be kept burning every day so that kila Mkenya ajue tu ground ni moto. Hii kazi ya IBC nikichukua, haitaenda vizuri nikicheza, ama hii kazi ya MP nikichukua sio bed of roses. Alafu wale MPs wako they'll start working, watajua election ikikuja, hii mchezo nimecheza 2.5 years ama hii mchezo nimecheza the last 10 years, hao watu hawatacheza hii mchezo anymore. So ile moto ya Gen Z walianzisha, ma MPs walikuwa on toes. That is the momentum that we need to keep on with.
I like your conversation. I like how you come out with it. Njiru na Julia, please, I'm just trying to put the conversation go. Naona nani ameingia. Innocent, sijui, I don't know. Lakini mimi naumwa. Lakini Innocent, go ahead. Unajua Julia na Njiru ndio wanarun show. But I'm always here to help. Innocent, hujaongea kitu yote. Say something.
How are you guys? Mko salama?
Tuko baba.
Yes.
Tuko baba. Tunachangamka saizi, tunaangalia hii mali kunaenda, kama tumechafua ama tujachafua, ama are we in a good situation?
Unajua jana niliangalia kidogo, nikaona mnaongea maneno ya Raila na Ruto, nikakasirika, nikasema siingii kwa studio. Juu imefika mahali now we are talking about the same guys giving them some bonga points, na nikasema it's high time that we start focusing forward and talk about other people ama other issues that can help Kenya. Nimeingia tu saizi na nimesikia mkiongea juu wakina Ras wakisema maneno ya IBC. Sijui mali mmefika ama what you are talking, but I can just jangia kidogo about IBC, na especially from what Natembea said. I looked at the body of Jepchieta. I love the way Natembea and bring issues forward. Na akasema vizuri hii maneno ya IBC chair, it's so peculiar ama it's so yani inaofya sana especially to any person who wants to be a chair, because one way or another lazima utadharauliwa. Wenye watashinda watakuwa wanampapasa, wenye wameshindwa watakuwa wanamkejeri, and exactly that is what it is. Two issues he said. Number one ndio hiyo ya chair, na akasema why is it that watu wa Azimio hakuna hata mmoja mwenye ako huko? Hata ma MPs wa Azimio wenye walikuwa huko, maybe there were very few because ni watu wa Western. I thought he broad-based, he was bringing Kenyans together. Kama Raila alishindwa, I thought he could be there, wakina Kalonzo, but I could not see. So hii kitu ya MOU nilikuja kurealize kumbe ilikuwa tu ya few people, and that's why we could not see them kwa burial. I thought they could go there or muish waseme okay, we have buried the arches, let's now forge forward. So that is one issue yenye
but then nikuuliza swali, is there really an MOU? When was the last MOU? Maybe you educate people when the last MOU was, and kama ukweli hapa kuna MOU.
Okay, yenye walikuwa wamedraft. I remember, that's why nilikuwa nimewambia before, nikamwambia kuna MOU yenye ilikuwa imewekwa na Sifuna alikuwa amekataa kusign. If you remember me saying the same thing some 2-3 days ago, nikamwambia ilikuwa indakana kufanywa kitambo, but Sifuna alikataa, and they had to force him because unajua you can't choose any SG akuje tu kusign from nowhere kama is not in kwa kiti, and that's how they forced Sifuna akuje, because Sifuna wakati aliangalia kuna vitu aliangalia huko, akasema as an SG and as a lawyer there are things I don't agree, and that's why they had to edit it. I wish nile they pulled it down, the first one yenye walikuwa the MOU yenye ilikuwa imewekwa, they pulled it down because there are things which some people didn't agree, and that's how ilianza ililete maneno, na that's how wakina
be straight. So we don't have an EU, I mean MOU. There's no MOU. Hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa najaribu kukuja, nilikuwa nataka ulete. Hakuna MOU, my friend.
Iko the first one, ndio nasema the first one yenye ilikuwa imeandikwa ilipuliwa down. Mimi nilikuwa nayo the first one, ile yenye wangesign Mombasa, ni ile they pulled it down before ni download niweke. Me had gotten a copy of it, na tukaambiwa tusiongee, tuache tu kidogo ndio tuone how itaendelea. So it was there, but the things zenye zilikuwa zimemenshoniwa ni kama wakina Sifuna wako penda. Kuna watu wengine wa ODM walikataa, I know. Walisema kama ni hivyo we are not boarding, and one of the person mwenye yeye aliangalia na akasema, na yeye akasema hata endelea mpaka saa hizi ni Onyonga. Wakina Rati huko kwetu walikuwa wamekataa, wakasema nini, mpaka that's why he had to go to Kisii sasa siku ya mwisho wakati walisema we are going to change it. So hii ingine ya baadaye wali change. Okay, what you are trying to insinuate ni hii yenye imeandikwa nyuma tu ni ile ya kupambaza tu watu waingilie kwa government, sio exactly zile vitu zenye walikuwa wanaonekana kufanya. So like IBC is one of it yenye huko, and that is what Natembea alikuwa anasema. So the first MOU na remember ni ya Kibaki na Raila na hii, and one of the things yenye nilikuwa nimesema before,
ambia watu kweli hakuna MOU bwana, acha kudanganya watu, acha kudanganya watu, please just say
MOU iko. I'll send you a copy. Iko. I'll get it ndio niweke kwa group. Si unakuwa kwa group? Yeah.
No, excuse me, Mato. That is very watered down, ambayo the MOU ambayo iko na UDA na KK na ODM is a completely useless idea of how this government should function. wacha tuendelea kusema ya kwamba
it's not there. Wacha nani, wacha Innocent aendelee because akona documents
okay,
na pia
okay.
mimi niko nazo.
Okay.
Lakini it's I know Innocent understands what I'm trying to tell him nikimwambia kuna, so he understands what I'm trying to say, but he's coming out from a good from a better person.
Okay, what okay, let me board with what you want to say. Yani MOU yenye Mato anamaanisha ni ile, it's just a paper. It's just a paper yenye yani watu wataifuata. Like for example, if you see one of the things yenye walikuwa wamesema, the first one ni abduction. All the abductees watafutwe mali wako, those ones wenye wako kwa jela watolewe. Ndio nakwambia it was pulled down because ndio ilianza kuleta maneno. That's why some people walisema okay, this is the right thing we need to forge forward. Na wakati waliona iko ngumu ndio nakwambia that's when they said no. Kama hakuna hawa, then I'm not signing. Unaona kama kina Sifuna why the wako board, those things walisema okay, this is what you want us to do as KK na okay, can you release these people, can we see them? You see, those are some of the conditions Sifuna walikuwa wamesema na Kinonyongo wakasema wow, this is a good document, so can we do it before we sign it? And that's how ilikataa kusainiwa huko Mombasa, because alisema me I don't want to sign something yenye sijaona the action. Where is the action plan? I want to see. Ama kama watu kama abduction sio watu tunaongojea ati nini, you can just say it, mahali muko funguliwa, ama mahali mili ziko siko ABCD, so that I can come and sign. That's how ilianza hizo vita zikaanza kufutana hivyo. And that's what Mato maybe unasema ni kama this thing is just a paper, sio kitu ati itakuwa implemented. I believe that's what you want me to say. And one of the things nilikuwa nawaambia from matanga ya Jepkati ni hiyo ya IBC. How are we going to get the right man? Na uliona Natembea is very smart guy. Na uliona vile aliingilia huyo jamaa akaambia Ruto that najua you are one of the mwenye anataka hii IBC, mtu mzuri, but kuna conflict of interest. Kuna kila mtu anataka mtu wake huko, kila mtu anataka mtu wake huko. And as we forge forward, one of the things mimi nilikuwa nasema, if this broad base is going to help Kenyans, number one, juu sasa ishafanyika, na ndio nilikuwa ninasema tuache sasa kulia, we see what profit can we get from this broad base. Number one, nilikuwa nasema if we can get the right people kwa IBC yenye kama ile yenye sijui ni Raila na Kibaki ilikuwa kama ilikuwa nani walipata